The story opens with the image of a dungeon hunter with a tired face, continuously panting. He cried out in panic, "This is it, the master of the hard difficulty dungeon." The wingless dragon Sebarumus, a giant monster right before him, level 67, completely engulfed in blazing fire, radiating an immensely terrifying power. It opened its jaws, channeling its energy as a large fireball appeared. The hunter screamed, "It's coming." An old man with white hair and beard muttered, "I wonder if my defensive skill can block this thing this time." Suddenly he called out, "Huh, what is that?" A monster with a bizarre physique appeared. The hunters recognized it as a goblin. The tiny goblin stood face to face with the giant dragon without the slightest bit of fear. It let out a cry, "Key." Everyone wondered, why is a goblin here? Sebarumus spat out the fireball. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings grew blazing hot, and the goblin wore a sinister grin. It swung the wooden stick in its hand, shouting, "Quiet." Then it delivered a counterattack. The hunters couldn't believe their eyes as the blond young man yelled, "Are you crazy? It's slashing, no, it's smashing it completely to pieces." The goblin had defeated Sebarumus with just a single strike, a monster attacking a monster. Could it be a summoned beast? The white-bearded old man suddenly shouted, "Look over there, there's someone on top of the hill." Sure enough, up there stood a guy flashing a wide grin. The veteran hunter confirmed, "It's him, he's the one who summoned that thing." Scene change, on a construction site, Kim Chulsu carried a bag of goods on his shoulder and asked the manager, "Where should I put this?" Someone standing nearby remarked, "He's working with a smile today, what's up, did something good happen?" Chulsu dropped the bag onto the ground, followed by the protagonist's inner monologue, "I'm a goblin, anyone looking at me would think I'm trash. The place where I belong is obviously low-level dungeons. I'm fundamentally someone who can never break out of there. Sure, some people win the lottery and change their lives, but no matter how much experience a goblin grinds, a goblin is still just a goblin." Chalsu was sitting down taking a break when suddenly he heard someone speaking. "Did you hear the news about the old man's son?" Chalsu let out a huh and glanced over. Uncle Bay was standing warming his hands over a fire, speaking calmly. "He's been completely off the grid lately because he's been grinding Heaven's Door. Word is he even unlocked a hidden class." Uncle Bay gasped, "A hidden class? His life is completely changed. He must be raking in the cash now." Chalsu reflected on Heaven's Door. It was a fully immersive virtual reality game that had been super trendy lately. The vivid, lifelike experience made many people want to escape reality and get completely sucked in. Naturally, because it was cutting-edge tech, the gaming rigs were expensive. But since many internet cafes nationwide had adapted to this trend, even a poor kid like him could play easily. And what was the result of such massive demand? Real money started flowing into the game. In-game assets turned into real cash. Heaven's Door truly became a game-changer. At first, he had a lot of fun playing it. At first, anyway. Chulsu swung his axe hard, shouting, "Take this, my ultimate skill." Activating the Stone Strike skill, he brought it down in a powerful smash as the system continuously notified. Obtain stone quantity 3. Chulsu clutched his head and shouted, "Damn it, this is so annoying. I finished grinding just to have to keep grinding again. Am I still shackled by debt even in here?" What happened to the dream of becoming a hero, falling in love, and marrying a beauty from the party? He grew so aggrieved tears welled up in his eyes. What kind of Heaven's Door is this? No matter how many of these worthless ores I dig up. Just as he said that, he picked up a high-grade recovery stone. Chulsu cried out, "Ah, damn it, this thing, if I trade it for cash, it's worth a cool 300,000 won. It really is a high-grade recovery stone." He was overwhelmingly excited, sticking his tongue out to lick the stone. This is the exact feeling that makes you want to mine ore. Chulsu laughed ear to ear, "Ahaha hihidi hahaha." Suddenly, someone approached from the other side and said, Excuse me." Chulsu was stunned, his heart thrown into utter chaos. A girl, and a pretty one at that. 3 hunters stared at him intently as Catherine Lee softly asked, "I always see you mining ore here. Your mining skill must be really high by now." Chulsu replied, It's just so-so, what's up?" The girl explained, "I was running a dungeon and ran into an ore boulder that was way too big, so we couldn't move forward. The members of my party look majestic on the outside, but they're all complete idiots who have no idea what mining is. I wish someone with a great mining skill like yours could lend a hand." Chulsu answered bluntly, "Too bad that while I'm pretty good at it, my level is still low, so it's a bit tough for me to enter dungeons." The short, stocky man piped up, "We'll handle the monsters, you just need to follow behind us." Chelsu felt a bit puzzled. Couldn't the dwarf in her party just mine the ore and be done with it? Hearing him say that, the man grew rather displeased and went off on a long, non-stop rant. Do you have this prejudice that just because someone's a dwarf, they automatically know how to mine ore? Oh, so according to you, dwarves should just dig rocks for their entire lives. Might as well just drop dead if you can't contribute anything to the party, right? Chelsu calculated internally. If he partied with them, he could share experience points and also have a shot at mining high-tier ore, certainly not a bad business deal. But would he really be safe deep inside that dungeon? Sure, this was a game and you could respawn after dying, but this game had that thing. Seeing him hesitate, Catherine Lee suddenly grabbed Chelsu's hand and pressed it against her cheek, pulling off a beauty trap. She said, "Sorry, but my ideal type is a muscular guy who mines ore, so I'll have to excuse myself. If you don't want to come with me, that's totally fine." He instantly blurted out, "I want to go." Just a little while later, Chelsu came to regret his decision. He stood there shivering, terrified out of his mind. What the hell? Before him was a level 7 gray wolf. Chelsu thought to himself, the monster's level is lower than I expected, but holy crap, my level is even lower, Kim Chelsu level 3. The wolf pack swarmed in closer and closer. One of them lunged right in front of him. Chelsu screamed, "Mom." Catherine shouted loudly, "Don't move." The girl cast the skill Blazing Fire Dragon. The acquired experience points were 2748, 2855, and 2976 respectively. Catherine asked, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Chelsu was still dizzy from the attack of a level 39 mage. He stammered a reply, "Ah yeah, thanks to you." Inside, he reflected in awe. She wiped out an entire gray wolf pack in a single blow. She's insanely strong. The girl exclaimed, "You gave me a fright. That was genuinely dangerous. Don't leave my side." Interpreting these words through his usual self-absorbed lens, Chelsu thought, "She's telling me not to leave her side ever. Has the romance arc I've been waiting for finally arrived?" Seeing his tense expression, Siwon chimed in, "Nothing to be surprised about, my friend." While talking, the guy casually toyed with some gray wolves. "We aren't the type of people who only play in low-level dungeons like this." He abruptly pulled out the staff from his back and executed the spinning great wheel skill, wiping out 3 wolves in one hit and pulling in 1800 and 1836 experience points. Siwon told him, "Suspicious ore can only be cracked open if you have a high-level mining skill, and we only came here to check out what's inside it." He looted items like wolf fangs and wolf hide into his inventory while explaining further. "We had to skip it before because it was unavoidable. Pouring stat points into manual labor skills like mining is such a waste, right? So we had no choice but to rely on people like you." Hearing those words, Chelsu suffered a not-so-minor blow to his self-esteem. People like me? What kind of person am I supposed to be? He gripped his axe tightly. "Damn it, are you looking down on me? Without me, you wouldn't even be able to mine the ore." Chelsu said in a cold voice, "I can't let that slide. Do you think I don't have any combat skills?" He raised his axe and brought it down in a fierce strike, screaming helplessly in his head, "I don't have any, damn it, I don't, I told you I don't." Because he lacked real power, he could only take out his anger on rocks. The group of hunters standing nearby whispered among themselves. The dwarf asked, "Hey, is the info we bought from that bald punk accurate? If there's nothing behind that barrier, we're taking a massive loss." C1 replied, "It's definitely accurate. Otherwise, you'll pay the price for wasting our time in this trashy dungeon." Chelsu's heart was in turmoil at this point. Risking my life working for a few pennies just to get looked down on, I'm used to it by now, so I don't even feel wronged anymore. But precisely because I'm used to it, it pisses me off even more. After venting for a bit, he reassured himself. "Calm down, just do your job like usual, collect your pay when the quest is done, and leave. Today is no different from any other day, just another ordinary day." After a bout of battering, massive cracks split across the rock wall. Then it collapsed. Chelsu and the hunters were completely stunned as he cried out, This is." In front of everyone was a hidden dungeon door. Chelsu joyfully cheered, "We found a hidden dungeon. Maybe we'll even get special rewards and switch to a hidden class too." "We hit the jackpots." Catherine sneered and softly muttered, "We." C1 drew his staff. While Chelsu remained lost in excitement, "I can finally move up in the world just like Uncle Bay's son." The system suddenly announced, "PK mode has been activated." C1 struck the back of his neck hard from behind. Chelsu collapsed to the ground, his health points dropping by 480. Agony washed over him as he groaned inwardly, "Damn it, I can't breathe." Catherine nagged, "Finding this damn hidden dungeon is absolute torture." In a low-level dungeon like this, you actually need a stupid skill like mining just to find it. She told him, don't blame us, we hunted all the monsters from the get-go, you just had to tag along. Chulsu was furious, thinking to himself, they're the ones who attacked me, those cowardly bastards knew there was a hidden dungeon here all along yet. He demanded, did you guys know about this beforehand? Siwon grabbed Chulsu by the hair, lifted his head up and answered, of course you idiot. Why else would anyone wander into this boring dungeon? But hey, you were somewhat useful, so I'll let you die a painless death. He hurled him against the rock wall with a loud crash. Chulsu's field of vision went pitch black. A moment later, he opened his eyes and let out a cough. KHK. He looked around and muttered, I'm still inside the dungeon. They didn't kill me. Well, I guess they have a tiny bit of conscience after all. The system notification popped up. High-grade recovery stone used when player health reaches 0, instantly revives with 100 health points. Chulsu stared at the stone in his palm, which was now broken in two, and wailed remorsefully. That counts as a full revive. My 300,000 won, you bastards. Chulsu punched the floor hard. Damn it, my money. Suddenly, he looked ahead. The hidden dungeon door was still open, meaning the dungeon conquest wasn't over yet. Feeling aggrieved at having lost his recovery stone, he thought to himself, I can't just back down this easily after losing everything. Damn it, I'll muscle my way in and change my life too. The guys who look down on me are gonna become a thorn in your side, just you wait. He sprang to his feet and charged straight into the hidden dungeon. But the moment he jumped in, he realized there was a damn staircase that made him slip and fall. Chulsu tumbled down in free fall, landing hard on his shoulder and back, losing another 80 health points. He muttered under his breath, you open a door and immediately hit a flight of stairs. Chulsu's remaining health was 20. He told himself, I actually made it inside though. Is this the legendary hidden dungeon everyone talks about? The system announced this was the Goblin Shrine, a hidden dungeon. He sat up, mumbling, damn, it's huge. Do goblins actually have the nerve to sit regally on a throne? Suddenly, Chulsu's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute, the Goblin Shrine, don't tell me this place is full of just low-tier, pathetic goblins. He walked around to inspect carefully. A hidden dungeon is supposed to have a much higher difficulty, not something like this, right? Since hidden dungeons pop up in low-level areas, is this all it amounts to? How anticlimactic, Chulsu muttered, it's way too quiet, how deep have those guys gone already? As he was walking, he suddenly felt his foot trip over something. Chulsu looked down, what the hell is this? He screamed in terror, Azza, isn't that the dwarf who came with them earlier? What on earth was going on here? The dwarf lay on the ground, his entire body trembling, his pupils shrunk to tiny dots. The system displayed a notification, Ultimate Dwarf ZV, someone revive me please. Chulsu replied, I don't have that skill. He asked him, did you refuse to click respawn because you were afraid of missing out on the hidden dungeon? Respawning teleports you back to the village, you're way too greedy. Suddenly, a red warning flashed on the system interface. This is a high-difficulty dungeon far exceeding the player's level. Leave the dungeon immediately. Seeing this message, Chulsu was struck with absolute terror. What? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the other side. Kaya, he instantly recognized it, wasn't that the voice from earlier? A giant hand was tightly gripping Siwon and lifting him up. Down on the ground, Catherine was trapped beneath a giant foot. Chulsu thought to himself, didn't they say this was a goblin shrine? Standing before him was a level 80 Jiger with a bizarre, grotesque appearance. Chulsu panicked internally, what the hell is that? Level 80, are you kidding me? The monster shoved Siwon directly into its gigantic mouth. Swallowed whole, bright red syrup splattered everywhere below. Siwon's desperate scream of Kaya rang out and abruptly cut off. Chulsu felt utterly nauseated at the sight, clamping his hand over his mouth to avoid making a sound. In total panic, the thing I feared most has happened. There have been games that pursued realism before. But Heaven's Door even recreates sensation and touch. Therefore, pain is reproduced as well. Of course, there's a safety mechanism, so getting hit by monsters around or below your level doesn't hurt too much. But if you get hit by a monster dozens of levels higher, that's a whole different story. Catherine lay on the ground screaming, save me, please save me. Chulsu replied helplessly, save you, how am I supposed to deal with something like that? When suffering massive damage in the game, the sensation of pain and memories don't disappear, even after the character respawns. They directly affect the player's brain. If severe, it can lead to a brain-dead state or death. Shock retire, unable to re-engage in battle. Chulsu immediately turned around to flee, thinking to himself, No matter what, I can't let those bastards win. I didn't do anything wrong, they abandoned me first. I'm weak anyway, so I couldn't have helped. So at least I have to survive. At that moment, the system announced, the Goblin King senses empathy with your weakness and cowardice. He looked up at the goblin statue seated on the throne and asked himself, me, weak and cowardly. Chalsu gritted his teeth, you think I wanted to be like this? You think I wanted to be weak and useless? Seeing Catherine lying on the ground in agony, he told himself, if I had power, I wouldn't have run away. The Jiger raised its foot and stomped hard on the girl. The agony Catherine was experiencing must have been unimaginably horrific. A flood of resentment surged within Chalsu. I wanted to work at a decent company and get recognized by people too. I wanted cool skills like other people, not smashing rocks, but hunting actual monsters. Because of the debt my parents left behind, I've never been able to do anything I wanted from childhood to now. Clutching his chest as tears poured down, he shouted with deep grievance, and yet you call me weak. Why do I have to listen to crap like that? I didn't do anything wrong from the very beginning. Who the hell do you think you are, looking down on me from up there? This damn game is driving me crazy. Look down on in real life, look down on in the game. Even a goblin feels empathy for me, huh? Fine, I'm a goblin, so what else? Damn it. Chalsu felt like the goblin statue's smile was mocking him. The system suddenly announced, you have become an honorary goblin. Goblins will always help you. The system presented a choice. Met the conditions to unlock a hidden class change to Goblin Summoner. Proceed with class change. Reading this, Chalsu was utterly shocked, blurting out, a Goblin Summoner hidden class. You call this a hidden class? Are you messing with me? Chalsu firmly answered, not doing it, damn it. Yet the system returned the result. You are a goblin who has successfully changed classes. He roared, I just said I wasn't doing it. Suddenly he noticed the Jiger approaching from behind, emitting a chilling sniffing sound that made his hair stand on end. Chalsu thought to himself, it's over, no hope of running away now. Screw it, since it's come to this, I'll just have to risk my life. The system announced, Goblin Summoning Skill, summon a goblin to fight for the master. He raised his hand and yelled, appear, goblin. Instantly, a magic circle formed on the ground, radiating a bizarre light as a goblin slowly emerged. Chalsu blurted out, don't show up with special effects like you're summoning a dragon. In a split second, a green goblin materialized, squeaking Kayat, while awaiting its master's command. Chalsu thought to himself, just looking at it, you can tell it's a super weak goblin. Oh well, whatever, I'll use it as bait and make a run for it. He immediately pointed at the Jiger and shouted loudly, go goblin, take it down. The goblin immediately cried out Kayat and obeyed. The Jiger swung its long, lanky arms around while continuously making sniffing and slurping sounds from its mouth. Chalsu instantly turned around and took advantage of the opening to bolt. The goblin stepped right in front of the opponent and swung its wooden club down with massive force. With a loud boom, a terrifying burst of aura surged outward, instantly obliterating the Jiger as the gained experience points hit 100 million. That sound made Chalsu freeze in his tracks as he let out a confused huh. The system notified him that his player experience had increased, making him gasp in startlement with a what? Messages kept pouring in, you have learned new skills, feed the goblin and take the goblin for a walk. The summoned beast's experience points increased. The goblin scratched its head with an ecstatic expression and let out a few delighted kai cries. Seeing the system notification, the goblin could no longer level up. The image of Siwon being tossed straight into the Jiger's mouth and swallowed alive to be crushed left Catherine utterly terrified. The girl shrieked, ay ay ay. Hearing the commotion, the manager rushed inside and yelled loudly, Miss, please wake up, miss. The manager grabbed the gaming device and began detaching it. He froze in horror and cried out, no. This is a neural shock that's left her unable to return. Catherine's expression remained frozen in pure panic, her eyes glazed over as she entered a state where she could no longer return to battle. Inside the dungeon, the goblin was still rampaging with terrifying intensity. The damage points dealt reached 100 million. The system kept chiming with notifications. You have leveled up, damage points dealt reached 100 million, you have leveled up. The floor was littered with low-level monster mana stones dropping everywhere. Chalsu muttered as he picked them up, hey, give me a break, goblin, I can't even hold anymore. Strapped to his back was a massive sack crammed full of low-level monster mana stones and wolf claws, while player Kim Chalsu the Goblin Summoner's status window had updated. Level 31, Vitality 4, Stamina 2, Agility 0, Intelligence 1, Luck 0, and 26 stat points available. He thought to himself, ever since capturing the Jiger, I've managed to completely clear out the hidden dungeon. But my party members sacrificed themselves to protect me, so even if I die, I'm never going back. The goblin grinned cheekily with a kai-et, leaving Cholsu to wonder inwardly how this guy had cleared out the geological dungeon all by himself yet still hadn't leveled up, while he himself had already reached level 31. He opened the system to check, but information on the goblin summon monster was unavailable, making Cholsu wonder how a low-level monster like a goblin could possibly be this strong, or if it was just a bug. He suddenly shouted, "Whatever. If it's a bug, I've gotta milk it for all it's worth before they patch it, because with this guy I won't even need to mine anymore, and I might just become #1 in Haven's Door." Upon emerging from the dungeon, Cholsu immediately headed straight to Nara Bank. The bank teller announced, "Customer number 36. Everything including the wolf pelts comes out to a total of 97,001. Would you like to transfer it directly into your account?" Cholsu thought to himself that converting items straight into cash through a bank just showed how deeply this game influenced reality before answering, "No, can I send the money to a different account?" Cholsu suddenly remembered, "Oh right, I have more items to sell, the Jiger's membrane and its heart." After he listed them off, the female clerk punched the data into her terminal and said, "Yes, adding those in makes your grand total." The moment she saw the displayed number, the girl gasped in utter shock, "What?" and bolted off to find her boss. Cholsu picked his nose, thinking, what's her deal running off to find the boss while a customer is standing right here in front of her? A little while later, a cup of tea was poured. The manager of Nara Bank smiled and asked, "Does this tea suit your taste?" Cholsu awkwardly replied, "It's freezing cold." The man exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot to boil the water." Cholsu wondered aloud, "But manager, is there something you need from me? I just came here to exchange items for cash." He replied, "Not really anything special, it's just that I know a much better place for you to put your money, so I wanted to chat." The manager gently asked, "My young friend, don't you think leaving all your money sitting in a checking account is a huge waste? Our bank has fantastic investment options, so if you invest there instead of just letting it sit." Hearing that, Cholsu cut him off. "Hold on, investments. I know making money is important to you guys, but is this really something a manager should be doing? I only have around $1,000,001 at most anyway, right?" The manager looked a bit surprised and answered, "$1,000,001? No, no, surely you must know the value of the items you brought in. The Jiger's heart and membrane at current market rates are worth a staggering 2,030,000,001. Cholsu completely froze in place, thinking, holy crap. Scene shift, he picked up the goblin, raised it high into the air and laughed joyfully. "Goblin, thanks to you, I've paid off 10% of my debt. You came running to your daddy all on your own without me even calling you. You really are an adorable little guy." "Who says goblins are ugly? You're so cute." Looking at its lanky nose, he blurted out, "Oh man, I can't lie to myself, but since we're in town, I've gotta unsummon you." That was when he discovered that he couldn't unsummon this guy at all. As Cholsu walked down the street with the goblin trailing behind him, he thought, does he only disappear when he dies? Everyone is staring at me. A young man suddenly remarked, "Hey, look at that, there's a goblin in town." A blonde girl replied, "Did someone actually summon it? How tacky. Look how ugly it is, haha." Cholsu felt like all those judgmental, mocking gazes were directed right at him as he thought to himself, "I am not a goblin." Suddenly the goblin let out a kai-et, as it was blocked by a tall, burly man. The man glared at the goblin and blurted out, "Huh, what the hell is this? Why is a goblin strolling around so openly in the middle of town?" That man was none other than Patton the Destroyer. The blonde girl shrieked, "It's Patton the Destroyer from the Everton Guild." Cholsu asked in surprise, "The Destroyer? That sounds intimidating. Is he super famous?" The girl answered, "Nah, he just calls himself that." Turbulence churned in Cholsu's chest as he thought, this is bad. Anyone who calls themselves the Destroyer has gotta be a nutcase. Sensing danger approaching, he yelled out, "Hold on, that's not a monster." Patton drew his blade and slashed straight at the goblin. The goblin casually swung its wooden club upward, and with a loud boom, the damage points registered at 100 million. The system notified them. PK mode active, pain levels restricted below the unconsciousness threshold to prevent high-level players from bullying the weak. Patton spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the spot. Someone screamed, "He's wiped out. Patton the Destroyer has been destroyed. The goblin killed a player." Panic flooded Cholsu's heart. Holy crap, if people find out this is the monster I summoned, I'm. Someone else asked, getting played by a goblin. How embarrassing, Patton the Destroyer, that's a monster not even worth fighting. A four-person team appeared consisting of Suji the Berserker, a level 28 assassin, Yoonhyuk of the Night, a level 30 assassin, Jihyun the Grim Reaper, a level 27 archer, and Minsung Swift Strike, a level 28 assassin. Yoonhyuk pointed his blade at the goblin and declared, "You're going to take responsibility for messing with our guild." Chulsu worried, "Things are getting way too complicated, and while my goblin won't lose, if it kills everyone here, I'm utterly screwed." He hastily spoke up, "Wait, hold on, let me handle this goblin." Minsung snapped, "Who the hell are you? Stay out of our business or we'll kill you too." He stammered in defense, "Interfere, no way, but if you all gang up to beat up a goblin, it'll look pretty pathetic." Right on cue, the system announced that the goblin had used the rock throw skill. With a sharp thwack and damage points reaching 100 million, the subsequent notification rang out. Minsung Swiftstrike is dead. Only then did the members of the Everton Guild realize just how grave the situation was, screaming, "Get that guy too!" Chulsu bolted away in sheer terror. Seeing his master take off, the goblin hurried right on his heels while Chulsu's mind was in total chaos. How did things end up like this? I've got a max-level goblin and a bright future ahead. I thought life in Haven's Door would be smooth sailing. Suddenly, a door swung open right in front of him as an old man with white hair and a beard roared, "This way." Chulsu asked, "Who are you?" The man barked back, "No time to explain, hurry up," and the wooden door slammed shut. To his utter shock, this guy was Cunning Seungriel, a level 26 warrior who had set a trap waiting for him to walk right into. Shoving him down a hallway, Chulsu screamed, "Damn it, you told me to go this way." The warrior replied, "Straight to your graveyard." Chulsu realized he'd been tricked, damn it. While sprinting at top speed to escape, the system window popped up, making him cry out, "Are you kidding me? I'm busy running for my life here." The system notified, "The Goblin King is surprised by your cowardice in refusing to attack after catching your opponent off guard. You have gained 1 goblin point." He gasped, "Cowardice? It's calling me a coward. First you called me weak and mediocre, and now you're calling me a coward." He pondered inwardly, "I didn't do anything wrong from the start, so what on earth made me turn out so weak, mediocre, and cowardly? It was because the people who added me to their party betrayed me and suddenly attacked me out of nowhere." The more Chulsu thought about it, the angrier he got. He halted and shouted, "Listen up, goblin." The creature cried out, "Already, Kai-et." He continued, "We get looked down on because we're weak. From now on, we're wiping out the Everton Guild." Chulsu broke into a sinister goblin-style grin, Kai-et CCC. At the same time, the Everton Guild members chasing Chulsu were sprinting across the rooftops. Jihyun the Grim Reaper said, "Do you really need to tag along to wipe out a guy like him, Yoonhyuk of the Night? I think I'm enough on my own." He replied, "Don't drop your guard. Patton the Destroyer might be the weakest among us, but that thing killed him in a single beat. There's something abnormal about that goblin." Suddenly they heard a blood-curdling shriek echoing from below, "Ay." Yoonhyuk immediately stopped and cried out, "That scream." Jumping down to the ground below, he saw a man's corpse sprawled across wooden beams and instantly recognized him as Cunning Seungriel. Suddenly, Yoonhyuk felt a chill run down his spine as the goblin stood right behind him, its eyes radiating terrifying, murderous intent. Yoonhyuk instantly swung his blade backward with fierce strength, creating a loud explosive bang. The goblin stood amidst the billowing dust and smoke, grinning cheekily without a shred of fear, causing Yoonhyuk to shriek, "No way, it didn't take any damage at all." Suddenly remembering Minsung's death, he thought to himself, "So earlier, did I actually misjudge it, damn it." The goblin raised its club to retaliate as Yoonhyuk suddenly felt a crushing pressure weigh down on him, thinking, "I'm going to die." The goblin delivered a devastating downward blow while Yoonhyuk raised his sword, desperately trying to block it. He felt an overwhelming force pressing against his defense. Out of nowhere, Jihyun the Grim Reaper appeared, drawing her bow to attack, making Yoonhyuk scream, "What are you doing just standing there? Do you want the goblin to kill you?" He suddenly realized, Jihyun the Grim Reaper is here. We're actually fighting a goblin. How could a low-level monster like that deal millions of damage? Yoonhyuk was certain those guys were cheating. "Whoever's messing with me is gonna pay." He immediately activated his assassin skill, Absolute Hung. Crimson energy flared across his entire body, his eyes filled with killing intent as he spoke in a cold voice, "You're a real eyesore." The system announced, "Absolute Hung reduces your speed by 90%. From now on, all attacks will be critical hits." Seeing Yoonhyuk's mana plummet by 280 points, Jihyun shrieked, "What are you doing? It's just a goblin. Why are you using that skill?" He replied, "Don't worry, this skill acts like a passive. Though what kind of passive drains over half your mana?" Yoonhyuk activated another skill, Inverted Sword Stance, adding 30% physical damage to his blade while sacrificing 50% of his critical hit rate, declaring, "We'll take it down in one strike and then go after the other guy." Jihyun answered, "Ha, fine, let's wrap this up fast before anyone else sees." The girl activated her archer skill, Gale Arrow, as a blinding green light erupted, radiating a strange power. Jihyun muttered, "I never thought I'd see the day you blew all your skills just to fight a goblin." The system announced, Gale Arrow has nullified all movement speed reduction effects within the area of effect. All attacks will be critical hits, physical damage increased by 30%, slow effects removed, assassin class passive skill grants an extra 20% critical damage, with damage scaling proportionally to movement speed. Yoonhyuk launched his attack, enough messing around goblin. Aiming at the goblin, he slashed down with a mighty blow, but suddenly felt like he was just cleaving through empty air. Yoonhyuk thought to himself, wait, no way. The goblin stuck out its tongue and grinned stupidly. Immediately afterward, a heavy crash echoed as Yoonhyuk was sent flying backward, slamming straight into the wall. He was completely obliterated. Chulsu asked in a cold voice, "Who's finishing off who in a single strike, huh? Why didn't you say you'd finish me off after hitting max level?" Jihyun was utterly astounded, crying out, "What just happened? Could this goblin not just be an ordinary monster?" Chulsu laughed, "Hehe, that's right, I summoned it." The goblin chuckled, "Kayetsi, agreeing with its master. Jihyun stammered, "How can a goblin have this kind of power?" Yoonhyuk of the Night is the strongest member of the Everton Guild. Chulsu pulled a ferocious expression and replied, "That's your problem. The important thing right now is that I am very angry." Jihyun frowned and demanded, "HMPH, what do you want? What did we even do to you?" Chulsu challenged, "Do you seriously not know what the hell is going on?" A lecherous expression plastered across his face, he shouted, "It's your fault for being too attractive." Jihyun shrieked, "Aaa, you pervert." Overreacting to her reaction, he hastily defended himself. "Wait, that's not what I meant. You guys attacked first, so me and my precious baby got all worked up." Hearing the word worked up, Jihyun screamed again, "Your precious baby got worked up. Aaa." Chulsu broke out in cold sweat, thinking, if anyone else sees this, they'll totally misunderstand. He ordered Goblin stop her from crying. The creature let out a kaiet and stepped forward. By then, a massive crowd had gathered down on the street. Someone yelled, "Did everybody hear that noise?" Pointing up at the rooftop, he exclaimed, "Look over there, it's those people from earlier." Chulsu looked down, anxiety gripping his chest. Everyone's gathered around already. He quickly urged, "Hey Goblin, hurry up and finish what you're doing so we can bail." But it seemed too late, as the crowd watched the goblin covering the girl's mouth. They immediately screamed, the goblin wiped out the Everton Guild and is now bullying a surviving woman. Aaa were probably next. Chulsu completely froze. Damn it, I only meant to get revenge on the Everton Guild, but now I'm stuck in this impossible dilemma and can't escape. An idea flashed through his head as he shouted, "Goblin, stop, let that woman go." Hearing that, the people below gasped. Did that young man just tell the goblin to let the girl go? Someone marveled. A guy with basic starting gear actually daring to stand up against a monster even the Everton Guild surrendered to. The goblin immediately obeyed, letting Jihyun go on the spot. Chulsu burst into fake tears and yelled out loudly, "Stop it, this ends now." For some reason, the crowd below misheard it as, he said today is the goblin's doomsday. The crowd awed in admiration, "Hey buddy, I don't know who you are but..." The people in the back chorused together, "Good luck, crush it, we're rooting for you." Seeing this, Chulsu froze, panic flaring in his chest. What the heck is this now? Why is everyone cheering for me? They should be mocking me instead. Suddenly it hit him, wait. Do they not realize this goblin was summoned by me? Well, to be fair, I did say, let me handle this goblin. I don't want the Everton Guild getting hurt earlier. Chulsu immediately jumped in front of the girl and shouted, "Let this woman go." Jihyun gasped gratefully, "Oh Chulsu." He said to the goblin in a stern voice, "This ends here." Inwardly, he imagined himself saying all those cool things. So that means right now, I'm a hero saving a damsel in distress from a monster. Without realizing it, Chulsu faked covering his face and sobbed, "Hoo hoo hoo hoo." Peeking through his fingers at Jihyun, he suddenly blurted out, "You." Seeing his weird expression, Jihyun suddenly felt a chill. Chulsu growled in a low voice, "You don't want to die in agony like your comrades, do you? I won't kill you if you keep quiet about me and this goblin." The girl instantly replied, "Fine, okay. I promise I won't tell anyone." He smiled with satisfaction and said, "All right." Chulsu suddenly barked loudly, "Goblin. Even as a mere monster, how dare you invade this village and inflict suffering on the townspeople? He tried to act as heroic as possible, booming pompously, I will. The system announced the activation of the skill, take the goblin for a walk, as a golden chain tied around the goblin's neck. Straining to pull it along, Chulsu shouted, I will never forgive you. In no time, he successfully restrained the goblin and jumped down onto the streets. Strutting forward with a cool, heroic expression, he looked the absolute part of a true hero. The crowd was blown away. That restraint skill with the glowing red chains, who would have thought a newbie village like this would have someone capable of using such high-level skills? The goblin obediently trotted behind him, letting out a few kiet sounds as everyone marveled. With just a single pull, he made the goblin submit. Little did they know that in reality it was just the skill to take the goblin for a walk. The system notified, the goblin's mood has improved thanks to the walk skill. Chulsu said to everyone in a stern voice, go on home, it's too dangerous, I can handle this myself. Looking down from above, Jihyun heard someone say, no wonder the Everton Guild surrendered. His estimated level has gotta be over 50. Other players nearby were shocked. Level 50? Then it wasn't that the guild was weak, it's just that nobody here stood a single chance against him. Chulsu thought, I can't beat them in a straight fight, but with my skills I can force them to back down. Channeling his energy slightly, he activated the feed the goblin skill, and a sausage materialized in his hand. Throwing the sausage hard outside the city gates, Chulsu roared loudly, this will be your death anniversary. The goblin cheered happily with a kiet and dashed out at full speed after the sausage. Chulsu screamed, right now, close the city gates. Just as the goblin stepped past them, the gates slammed shut instantly. The other players exclaimed, it's over, just like that. Chulsu wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, is everyone all right? The crowd cheered in joy while he did it. He chased the goblin away, wow. He let out a sigh of relief, everything's resolved. I almost ended up looking like a lunatic who wiped out an entire guild. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. The other guild members are all dead and have been teleported back to the resurrection altar at the Paschal Sanctuary. I'm the only one who knows about the relationship between you and the goblin. Chulsu fell silent, wondering inwardly, the woman from earlier, huh? Jihyun said in a serious tone, I promise I'll keep my word. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind, oh ho, I can make use of her. Chulsu responded coldly, saying that word had it you get infinite health in Paschal, and even complete protection from monsters and other players, which is why that place is called a sanctuary. Suddenly, he threatened her, asking if she would keep it a secret, because otherwise he would kill her, camp out at the resurrection altar, and kill her over and over again by dealing more damage than the health she regenerated, promising he meant it. Hearing this, Jihyun got a little scared and the girl screamed, no, absolutely not. Sun change. Chulsu lay down and said comfortably, though it didn't go as planned, it's pretty awesome to stay in such a fancy room just for doing a good job. He stretched his legs out flat on the large bed, murmuring with pride. Then he suddenly remembered the scene of Catherine being crushed. I didn't have the power back then, but if I had it now, I definitely would have saved her, she was so hot. Chulsu suddenly sat bolt upright. Oh right, almost forgot about the goblin points I got from that goblin king. He opened up the system to check. Kim Chulsu, Goblin Summoner, 1 goblin point. I chose this class because I felt strangely similar to goblins, and now I'm getting points just for being called cunning. At this rate, the goblins are gonna adopt me as their sworn brother. He continued browsing the shop where most skills were still locked. Chulsu muttered, the high-tier skills are all locked, so I guess I only have one choice left. He wondered, what does gather mean? The moment he clicked it, a notification popped up on the screen. You have used the Goblin Gather skill. In a split second, the goblin appeared right in front of him, lunging forward to headbutt him in the face. Chulsu screamed, holy crap, what the hell is this? Is this a skill that summons monsters right to your face? The goblin stood on the bed dancing around, squeaking, Kiet. Chulsu panicked, damn it, if anyone finds out you're here, we're totally screwed. What should I do? A voice outside the door called out, are you alright in there, adventurer? Chulsu blurted out, in an NPC, yeah, I'm fine, he whispered to the goblin, if you don't want to die, get lost right now. Seeing it raise its wooden club, he hurriedly said, alright, put it down, sorry about just now. Night had fallen and Chulsu sighed. Even though you didn't do anything wrong, you still get mocked and attacked so unreasonably. He laid the goblin down next to himself, stared at it for a long while and blurted out, you're really just like me. This world is full of bastards. The next morning, Chulsu walked down to the tavern, and the server greeted, "Welcome, valued guest." The members of the Everton Guild were already waiting there. As soon as he saw him, Patton said, "So you're the bastard from yesterday who saved our guild member." Chulsu replied nonchalantly, "Ah, yeah." Inside, he felt a bit anxious. There are way too many people here, and not having my goblin around makes me super uneasy. Yoonhyuk suddenly spoke up, "There's no reason for you to help us after we clearly established we were enemies." Even so, he offered a word of thanks. Chulsu thought to himself, cut the thanks and ditch the death glares. Seeing Jihyun staring at him fixedly, Yoonhyuk reassured her, "Don't worry, Jihyun the Reaper, it's clear he has no intention of fighting." Chulsu muttered internally, "Obviously not, the goblin isn't here, so you guys got totally fooled." He switched to another topic. "Like you said, the reason I helped you guys, even though you wanted to kill me, is because there's something I need." Yoonhyuk smiled faintly, guessing right on the mark. He said, "No matter the reason, we still owe you. The guild won't let a favor go unreturned and will help you out however we can." Chulsu stated bluntly, "No matter how much I farm in this beginner zone, I don't get much. I'm already over level 30 and I want to move on to the next area ASAP. You guys know the way, right?" Yoonhyuk suddenly asked, "Are you talking about Fiorindal? You're looking for someone who knows how to get there." Suddenly someone spoke up, "That's me, I know the way there." The speaker was Cunning Seungriel, a level 26 warrior. Chulsu thought to himself, "This guy is." He grabbed the guy by the collar and Seungriel hurriedly blurted out, "I'm sorry, seriously." Clearing his throat, the guy continued, "Seeing you handle that goblin all by yourself, you're definitely pretty strong, maybe even stronger than us." Patton clutched his head and cursed, "Damn it." Chulsu thought to himself, "Of course not. And if that guy had attacked me yesterday like he said, I definitely would have died in one hit." Cunning Seungriel said, "The beginner zone is also known as Lev, consisting of 5 ordinary dungeons. The grassland zone is where slimes appear. The geological dungeon, the dark forest, and so on. Dungeons you can enter at any time are also known as field dungeons. But if you want to leave Lev, you have to clear a conquest dungeon." Chulsu asked back, "Defeat the boss of a conquest dungeon." Seungriel explained, "Unlike field dungeons, conquest dungeons have fixed opening and closing hours. They have time limits and a limited number of clears because they're the final dungeons in the region. That's why they're places you absolutely must visit after leveling up enough in the current area." Yoonhyuk stood up and said, "Lev's conquest dungeon only opens once a month. The reason we gathered here is because we want to sweep it clean." Chulsu then asked, "So why are you guys here?" Without hiding anything, Yoonhyuk answered, "Well, yesterday was the day the conquest dungeon opened, but that damn goblin ruined everything, and now we're gonna be stuck in Lev until the next conquest cycle." Hearing this, Chulsu cried out, "We're gonna be stuck here for a whole month." He complained inwardly, "Damn it, I was making over $200,000 along with drops from level 80 monsters. My goblin could easily clear tougher dungeons, but thinking about being stuck in this town for a whole month without making money." Chulsu suddenly grabbed Yoonhyuk's collar and shouted, "Are you kidding me? A month? There's gotta be another way. Are you telling me to waste my precious time?" He replied, "Yeah, everyone here is pissed off about wasting time. The favor's been repaid, let's head back." Chulsu hung his head in despair. Jihyun glanced at him for a moment, and then bolted outside. The members of the Everton Guild walked away. The goblin hid behind a wooden barrel, giggling, "Kayet, Sishi." It suddenly glanced sideways, sensing something bizarre. Against the starry night sky, a blazing red spatial portal suddenly appeared. The system announced, "Boss Conquest system is open." Cunning Seungriol cried out, "What is this?" Patton was utterly shocked. "No way, there should be at least 30 days left until the next conquest." Yoonhyuk couldn't believe it either. The boss conquest has appeared. Inside the tavern, Chulsu also received the notification that the boss conquest system had opened. He thought to himself, "It's really open." Patton said it actually opened. The group stared at the blazing red portal in front of them. In just a single day, the boss conquest dungeon opened. Yoonhyuk asked, "How many people are left inside?" Cunning Seungriol replied, "The ones who were ready already cleared it yesterday and moved on to the next area." He blurted out, "So this time it's just us." Chulsu gritted his voice from behind, "I knew it, you guys tricked me. I should have realized it the moment you said I had to wait a whole month. You all betrayed me so you could get ahead. he roared, and even after all that I still actually believed you guys. Jihyun argued that's not true, you misunderstood, we didn't. Yoonhyuk said it's fine, so are you going or not? Cholsu roared, duh, you think I'm gonna sit here and watch you guys cash in? Someone really needs to tell the protagonist. Has anyone ever told you that you've got a seriously stubborn streak? Yoonhyuk said with a stern voice, all right then, let me explain quickly before we go inside. Based on the info we got, there's only one shrine leading into Lev's boss conquest area. That means there's a high chance we'll run into the boss the moment we step inside, so be careful. Of course, I don't think it's too dangerous as long as it's lower than our level, but being cautious never hurt anyone. Cunning Seungryul level 26 warrior and Death Jihyun level 27 archer readied themselves. Patton gave a huff. Our guild leader might not be here, but the guild is. A boss like this, it'll only take 10 seconds to take down. The group let out a few cheers. Yoonhyuk broke into a smile. Let's go, Everton. The group strode valiantly into the dungeon. Cholsu trailed right behind them. He instructed the goblin, if they find out you're with me, we're dead, so wait right here until I call you. The goblin obediently hid behind a tree trunk, letting out a few kayet cries. Remembering the incident with Siwon's group, he thought to himself, anyone has the potential to betray me just like back then. He gripped a high-grade healing stone in his hand, which restores 100 health points when the player's health hits 0. Cholsu muttered to himself, at least I've got a high-grade healing stone. Then he panicked, wait, hold on, didn't I already use it? Cholsu sprinted inside, screw it. The moment he stepped past the gate, he froze in his tracks. Cholsu cried out, so this is a boss conquest. A giant level 40 DCL monster was chasing the Everton Guild members for their lives. He roared, what the hell is this? It's a hidden dungeon. The system announced, this is a hidden dungeon, the domain of the DCL. Yoonhyuk asked Cunning Seungryul, got a plan this time? He replied, I haven't the slightest clue. Gone was any trace of his cool demeanor. Jihyun shouted loudly, Kim Cholsu, stop standing there and run for the gate. He sneered, you gotta be kidding me. You guys wanna run away from a hidden dungeon? Do you have any idea what the rewards in a hidden dungeon are? Yoonhyuk answered, everybody knows, you idiot. It's just that thing is level 40. If it hits us, our characters aren't just gonna die normally. Cholsu hesitated slightly, but it's only a 10-level difference. It can't be bad enough to cause a shock retirement. He told himself, worst case, I lose some HP and pass out. Do you think great loot is that easy to get? You guys have no idea how insane hidden dungeon rewards are. Summoning his courage, Cholsu yelled, fine, you guys run. I'll take all the loot by myself. He triggered the goblin summoner skill Gather, shouting out, Goblin, I choose you. At that moment, the goblin was standing outside, gazing up at the twinkling starry sky. It let out a soft kayet. Inside the dungeon, the DCL was charging forward at the speed of light. Cholsu roared, I said get out here already, damn it. A punch from the DCL slammed straight into his face and the system announced, Kim Cholsu has died. Seeing this, Patton shouted, holy crap, that idiot and the guy who attacked the goblin yesterday are the same person. Yoonhyuk said, who gives a crap about what happened to him? What's more important, the gate is closed. The group stared ahead as the heavy iron portcullis slammed down out of nowhere. Patton yelled, what? Only conquest dungeons close that early, this must be a hidden dungeon. Cunning Seungryul spoke in a grave tone, we underestimated this place. Normal dungeons have a very low mutation rate, but conquest can spawn hidden ones too. That's why we're running into a hidden conquest boss, a level 40 DCL, we have no choice but to fight. Lying on his gaming rig, Cholsu bit his lip and shouted in sheer frustration, Og. Even though I'm over level 30, I still got wiped out in a single hit. Looking at his player stat sheet, Kim Cholsu, Goblin Summoner level 31, Vitality 4, Endurance 2, Agility 0, Intelligence 1, Luck 0, Stat Points, 26. Only then did he remember, damn it, I forgot to allocate my stat points, but I can't summon the goblin anymore because the gate is closed. The treasure is right in front of my eyes, just a little bit further. That useless goblin, am I seriously gonna lose out on all the loot? Inside the dungeon, Yoonhyuk shouted loudly, Everton, let's start the hunt. Lying flat on the ground, Cholsu suddenly opened his eyes and thought to himself, what? Jihyun cast the archer skill Tailwind Arrow, instantly doubling the movement speed of her allies. Cunning Seungryul assessed the situation and called out, Shadow Yoonhyuk Speed Minsung. You two attack first and find its weak point. With Reaper Jihyun's speed buff, the enemy won't have time to react. The DCL raged fiercely, letting out an ear-splitting roar. Yoonhyuk and Minsung joined forces to execute their skill, 16 consecutive slashes. Every monster has at least one weak point. Doing 16 consecutive slashes twice meant over 30 strikes landing on its body, allowing them to figure out its weak spot by seeing which wound was deepest. The DCL stood towering, roaring continuously. Roa, Roa, Yoonhyuk asked, "Did you find it?" Minsung replied, "No, it's not taking any damage at all. I know this combo is just for finding weak spots, but it should at least deal some damage." Yoonhyuk agreed, "I feel the same way. That means there are only two possibilities. Either its defense is way too high, or before he could finish, both of them had to face a fresh attack from the DCL. Yoonhyuk drew his twin swords and leaped in to launch a counterattack. Quite a few small wounds were inflicted. The damage dealt came out to 1,800. Even though he used the matchless sword skill, Yoonhyuk realized, no, that's not it either. Even smaller hits did nothing. Level 40 DCL, HP, 28,200 out of 30,000. It possessed the passive skill Scorn the Weak, which nullifies any attack dealing less than 5% of its maximum HP. Patton suddenly said, "Hey, Shadow Yoonhyuk, you're the only one who can pull off damage like that against a level 40. Cunning Seungriel countered, "No, he's not the one with the strongest ultimate here. Based on this situation, someone else can do better." Level 27 Archer Death Jihyun immediately stepped forward. She channeled her ultimate skill, Reaper's Arrow, sacrificing her own HP to draw the bow. The more HP sacrificed, the higher the damage dealt. The confident girl muttered, "Everyone's gonna bow down as guild leader once they see I've got this skill." Patton yelled, "Death Jihyun, I don't know what that is, but it's gotta take a long time. I'll buy you some time." He roared Og and triggered the warrior's skill Warcry. Challenging the monster with Warcry, the DCL immediately charged forward to attack. A roaring Roa echoed alongside the strike. Chulsu thought to himself, "What an idiot, he's challenging the monster when he should be running to save his own skin." With a loud crash, the DCL's fist slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Patton stood his ground, laughing defiantly. "HMPH, that's nothing, I can get even stronger." Cunning Seungriel warned, "Don't let your guard down, Destroyer Patton. We can't afford a single mistake with this battle plan." Cunning Seungriel and Patton formed a small team, casting the Link skill to share damage with their bonded partner. The one with higher HP absorbs more of the damage. Chulsu thought to himself, "Their levels are low and they don't even have hidden classes." Yoonhyuk said, while the two warriors distract the monster, the assassin squad consisting of Berserker Suji, Eagle-Eyed Minsu, Bloodthirsty Hyunsu, Shadow Yoonhyuk, and Speed Minsung will chip away at its defense using passive skills. Assassin passive Weak Point Slice has a 1% chance on hit to reduce the enemy's defense by 2%, stacking up to 5 times. Chulsu thought to himself, "How are these guys so strong?" Patton and Cunning Seungriel launched a frontal assault to draw the DCL's aggro, while the assassin squad flanked it from behind. Jihyun stood in the distance, drawing her bow to buff the entire group. Chulsu cursed under his breath, "Damn it, they're gonna kill the boss." He gripped his healing stone tightly and calculated, "If I die, I won't get any EXP or loot." Patton suddenly noticed the DCL freezing up. Then called out in surprise, what the hell? "Why is it looking over there?" the system announced. "The monster has targeted another player." Worried about the strategy, Patton roared, "I'm the one you should be fighting." The DCL smashed its fist onto the floor with a loud bang. Over on the other side, Chulsu slowly stood up and said, I can't just watch these noobs fight anymore. Since I've got the highest level here, I'll help him out." He used the high-grade healing stone, which restores 100 HP to a player when their health hits 0. Chulsu grinned, "The main character always shows up at the last second." The system announced, "The DCL has targeted Kim Chulsu. The DCL has used the AoE skill Shattering Blast. A single strike wiped out the entire assassin squad. Eagle-Eyed Minsu is dead, Berserker Suji is dead, Bloodthirsty Hyunsu is dead, Speed Minsung is dead." Someone roared, "You bastards, why didn't you revive sooner?" The assassin squad was blown forward, collapsing right in front of Patton. Seeing this, he let out a furious scream. "How dare you hurt my guildmates?" Seeing Patton get so worked up, Seungriel warned, "No, don't let your guard down." But it was too late. Patton executed the warrior skill Great Strike. He struck the DCL, but the monster instantly counterattacked, and Patton couldn't block it, taking a massive 3,890 damage deduction. And because of the Link skill sharing damage with the bonded partner, the one with higher HP took more damage. Seungryul got caught in the crossfire too, taking 2,456 damage with not-so-minor internal injuries, as he cursed, "You idiot." The system announced, "Destroyer Patton is dead, cunning Seungryul is dead." Cholsu stood there frozen. What did I do? This isn't my fault, I just revived myself. Yoonhyuk had returned. He thought to himself, monsters always target healers and ranged players rather than tanks. But because of the war cry skill, the monster instead targeted the tank, Destroyer Patton. The moment an unexpected player revived, it reset the monster's aggro priority, wiping out the assassin squad before they could even react, and the same went for the tank. Jihyun asked anxiously, "What should we do, Shadow Yoonhyuk? Should I shoot?" The system announced, "Archer skill Reaper's Arrow, sacrificing HP to draw the bow. The more HP sacrificed, the higher the damage dealt. Death Jihyun's remaining HP, 46%. Yoonhyuk replied, "Calm down, Death Jihyun, shooting right now will ruin the whole plan. We haven't even been able to max out the assassin's passive skill stacks. Assassin passive Weak Point Slice has a 1% chance on hit to reduce enemy defense by 2%, stacking up to 5 times with 3 stacks on the DCL. Yoonhyuk felt, it's still not enough to finish it off in one hit. He immediately moved, "I'll lure it, by all means don't cancel your skill. If we don't have your finishing blow, we won't stand a chance of winning." Jihyun tried to hold on, growing exhausted from the strain as she let out a grunt. Cholsu asked, "Hey, anything you need help with?" Jihyun snapped, "What good are you without a goblin? Just don't mess anything up." Her look implied, "Right now you're just a nuisance to us." Cholsu thought to himself, "Why are you looking at me like that? Just because I don't have a goblin? This is all your guys' fault anyway. You're the reason I couldn't bring my goblin along. It's entirely on you." He broke into a grim smile. "So weak yet so arrogant while relying on me. Fine, I'll let you guys handle yourselves until you drop dead." The DCL let out a roar, shifting its gaze. The system announced, "The DCL has targeted Death Jihyun." Yoonhyuk thought to himself, "As expected, it prioritizes our archer and ranged players." He dashed forward with his blades, roaring, "Where are you looking? I'm your opponent here." Yoonhyuk judged, "This is a reckless move," as he continuously cast the skill Frenzied Twin Blades, attacking the DCL, dealing 1,920 damage. Enraged, the DCL instantly stopped attacking Jihyun. And Yoonhyuk stared it down, "We're not done yet. This is who you should be fighting back against." Channeling his energy, he unleashed another move of Frenzied Twin Blades, his glowing blades carving a lightning-fast streak. He slashed a deep gash right across the DCL's chest. The way to really tick it off was by dealing massive damage to it. Yoonhyuk blurted out, "So it took 3 full power hits for you to finally consider me a threat, huh?" The DCL roared furiously. The system announced, "The DCL has targeted Shadow Yoonhyuk. Level 40 DCL HP, 22,460 out of 30,000. Yoonhyuk calculated, "Even though Weak Point Slice only stacked 3 times, that last hit made up for it. I just need to buy time for her." He sneered, "What's the matter?" pissed off. Yoonhyuk cast the assassin skill Shadow Step, capable of dodging all physical attacks for 3 seconds. "Go ahead and take on these next 3 seconds." But the system announced, "Insufficient energy." He froze. What? Before he could figure out his next move, the DCL landed a heavy blow on him. Cholsu stood stunned. As the system announced, Shadow Yoonhyuk is dead. He yelled, "You idiot, you were acting so confident earlier and now look at this. You should have just stayed down, I shouldn't have revived you." Jihyun shouted back, "What, are you serious right now? You think I'm stupid for getting stuck here just to draw this bowstring? Your revival ruined everything." Cholsu argued back, "So you're saying you idiots could have taken it down if I hadn't revived?" To which the girl screamed, "No, you moron, with 10 more seconds I could have killed it easily." He cursed, "Damn it, I'd rather see you all drop dead than watch you guys score the loot without me." The DCL's roar startled them both. "Huh." The system announced, "The DCL has targeted Death Jihyun." The girl immediately raised her bow. "Now's not the time to argue. It's not fully charged, but it's our only chance to shoot." Seeing Cholsu open his system menu, Jihyun demanded, "What the hell are you doing?" He suddenly remembered something. "Wait, I've got a question. You can't move while charging up your shot, right?" The girl looked doubtful. What are you planning?" Seeing Cholsu grab her, Jihyun screamed, "Don't come near me." He slung her over his shoulder and bolted like lightning. Jihyun wailed, "Oh lord," Cholsu shouted, "you said you just needed 10 more seconds." The DCL immediately gave chase. The girl was utterly shocked. "No way, how are you moving as fast as Shadow Yoonhyuk?" Chulsu thought to himself, I dumped all my stat points into agility. While an assassin wouldn't go full agility, I might not be an assassin, but my movement speed can match theirs. Anyway, that argument just now gave me one goblin point. Does it only give me points when I act inhuman? Damn it, Goblin King, are you implying I'm the bad guy here? Jihyun yelled, I'm ready, Chulsu urged, then shoot. While she snapped back, don't rush me, do you think it's easy to aim while moving this fast? If I miss, we're all screwed. Chulsu threatened, don't you dare miss. I'll make you guys pay 100 times over for the HP I lost and that high-grade healing stone. The DCL abruptly channeled its energy. A circular shockwave burst forth with explosive booms. At the same time, Jihyun cast her ultimate archer skill, Reaper's Arrow. The system announced, Death Jihyun has 1% HP remaining. Chulsu roared, finish it. Suddenly, the DCL unleashed a massive AoE skill, World Destroyer. It swung its arms down with a devastating blow, causing the ground to explode repeatedly as dirt and rocks flew thick into the air. Chulsu froze, so it was hiding that skill. This is an omnidirectional attack. Jihyun only has 1% HP left, plus I just revived, so I only have 100 HP, meaning if we get hit, we die instantly. Jihyun tried to aim, crying out, there's too much flying debris. At this rate, I can't hit it. A strange feeling crossed Jihyun's mind as she muttered. A sudden thought just flashed through my brain, is this the solution to this situation? Chulsu replied, no, it's just memories of playing games with friends, but blink and we're dead, lady. Right at that moment, a hand reached through a crack in the dimensional boundary. Goblin 999 appeared, flashing a Kayat grin. Seeing it, Chulsu raged, you bastard, took you long enough. It's been practically a whole week since I used Gather. Jihyun broke out in a cold sweat, what am I even looking at right now? It actually broke through the dungeon's spatial barrier to get in, must be a secret technique. Goblin 999 cast the skill Goblin Shield. It lunged forward to stand in front of Chulsu, facing the fierce DCL without a shred of fear. He shouted loudly, how's that for your final dying words, hidden boss? With the goblin in front and Jihyun on his shoulder, Chulsu said confidently, right on cue, we're at the climax. The archer completed her technique, full power Reaper's Arrow. Massive damage dealt, 22,524. The DCL paused as a huge hole blew through its body and it crashed backward onto the floor. The system announced, you have cleared the hidden dungeon, DCL's shrine. Jihyun still couldn't believe her eyes. We won, we actually beat the hidden dungeon, the system announced, level up. Archer Death Jihyun leveled up from 27 to 31. Goblin Summoner Kim Chulsu leveled up from 31 to 34. Looking slightly unsatisfied, he kept yelling, rewards, cough up the rewards. The system announced, all dead characters have been revived following the dungeon clearance. Yoonhyuk asked, is everyone okay? Patton sat up and replied, yeah, even though my mouth still tastes like blood, at least it's over. If its level was any higher, we really would have been goners. Cunning Seungryul looked out of it, his eyes completely motionless. Patton said, wait, Seungryul stopped breathing, prompting someone to suggest, hit him hard and he'll wake up. Yoonhyuk asked hesitantly, so, can someone explain what just happened? Seeing the Everton Guild members stare at him, Chulsu yelled, back off, hey hey. Jihyun thought to himself, why is he acting like that? Stammering, the girl said, about that. Right on cue, the system announced, you have leveled up. Goblin Summoner Kim Chulsu leveled up from 31 to 34. Seemingly displeased, he kept shouting, rewards, cough up the rewards. Seeing the notification pop up, you do not meet the conditions for the hidden class. Jihyun wondered, I still don't meet the conditions for the hidden class. Clearing a hidden dungeon isn't enough. Chulsu thought to himself, right when we completed the condition for upgrading our class by earning the Goblin King's trust, he finally realized, so to level up you have to clear special conditions inside the hidden dungeon. Once those conditions are met, you can upgrade without even fighting the boss. Besides, defeating the boss after getting the hidden class would have made way more sense. I wonder what that class was. Pushing the thought aside, Chulsu muttered, now's not the time to think about that, right now I gotta go grab the drops. His eyes glued to the loot pile, there it is, gotta snatch it fast. Jihyun stopped him, wait a minute. Both of us helped take it down, but everyone fought it together, we need to talk and split the loot with the others. Chulsu let out a roar. Jihyun sighed, he's been like that this whole time. Yoonhyuk asked, who is he, Gollum? He's been acting like this the whole time. Chulsu knelt on the ground, his tongue tangling as he mumbled, the Tria, My treasure? Jihyun corrected him, it's treasure. Yoonhyuk reasoned, the Lev boss is defeated. Sure, we got your help twice, but since our goal is met, we're not that hung up on the loot. Hearing this, Cholsu felt somewhat relieved, blurting out, really. But suddenly, a crunching sound came from behind him as someone stepped on loose stones. Turning around, he saw cunning Seungryul drawing his sword with cunning activated. Cholsu hurriedly yelled, I told you we shouldn't fight him, Shadow Yoonhyuk. Tusking, realizing Yoonhyuk probably didn't foresee this either, he muttered, what the actual hell? Seeing Seungryul about to strike, he raged, damn it, I knew you'd pull this, you didn't just betray me once but twice. Yoonhyuk replied, if we wanted to use force right now, you wouldn't even be standing here. Go ahead and take all the loot. The dropped items included raw steel material quantity 3, pure steel quantity 1, and the special item iron bow. Yoonhyuk hesitated, wait, isn't that bow a special item? Cholsu asked, well, what about this? He answered, you're not an archer, what are you gonna do with it, use it for firewood? Cholsu thought to himself, damn it, I know, the special item iron bow can't be sold and it's exclusively for archers. He knew he couldn't sell special items or use them without the class. But greedily clutching the bow tight, Cholsu still wanted it. Everyone has one of those anyway, even random mobs have them. Yoonhyuk said, stop being so greedy and give it to Death Jihyun. An idea sparked in his head and Cholsu said, fine. I'll give her this weapon, but you gotta trade me something for it. He asked in surprise, what? Cholsu laid his cards right on the table. This is an unsellable item which makes it priceless. Who's gonna take a loss if I keep this item? Heh, you guys gotta buy it from me, hu ha ha ha. Cunning Seungryul broke out in a cold sweat thinking, don't tell me. The only reason he put up with everything until we revived was just so he could sell the item back to us. Cholsu laughed ear to ear, yuhahaha. Yoonhyuk thought to himself, how utterly despicable, reminds me of that goblin from earlier. Goblin 999 was currently hiding inside a pile of rocks, since they were technically in the same party. Jihyun slung the bow over her shoulder, complaining, it's so heavy. Special item iron bow, unsellable, exclusive to archers, the very bow the DCL used before it became corrupted. Cholsu said in a stern tone, thanks for the trade, Everton. Yoonhyuk replied coldly, I've been thinking about it for a while and it's really no wonder you're so universally hated. Where are you heading once you get out of here? Cholsu grinned broadly, is it that obvious, heading somewhere with fewer people like you guys. The Everton Guild members quickly gathered and walked off with Yoonhyuk muttering, crazy jerk. Though that actually sounds kind of nice, shall we get going then? Jihyun turned back to give him a grateful look. Cholsu let out a huff and called for the goblin. It appeared instantly, and the two of them quickly exited the dungeon. The Everton Guild and Kim Cholsu cleared the hidden boss conquest. He felt a bit bummed about missing out on the bow, but realized he couldn't use it anyway. Instead, he got something way more useful. Opening his usable item inventory to inspect it, thief's gloves, you can steal anything, but only once. You cannot steal items from players of a higher level than you, and you cannot use this item against the user. Pulling out a tiny chunk of metal, he muttered, now this is the real jackpot, pure steel material. Cholsu licked his lips. Back then I was just a player who only knew how to mine, while those idiots only focused on special weapons without realizing the true value of this stuff. Who needs special weapons when this is all I need? He grinned greedily at the raw and pure steel. You guys were the ones who betrayed me first. Scene change, Cholsu arrived in Fiorandel, the Phoenix Elbassar. The place was bustling, prompting him to gasp, whoa, so many high-level players. Looking at a high-ranking adventurer in heavy armor walking past, he marveled, I've never even seen anyone wear a set like that, wonder how long it took them to grind for it. Cholsu's expression practically read, I can smell it, the smell of money. He told himself, first things first, even though I've got debts to pay, I need to upgrade my gear. Getting wiped out by a monster 9 levels lower than me even in a hidden boss room is just unacceptable. Looking down at his gear, if I remember right, I've been wearing this armor since level 3. A beginner armor requirement defense -1. Wait, how does a defense stat even go into the minus numbers? Suddenly, the goblin tugged at his pants, squeaking keek keek. Cholsu snapped, what is it? He threatened loudly, I'm warning you if you cause trouble in the village. But mid-sentence he froze as a giant, snow-white, long-haired saber-toothed cat came into view. Cholsu screamed, a monster. Damn it, why is there a boss-level monster in town? Goblin, protect me. The goblin instantly stepped in front of its master, letting out a few Kayat-Sishisi cries. A girl remarked, oh my, I've never seen anyone use a goblin as a summoned beast before. Level 76 Summoner Irene, riding atop the white saber-toothed cat, looked down at Cholsu and asked, "Is that your summoned monster?" Breaking out in a cold sweat, he thought to himself, "Someone's actually riding it, so this monster is a summoned beast too." Seeing him look terrified, Irene reassured him, "Don't worry, Michelle is very well behaved when we're in the village." Cholsu stammered, "But it's drooling everywhere." He concluded inwardly, "This person is insanely strong, I can tell without even fighting her." Same goes for the Everton Guild. Most guilds wouldn't even be qualified to fight her. Irene suddenly asked, "Little buddy, could you tell me your name?" He replied, "Kim Cholsu." She corrected, "No, I meant the little guy next to you. I heard you call him a goblin earlier." "You still haven't given it a name." Goblin 999 flailed its limbs around, squeaking "Kayet Kayet." Cholsu thought in disbelief, who even cares about that? And besides, who names a summoned monster? Also, you're calling this thing little buddy. Irene let out a loud haha, saying, "How can a one-sided relationship ever last?" The girl added, "Look at your summoned monster. It's showing an angry attitude toward its master who can't even be bothered to give it a name, right after hearing your command to protect me. Hopefully next time we meet you won't be as clueless anymore, Kim Cholsu." Irene ordered her pet, "Let's go, Michelle." Cholsu stammered, Well, thanks for the advice, but I don't need it, me and this guy don't have any problems at all." "Let's go, Goblin." Goblin 999 let out a few Kayet cries to obey its master. He immediately headed toward an equipment shop. A man looked at Cholsu with an extremely surprised expression and blurted out, "Hold on, even a dog would turn its nose up at your gear, you'd be better off wearing scrap metal." That was Humphrey the foul-mouthed NPC, a prime candidate for the guild presidency of trash talkers. Cholsu hastily defended himself, "That's exactly why I came to buy something better." After browsing for a bit, the man handed over an item, saying, "HHM, this set is way too good for you, but this one should fit." The system displayed information as Cholsu calculated mentally that 350 gold was equivalent to about $40. "Even though I have a max-level summoned monster, if a summoner like me dies alone, it's game over. That's why I need at least a small amount of defensive stats." He opted to make the purchase. Humphrey let out a HMPH and remarked, "At least you've got an eye for things, wear it well, I used high-grade iron for an idiot like you." "Damn, what a cursed person to run into, every word out of his mouth stinks." Cholsu put the armor on and exclaimed, "Ooh, this armor looks great." But he quickly realized, "Damn it, I can't move." Humphrey shouted, "A guy like you's better off staying still." The item's sturdy iron armor required a vitality stat of 24. Since Kim Cholsu's vitality was only at 4, the armor was too heavy for him, rendering him unable to move. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I dumped all my points into agility to beat that heavy armor guy, I've got to resell this." Humphrey grumbled irritably, "HHM, you want me to buy back this piece of scrap metal? I'll take this sturdy iron armor off your hands for 30 gold. Hearing that, Cholsu felt like he was being choked. "What the hell? You just sold it to me for 350 gold. Damn, did I just get scammed by an NPC? Suddenly, he noticed a glowing yellow exclamation mark appear above the man's head. Cholsu asked curiously, "Wait a minute, what's that exclamation mark above your head?" Humphrey suddenly blurted out in a panic, "It's not here, I can't find it." While speaking, he started rummaging frantically through his tools to search for it. Cholsu felt a bit bewildered, wondering what on earth the guy was doing. With an extremely panicked expression, Humphrey cried out, "My hammer is missing. Without it, I can't forge anything anymore." Cholsu said, "But you've got plenty of others." Goblin 999 let out a Kayet sound. Humphrey explained, "This one's different, I need my old hammer. That hammer must be lying in the underground aqueduct dungeon near the entrance of the village. Go find it for me." The system announced, "Quest Humphrey's Trouble, find Humphrey's metallurgical hammer. Reward allows you to process materials for forging armor." Cholsu finally realized, "Oh, so it's a quest. It'll let me process materials to forge armor." After a moment of rumination, he understood. So that's why the materials from the boss dungeon are so expensive. It turns out that's why those materials cost a fortune. Holding scraps of ruined and pure steel in his hands, Cholsu calculated, "If I can process these things into equipment, that would be amazing." He smiled slightly and asked, "The underground aqueduct, right?" The system notification displayed that you have accepted the quest, Humphrey's Trouble. Cholsu crossed his arms over his chest and said with a confident look, "I don't need to worry about anyone else. Teammates are just a burden anyway." With Goblin 999 carrying the team right by his side, it meant he could clear the dungeon easily in less than 30 minutes. Suddenly, Humphrey's voice roared from behind him, "What are you still standing around for, you idiot? Go find my hammer." Chalsu startled and turned around. As the system displayed the quest condition, if Humphrey the foul-mouthed dies, the quest fails. He yelled, "Why the hell are you following me?" Chalsu thought to himself, if he dies, does that mean the quest fails? I actually have to drag this level 13 dead weight around with me. What an unexpected variable. Humphrey barked, "Why aren't you moving out already? What are you staring at? Don't go sticking your nose into other people's business." Frowning, Chalsu thought, since I dumped all my points into agility, my movement speed is pretty decent. I can just skip the regular mobs and take down the boss quickly. Chalsu answered, "Ah yeah, I'm heading out right now. Let's go." He dashed off, calculating internally, I know this type of quest well. These annoying NPCs just follow the player and stand still when the player gets too far. I'll use that trick to leave him behind at the entrance. Suddenly, the system announced, "Foul-mouthed NPC Humphrey is under attack." Chalsu halted in his tracks. What? Over there, Humphrey was surrounded by a bunch of zombies and mutant slimes as he roared, "HMPH, you dare oppose the great Humphrey?" Chalsu screamed, "No, stop fighting, retreat right now." He loudly shouted, "Goblin." Goblin 999 rushed over like a gust of wind. It shrieked, "Kaya." The wooden club flew right past Humphrey's face. Dealing damage close to 100 million, it wiped out the entire mob of zombies and slimes in one sweep, laughing a creepy Kayetsi. Claws and tongues of zombies along with mutant slime goo were scattered all over the floor. Humphrey arrogantly stated, "As expected, they're no match for the great Humphrey." Chalsu said in a cold voice, "Something's coming." He instantly glanced over to the other side, this sign. Gripping his hammer, the blacksmith bolted, shouting, "It's that way." Fury surged in Chalsu's heart. Should I just kill this bastard right now? He's so annoying, rushing recklessly into danger without knowing fear. He calculated, should I have the goblin protect him and run to the boss alone? No, if I call the goblin over and the NPC dies, I'm screwed. There's only one way. Chalsu ordered the goblin, change of tactics, from now on we're wiping out all regular mobs. The goblin shrieked, "Kaya." After running a short distance, Humphrey ran into a pack of giant rats blocking the path. He yelled, "You monsters, you dare make your nest in Phoenix Elbasar and even steal my hammer, I'll wipe every single one of you out." Wielding his hammer, he charged forward, roaring at the top of his lungs. Witness my secret ultimate technique. Goblin 999 rushed in to take the vanguard, slaughtering the opponents. Humphrey swung his hammer furiously until he got dizzy, muttering, "It's been a while since I've used this much strength." With damage output hovering around 1 million points, the goblin rampaged through the pack of giant rats. Observing the battle, Chalsu muttered, "Awesome. It'll take longer than expected, but doing it this way is way safer." "This damn old man won't die easily anyway." Seeing Chalsu smile, Humphrey asked, "Hey you, are you looking down on me?" Chalsu replied, "This isn't looking down on you." The NPC shouted loudly, "Before I was a blacksmith, I used to be a proud warrior." Foul-mouthed NPC warrior Humphrey, level 13. Using the warrior skill War Cry provokes monsters. Humphrey roared, "You bastards." A skeleton suddenly stirred to life, letting out a long, echoing howls, "Uaza." Humphrey boasted proudly, "My roar has awakened even the forgotten ancient souls." Before them stood an army of skeletons consisting of Skeleton King, level 35, skeletons at levels 31, 33, 33, 33, 33, and 32. He cheerfully declared, "Now this puts me in the mood for a real fight." Chalsu was utterly furious, so with that stupid move he just woke up a bunch of monsters we could have easily walked past without a fight. He yelled, "Is this garbage quest designed just to piss me off right now? I am so damn angry, is this the last time you guys pull these ridiculous stunts?" Goblin 999 picked up a rock, spinning it on its fingertip, before suddenly crushing it so hard it broke in half. Shrieking Kaya, it hurled the rock straight at the enemy as Chalsu muttered, "If you guys pull that again, I'm killing everything, quest or no quest." 3 hours later. After a long journey, Chalsu felt truly helpless. That crazy old man kept messing things up. Dragging someone like him along is basically a hidden dungeon-level nightmare. Humphrey replied clearly, "I am still Humphrey." The system announced that Kim Chalsu, Goblin Summoner level 34, had leveled up to level 37. Suddenly touching the wall with his hand, he noticed a strange noise. Chalsu asked, "What's that sound?" Humphrey yelled, "Get back, it's a trap." Abruptly, a flash of light cut through the hallway, and 3 arrows shot forward simultaneously. Terrified, Chalsu grabbed the goblin to use as a shield in front of him and screamed, "Ah, ah, ah." Luckily, the goblin blocked all 3 arrows in time. He gasped, "That was way too close for comfort. Why did the trap activate out of nowhere? What is going on?" Cholsu quickly found his answer. Humphrey had stepped on a trigger mechanism right under his feet. An arrow pierced straight through his chest, plunging his HP down to critical levels. Foul-mouthed NPC Humphrey, level 33, he wheezed, a bunch of cowards, trash who only know how to run away and survive. Hearing that, the veins on Cholsu's forehead throbbed violently. The system announced, foul-mouthed Humphrey has been afflicted by a debuff poison. His HP plummeted continuously from 180 down to 20 and finally hit 0. The system announced, foul-mouthed Humphrey is dead. Scene shift, Cholsu ran like he was being chased by a ghost, screaming at the top of his lungs. I'm gonna kill you, you crazy greatsword bastard, even if you're dead I'll kill you again. Humphrey, his loud roar caught someone's attention. Jiho looked down from above into the street, muttering, found him at last. Kim Cholsu, breaking hard in front of the blacksmith shop, he yelled loudly, Humphrey. The blacksmith muttered, what about your gear? Seeing Cholsu shove the goblin right in his face, Humphrey roared, what is it this time, you trash? Cholsu smiled and asked, well, was that your only dying declaration? Humphrey replied indifferently, thanks for finding my hammer. Cholsu's face fell, is that really all you wanted to say? Suddenly the system announced, completed quest Humphrey's grievance. Found one metallurgical hammer, materials are now sufficient to craft equipment. Reading the prompt he shrieked, what? The hammer just magically appeared. Humphrey answered, it dropped the moment those zombies showed up, did you not see it? Are you stupid? Cholsu felt like he'd been slapped across the face. Why didn't you say so earlier, old man? Raising his voice, the blacksmith replied, I just wanted to tell you one thing, you're nothing more than trash, understand? Turning back to his blazing furnace, he began running his mouth endlessly. The quality of equipment is directly proportional to the sweat of the blacksmith. The high-purity steel turned glowing red as Humphrey struck it hard with his hammer, saying with a dead serious expression, watch closely. The highest-grade materials in the hands of the finest blacksmith will be reborn. The new finished product is fresh out of the forge. Humphrey let out a HMPH, adding, a fine piece of equipment has been made, this is what they call casting pearls before swine. Cholsu grumbled, you said quality is proportional to sweat, but I didn't see a single drop of sweat on you. The blacksmith snapped, that's why the quality is low. But when Cholsu put it on, he was utterly stunned. This is materials even rarer than a secret dungeon dropped from a hidden raid boss. My very first rare armor. Everyone passing by was instantly drawn to it as the system provided detailed specs. Rare green steel armor, level 36. Durability 24. When attacked, 1% chance to trigger heaven and earth shatter. Humphrey said with a stern face, I'm not taking any money this time. Don't thank me too much, it's gross. Showing his usual thick skin, Cholsu immediately replied, I was actually planning not to. Suddenly the system announced, PK mode activated. Cholsu felt a wave of murderous intent rushing toward him, and instinctively leaned to the side. Sure enough, a cold blade came flashing in from behind. Cholsu shrieked, eek, what is this, a PK? Why are you suddenly attacking me? Jiho muttered, you actually dodged my sneak attack. As expected, you're strong enough to push her into a near-death state. Cholsu explained, hey, I upgraded my agility quite a bit. Wait, no, that's not it. Remembering the main issue, Cholsu shouted loudly, what the hell are you doing all of a sudden? Who is her that you keep talking about? Jiho answered, playing dumb, the last person she formed a party with was Kim Cholsu, it has to be you. Yet you're acting like you don't know her, HMPH, trying to pretend you don't know Catherine. With that, he launched another sword strike. Clutching his head in panic, Cholsu frantically searched his memory. Wait. If it's Catherine, there was a mage with that name in the mine back then. Cholsu hurriedly defended himself. Wait, hold on, I can't believe this. I don't know what she told you, but I'm the victim here. She's the one who betrayed me first, you double-crossing jerk. Jiho gasped, what a victim, while you're living normally like this. And she's turned into an unawakening vegetative state, you dare say you're the victim. Cholsu froze in shock, a vegetable, what? Total chaos churned in his heart. I knew she suffered a massive shock from the Jiger back then, but how could it be severe enough to turn her into a vegetable? Because of me? No. Cholsu stammered out loud, it's the Jiger. It was the Jiger's fault, I didn't do anything wrong, The man cut him off, whether you're at fault or not isn't up for you to decide. Because she ended up like that. The succession rights for the heir of the Semyon group are being shaken. While speaking, he delivered a devastating blow straight at Cholsu. But the result shocked him immensely. He thought to himself, no way, he didn't take any damage at all. Cholsu stepped forward to negotiate, hey, let's talk this over from the beginning nice and slowly. Is there something wrong with the daughter of the Semyon group chairman? He put on a cunning expression in true goblin style, while the goblin chimed in with a kai-et to back up its master. Chulsu knew very well what the Simyong group was. Cars, cell phones, semiconductors, and more, a conglomerate famous not just in Korea but renowned worldwide. Where simply getting hired meant you were considered a successful person. And the daughter of that chairman's group was now lying unconscious in a hospital room because she fainted while playing a game with him. Hearing his explanation, Jiho gasped. So you mean the young miss was attacked by a level 80 monster in a hidden dungeon? Chulsu answered, yeah, probably. Maybe the shock made it impossible for her to recover. I think that's a possibility. The man wondered, then how did you manage to escape from a place like that when you were barely level 3 back then? The young miss was close to level 40 and still ended up like that, so it's hard to accept that you came out completely unscathed. The interrogation left Chulsu speechless. He stammered, well, the thing is, I changed into a hidden class so I was lucky enough to escape. I just got lucky. No, actually, the young miss should have been the one to change classes instead. He sighed inwardly. It's so ridiculous, even with top doctors doing everything they can, she's still like this. If it were me, I would have died ages ago. Is there really nothing that can be done? Jiho still looked at him with suspicious eyes. A level 3 player saying they changed into a hidden class and safely escaped from there. From what I've heard, hidden classes aren't almighty. Chulsu scratched his head, changing the subject as he asked, so, are the chances of the young miss waking up really low? Jiho snapped, watch your words, she's still alive just without consciousness. Even though the best doctors had done their best, the answer remained the same. The reason for not waking up was unknown and currently there was no other way. Chulsu sighed, so we can only wait for her to wake up like this. An idea flashing in his head, he suggested. If that's the case, why don't we try curing her using the very thing that caused the injury, meaning the game itself? Jiho pondered for a moment before pushing up his glasses and saying, go on. Chulsu let out an ah, answering hesitantly, well, I once read an American news article. Someone got beaten no, someone got logged out of the game. After losing consciousness, that person, or rather that player, no wait, their family members, when everyone had lost all hope, that person suddenly regained consciousness inside Haven's door. I think the article said something like that. Of course, the probability is extremely low, like 1 in 9,900,000, something like that. In his heart, he thought, I'm totally making this up. I'm lying to these desperate people right now because this girl lied to me first. Grabbing Jiho's hand with an expression of utter sincerity, Chulsu said, but instead of just sitting around passively waiting for her to wake up, shouldn't we at least grasp at the very last straw? The man stared at him fixedly for a long time, trying to probe his smallest reactions. His sharp gaze made Chulsu feel quite uneasy. Scene shift, Catherine stood there, her beautiful face completely expressionless and vacant. Chulsu muttered, I can't believe the chairman actually allowed this, letting her log back in even while unconscious. These people must be truly desperate. He felt a bit anxious. Still, if they find out I lied to a massive conglomerate like Simyong, I'll definitely be assassinated without anyone ever knowing. Walking around Catherine, he muttered to himself, regaining lost consciousness through a game. Nonsense, I've never heard of such a thing. Chulsu encouraged himself, but at least I'll be the guy who tried his hardest to save her. A huge corporation like that wanting to save their number one heir whom everyone gave up on, would they ignore someone who put in this much effort like me? If I get lucky and she actually wakes up, it's a massive success, and even if she doesn't, I still come out ahead, right? Goblin 999 let out a kai-et as if agreeing with its master. Reaching out to touch Catherine's chin, Chulsu calculated, I'll pretend to try and save her for a while, and after a certain period I'll come back and say, everyone prepare yourselves for the worst. Chulsu suddenly burst into laughter. Oh man, hahaha, I really am a genius, aren't I? So I guess I have to take her along with me for now. Looking at Catherine standing there motionless, he lamented, but she can't even walk on her own, how am I supposed to drag her along? Pondering for a long time, he finally found a way as Chulsu cheered, oh right. Goblin 999 saw its master get excited and also cried out, kai-et. Watching the girl start walking, he looked satisfied. As expected, game mechanics-wise, you just have to pull and she gets dragged along, that settles it. But after walking a short distance, Chulsu noticed countless gazes staring straight at the two of them. He felt a pang of guilt, looking at me, is this actually okay? Goblin 999 seemed thrilled, laughing loudly with a kai-et ccc. The passers-by were furious, with one woman yelling, oh look at that, he's making a goblin drag a female player along, that's so messed up, I hope he drops dead. Hearing that, Cholsu felt like things were going completely wrong. He turned around to defend himself. Oh, it's just a misunderstanding, I know her. A woman standing nearby shouted loudly, is that how you treat someone you call close? A man next to her chimed in, if I were close to you, would you do that to me too? Cholsu froze, what? Damn it, I've been pushed into a corner. How is this any different from the last village? Right on cue, someone called out from the side, over here. Looking at this white-bearded man who looked somewhat familiar, he asked, old man you are. He hurried to answer, no time to explain, follow me quickly. Cholsu snapped, explain yourself unless you want to die. Walking into a dead-end alley, he said, I never expected to run into you again. The cowardly, cunning bastard. He corrected him, saying it was Sungriel. By now, the old man knew for sure that the goblin was indeed his summoned pet. Cholsu answered frankly, thanks to that I escaped a dangerous situation, but I can't trust you guys. Tell me, what is the Everton Guild plotting this time? Cunning Sungriel let out a HMPH and explained, don't misunderstand, last time was just a gathering to hunt a boss. Our guild doesn't usually hang out together like that. Hearing this, Cholsu felt somewhat relieved, blurting out, is that so? Well, anyway, that's good. Goblin 999 stood nearby, occasionally crying out Kai Kayet. He shifted to another topic. You're like an intelligence-gathering spy for Everton, right? Give me some info, will you? I don't know anything about this area yet. Raising a hand to his mouth to signal quiet, the old man whispered, if you want me to explain this Fiorindal region, we need to move somewhere else first. Turning toward another direction, he said, this way. Cholsu felt like this scenario seemed a bit too familiar. The system announced that PK mode had been activated. He punched the old man a few times until Sungriel's head swelled up like a pig's head, forcing him to spill everything. I don't know much about Fiorindal either. However, boss raids here don't spawn once a month like back in Rev. Certain conditions have to be met for them to appear. Sungriel wondered, why are you so obsessed with dungeons anyway? Whenever there's even a slight delay in clearing a dungeon, you fly off the handle. Cholsu made up a random excuse. Well, because of money, obviously. You gotta run hard dungeons to make big bucks, isn't that right? Internally, he calculated, I don't need to mention that I'm milking a bug, otherwise someone might report me. Sungriel said in a serious tone, no matter how much you want to enter a tough dungeon, everything needs to be done in order, and you've only just set foot in the Fiorindal region. Conveniently, right here in Phoenix Elbasar, there is the royal capital where you can take on the game's main quests, which is why high-level players frequently visit. Hearing him say that, Cholsu shouted, that's right, the main quest. If I just complete the quests, I'll naturally be able to advance to higher-level areas. Why didn't I think of this sooner, damn it? Excitedly, he said, awesome, let's go, Goblin. The two of them aggressively strode forward at a fast pace. Suddenly, he noticed something missing from the string in Goblin 999's hand. Cholsu stopped in his tracks, shouting, where's that girl, that bastard? Not far away, two punks were standing in front of Catherine, with the chubby one saying, I don't know why a pretty girl like you would hang out with a guy like that, but we can make you feel way more comfortable. The short one chimed in, bro, look at that girl's gear, Kiki, those are all super expensive items, right? The chubby one licked his lips. She must have been going to the restroom and left her character online, not putting up any resistance at all. The two closed in on Catherine, so you guys are actually the ones in the wrong here. Go call the guards to protect this girl already. Doesn't that feel way more comforting? Meanwhile, Cholsu ran like the wind, worried sick in his head. Oh crap, that girl is unconscious, and just taking a tiny bit of damage could actually kill her for real. This time he couldn't dodge responsibility anymore. Suddenly, he received a call from Jiho, who asked in a stern voice, is the young lady safe? Cholsu panted as he replied, huff huff, of course she is. He offered, let me see her face. Cholsu answered out of habit, transfer the money first, then quickly corrected himself, oh wait, right now she and I are doing some important work. Jiho asked, what kind of work has you breathing so hard? Cholsu yelled, ah damn it, right now I'm the other guy questioned, seeing what you crazy jerk. He hung up the system call. Jiho stared at the notification, message disconnected. He cursed this bastard. The person sitting next to him said in a low voice, forget it, it's probably nothing. Jiho lowered his head and spoke softly, sorry for causing a commotion, Mr. Chairman. Kimun Doryong, a level 76 knight, asked him, you know full well that Catherine is the heir to the Simyeong group, right? What could an ordinary guy like him possibly do? In real life, this person was the chairman of the Simyeong group, Han Gimu. Jiho asked with a hint of confusion, why did you hand her over to a guy like that? If she can be treated inside the game, wouldn't it be better to leave her care to our side? Gimun sighed and said, treated? Isn't it common knowledge that there's no hope for that? Even if the chance of Catherine running into trouble is tiny, what difference does it make? She's a child born into the Simyeong family, spending her entire life living according to prearranged paths. The only thing she ever chose for herself was to enter this world of heaven's door. And to her, that place is an escape and the only place where she's truly free. Isn't looking at the ceiling of that place better than staring at a hospital ceiling? At that moment, Cholsu was running at full speed to search for Catherine. He complained, good grief, what kind of game simulates heavy breathing too? How am I supposed to find her? This village is insanely huge. Suddenly he remembered, wait, come to think of it. Even though I didn't do anything, I still got 1 goblin point. He opened his system menu to check. Oh, the locked skills have been unlocked. A new skill was now available in the goblin skill shop. Cholsu thought happily, let's see what's this. Share stamina with goblin, consumes the user's HP to restore the goblin's stamina proportional to the percentage consumed. He felt puzzled, restore stamina for something that doesn't even lose HP. Cholsu opened the next skill, throw goblin throws the goblin in the desired direction. He mused, throwing a goblin, nice, this actually sounds useful. Cholsu cast the goblin summoning skill, then grabbed it by the head. He immediately triggered the throw goblin skill. With a whoosh, goblin 999 shot high up into the sky. It looked around its surroundings, then pointed down at a certain corner, squeaking, Kayet Kayet. Cholsu laughed out loud, so she's over there, Catherine. He quickly sprinted toward that direction. Laughing heartily, he muttered, Hehes, Catherine, I'm coming to get you. From now on we'll be together forever. Running up, Cholsu spotted the 2 bulky guys standing next to the girl. A level 44 pseudo-swordsman and a level 46 martial artist standing right beside him. Seeing him, they jeered, oh, it's the retarded potato face from earlier, still hasn't given up, huh? The swordsman taunted, the one making her happy is us, you ugly freak. Cholsu roared, so what? I didn't drag her along to make her happy or anything, and who the hell do you guys think you are anyway? The martial artist replied coldly, we're a handsome duo specializing in saving girls in danger because of their hobbies. He yelled back, bullshit, you guys are the exact reason she's in danger. One of them sneered, such an ugly face and yet such a foul mouth. Now go die, you ugly piece of trash. The 2 of them teamed up to attack Cholsu. He let out a HMPH. Goblin 999 immediately sprang into action, squeaking a few Kayet Sishisi cries, and the 2 bulky guys were left sprawled out flat on the ground. Cholsu laughed ear to ear, hahaha, see that? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. How does it feel to lose to an ugly guy? How does it feel, ha 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 ha? Hearing the laughter echoing nearby, a guard asked him, what's that noise? He quickly strode toward the source of the loud commotion. Over on this side, Cholsu was laughing ha 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 while tying a rope around Catherine's neck. But suddenly, looking ahead of him, his smile vanished. Oh crap. The guard rushed in, brandishing his weapon, and loudly accused him, you've murdered 2 people and kidnapped a woman. You bastard. Did you really think you'd get away with such a crime? Cholsu hurriedly raised his hands to defend himself. This is just a misunderstanding, they started it. He calculated internally, no matter how you look at it, I look super suspicious, there's no way they'll believe me. If an NPC guard catches me, I'll get thrown in jail, locked up for days, wasting my time, I can't let that happen. Luckily, it looked like there was only 1 guard for now, so he had to deal with him before anyone else showed up. Goblin 999 squeaked, Kayet. Suddenly, cunning Seungriol appeared, throwing an arm around his shoulder and greeting him with a friendly smile. Fancy meeting you here, I've been looking all over for you. Cholsu said, you're that loser, why are you here too? He whispered into his ear, if you kill an NPC guard, you're gonna cause an uncontrollable mess. So if you don't want guards chasing you forever, cooperate with me right now and I'll handle the rest. Seungriol slowly stepped closer to the guard and said, must be tough, dear guard. The guy asked warily, are you part of his gang? What are you planning? What are you hiding behind your back? The guy asked warily, are you part of his gang? What are you planning? What are you hiding behind your back? Seungriol threw an arm around the guard's shoulder, slipping him a small pouch. Take this and pretend you didn't see a thing. The guy exclaimed in surprise, whoa, you're giving me all this gold. He instantly grabbed Seungriol by the collar and dragged him away. You bastard, how dare you try to bribe an honest man like me? The system announced, reputation decreased, you have committed a crime. Cholsu was somewhat startled, pondering for a moment before blurting out, he got arrested in my place. Is he actually a good guy after all? Scene change, Cholsu stood in front of a sturdy castle gate, loudly asking the guard, why won't you let me in? The guy replied, if they say no, just accept it. Cholsu wondered, but isn't this where you get main quests inside the royal capital? A young man in yellow robes advised him, don't waste your energy, that gate isn't gonna budge. Cholsu turned back to ask, who are you? He answered me, I'm a god. He noticed a glowing yellow exclamation mark hovering above the guy's head. Cholsu thought to himself, an exclamation mark? This crazy bastard hands out quests. The self-proclaimed god stood there rubbing his chin. The first thing you did was cause a scene demanding the gate be opened. You must be new to this city. Cholsu stood frozen, his eyes blank and looking utterly foolish. The guy smiled and continued, I like that look in your eye, that's the look of an adventurer. I've decided you're gonna help me with a quest called The Lost Ruins to prove your capabilities. Cholsu clicked accept without a second thought. The guy expressed satisfaction. I'll let you inside the castle, kid. The system displayed the main quest notification. Prove your capability. Bring back a golem core from the Lost Ruins to prove your strength. Golem core 01. Reward 250G. The moment he stepped inside the castle, Cholsu realized he'd been scammed. He blurted out, he should have told me this was that kind of dungeon, you worthless NPC. Cholsu looked around. The Lost Ruins, seems like what got lost was other people's precious lives, right? He calculated, with my lightning-fast playstyle, I can easily dodge these traps, but this time I gotta move together with her, and I need to be careful so she doesn't get hurt. Cholsu said, I don't like you, but I won't let you get a single scratch on you. He ordered the goblin. I'll go ahead first and then use the summon skill to call you, so hold on tight to her leash. He immediately dropped into a ready stance, letting out a heavy puff of air. Then he let out a shout and bolted forward at full speed. Reaching the other side, Cholsu yelled, right now, goblin. He cast the goblin's summoning skill, and Goblin 999 instantly zipped across. It stood before him squeaking, Kayat. Cholsu laughed bitterly, the summon skill. Goblin 999 was holding the rope on this side, while Catherine was still stuck on the other end. The girl was yanked tight by the taut rope, and stumbled forward, losing her balance. The summon skill only summons the goblin, damn it. Seeing Catherine about to crash down, he screamed, ah no, she's falling. Do something, goblin, Goblin 999 squeaked. Kayat. It abruptly jerked the rope hard, snapping Catherine flying high up into the air. Witnessing this, Cholsu roared, you bastard, you've actually gone completely insane. Terrified, he covered his face, leaving just his wide, lifeless eyes exposed. Oh Lord, Mother of God, crash. With a heavy thud, Catherine slammed face first onto the ground, the girl still completely devoid of any expression. Cholsu anxiously called out, hey, Catherine, wake up. You can't die here because of me. Please hang in there, wake up, Catherine. Scene change. Han Gimun loosened his tie, holding a cane in his hand as he roared angrily, coming home late just to hang out with friends. Friends your age are just a passing phase. I've told you many times those are useless relationships with zero value. Short skirts, makeup like a bar hostess. Is this how you've decided to live, like those pathetic girls? Catherine knelt on the ground, clasping her hands in a plea. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I really won't do it anymore. He spoke in a harsh, grating tone. If you live such a shameful life, what will people think of me? Today, I'm gonna fix that rotten attitude of yours. Terrified, tears streaming down her face, the girl cried out, I'm sorry, mom, save me. Mrs. Han stood outside the door, watching what was happening inside with a look of utter helplessness. Catherine screamed, Mom, Dad's trying to kill me. Do something, please do something, Mom. Gimun beat her as he cursed, you are my one and only disgrace. Cholsu shouted, Catherine, but the girl didn't even twitch. Scared, he asked, what are we gonna do, goblin? It grinned and squeaked, Kayat. Cholsu interpreted it himself. What you're saying, a guy like me could never get close to a beauty like this unless I perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He thought for a moment, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But this is a game, they simulate the sense of touch, but you can't actually breathe. Cholsu sighed right from the start, that's impossible. Whether I try or not, she's already dead, so I might as well say she died while I was trying to save her. The Good Samaritan law, or whatever, is there any chance she might wake up from the shock? He propped Catherine up, whispering to himself. So this definitely isn't a kiss to satisfy my own desires. I'm performing emergency life-saving aid. But just as his lips were about to touch the girl's, Jiho suddenly called in, shouting, the young lady is, right as he caught sight of Cholsu's puckered lips. Jiho yelled, hey, you bastard. Startled, Cholsu panicked and blurted out, manager. The other guy said coldly, is this what you meant when you said you'd let me see her later? I'm gonna kill you. Cholsu hurriedly explained, no, the young lady is fine and she's really not dead, alright so. The manager replied, I know, I'm logging in to handle it right now. The medical team is monitoring the young lady in real time and sending updates. And the young lady's armor is a top-tier item for her level. The system displayed detailed info. Rare item white spider mage dress required equip level, 34 intelligence, 28, a dress made from durable yet soft white spider silk with defense rivaling steel. Unless the young lady encounters a hidden dungeon, there is no way she'll take fatal damage. Cholsu breathed a sigh of relief. She's not dead. Jiho said, the only reason I check up on her constantly is because I'm worried a single filthy hair of yours might brush against the young lady. Now let me see the young lady. Cholsu instantly hung up the connection. The manager stared blankly at the notification. Private chat ended. Inside Heaven's door, Cholsu said, did you hear that, goblin? From now on, run at full speed to the boss room. Goblin 999 grinned wide, Kayat Sissisi. Encountering a massive rolling boulder, the two of them executed a dodge maneuver. Using Catherine like a snowboard, Cholsu and the goblin stood on top of her and glided forward, with the boulder hot on their heels. Next up, crossing a broken bridge, Goblin 999 grabbed the rope and flung Catherine across to use as an anchor, and Chulsu simply walked tightrope style across the rope to get over. Following that was a giant stone golem. Finally, they reached the dungeon boss room. Chulsu used the girl as a meat shield. The golem threw a massive punch with a loud crash, sending Catherine flying off to the side. Seeing this, he suddenly remembered. Crap, getting too excited made me accidentally use her as a weapon to fight the boss. The system announced, Goblin points increased by 1. Chulsu yelled, damn it, how dare you hit my trap disarming tool. He ordered the goblin, let's wrap this up fast. Catherine sat flat on the ground as her arms suddenly twitched. The golem and Goblin 999 plunged into a chaotic brawl. Explosive booms echoed out as fire and smoke billowed thickly. The goblin was still full of energy, and thrust its wooden club straight through the golem's body. With a loud crash, the golem collapsed, and Goblin 999 landed gracefully back on the ground. Chulsu stood with his arms crossed and a relaxed expression, clicking his tongue. There's zero pressure in this dungeon. Now I just gotta grab this so-called golem core and bail. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the golem stood back up, its shattered torso instantly regenerating. Ruins Golem Phase 2, level 45. Seeing this, Chulsu cried out in utter shock, what the hell, why is it even bigger? It actually leveled up after reviving. He clicked his tongue, screw it, smash it for me, Goblin. Goblin 999 immediately lunged forward. The monster, lightning fast, unleashed a punch powerful as thunder. Two immensely powerful kinetic shockwaves collided, causing explosive booms. Chulsu blurted out, alright, this time for sure. Yet the opponent rapidly regenerated its damaged parts. Ruins Golem Phase 3, level 50. It seemed that after every round of taking damage, it recovered and grew significantly stronger. The golem switched targets, throwing a punch straight at Chulsu. He screamed, don't play dirty, you bastard. Chulsu instantly cast the goblin's summoning skill, and it immediately rushed toward the opponent. He ordered, hey, stop breaking it apart, try blocking the hit instead. If you break it, it's just gonna grow bigger again. Goblin 999 quickly stepped in front of him. Chulsu hurriedly corrected, I said block the hit, not soak it. He leaped aside as a massive explosion went off behind his back. The golem kept plowing up the ground with a relentless barrage of punches. Chulsu had to continuously jump and evade with great difficulty. He thought to himself, damn it, if I don't break this so-called golem core, it'll just keep reviving and getting stronger. That means the golem core is its weak point. He suddenly recalled how the Everton Guild members found the DCL's weak point. Unlike the Everton Guild, I don't have any way to figure out weak points. Chulsu ran and calculated. Would randomly smashing it even work? What if its level shoots past 100, or what if it gets stronger than my goblin? Over on the other side, Catherine was still sitting motionless, as the golem's footsteps drew closer and closer. Inside the girl's mind, an image of the Jiger's foot from the hidden dungeon flashed past, and Catherine's pupils suddenly twitched. The girl let out a HMPH, then abruptly screamed, ah. The ruins golem delivered a heavy punch toward Catherine. A piercing boom rang out as dirt, rocks, and thick smoke billowed into the air. Witnessing this, Chulsu was terrified, crying out, Catherine, she can't possibly be dead. Damage at this level shouldn't be enough to deal a fatal blow to her, right? The golem kept raining down blows, until Chulsu couldn't even see Catherine anymore. Suddenly, a voice spoke up right behind his back. What the hell is going on here? Catherine stood leaning on her magic staff right behind Chulsu, loudly demanding, what are these freaky monsters? Hearing that voice startled Chulsu, who thought to himself, she regained consciousness. Seeing him stay silent, Catherine snapped, why am I here and who the hell are you? Chulsu blurted out, how did you? The system announced. Escape magic skill has been cast. Looking still somewhat panicked, the girl asked, what do you mean? Obviously a fragile mage needs an emergency escape skill. Now explain to me what the hell is going on here, I almost died just now. Chulsu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, she's actually awake now. She probably doesn't remember all the things I did to her while she was out, right? He reasoned to himself. No matter what I did, the most important thing is that she's safe, isn't it? Plus, she's awake now, so instead of flying into a rage, she should be thanking me. Chulsu smiled, thinking, I saved the heir of the Semyon group and I'm gonna get a massive reward. Catherine's loud shriek cut straight through his thoughts. Hey, have a death wish or something. Didn't you hear me tell you to explain yourself? Chulsu immediately put on a friendly expression and said, ah, you want to know what's going on here, right? A young lady got attacked by a monster in a hidden dungeon and passed out, so with the chairman's permission, I took care of the young miss thoroughly, attentively, and devotedly until she finally regained her consciousness. Right as he said that, he suddenly felt his body flying high up into the air, spinning around like a pinwheel, and crashing hard back down onto the ground with a loud thud. Chulsu cursed, damn it. Hey, why didn't you warn me that the monster was about to attack? Seeing the ruined golem, Catherine bolted like she was being chased by a ghost, screaming, what on earth is that thing? Chalsu wondered. She's sprinting for her life just to escape. What is wrong with her? With a panicked expression, Catherine muttered to herself. I'm scared, I'm so scared. If my dad finds out I've been playing Haven's Door, he'll kill me. I'm scared, I'm so scared, I'm terrified. Her mind heavily traumatized, Catherine, lying motionless in the real world, suddenly shrieked out loud. I'm so scared. Hearing the girl's blood-curdling screams, Jiho rushed over immediately. The young miss has woken up, the doctor said. Well, the young miss has regained consciousness, it's just, did something happen inside the game? Right now, the young miss is extremely terrified. Gritting his teeth, Jiho cursed under his breath. That bastard Kim Chalsu. Thinking back to Chalsu's hideous expression and lecherous, grinning hehe from earlier made him feel sick to his stomach. What on earth did he do to the young miss? The doctor suggested, can we pull the young miss out of the game right now? Like unplugging the device or something similar, she's regained consciousness, we can't miss this opportunity. Jiho replied, disconnecting while sensory sharing is active is way too dangerous. The logout mechanism hasn't been designed yet during dungeon clearing. If the young miss, no, if that bastard Kim Chalsu is running a dungeon right now. I'll go check on it myself. Inside the dungeon at that moment, the system announced. The golem is using the rock missile skill. Both of the golem's arms suddenly shot forward like rockets, chasing after Catherine. As the terrified girl shrieked, "Ah!" Right on cue, Goblin 999 appeared, swinging its wooden club with damage output close to 1 million points to smash the rock missile to pieces. Chalsu looked surprised and muttered, what is she even doing, moving that slow, how's she supposed to dodge? Seeing Catherine sitting slumped on the ground, he asked, hey, are you okay? The girl didn't answer, just muttering over and over, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. Chalsu walked closer to check. What's wrong with her? If we don't do something, the situation's just gonna keep getting worse. He ordered the goblin knock her out. Goblin 999 immediately obeyed as Chalsu thought to himself. She almost bit the dust just now. But right at that moment, Catherine suddenly stammered out help. I don't know what kind of connection you have with my dad's company, but I'll give you money. I'll pay you way more than my dad does, just save me. Chalsu replied, what are you talking about? Of course I'm gonna save you. We'll get out of here safely, so don't worry about anything. Catherine screamed, that's not what I mean. Are you gonna run away with me or get slaughtered here together no matter what you do? That damned Simyeong company, those useless employees, my dad, my mom, my whole family, not a single one of them. Save me. Chalsu stared in shock at the girl clutching her head. As she said with a pained expression, I don't want to get beaten anymore. Just then Jiho called through, barking loudly, Kim Chalsu, you bastard, I've had enough. If you don't bring the young miss to me right now, I'm coming to find you myself. Seeing him act all high and mighty, Goblin 999 raised its wooden club. Chalsu hastily stopped it. Stop it, Goblin, forget about him, just buy me a little more time against that damn golem. It let out a compliant Kai-et. Chalsu turned back to Jiho and said, Mister, you're pushing this way too hard, you know. Do you think I'm gonna eat her or something? If you're gonna distrust me this much, why'd you ask me to do this in the first place? He dragged Catherine right in front of the screen. Here, look at this. A bright, toothy smile from the young miss, all right. I'm just helping her recover, got it? The young miss is doing fine, so chill out, mister. Jiho looked closely at Catherine's face, thinking to himself, what's going on? The young miss doesn't look scared or unconscious at all. Then what was with that attitude earlier? Could it be? Jiho pushed up his glasses and answered, it was just a misunderstanding. Since the young miss's condition isn't great and you're busy running a dungeon, get out of there fast. And your responsibility is to escort the young miss out safely. Chalsu snapped angrily, what the hell are you talking about? I'm in the middle of a dungeon, before Jiho abruptly hung up on him. Chalsu muttered, excuse me, you can't just hang up like that, you old geezer. Talk about a heart attack. He told Catherine, hey you, listen up. You better keep your promise and cough up way more money for this guy. To his utter shock, the girl replied, I was lying. Chalsu roared, you little bitch. He threatened in a low, grim voice. Looks like you've got the wrong idea here. I need a lot of money. If you don't pay up, I'm gonna tell everyone you're awake and demand compensation from Simyeong. Terrified, Catherine answered, I'll find a way. I can sell my gear, can you just keep this a secret? All my equipment is top-tier stuff, so it's worth a fortune, so. Hearing that, Chalsu snapped, are you kidding me right now? How much is this junk even gonna sell for? 10 billion, Catherine answered. What a truly weighty statement. Chalsu bounced up to his feet, clapping his hands as he called out, Goblin. Time to go to work. Goblin 999 replied, Kai-et ready. That was when he noticed the golem had scaled up to level 170. He poked the goblin and hissed, damn it, it grew 4 arms. I told you to stall it, not beat it up. The creature could only reply with Kai-et. Chalsu cursed, hehe, screw your mother. The golem launched its counterattack with terrifying strength. Chalsu instantly turned and bolted. Holy Mother of God, it's level 170. Abruptly, the system announced, Ice Magic skill activated. The golem was instantly crowd-controlled. He gasped in surprise. What? It stopped moving. Did we actually take it down? The system explained, freeze status applied, target is frozen, duration decreases for high-level monsters. Catherine was the one who pulled it off as the girl yelled, "What are you staring at for? You want to fight a level 170 monster? Run for your life already, it's gonna wake up any second now." The whole group immediately bolted at full speed. Very shortly after, the golem shattered the ice magic and let out a long, thunderous roar. US. Cholsu and Catherine sprinted for their lives toward the exit as he shouted, "Over there, we can escape through this door." Suddenly, something stepped on a tripwire, causing it to snap taut rapidly. Catherine was jerked backward, gasping, "What?" Before crashing down to the floor, Catherine shrieked, "Ah no, wait." Cholsu froze in his tracks. As the girl's desperate screams echoed out, "Please save me." Her shrieks repeated, "Please save me." He shuddered as the horrifying memory from before flashed instantly in Cholsu's mind. Though this time it was different from back then, he ran before because he was completely helpless. With a tearful expression, he thought, "This time I actually could save her." Except back then the monster was only level 80, but this thing is level 170. Everyone knows what happens if you get hit by that. Cholsu started running again. "You get treated by doctors, but what the hell do I get?" Catherine plunged into total despair. "No matter how much I scream, nobody's coming back to save me. My mom abandoned me behind the door, and now even you too. Not a single person, save me." The golem's massive foot was about to stomp down right on top of her. Abruptly, a massive explosion erupted, and flashes of light streaked across the golem's body like a web. A young man dressed in yellow appeared like a powerful whirlwind, drawing his sword to charge straight at the golem with a flurry of strikes before landing firmly on the ground. Watching this, Cholsu was utterly terrified. This blonde-haired young man, that's an NPC god. Slinging his sword across his shoulder, he laughed cheerfully and said, "You held out well, leave everything to me from here on." Cholsu thought to himself, "Why the hell is this NPC here?" Witnessing NPC god's earlier move, Cholsu gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly with bitter regret. "Damn it, why didn't I realize this sooner?" The exact moment a player falls, as if scripted, an NPC suddenly shows up standing tall in the middle of the battlefield. Wasn't this a mandatory lost quest all along? Sometimes those kinds of missions exist in this world. No matter how hard anyone tries from the beginning, it's designed for the player to fail. A wave of helplessness surged in Cholsu's chest. Maybe the golem's core didn't even exist in the first place, he thought, his eyes heavy. Even if we attack, that stupid monster's core probably just gets stronger and stronger. If you fight blindly, lose a natural defeat. And then in a flashy cutscene, an NPC steps in to crush the enemy with overwhelming power. Wasn't that the ultimate way to showcase an NPC's story strength? Cholsu twitched his lips into a bitter, mocking smile. In his past life, even when hit by a level 50 player, he hadn't felt a shred of actual pain. The system had pre-installed safety nets like an invisible web to prevent unexpected accidents. But right now, standing before the giant golem, NPC god gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing as he roared, "How dare you turn my subordinates into this?" Watching that theatrical performance, a boiling wave of anger surged inside Cholsu as he thought sarcastically, "I couldn't care less about this guy, but right now I have no choice except to rely on." Right after that, moving like a whirlwind, NPC god charged toward the golems, roaring, "Get ready. Die." The two clashed, sword lights flashing and earth shattering through 200 breathless rounds of a dead-even fight. Cholsu stood silently, his heart pounding with a mix of hope and anxiety. But then a terrifying explosion echoed right behind his back. Startled, he turned around with a vacant stare. It turned out NPC god had been swatted away by the golem, rolling across the ground. Propping himself up with one hand, NPC god struggled to his feet and muttered with arrogant indifference, "HMPH, you aren't even worth warming up for." Staring at that tattered state, Cholsu's eyes bulged as he thought with a mix of confusion and rage, "What is wrong with this idiot? Why is he shouting victory lines when he just got his ass handed to him so miserably?" Before he could even recover his wits, NPC god charged back at the golem, clashing for another few hundred rounds. After just a few blows, he got punched flying by the golem again, this time slamming straight into Cholsu's back. In a hoarse voice, he still muttered, "This guy isn't even worth warming up for." The system suddenly popped up a notification, "NPC god level 70. Cholsu's jaw dropped as he roared in utter indignation, "Damn it, wait, level 70. A storm of chaotic thoughts flooded his head. Normal players taking this quest are only levels 30 to 40. The golem started at level 40, so even if a regular player tried their absolute hardest to win, they'd still lose when it respawned at level 45. Beat it again and it comes back at level 50 with the result unchanged. According to the script, a high-level NPC was supposed to show up and easily smash it, right? But this time, everything was completely flipped upside down. NPC God, the supposed savior, was getting thoroughly trashed by the golem. Cholsu turned to look at the golem, which was now sitting cross-legged and laughing with an arrogant smirk. A chill ran down his spine as he thought in despair. Normally, no player would ever push the golem all the way up to level 170, which is why things ended up this bad. Meanwhile, NPC God stubbornly marched forward again, muttering, HMPH just warming up. Chulsu couldn't take it anymore and roared in fury. Why do you keep repeating that exact same closing line? Then he suddenly froze, a thought flashing like lightning. Wait a minute, isn't this guy an NPC meant to wrap up the quest? If you don't destroy the core, the golem won't die. So when NPC God showed up, had its core been exposed the whole time? NPC God charged at the golem once more, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Chulsu watched intently, his heart pounding. If I have to guess the core's location, it's definitely right there. At that moment, NPC God rushed in frantically, muttering, HMPH just warming up. Suddenly, from right behind him, something hurtled forward at terrifying speed. A massive explosion blasted right where NPC God was aiming, dealing a colossal 9,999 damage. Chulsu's eyes widened. Turns out it was a rock throw from a goblin. The system reported, Goblin used the rock throw skill. Chulsu muttered, trembling with excitement. The core's location is definitely where NPC God was targeting. Right after the throw, the golem's body began crumbling apart. Pieces of its body broke off, triggering massive explosions that shook the ground violently. Leaning on his sword, NPC God panted heavily, still muttering, HMPH, not even worth warming up for. If it weren't for me, you'd all be dead. Watching the golem collapse, Chulsu let out a sigh of relief, his heart finally dropping its heavy burden as he muttered, It's over. With smug satisfaction, NPC God kept muttering, Anyway, everyone's safe, that's what matters. Chulsu rolled his eyes, thinking in utter disgust, safe my ass. He looked ahead as the smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a small figure standing there. Catherine stood in place with an exhausted expression. Chaotic thoughts swirled through his head, safe, is it really? The three of them walked out of the dungeon, every step feeling heavy. NPC God strutted arrogantly in front with a haughty expression as if he'd just achieved a monumental feat. Meanwhile, Chulsu and Catherine walked quietly behind them, drowning in awkwardness. Rubbing his face, Chulsu sighed, how humiliating. I'm in an even more pathetic spot than when I got betrayed. NPC God suddenly spoke up in a booming voice. Just as I figured, since you survived this thanks to me, it proves you've got talent. Now listen up, I've got personal ties with Alphonse, the Kingdom Knight Order's vice commander. Don't ask any more questions, I've got my own troubles, you understand, right? Chulsu gritted his teeth in annoyance. I never thought this motormouth would actually be useful, at least he's breaking this painfully awkward silence. Turning around with a confident smirk, NPC God announced loudly. Alright then, see you next time, don't get too excited about teaming up with me because I am none other than God. Laughing heartily, he spun around and walked away. The moment he vanished from sight, a yellow exclamation mark popped up above his head. Chulsu furrowed his brow and muttered, that personality is seriously deranged. He glanced over at Catherine, who was still standing there with a blank, lifeless expression. A wave of anger welled up inside him as he clenched his fists, and shouted out loud, I know what happened earlier was my fault. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from afar, I knew you had woken up. Chulsu looked up in a daze. It was Gimun, Catherine's father. Stunned, he thought to himself, who is this guy? Looking at the never-before-seen high-tier gear and overwhelming aura, he wondered, just some rich snob or an actual high-ranker? Catherine's complexion turned pale, her eyes darkening. She stammered, Dad, why are you here? Gimun stepped forward, speaking in a stern voice. I knew you were awake the moment you started having those seizures. I've been worried sick about you day and night. And do you know what? I thought you'd grow up and outgrow this, but you're still pulling these dangerous, harmful stunts. He turned to Chulsu with a smile. Thank you, young man, for taking care of Catherine. Looks like everyone's faith in her has been rewarded. I'll make sure you receive a proper, generous reward. Reaching his hand out toward Catherine, he said, Let's go, honey. Watching Catherine freeze up completely, Chulsu thought bitterly, You hopeless, pathetic coward, at least curse me straight to my face before leaving. He saw her looking on the verge of collapse, yet too proud to ask for help. He told himself, running away was my fault. I know I'm untrustworthy, but maybe this time I could actually save her. He yelled out loud, Wait, the two of them turned around. Chulsu stepped forward with a resolute tone, Even a guy like me knows who you are. You're Han Jamin, the chairman of the Semyon Group, famous for being kind-hearted, right? Catherine stood frozen in shock, saying nothing. He continued, with someone amazing like that, why do you look like the world is ending? He pulled her toward him, I'm not gonna let you go like this. But then he snapped back, it was all just an imagination. He just stood there instead, watching the two of them walk away. Tormenting thoughts raced through his mind. How am I supposed to save her? What right do I have? I'm a coward who breaks promises. Who's the hero here anyway? He cursed at himself. You're only fit to hang out with goblins. Kim Chulsu, someone suddenly screamed. Do you know the Night King? He's one of the 3 people who cleared the Grand Treasury. Everyone chimed in together. That's Lord Han Jamin, the chairman of the Semyon Group. Gimun smiled and waved at the crowd. Someone else asked, "Who's the girl with you?" He chuckled good-naturedly, "Just a member of my party." Looking down at Catherine, he said in a low voice, "Etch this deep into your bones. What do people think of you, and how do they look at you when you're standing by my side?" Chulsu walked away with his head bowed, his heart feeling heavy. The crowd shoved and shouted, "Move it, you're blocking my view of Lord Jam." He thought to himself, "That's right, you're the perfect daughter of Simyong. Compared to me, you're a princess." He tried to comfort himself. "Why should I even feel guilty? I got paid, end of story." Suddenly a voice called out, "Chulsu." Turning around to see Seung Ryul, he gritted his teeth. "Were you whooped up in the sewers this whole time?" Seung Ryul gave a bitter laugh. "Not like a sewer, it literally was a sewer. I hid down there after getting caught, but it was actually pretty interesting seeing things you'd never spot from above." Chulsu yelled, "That's illegal, you know that right?" Seung Ryul continued. "By the way, the girl walking with Chairman Gimun had bruises on her." Chulsu froze, turning around to scream, "Wait." Seeing Gimun wouldn't stop, he roared, "Hey you old bastard, stop right there." Stepping forward, he barked, "Are you kidnapping people in broad daylight?" Stepping forward, he barked, "Are you kidnapping people in broad daylight?" Chulsu clenched his fists and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Do big chairmen think they're above the law? That girl is my girlfriend, we've slept together and done all sorts of stuff." Catherine's jaw dropped, her face turning beet red. "What?" The crowd erupted into an uproar. Gimun remained completely calm. "You must have mistaken me for someone else. Excuse us." Chulsu pointed and yelled, "If she's not my girlfriend, what is she to you? An old geezer hanging around with a young girl, total pervert." The crowd muttered in agreement, nodding along. Suddenly Seung Ryul appeared, panting heavily. Patrick Seung Ryul, butler of the Semyoung group, reporting in. "This is Lady Catherine, the heir candidate, and she has regained consciousness." Catherine was stunned, thinking to herself, "What on earth is going on here?" The crowd murmured noisily, "Catherine is Chairman Gimun's daughter." Chulsu stepped toward Gimun. "Be honest. Are you going to deny she's your daughter later?" Gimun gritted his teeth. "You bastard," Chulsu continued. "I'll expose you for abusing your own daughter." Gimun stamped his foot and roared, "Don't be fooled, they're plotting to extort me." Catherine burst into tears, her expression looking as though her entire world had collapsed. Gimun thundered, "I Han Gimun, chairman of Semyoung, will kill every last one of you." He activated PK mode, his power exploding outward. But right at that moment, a small soldier wielding a wooden club rushed forward to confront him. Shortly after, a terrifying collision erupted. A thunderous blast shook the entire space, heavy air settling around them as flying dirt and rocks filled the air, obscuring all visibility. Chulsu could only panic and cover his ears tightly, cold sweat streaming down his spine, while thinking with a sinister grin, "This scene is playing out perfectly awesome." Suddenly, the ferocious goblin changed direction, its red eyes locking straight onto Chulsu before charging forward like an arrow. Seeing the approaching danger, Chulsu couldn't help screaming out in a mix of fury and terror, "Damn it, stay away from me." He stepped back with a pounding heart, thinking, "If these guys find out I'm on the side of the person who took down the chairman, I'm completely screwed." With no time to think as the goblin closed into within a few steps, Chulsu quick as lightning activated the throw goblin skill. He grabbed his tiny companion and hurled him straight up into the air with all his might, screaming out in a voice cracked with tension, "Damn it, get lost." Once he finished throwing, he breathed a sigh of relief and muttered internally, "Phew, close call." But right after, he spun around in a start, gazing toward the chaotic crowd. With a disgruntled look, he shouted, "What the heck was that? I don't know who it was, but just crashing in like a maniac. Are they out of their minds?" The surrounding scene gradually quieted down, but the crowd began buzzing with chatter. A middle-aged man asked with great curiosity, "What just happened?" The person next to him, eyes still glued to the space where the collision took place, replied, "They took down the Night King in a single hit. How insane is that?" Another person chimed in, sounding completely astonished. "And then that guy suddenly shot up into the sky." Hearing the chatter, Chulsu gave a slight smirk, a smug smile flashing across his face as he thought, "Ha, I'm the one who threw him." He then turned toward Catherine, stepping forward with an anxious yet awkward expression. Bending down to help her up, he spoke in a gentle but slightly hesitant tone, "Hey Catherine, get up girl, wake up." But Catherine's expression suddenly darkened, her eyes cold as ice. She brushed his hand away, her voice trembling yet fiercely resolute, "Let go of me." Then she abruptly clutched her head and wailed in despair, tears streaming down her face. "Let go of me, I said let go. Who do you think you are? You can't save me. Stop pretending to care whether I live or die." Hearing those bitter words, Chulsu only offered a faint smile, a teasing glint flashing in his eyes. He stepped closer, gently lifting her chin, his voice low yet provocative. "Don't give me orders. Leaving you behind or worrying about you is my call. Waiting for a night on a white horse, wake up bitch." Pausing, his gaze turning icy, he continued, "This place is crawling with trash like me. Whether you know how many sins your father committed or not, right at this moment, He's getting punished by the heavens. It's your turn now. Those hyenas have caught the scent of meat and are already drooling. You're great at stabbing people in the back, right? So instead of just begging on your knees, go punch your old man in the back of the neck. Cholsu's words were sharp as a knife, draining the color from Catherine's face. But the moment he finished, he blinked in realization, his face flushing red as he muttered, "Oh no, looking up close, she's definitely not my girlfriend." Man, how embarrassing. He offered an awkward laugh to cover it up. Haha, my bad, I left the gas on at home, gotta run right now. With that, Cholsu spun around and bolted away like he was being chased by a ghost, leaving Catherine stranded alone among the crowd. At that moment, Seung Ryul stepped forward, extending a hand with a calm expression. Well then, kiddo, if you've got anything to say, now's your chance. Catherine silently stood up, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. Pondering for a moment, she slowly spoke, her voice filled with determination. I am Catherine's. Outside the virtual world, a breaking news broadcast flashed across the television screen. Gimun, the two faces of the Semyoung Group chairman, a polished gentleman in public, a violent tyrant at home. The bruising on Catherine's body was made public alongside a heartbreaking declaration. I want to die. The entire world was shaken by her story as Catherine stood at the center of the storm, clearly declaring herself Gimun's daughter and revealing years of abuse. At first, her identity was met with suspicion, but once the proof was uploaded to social media, all doubts vanished and the truth spread like wildfire. Semyoung's image and stock prices plummeted into a tailspin. Gimun abruptly claimed to be ill, but everyone knew it was just a sham. Scene change back. Hearing the story, Cholsu slammed his table and shouted in a panic. Damn it, I'm so worried I can't even sleep. What if that old bastard hires an assassin to take me out? Seung Ryul was sipping his tea, speaking with calm composure. Please keep it down in the restaurant. Cholsu glared at him angrily. You wanna die? Talk properly. Seung Ryul smiled and continued. Footage of you and Gimun clashing is flooding social media. While the Semyoung group is shaking like this, if anything happens to you, who do you think people will suspect first? Cholsu smirked. You, Seung Ryul shook his head. No, Gimun. Cholsu frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I was way too arrogant picking a fight with a major corporation, and I didn't even get a single penny out of it. I should have just kept my mouth shut and minded my own business. Seung Ryul remained calm. Go look for it, what you did is worth way more than money. Cholsu grew annoyed. I'd trust a booger before I trusted your word. He then turned to look at Seung Ryul's butler outfit with curiosity. Say, are you actually dressed like a butler? Where did you pull that outfit from? Seung Ryul sneered, from someone's house, where else? Right after, a guard walked up and escorted Seung Ryul away. Cholsu watched him go and shook his head. This guy is a lost cause. Suddenly, a notification window popped up right before him. Cholsu jumped in surprise and yelled, Are you Semyoung's lackey? Jiho the butler pushed up his glasses, looking briefly startled but keeping his composure. Don't call people that. He continued, his voice lowering. I'm reaching out to thank you for helping the young lady wake up. I had no idea she had to go through things like that. Serving her all these years and I never noticed a thing. Cholsu put on an annoyed expression. And by the way, after doing something heroic like that, I don't get a reward. The chairman is so cheap. I mean, even if it was just a misunderstanding, kicking me out without a single cent is a bit much, don't you think? Jiho sighed, I'm sorry, but I don't work for Semyoung anymore. I couldn't stay at a company where her family treated her like that. Cholsu's eyes widened. Holy crap, so you're unemployed too? I'm already losing sleep over this. How is a girl who stabbed her own dad in the back supposed to be okay? Why did the only person protecting her just up and quit? Jiho clenched his fists, determination in his voice. You're right, not just the young lady, people all over the world are worried about her. They're afraid she'll get targeted for tarnishing the chairman, so I brought her along with me. He pointed toward Catherine, who was live streaming on YouTube to 360,000 viewers. Wearing a police cosplay outfit with a radiant smile, she chatted with her audience. Should I do a dance reaction stream? Jiho continued. I used my entire severance package to support her streaming. This kind of fame will keep her safe. If she ever misses a stream without prior notice, it means something is wrong. Cholsu cursed inwardly. What do you mean she likes it? How did a corporate heiress put up with that kind of life for so long? Jiho smiled faintly. Better late than never, the young lady has woken up. No, she's taking back everything that was stolen from her. Thanks to you, Kim Cholsu. Cholsu awkwardly shouted back. Hey now, what's with this cozy tone? Talk normally, you weirdo. If you want to thank me, pay up. Jiho chuckled lightly. I sent you a gift, not money, but you'll like it. The young lady prepared it herself. Cholsu interrupted. Wait, cash please, I need money. But the call had already disconnected. He turned to Catherine and muttered. I was actually planning to finish her off earlier, you know. But she paid him no mind, entirely focused on her stream. Thank you for the 10,000 loves, everyone. Oh gosh, what dance do you guys want me to do next? Jiho looked at her with a contemplative gaze and thought perhaps the young lady wasn't meant to be an heir, but rather destined to be a star. A one-person enterprise truly astonishing. Back in the game, Cholsu approached the mailbox NPC. Rachel smiled. I'm Rachel, how can I help you today? Cholsu propped his arms on the counter and pouted. Got any mail for me? Just a box, probably gold armor or some pricey gear. Handle it with care, all right. Rachel smiled gently. Of course, for Mr. Kim Cholsu, the item has been kept safe. She stepped over to the shelf, searched around, and brought out a box, but suddenly a notification window flashed across her view. Cursed item, touching it can cause a person to lose their sanity. Rachel pulled out a whip, her cold eyes fixing on Cholsu. As she snapped, hey, who do you think you're telling me what to take or leave? Cholsu angrily cursed. Damn it, I never asked you to hold on to it. The notification continued. Rare grade cursed item, Crimson Lash. Crafted from the hide of a bloodwing soaked in blood. System warning, if used without lifting the curse, the user will suffer random status effects and the summoned creature will go berserk. Cholsu's eyes bulged as he muttered. What kind of curse is this? If I use it, I'm cursing myself to go crazy like this NPC. He cursed internally. Damn it, did Catherine hand me a cursed item right before we parted ways? He turned back to find the god NPC who had a glowing yellow exclamation mark over his head. God repeated, next quest, sweep through the goblin village, clear out those pesky goblins. Simple quest, you got this. Cholsu stepped close, activating the goblin summon skill and scooping his little buddy into his hand. He whispered back after seeing these guys. The god NPC continued, wipe out the goblins, they're a piece of cake, you can handle it. Cholsu looked at the tiny goblin inside. Fighting goblins is your destiny, you got this. The goblin only let out a kick sound of defiance. Cholsu frowned, thinking to himself, did this thing just snort at me? On the carriage ride toward the goblin village, Cholsu grabbed the goblin's hand with an annoyed tone. Hey, talk to me. But the goblin yanked its hand away, letting out another kick. Cholsu snapped, damn it, are you acting like a brat now? I threw you because I had no choice, you want to just stand there and get us both jumped by a mob. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure was quietly tracking them from afar. The tiny goblin lay flat on the carriage floor, picking its ear as if it didn't care. Cholsu yelled, you never listen, always causing trouble. Do whatever you want, you jerk, I hate you. But right after saying that, he recalled someone's words about unrequited love falling apart, and clenched his fist, muttering, whatever, I'm done talking. The goblin suddenly squeaked repeatedly in protest. Cholsu opened his mouth to reply, but a loud noise from outside the carriage cut him off. Another goblin leaped onto the carriage and shrieked loudly. Cholsu panicked and screamed, what the hell is that? Seeing the intruder, Cholsu's companion goblin gripped its wooden club tight, its eyes flashing with vigilance. Beside it, Cholsu roared in a mix of excitement and panic, kill it, kill that goblin. Right at that moment, a massive explosion went off behind the carriage, shaking its frame violently. The driver panicked, shouting in a cracked voice, what was that sound? Inside the carriage, the enemy goblin had survived the attack, driving Cholsu absolutely bonkers as his face turned bright red and he roared. What are you doing? Goblin, it's still alive. Before he could finish, the other goblin lunged straight toward Cholsu. Its entire body latched tightly onto his head like a wild beast. Startled with wide eyes before he could react, it opened its jaws and bit down hard on his head. A notification flashed, received 173 damage. The goblin aggressively yanked his hair and scratched at him frantically. Cholsu screamed out in despair, damn it, do something to that goblin, that's my goblin. After a fierce struggle drenched in sweat, Cholsu finally managed to pull the monster off his head. Panting heavily, he yelled angrily, damn it. But right then, his companion goblin, still clutching its wooden club, turned back to look at him with a fierce glare as if preparing to attack him instead. Terrified, Cholsu took a step back, his voice trembling, no, don't hit me, you bastard. Suddenly, the canvas cover of the carriage was yanked wide open, and the driver, an NPC, jumped down with an anxious look, shouting, what's going on? Adventurer Cholsu, still shaken, pointed at the goblin and yelled, monster, there's a monster on the carriage. The NPC followed his pointing finger, his gaze landing on the restrained companion goblin. Frowning calmly, he said, oh, it's just a goblin, since we're getting close to the goblin village. Don't worry, I'll take it down with a single shot. Cholsu hurriedly yelled, pointing frantically ahead. Wait, up ahead, look ahead, shoot the one in front. The NPC immediately raised his gun, but his shot missed its mark and flew straight into Cholsu's head. A notification flashed, received 580 damage. Clutching his head in agony, Cholsu hissed, not up ahead, you idiot. While Cholsu was still reeling from the pain, his companion goblin suddenly lunged from behind, swinging its wooden club forward. Luckily, Cholsu ducked low just in time to dodge the lethal blow. Springing back up, he raged furiously, damn goblins, why are you causing this mess? Someone save me. His plea for help unexpectedly left the enemy goblin stunned. Stopping its attack with a panicked look, it stammered in a shaky voice. Please save me, I only came because I thought you guys captured one of my kind. I just wanted to save him, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Hearing a goblin speak human words, Chalsu's eyes bulged in shock as he yelled, "What the hell, that goblin is talking?" The carriage continued rolling and shaking along the rugged path. Inside, Chalsu gritted his teeth at the talking goblin, muttering, "What is even happening? A goblin communicating like a human, but at the end of the day, it's still just a talking goblin. What's the difference?" The goblin, now with its legs tied up and dangling like a kite in the wind, wailed desperately. "Please save me, I just wanted to rescue my kin, I have no intention of harming anyone." Chalsu couldn't care less, his voice cold. "You wanna die? A guy who bit my head off is talking like this. I don't got any beef with you guys, but hey, this works out great. I'm just gonna head straight to the village and wipe out all the goblins in one go." After a while of traveling, the driver announced, "We've arrived." Chalsu peered outside, eyeing the landscape ahead as he muttered, "This place is." Before him lay a dark tunnel leading straight to the goblin village. The driver spoke in a flat tone, "This is the road to the goblin village." Chalsu hopped off the carriage and asked, "Do we have to walk from here?" The NPC shrugged lazily. "We could keep going, but I'm too lazy." With that, the NPC vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Chalsu standing stranded. Dragging the talking goblin by hand, Chalsu stared into the tunnel ahead and muttered, "A road to a monster village is bound to be rigged with traps." Sparing this guy turned out to be the right call. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the goblin stammered, "Is that why you spared me? If you're gonna kill someone, please just kill me alone. The other goblins are innocent, our attack was just a mistake. Mr. Adventurer, if a human were in danger, wouldn't you save them too?" Chalsu decisively hauled the goblin right up to his face, his eyes cold as ice. "Nope, I wouldn't." The goblin's terrified expression made it panic and shout, "We don't hate humans, we're a gentle race." Chalsu smirked and challenged, "Then why did you attack our village? Wasn't it to wreak havoc?" The goblin hurriedly explained, "It's the other way around, you humans are the ones who abuse us." Hearing this, Chalsu grew pensive. "Come to think of it, I'm only doing this for the quest. I don't really have any ill will toward them, and I haven't seen them do anything actually evil. Goblins are usually treated as wicked monsters, so I naturally assumed killing them was normal. But if a goblin dies, who's gonna shed a tear for it?" Suddenly, two tiny goblins darted out from the shadows, one of them crying out, "Daddy." Chalsu froze, thinking to himself, "Wait a minute, Daddy." The talking goblin immediately wailed, "Tina Mason, don't worry about me, run." Chalsu interrupted, pointing forward, "Shut your mouth, throw a rock at those kids for me." His companion goblin hurriedly raised a hand to stop him. "No, wait." But it was already holding a stone, gripping it tight, and hurling it forward with terrifying speed. The two tiny goblin kids froze in utter terror. The talking goblin, just released by Chalsu, gritted its teeth and sprinted hard toward his two kids, springing forward to shield them with its body. Luckily, the stone missed everyone. Chalsu stepped closer, his voice lowering, "You can stop now." The goblin looked surprised. "What?" Chalsu continued, "I'm not gonna kill you guys. There are humans out there willing to beat their own children to save their own skins. But a goblin willing to risk its life to protect its family can't be called a bad guy." The three goblins hugged each other tightly, the two little ones sobbing in fright. Seeing this, Chalsu thought to himself, "Is the universe messing with me? They're even better people than I am." Afterwards, Chalsu was led inside the goblin village. The other goblins eyed him with guarded expressions. He frowned inwardly, "Damn it, just like I thought, the moment they see a human they get defensive." But then he corrected himself, "No, they aren't even acting defensive." A few goblins approached him, asking curiously, "Where'd you crawl out from?" Another chimed in, "Get lost, you're hideously ugly." Chalsu gritted his teeth internally, "I'm not a goblin." The talking goblin, who turned out to be the village chief, stepped forward with confidence. "Calm down, buddy, I was super skeptical before getting on that carriage too. With a face like that, who'd ever guess you were human?" Hearing that, Chalsu cursed under his mind. "Maybe I should just slaughter these guys." He turned around, trying to keep his cool. "Hey, can I leave now? I'm starting to feel way too guilty." The village chief laughed heartily, "Don't sweat it, seriously." Chalsu frowned, "No, what I am worried about is accidentally wiping you all out." The chief waved a hand. "Come on, I've said it before, don't be like that. I'm an injured adventurer, so if I don't treat you to a meal, I won't have peace of mind." They headed into the village mess hall, where before Chalsu lay a horrifying dish with bugs crawling all over it. The dish was named, "Help Goblin with the Deadly Poison." He screamed. The name literally says it has deadly poison in it. Another goblin brought a plate of food for the kids, snapping, "We have guests, don't run around." The kids kept playing while Chalsu stared dumbfoundedly at the plate of food, thinking to himself, "Good thing this is a game so I can't smell it." What the hell am I doing among a bunch of monsters? Suddenly, a goblin bumped into him, sending the plate of food flying straight into his face. Cholsu cried out in pain and cursed, "Damn it." The village chief laughed loudly. Cholsu angrily yelled, "Stop laughing, you bastard. I told you to stop laughing." Another goblin curiously asked, "Why are you two hanging out together? It's the first time I've seen a human and a goblin this close." Cholsu wiped the food off his face with a cold expression. "Close my ass. This is my summon, I'm just controlling it." The goblin village chief wondered, what's a summon? But if it travels around the world with an adventurer, isn't that the most successful goblin ever? It continued, "My family and this whole village probably can't ever leave this place." Cholsu thought, just looking at them, they're small fry. This place is just a low-level dungeon and they'll never escape. The chief's wife stepped closer, patting her husband's shoulder. "Come on, stop talking so gloomily, I'll go get some snacks, you two wait." Amidst this warm scenery, Cholsu spoke up. "Why are you so depressed? Look at you, you're a goblin with a good wife and a cozy family. Meanwhile me, a human with no wife or friends, lacking your courage or spirit of self-sacrifice. I even doubt my own worth. If I can do it, there's no reason a goblin like you can't." He gave a thumbs up of encouragement. "Hang in there, fellow goblin." Suddenly, two goblins ambushed him from under the table, while another one jumped down from above wielding a sickle to attack him. The chief laughed. "Thanks for your kind words, sir." The sickle strike from above drove straight into the table, dealing no damage. A system window popped up. Kim Cholsu, level 37 Goblin Summoner, Strength 4, Stamina 2, Agility 32, Intelligence 1. Luck none. Evasion depends on agility stats. Cholsu turned around in a daze. What is this? A level 18 goblin looked at him, its eyes full of terror. He rolled his eyes, spotted a cockroach on the table and screamed, "Damn it, did you do all that to protect me?" He didn't know that under the table, a goblin was preparing to attack his legs. His companion goblin casually threw a stone at the cockroach, but missed. The stone passed right through the table and hit the goblin under it, making it yelp in pain. Cholsu sighed, too bad, couldn't catch it. An 8th level goblin tightly gripped a knife and rushed up to attack. But as soon as it poked its face out, Cholsu dealt a blow that inflicted 459 damage. It cried out in pain. Cholsu had no idea, just screaming, "Damn it, stupid cockroach." After missing the hit, he felt something brush past him and muttered, "What was that? Something just flashed past me." He stood up. "It's time for me to go, I want to stay, but the situation is urgent." The chief's wife muttered, "What should we do, village chief?" The sweating one also repeated, "What do you mean, what should we do?" Then the whole crowd chanted in unison, "Have a safe trip, Mr. Adventurer." Faced with this enthusiasm, Cholsu frowned and thought, damn it, who would have thought these goblins were actually nice? He turned around and shouted loudly, "Sorry I couldn't say a proper goodbye." He stepped outside and muttered, "Well, that's done." But in another corner, a stranger who had just eliminated a goblin said coldly, "See, I knew you were around here." He gripped his sword tighter, walking toward Cholsu with a menacing tone. Found another goblin. Then seeing the flattened goblin lying on the ground, Cholsu's eyes widened, blazing with a fiery rage. He gritted his teeth and growled, "James, you were just cooking rice for me a moment ago." Hong Min Chial, a tall guy with a sharp, cold gaze, turned to look at Cholsu, his voice full of suspicion. "What's this? You can speak human language. Are you a player? What are you doing in a dump like this?" He glanced down at the three goblins in front of him, sneering as he continued. "Ah, I get it, you came to kill those guys too, right? Quite a bunch." He stepped forward and confidently grabbed Cholsu's hand, speaking heartily, "Need a hand." Cholsu's expression instantly changed, his lips pressed tight, eyes blazing. He roared, "How dare you touch my comrade?" Without hesitation, he activated PK mode, pointed forward and gave a decisive order. "Go get him, goblin." Hearing the command, Cholsu's companion goblin immediately kicked the goblin next to it, as if trying to shift the blame. The kicked goblin panicked and yelled, "What, you actually want me to charge?" Out of momentum, it dashed forward. But right as it got close to Hong Min Chial, it was hit by a powerful kick from him, flying dozens of meters away. The goblin fell down in total pain, weakly muttering, "You bastard." Seeing this, Cholsu angrily yelled, "Damn you all, you crazy bastard, not him, that guy over there." His companion goblin burst out laughing heartily upon hearing this, baring its sharp teeth. Cholsu glared and shouted, "Did you do that on purpose?" Facing Cholsu's bizarre action, Hong Min Chial frowned and wondered, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Calling a goblin your friend wasn't enough, now you're turning on PK mode and charging at me. Do you know me? Got a grudge or something?" Cholsu clenched his fists, his voice trembling with anger. "You're the one who randomly attacked my friend first, what grudge are you talking about?" With those words, he rushed forward and threw a direct punch at Hong Min Chial's face, dealing 78 damage. But the punch didn't flinch him at all, only causing him to wear a cold, arrogant smirk. In another corner, a massive explosion echoed as something crashed heavily into the wall amid swirling clouds of dust. Zeros, another guy, was gripping a goblin's neck. utterly bewildered why he was complaining about annoyance earlier, but now fighting like a bloodthirsty maniac. Hai-1 Nim standing nearby sighed in boredom. Seriously, can't help it. Aren't there any stronger goblins? They all die in one hit. What a boring quest. She waved her hand, voice annoyed. Let's finish up and head back. Suddenly, right in front of her, Chalsu's figure appeared doing a handstand. The sudden appearance startled Hai-1 Nim, making her scream, "What the hell? Oh, is that a human?" Hongmin Chial, standing high up, shouted down, "Is someone gonna deal with this crazy guy who calls a goblin his friend and is now hacking at me?" Hai-1 Nim frowned in confusion. "What? A goblin is your friend? And you turned on PK to kill him?" Hongmin Chial shook his head. "It wasn't me. He turned on PK first, wearing expensive armor that blocked nothing, ran on his own and tripped. Go handle him, I'll clean up the rest of the goblins inside." Looking at Chalsu's bizarre face, Hai-1 Nim sighed. "No wonder he's friends with goblins. Looks like we gotta kill him to finish the quest." Zero spoke up to stop her. "Hurry up and deal with it before things get worse, and clear out those goblins too." With that, Hong Min Chial turned around and walked deep into the village, starting a massacre. He muttered, "What a BS quest, wiping out goblins is better over and with." He swung his sword and slashed the wife of the goblin village chief, instantly logging her out. Chalsu's companion goblin stood there pointing forward, squeaking a few times and laughing like there's no tomorrow. Hong Min Chial gripped his sword tightly, his voice cold. "Even if it's a game, can you laugh while your own kind dies? If your own child died, you wouldn't even blink, right? You goblins are all the same, living without a single dirty trick spared." He stepped closer and continued, "You know what? That's why quests like hunting goblins to death exist. Don't you guys deserve it? You might as well just drop dead." The companion goblin's expression gradually grew frantic. From deep within the village, another explosion echoed, making Hai-1 Nim wonder, "What now?" Zeros glanced over and shouted loudly, "Hongmin Chial, cut it out." Chalsu, lying on the ground, suddenly covered his face and laughed like a maniac. "Ha ha, you guys said the goblin extermination quest was boring, right? If it's boring, go play with that goblin over there." Above him, Chalsu's companion goblin had neatly taken care of Hong Min Chial in a split second. Chalsu sneered and continued, "That's the strongest goblin boss in this village." Without hesitation, Hai-1 Nim dashed forward, unleashing a direct kick at the goblin. But it easily blocked it, catching her leg in its mouth and letting out excited shrieks. Zeros shouted from below, "Use the warrior skill, explosive garlic bulb, hit it hard." Hai-1 Nim broke free from the restraint, lightly landing and looking at the smoke and dust ahead. She muttered, "See, this goblin blocked my kick with its mouth." Zeros teased, "Weren't you just saying there were no strong goblins? Now you're scared out of your mind." Hai-1 Nim gritted her teeth in anger. "Who says I'm scared? I was just surprised because it's strong. It's gonna lose for sure, why be scared?" Chalsu chuckled like a madman and stepped closer, putting an arm around the unconscious Hong Min Chial, saying, "This guy is fancy though. Wake up and say something, pal. You lost so badly you passed out. When you get back, you're definitely going to get teased for losing to a goblin." Hai-1 Nim turned back and angrily yelled, "Shut your mouth, you psycho." Chalsu stared straight at her with a provocative tone. "You humans only know how to betray each other, but we goblins don't. Based on that reason, the goblin slaying quest is just a way for you guys to show off, right? And then hang goblin heads on the wall for display." Hai-1 Nim screamed, "I've never displayed stuff like that." Zeros ordered, "Don't waste energy arguing, go handle this goblin first." With that, he burst out a terrifying wave of power that shook the air. Chalsu stood on the side thinking, "Idiots, this goblin doesn't listen to me anymore. If you guys hadn't poked it, it wouldn't have gone crazy like this." He shouted loudly, "Take care of them quickly, goblin." Hearing the command, the goblin's expression suddenly changed. It lay flat on the ground and squeaked a few times. Chalsu angrily yelled, "Going crazy again, huh? Are you going to disobey me?" Suddenly his eyes widened, thinking, "It's not listening. What if I beg?" He ran over and knelt before the goblin. With a flattering tone, "Please spare my life. O supreme, almighty, all-powerful goblin grand king, if you don't step in, I'm a goner." The goblin just smirked triumphantly but still didn't act. Chalsu gritted his teeth, thinking, bowing down to a low-level goblin is so humiliating. But if I can't make it listen, I can't do anything, pride can't feed you. He continued with a trembling voice, "I sincerely bow and apologize for being disrespectful to Lord Goblin. From now on, I won't throw you around randomly or give reckless orders anymore. I'll starve myself and save up every little bit to offer you the finest meals." Hai-1 Nim standing nearby looked dumbfounded. "A second ago you called it a friend, now you're kneeling and begging," Zeros warned. "Hey, get out of the way, or do you want me to wipe you out too?" Right at that moment, something flew straight at Zero's face, dealing 99 damage. He passed out instantly. Hai-1 Nim was stunned. While Chalsu sneered triumphantly, "Ah, turns out my prayer worked." The system announced, "The great Goblin King is extremely satisfied with the surrender of human dignity. You received 1 goblin point." Chalsu stood up and looked at the players with a smug tone. "Sorry about that." Hai-1 Nim yelled, Hey Hong Minchual, stop joking around, it's not funny. She turned to Zeros, who had already collapsed after crashing hard into the cliff wall. Her eyes wide as she thought, what is this? Zeros got hit once by a goblin and died instantly. That makes no sense. Who puts chap mode like this in a goblin eradication quest? There's no way we can win. She turned around and ran away. Chulsu laughed loudly. Oh come on, you were acting so eager to kill just now, now you're running. The companion goblin stepped forward, grabbed Hai One Nim's ankle, and sent her crashing face first into the ground. Chulsu walked up, raising both hands to the sky and muttering like a madman. Hear me, fellow goblins, the era of being oppressed for being a goblin has ended. There will be no more quests allowing humans to slaughter us. No more hiding in dark, stuffy caves. His face gradually turned frantic, his voice echoing. Our savior has descended right here. He proclaimed that humans are backstabbers, enemies, and we must kill them all. He turned to the goblins and shouted, gather all the goblins in the village. The moment of counterattack has arrived. Immediately, every goblin in the village rushed toward Hai One Nim. Her eyes widened, filled with terror as the monsters roared and approached. At the Phoenix Fortress of El Basar, on the towering city walls, two guards were lazily leaning against the railing. One of them suddenly turned to his colleague and teased, make a 3-word poem about goblins. The guy next to him, who was yawning, replied blankly, gob gob. Is that so? The other one angrily swore, damn it, cut that stupid crap out. Suddenly the guard sensed something unusual, his eyes narrowing, his voice trembling. What the hell is that? In the distance ahead of them, a pitch-black crowd like ancient barbarian troops was surging forward, and small green figures were moving at terrifying speeds. The guard wondered, his voice cracking, could they be? Right at that moment, countless goblins arrived, eyes deranged, roaring like wild beasts. Leading the chaos was Chulsu standing proudly on a boulder, raising his hand and shouting with thunderous voice. Now listen up, fellow goblins. The human city will be completely destroyed by us. Switching to 3 hours earlier, Chulsu's expression turned frantic, his eyes flashing with a frenzied light. He muttered in a low, murderous tone, humans are the enemy, we must kill them all. He turned to the goblins in the village and shouted, gather all the goblins, the moment of counterattack has arrived. The goblins excitedly roared in unison, damn those humans, kill them all, kill them all. Chulsu leisurely walked up to Hai One Nim, who was now tied up tightly with panic in her eyes, and smirked, his voice cold, wait, don't kill her yet. If she dies, she'll return to the respawn temple in the village. Should a traitor who abandoned her teammates get to die so peacefully and easily? He glanced at her and continued, your teammates, one dead, one unconscious, neither can press the respawn button. Do you want to taste that pain? Hai One Nim trembled, clenching her fists and swallowing her tears. She kept her composure, but her eyes clearly revealed anger and fear. Chulsu stroked his chin with a wretched look, laughing boisterously. Looking close up, this female teammate's body is really nice. Let me try riding her. His words made Hai One Nim's eyes bulge, terrified as she screamed, what? Returning to the present, Chulsu was actually riding on Hai One Nim's back, raising his fist high and shouting, ha, kill all those humans for me. He bent down to look at her, warning, don't be foolish enough to log out, your money and weapons are in my hands. Hai One Nim had tears streaming down her face, crying inside while shouting out loud, fine, fine, I get it, give them back when we're done. Chulsu sneered, good, when the goblin era arrives, you'll be raised as a pet. She screamed, filled with resentment, I refuse. Inside the city, a man rushed frantically into the Adventurers Guild, yelling, goblins are attacking, call the adventurers quickly. But his desperate cries didn't bother anyone. Everyone in the guild calmly went about their work. Dad said with his hands on his hips, wondered, are you kidding, who's attacking? The guild master of wrath, Dad said, smiled mockingly, goblins, those small fry, the man stammered. It's true, they're swarming in packs outside, there are so many of them. Min sighed lazily, geez, small fry can be handled by the guards. Irene sitting nearby wondered, goblin hordes. Horace Philliver leaned against the wall mockingly. A game event sounds interesting. Charlotte chimed in, don't be foolish enough to get involved. If we get dragged in and miss our schedule for the next dungeon, that'd be annoying. Horace Philliver sneered coldly, creepy, at least let me protect myself. Charlotte spun around abruptly and shouted, huh, what do you mean? Suddenly outside the window, a dark shadow flashed past. A goblin broke the glass and crashed straight into the guild hall. But right as it hit the floor, Horace Philliver pointed a gun straight at its face. A gunshot echoed, sending the goblin to the afterlife. Horace Philliver calmly said, what's this, actual goblins? Charlotte glanced over thinking, does he have eyes in the back of his head? Dad said, gripped the sword on his back, muttering, damn it, I thought it was some jerk's prank. Right after that, a bunch of goblins broke through the doors and swarmed into the guild hall. Everyone screamed, they're actually attacking. Dad said, the knight assisting the Wrath Guild master, swung his sword powerfully, turning the goblins into dust in the blink of an eye. He muttered, this raid event should be way more epic. 100 of these trash mobs are just boring to death. Min, the vice master, dropped his jaw at Dadsad's power. He activated the professor's insight skill and got startled. Out there it's not 100, it's tens of thousands, maybe even more. A massive wave of goblins poured in like a tsunami, engulfing the guild hall. Adventurers drowned in the sea of goblins screamed. What kind of crazy numbers are these? Amidst the chaos, Horace Philliver remained calm. This city is really in danger. He, the master of Armstrong's branch, turned to the girl beside him. Don't tell me you plan to just stand and watch, Vice Leader. The girl, an alchemist in Armstrong's Vice Leader, Charlotte, pushed her glasses up and replied coldly, just stand and watch. Horace Philliver laughed loudly. No way, I don't like that, ha ha. The girl sighed, speechless. After observing for a while, Irene stood up and muttered, unlike last time we met players. The goblins this time are ugly and not cute at all. She waved her hand, let's go men. The entire guild hall shook violently. Irene's summoned beast appeared, shattering the floor and roaring with an earth-shattering meow. Cholsu stood among the goblins laughing loudly. Ha ha, give them a taste of hell. In the town, citizens were hunted down and speared by goblins. Suvli, the pink-haired girl, ran while screaming, don't come near here. But on the way, she bumped into a level 8 goblin, sending it flat on its face. She wondered, these guys are weak. She turned to her teammates, they're just numerous. The man next to her nodded, that's right, goblins are trash. These words made the goblins freeze, their eyes turning sorrowful. The humans screamed, terrifying goblins, what do you think this place is? The three of them instantly cast fireballs, attacking the goblins and causing a huge explosion. The bald guy laughed excitedly. Ha ha, you guys are just trash, level 20 at most, wipe them all out. Seeing his subordinates eliminated, Cholsu wiped his face and sighed. Oh geez, what kind of skills do these humans have to dare counterattack? He turned to the companion goblin sitting regally on a chair, using the ultimate begging art. He knelt down. With a flattering tone, "Oh great divine goblin clan, our comrades are being oppressed, our morale has hit rock bottom, please show your divine might." Hai One Nim standing nearby cursed under her breath. Damn it, I might as well quit the game. Cholsu continued, please grant my plea and hear my heart. The goblin sitting on the chair held its stomach and mocked with a smirk, holding a wooden club with its right foot propped on the chair, looking arrogant. The three humans kept casting fireballs to eliminate goblins. The bald guy laughed loudly. Hunting like this is awesome, this goblin pack is so fun. But he didn't know the Goblin Grand Emperor was approaching. When the Goblin Grand Emperor appeared, the bald guy muttered, wait a minute. The three of them were knocked flying by a gentle strike from it. The Goblin Grand Emperor landed, letting out excited shrieks. The three of them passed out and returned to the village to respawn. Cholsu laughed excitedly. Ha, arrogant humans looking down on goblins brings consequences like this. Hai One Nim looked at the Goblin Grand Emperor and marveled. Is that thing really a goblin? The goblin horde re-energized, roared and rushed toward the three unconscious people, torturing them mercilessly. Cholsu had to intervene. Hey, enough, they're already dead, go handle the rest. But his words fell on deaf ears as the goblins went wild with attacks. A few of them dragged Suvli away. Cholsu angrily yelled, wait, where are you dragging that girl? He jumped down from Hai One Nim's back and rushed to stop them. You bastards, let go of her. But the goblin didn't listen, biting hard into his arm, making him cry out in pain. Cholsu clenched his fist and muttered, these bastards have all lost their minds. Just as he didn't know what to do, like a gust of wind, God grabbed a sword and slashed through space, charging forward. With just a single straight sword strike, the goblins were decapitated, blood spraying wildly. Kim Cholsu stammered, you idiot. God paid no attention to Kim Cholsu's dazed state, asking him, strange, why are those goblins flooding all the way out here? Do you have any idea what's going on? Kim Cholsu blanked out. Oh no, I have no idea either. Receiving Kim Cholsu's utterly useless answer, God simply held his sword level across his chest and muttered, this is a hassle. The adventurers are trying to hold out, but there are way too many goblins. Even if they deal the minimum amount of damage, we can't take this forever. Dragging this fight out will only work against us. We have to finish everything in one blow. Kim Cholsu understood God's intention and immediately called out to stop him. Wait, aren't those goblins fighting back simply because they couldn't just sit there and take the beating forever? Am I wrong? Early in the game, it was all about quests targeting sitting duck goblins. You remember God himself saying the next quest was to purge the entire goblin village just because of a single flavor text description calling them evil monsters. Everyone bought into it blindly without checking. Isn't that messed up? Calling them evil so they have to die sounds pretty stupid, doesn't it? Damn it, it's just that none of you ever bothered trying to talk to them. Yet changing someone's deep-rooted prejudice is too difficult. God refused to listen to a single word of Kim Cholsu's, firmly stating, talking to goblins is a waste of time. Their heads are filled with nothing but greed. Anger surged up. Kim Cholsu blew his top and shouted, stop spouting nonsense. What the hell do you know? Goblins have villages, start families, and raise kids living just like us humans. God coldly justified his stance. They're just pretending to live like that. Goblins are monsters born from the abyss. They don't have families or children. Every word and action is just meant to trick adventurers. Still, I don't want to wipe out their entire species. They have a right to exist too. But if their numbers grow too large, it harms world peace. So we have to cull them little by little. Kim Chulsu couldn't believe his ears. Stop talking such rubbish. Even so, have you ever thought about the little ones about to die? If you'd ever shared a warm meal cooked by them, you wouldn't be saying that. God gently shattered his illusions. It was poisoned. Kim Chulsu jolted as he recalled the taste. Well, maybe it could have been, but aside from the poison, the goblin soup didn't taste all that weird. He thought back to that creepy snake. That snake was so freaky. Did they go this far just because of me? Come to think of it, that snake did have some weird stuff going on. Conflicting thoughts left Kim Chulsu completely lost on what was right. He grew so mad his face turned colors before realizing how absurd everything was. This is a game after all. In a game, monsters are just spawned in, since when do they give birth or start families? It was all just an act. Those bastards dared to trick me. Seeing Kim Chulsu fall silent for a moment, God assumed he had understood everything, and said, if you get it, hurry up. But when he turned around, he saw Kim Chulsu running back the other way. Where do you think you're going? Kim Chulsu sprinted over to Hai One Nim. She was currently tearing her hair out, unsure of what move to make. Looks like I've dragged myself into a mess. Is it still not too late to run? Kim Chulsu zoomed like a gust of wind right onto her shoulder and barked orders. Change the plan immediately. Goblin summon skill. All goblins hear me out. Lord Messiah just decreed that this is enough. All goblins stop fighting right now, hurry up. Luckily, Kim Chulsu had his eyes open while speaking, to see that the horde of goblins wasn't listening to him at all. Kim Chulsu panicked. What's wrong with these guys? Why is nobody listening anymore? He yelled angrily at the goblins. Did you guys not hear the Holy Messiah? All goblins stand down. Right at that moment, a soldier stepped up and shouted, Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing with that goblin? Kim Chulsu broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, what a terrible situation, he stammered. Ooh, no, it's a misunderstanding, this is. He vaulted backward and ruthlessly slammed his own goblin hard against the ground. Just prepping for my next skill animation. Seeing that, the soldier lowered his sword an inch. Impressive wrestling form, though. For a second there I thought you were the mastermind staging this whole thing with the goblins. Creepy. Kim Chulsu couldn't say another word, thinking internally. Just a minor NPC talking like a big shot. The soldier turned away and cheered. Well then, go kill more goblins for us. Only then did Kim Chulsu relax his body. That was way too close to getting whacked. A few seconds later, his goblin clumsily sat back up from behind, rubbing its aching head. When Kim Chulsu saw the other goblin flying into a rage, only one thought crossed his mind. I'm dead. He hurried to explain. Wait, it's not like that. I didn't mean to suplex it earlier, I just tripped and fell backward. But the goblin refused to listen to his excuses. It grabbed a heavy stone nearby and raised it high. Kim Chulsu could only curse. I honestly just wanna vanish into thin air right now, use whatever's handy. He grabbed Hai One Nim, who was standing right beside him, using her as a human shield while she was still clueless about what was happening. As expected, Hai One Nim took the full brunt of the goblin's knockout blow. Blood gushed from her nose like a waterfall. Kim Chulsu felt genuinely guilty. I will never forget your noble sacrifice, goblin number 2. He tossed her aside and angrily berated the goblin. What the heck, you actually threw it right at me. You're a summoned beast, how dare you. In a fit of rage, he reached behind his back. No way, you need to be disciplined. An object soared high into the sky with picture-perfect form. Witnessing this epic sight, Irene muttered to herself. A rock? That crooked-eared goblin is the same guy from last time. What on earth is he doing here? A rock? That crooked-eared goblin is the same guy from last time. What on earth is he doing here? Then she noticed what Kim Chulsu was holding behind his back. That glowing red whip? Don't tell me this idiot is trying to use the crimson lash without lifting the curse first. Irene's guess was spot on. The item was cursed. Without purifying it first, the user suffers random status effects while summoned creatures go berserk. Kim Chulsu paid no mind to such minor details, raising the whip and bringing it down. I kept wondering why Catherine gave me this, but now I get it. She meant for me to beat the living daylights out of you. Complete chaos broke out among the three parties. The goblin standing frozen in place, Kim Chulsu blinded by fury, and Irene rushing over from afar to stop. A massive explosion occurred. The guild master stood amidst piles of goblin corpses and cheered refreshingly. Crawling with so many trashy horned monsters, taking them out feels so satisfying. Min pushed up his glasses to remind him. Sir, this isn't the time to celebrate, your HP bar is hitting rock bottom. A few of our guild members and other adventurers got taken down already, you know. Hearing that, the guild master showed no mercy in his mockery. If they can get finished off by trash like this, they're only worth that much anyway. Anyone who dies in battle gets kicked out of the organization, you hear me. Horace Philiver dual-wielded his guns. unleashing rapid-fire bullets into the goblin horde. Even scarier, every single bullet landed squarely between their eyebrows. He paused his attack and let out a breath. Goblin number 100 took a bullet to the brain. Guess practicing marksmanship was worth it after all. Charlotte abruptly spoke up. Please don't misunderstand. You fired exactly 100 shots but only killed 99. Don't assume just because they're goblins that I'm bad at counting. Contrary to her assumption, Horace Philliver flashed a confident grin. I don't doubt the vice captain's competence, but did you count that guy over there? Charlotte looked confused. What guy where? The moment she glanced behind her, another goblin appeared. True to form, Horace Philliver used his last bullet to send it packing straight to the afterlife. The goblin dropped, blood spraying everywhere. Horace Philliver triumphantly raised both arms. Charlotte, that fountain of blood was dedicated entirely to you. Charlotte was left completely speechless by the guy. Did he seriously just waste his last bullet shooting into the sky? Over on this side, the guild master watched his guild members fighting the goblins with deep dissatisfaction. Why are you picking them off one by one like picking vegetables? When you're monster hunting, you gotta do it like this. Within seconds, his body underwent a massive transformation, as scorching rings of fire erupted all around him. The goblins recoiled in terror at the sight. Suddenly, one goblin made a strange move. Min's sharp eyes caught it. Wait, something's off with that goblin in the middle. The remaining goblins turned to look at it, their eyes radiating intense, murderous intent. Min called out, Guildmaster, something's very wrong. But the guildmaster, entirely confident in his own abilities, paid it no mind. He vaulted high into the air and executed his signature skill. Fire Knight Skyfire Cannon, incinerate everything. The guildmaster plummeted back down to the earth, unleashing a terrifying explosion that leveled 100 miles around him. Amidst the thick smoke and blazing fire, Horace Philliver emerged like a god, completely unfazed by the flames. Dragon goblins, or whatever freak monsters they are, stepped to me and it's chicken dinner. But before he could gloat, a strange foot appeared right in front of him, and Horace Philliver let out a surprised "oh" as a fully formed goblin stepped out from the scorching flames. He completely freaked out. What the actual hell is that? Things were equally tense over on the other side, as Irene raced against time to reach Kim Cholsu. But just as she figured out what was happening, he had already raised his whip. The whip lashed straight into the goblin at that exact second. A torrent of crimson energy spewed forth. Irene's expression turned grim as she blurted out, "Too late, why would you do something so crazy? No time to dawdle, we need to cancel the summon right now." She was about to continue when she had to stop short, noticing Kim Cholsu's not-so-good condition. Abnormal status, unconscious, Irene was genuinely speechless. He passed out. Just then, the red stream of energy faded away, and the goblin emerged with a completely different form and surging energy. Irene quickly mentally analyzed the current situation. When a summoned beast goes out of control, all its stats get amplified massively. It's called Berserk mode. Luckily, at this level I can still handle it. But contrary to her expectations, before she could even process what was happening, the goblin dashed right up to her at the speed of light. But contrary to her expectations, before she could even process what was happening, the goblin dashed right up to her at the speed of light. She muttered in awe, so fast, summoned beasts aren't weak after all. This isn't over yet. The most dangerous part of Berserk mode is that it no longer recognizes its own master. Irene barely spun around in time as the goblin lunged to attack Kim Cholsu as well. Luckily, Michelle showed up right in the nick of time, scooped Kim Cholsu up in her mouth, and tossed him up to the blue bird soaring overhead. Summoner skill, summon blue bird. Seeing its toy taken away, the enraged goblin leaped up, trying to grab him back. Irene shifted into full combat mode. Now for the obstacles. She ordered Michelle. Michelle attacked just enough to snap it out of it. Michelle leaped forward on command, aiming to strike the goblin, but severely underestimated its explosive strength as the goblin sprang up and slashed a heavy blow straight across Michelle's arm. Irene cried out in shock, "Michelle." The current situation gave her zero room for grief or distraction. The goblin flew forward to attack her. Irene dodged out of the way and cast the summoner skill, Summon Earth Star Gigas. As a towering mound of earth shot up, the goblin rushed forward, hammering it frantically with a flurry of blows. The mound of earth was instantly smashed to pieces. Irene panicked, "Am I seeing things? That damage output is insane. If I don't unsummon it right now, someone's gonna die." So she ordered, "Get out of there." Seeing her retreat, the blue bird tried to back off while the goblin leaped up to attack again. But this time it proved smarter. It flew upward and brought its weight crashing down hard to shatter the ground beneath. Then it picked out the sharpest, tiniest pebbles from the debris and hurled them frantically up into the air like a madman. The blue bird panicked at the sudden hailstorm of stones. Irene reassured it, "Close one." The blue bird sped off at full throttle. The blue bird pulled off some slick aerial acrobatics, successfully dodging every single stone. The goblin wanted to show everyone that the party wasn't over just yet. It grabbed a pouch full of dirt and stones, swinging it in circles to build up momentum. Finally, it let go and hurled the pouch with a flawless trajectory straight at the bird. Irene couldn't believe her eyes. Blue bird. It's been so long since we last met. I already told you to stop being such a dull guy. She had no choice but to grab hold of him and pull him into a tight hug. The goblin grabbed Michelle's leg and dragged her toward the guild master. Seeing its bizarre appearance, the guild master had no clue what kind of danger was staring him right in the face. You really have a death wish, huh? True to form, he executed his signature skill. Fire Night Eternal Flames. Witnessing the scene, Yeeman couldn't stay quiet any longer. Guild Master, he took your Eternal Flames head-on and is still standing there acting fine. He's completely different from the pathetic mobs we've fought so far. This is my cue to jump in and back you up. Unfortunately, the Guild Master wasn't very good at analyzing skills. He refused the Vice Guild Master's help. If I need others to help, it means I've already lost. Shut your mouth and just sit there and watch like you've been doing from the start. Yeeman was left speechless. Me, doing what I've been doing from the start. As a genius with an IQ of 160, sitting around doing nothing just to observe. All of that is because that guy wouldn't let me do anything at all. When the Guild Master's eternal flame hit the goblin, a ground-shaking explosion echoed. A figure was sent flying far away, and all the guild members froze with blank faces. Horace Philliver twitched the corner of his mouth. Did you just see that? Charlotte stammered. Yeah, I saw it too. Yeeman trembled as he analyzed the situation. Maximum damage. If you get hit by an attack that far exceeds your maximum HP, you won't be able to handle the pain and will be instantly knocked out of the match. Yeeman screamed in despair, Guild Master. Right at that moment, a large, steady hand patted his head. The Guild Master appeared from behind like a god to reassure him. You could tell it was totally getting its ass handed to it. Why are you screaming your head off like that? Yeeman stopped crying immediately. How are you still alive? The Guild Master didn't care much and asked, Hey genius, you were just rambling about strategies and stuff earlier, right? So is there any strategy to handle a monster that deals maximum damage in a single hit? He didn't care about anything else, but whenever it came to his field of expertise, Yeeman instantly switched to serious mode. He adjusted his glasses and professionally analyzed. Normally, the top strategy is called running away is the best policy. Winning is definitely completely impossible, but landing a solid punch on it might still be doable. The Guild Master looked at him like that yet remained very obedient. Can't win, but you said landing a punch is possible, right? Then we'll use that exact one hit to finish them off. Seeing him grab his sword and head up, Yeeman yelled from behind. Before I give the order, absolutely no one is allowed to recklessly attack first, do you hear me? With that said, he ran while calculating and disarming traps in his head. The Guild Master's attack won't even deal a tiny bit of damage. On top of that, that monster only needs to land a single hit to be overpowered and lethal instantly. What kind of monster is this strong to the point where its level can't even be determined? The Guild Master's buff skill, Eternal Flame, pierces armor and deals direct damage to the opponent. If that's a one-shot comeback move, maybe there's still hope of winning, but of course it can only be used once. On the other side, the goblin glanced over indifferently, clenched its hand into a fist, and charged forward to attack once again. Yeeman helplessly thought to himself, admittingly, charging into a boss like this alone is absolute insanity. But this stubborn guy with sky-high pride won't back down until he gets his revenge. Oh well, just throw one really hard punch, and if that doesn't work, we'll just bail. Thinking to himself, he pressed the button to activate the professor's skill. The traps he laid out triggered one after another, rising into antenna pillars and deploying the gravity distortion field at Professor's laboratory. Inside his laboratory space, everything had to obey his commands. The wave caught the goblin accordingly. System update, Eternal Ice freezes the target in a large area for up to 8 seconds. The higher the level, the shorter the duration. After finishing, Yeeman screamed. Right at that moment, the Guild Master slowly dragged his sword forward, gloomily trying to look cool as he muttered. Thought I was a goner for sure this time, gotta admit it's terrifyingly strong. But I'm way stronger. With that, he triggered the skill Close Call. Taking fatal damage still leaves you with exactly 1 HP, usable once per match. Berserker skill, the lower the HP, the more devastating the damage. Instantly, the Guild Master landed a blow dealing over 300,000 HP. The goblin screamed when it was hit. But in less than a second, it went back to smirking casually. Yeeman broke out in a cold sweat of fear. It can still move. Oh god, how did it recover in less than 2 seconds? The goblin swung its club to strike without a moment's hesitation. But the Guild Master was saved just in time by the professor's positioning skill, teleporting the player to any location. Cooldown is 1 minute. Yeeman lost his patience and screamed. The level gap is way too huge. Charging in again is just dying a meaningless death. What era is this for someone to still stupidly risk their life for this game? Hearing that, the adventurers actively fighting thought about it and looked at each other. Yeah, that's actually true. You saw it earlier. It took 3,000 damage and still stood firm like nothing happened. Getting mixed up with it and logging out early would be super embarrassing. Let's just use the goblins as cannon fodder for this stupid event. Who brings a god-tier strong boss to fight us anyway? I'm out. Me too. When I log back in later, everything will probably be over. Screw this, I'm done playing. One by one, the crowd logged out. Horace Philliver also suggested, let's bail too, we really can't beat that crowd. Charlotte agreed. Is this the first time I've actually heard you say something right? Of course, even if you wanted to keep fighting, I wouldn't agree anyway. But right as she was about to log out, she realized in shock and angrily turned around to yell. Wait, don't tell me you. Horace Philliver didn't log out at all, waving with a smile. I tricked you. The system announced. Due to too many players, the 10-minute login lock after logging out has been activated. Charlotte shouted in frustration, we have to wait 10 whole minutes. Before she could finish speaking, she was forcibly disintegrated. On the other side, the guild master grinned with amusement. What are you dreaming about being so stubborn? That guy saw the damage we dealt to them, right? Their HP is probably down to half by now. It'd be a damn waste to quit. Yeeman couldn't take it anymore and shrieked. You still refuse to give up. What a stubborn mouth. Movement freeze can only be used once, positioning has a 1-minute cooldown, and we haven't even finished analyzing its attack patterns yet. Right in the middle of his screaming, he fell silent. Unable to finish his sentence, they threw a rock straight at his face. Horace Philliver showed off by rushing forward and firing back. The explosion grazed past, freezing the guild master in place. Way too fast, couldn't even react in time. Horace Philliver casually walked over, joking. Thank goodness, it looked too dangerous, so I just randomly shot. Who would have thought it actually hit? If I accidentally ruined someone's solo boss hunting session just now. As he was talking, the guild master cut him off. Ever since that guy from my guild jumped in, this match hasn't been a duel of honor anymore, has it? Just try not to get in my way. Horace Philliver smirked with assurance. Rest assured I won't get in the way, then if you'll excuse me, I'll go all out. No sooner had he finished speaking than he rushed ahead of the guild master to attack. Right before closing in on the goblins, Horace Philliver vaulted into the air, using his sharp shooting skills to continuously rain bullets down on it. But it felt like tickling a steel plate, leaving him unable to help but marvel, this is a bit excessive. Wait, it doesn't take damage at all. The goblin spotted its target and turned around. But right as it turned, the guild master appeared behind it with a blazing sword. A sneak attack from behind subtracted another 400,000 HP. Watching the explosion in the distance, Yeeman anxiously asked himself, what kind of situation is even happening here? In a battle where the odds are lower than winning the lottery, why are you guys still so stubbornly refusing to retreat? What kind of people are you two to not even know fear of death? As for the goblins, even when buried in a sea of fire, they just casually jump right back out. On this side, Kim Chulsu startled awake, clutching his head and groaning, my head hurts like hell, what on earth just happened? Suddenly his eyes snapped wide open, as he squeezed something in the palm of his hand, wondering, what is this soft thing feels so nice though, MHM. Seeing this, Irene recalled when she fell down with him, the fall damage from the sky hurt like hell. Oh man, talk about bad luck. Looks like this crazy guy woke up. Hearing her voice, Kim Chulsu finally turned around and yelled, aren't you the one who was with that royal cat boss the other day? The two goblins whose heads he was uncomfortably squeezing shouted, stop squeezing already. Irene ordered, do you know about the goblin following you? Go and dismiss your summon right now. Kim Chulsu refused, standing up to talk back. What, why should I? Irene angrily scolded. Do you have any idea what you just did? You whipped that goblin right in the face with the blood-cursed whip without lifting the curse, didn't you? You passed out so you probably don't remember. But that thing is going crazy, smashing whatever it sees, destroying everything. Someone who unintentionally hurt others like that. Have you ever thought about how much pain it's in right now? For that goblin's sake and for all the other players here, please dismiss your summon right now. But after a whole speech from her, all she got in return was I don't know. Irene lost her cool and roared, what? Kim Chulsu lost his patience too and shouted back, I don't know how to dismiss its summon. This game doesn't have any dismiss summon button. I've never seen that feature since I started playing. Irene questioned him in disbelief. What? Your class is a summoner, right? If you can summon it, there has to be a way to dismiss it. Kim Chulsu asserted firmly. There isn't, so there isn't. What else is there to say? The person who wants to dismiss it the most is me, okay? Irene challenged him in disbelief. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? What if that goblin gets hurt? Kim Chulsu sneered. Hurt? You've been making me name it, sticking your nose into everything since yesterday. Unintentionally hurting someone is a sacrifice. Intentionally hurting someone is what makes you a bastard. In this life, to me, there are only two types of people. Those who have hurt me or those about to do so. Those other guys getting hurt a little bit is a good thing, isn't it? Worry about saving your own skin, that goblin over there. Its mental state isn't hurt and its body isn't bruised either. It's super tough, still excited and roaring. Then a beam of light flashed. Kim Cholsu turned his head in surprise, only to see the goblin scent flying along with over 700,000 HP damage. On this side, the guild master landed awkwardly and shouted in disbelief. Did it hide this move until now? The goblin was blown away by the explosion, but the very next second it was back to normal, once again leaping forward to attack. The guild master activated the eternal flame skill, gritting his teeth. Still not satisfied, fine, I'll finish this right now. But right as he was about to unleash his move, the system notified him that his MP was insufficient. The guild master was shocked. What? The goblin had already rushed right up in front of him. So the guild master hurriedly dropped his sword, right as Yemen's skill finished its cooldown, teleporting him away. Yemen couldn't take it anymore and screamed out, "What the hell are you doing? You said you were going to win. You always win like it's a piece of cake. If you can't win, you're supposed to fight to the end. You're supposed to win like always. If you can't win, at least don't die. Sometimes I look no different than a coward, right? But we should just run away already. Who actually risks their real life in a game?" The guild master was stunned by these words for a moment, then grabbed Yemen's head and shouted, "Shut your mouth, you jerk, I told you." Screaming like that just advertises your own failure. "Hey shooter, we're retreating. You can stay if you want, but if you die, don't blame me." Horace Philliver smirked. "Nah, I should wrap it up here too. These guys are more annoying than they are interesting." The guild master was dazed. What's that supposed to mean? No sooner had he spoken than he saw someone running toward them from far away, followed by a whole swarm of goblins charging in this direction. Returning to a few minutes earlier, Kim Cholsu stared with his jaw dropped as he watched the goblin get blasted away. The goblin is hurt and took over 700,000 damage. Damn it, this is dangerous. If it dies, my life drops back to the bottom of society. First I have to save it. I'm forced to use the gather command. Irene was surprised. Summon it, don't call it back, it'll attack you desperately too. Vent its frenzy first, there's no need to dismiss the summon yet. Kim Cholsu was startled. There's another option. Irene explained. That explosion just now, the only one in this town who could pull it off is the guild master of Black Fire. When subordinates take enough damage to run out of HP, they automatically unsummon. Status effects like Berserk disappear too. Kim Cholsu turned around in disbelief. Are you telling me to let Black Fire kill it? What if it actually dies? Irene asserted. My subordinates cannot die, they just take a nap and wake up. They don't have the concept of life and death to begin with. Normally yes, but you said your goblin doesn't respawn. Regular rules probably don't apply. While hesitating, Kim Cholsu's shout rang out. And you told me to bet my life on your word. Irene looked dazed. What life? Kim Cholsu helplessly clenched his fists and yelled. That goblin is my life. I can't even imagine what going back to reality would be like without it. I'd rather die than live without it. These words snapped Irene back to reality. She remembered her past time with her cat, looked at Kim Cholsu's figure in front of her, and couldn't help but be amazed, wondering, how is that even possible? How can someone hold such deep emotional attachment to the point of crying over an entity? She couldn't help stepping forward to grab his hand, expressing sincerely, I'm sorry Kim Cholsu, no matter what, I won't let the thing you cherish most perish. Let's do everything we can together. Kim Cholsu lost his patience and yelled, don't interfere if you don't have a way to call it back, I'm out of time. Irene just gloomily muttered, after analyzing, your goblin isn't a regular summoned goblin, it's a real living being. It only lives once. Then we have a way. A monster driven into a frenzy is like an abandoned pet left out in the wild for too long. The easiest way to open their closed heart is to give them food. It won't be easy, but I think it'll definitely work. Kim Cholsu, your sincerity. She had barely finished speaking when Kim Cholsu analyzed it to himself. What the hell is she talking about? I just wanted to beat up my own goblin. Oh wait, I remember luring it with the feed goblin skill and that's why it went wild and chased after me. Wait a minute, have I seriously never fed it even once since then? Thinking this, he activated the summoner skill, feed goblin, stared at the sausage in his hand and muttered to himself. Let's see if this method can snap it out of it. This is the only way left. You're going down, you bastard. With that thought, he bolted off at a dead sprint. Irene panicked and screamed, wait, if you already have food, why aren't you calling it back? Before she could even finish her sentence, a swarm of goblins came stamping past. Irene looked down in a daze. Are those goblins targeting Kim Cholsu? Kim Cholsu ran ahead, with the horde of goblins trailing right behind him. At first, he didn't realize it and glanced back over his shoulder. But when he caught the drooling, famished look on a goblin's face, and then looked down at the sausage in his hand alongside a system notification. Special goblin sausage. Legend says it can even make a divorced goblin wife come back home, can be summoned once a day. He finally put the pieces together. Kim Cholsu accelerated into an all-out sprint, roaring, back off you freaks. And thus ensued the sight of Kim Cholsu running in front, with a veritable sea of goblins chasing closely behind. The guild master stared at the scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. What is that? Why are they charging straight toward us? Horace Philliver hastily logged out with a forced smile. They must smell something delicious. If we don't get out of here fast, it's gonna be a huge pain. Horace Philliver's words had barely left his mouth when Kim Cholsu shot right past the two of them. The guild master quickly grabbed Yeeman's hand and hurled him flying far, far away, forcing a tight, grimace-filled smile. Catch you later, Vice Master. In the next instant, the sea of goblins washed over the area and the system announced, "A spaz has died." The goblins barely batted an eye and kept pressing forward. Over on this side, Kim Cholsu tracked down his goblin and started nagging it. Did you think you could just run off without my permission? Hey goblin, this is your absolute favorite sausage. I don't have time for this, hurry up and eat. The goblin was still in its berserk state, yet drooled with desire all the same. Kim Cholsu freaked out inwardly. Damn it, is this the berserk effect? It's losing its mind, this is terrifying. Yet he still bravely reached out his hand and called out. That's right, is that you? No, good boy. Right here, your delicious sausage is coming, eat up. Good boy, such a good boy, let's go. The goblin had just barely bitten off a single bite when the sea of goblins surged forward, knocking the sausage flying away and completely swallowing up the berserk goblin in a tidal wave. They were laser-focused entirely on the floating sausage drifting through the air, trampling Kim Cholsu underfoot in the process. Suffering through the agony, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, these annoying goblins are totally useless trash. Greedy, selfish, and there's just an ungodly amount of them. That old guy was right, there are way too many of these bastards, so a few of them kicking the bucket doesn't matter at all. By this point, the goblins had piled up into a literal mountain, and the one that climbed to the very top of the tower managed to grab the sausage. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, the goblin mountain collapsed, and Kim Cholsu was sent flying up into the air along with them. The culprit was the rare-grade armor he was wearing. When taking a hit, it had a 1% chance to trigger the Heaven and Earth Shatter skill. Kim Cholsu couldn't hide his astonishment. Heaven and Earth Shatter, this armor has an option like that. Followed immediately by a system announcement. All goblins who trusted and followed you have been wiped out. The Goblin King is immensely satisfied, you have received 1 goblin point. Left with nothing to break his fall, Kim Cholsu plummeted straight down. Out of nowhere, a goblin appeared, bounced off several rocks in rapid succession, and leaped downward. Just as Kim Cholsu was about to pancake into the ground, he was caught midair by that very goblin. Staring at it in disbelief, Kim Cholsu blurted out, "Goblin, you've snapped out of it, you're back to normal. You little jerk, if you were hungry you could have just said so." The piece of sausage had fallen to the ground by now. The goblin immediately tossed Kim Cholsu aside and pounced on it. Feeling utterly unappreciated, he muttered self-pityingly, "Seriously, what a little bastard." The system updated. Completed quest to exterminate the goblin village 18,783 30 completed. Reward 350 gold. Right at that moment, Irene dropped down beside Kim Cholsu and breathed a sigh of relief. The berserk status seems to have worn off. Thank goodness, did you wipe out all these goblins by yourself? Kim Cholsu snapped back up in annoyance and scolded. Are you gonna start nagging again? What are you, my mother? Irene got thoroughly triggered by those words and snapped. Nagging what? I was just worried about you. Alright, let's get straight to the point. This goblin raid was caused by you, wasn't it? Kim Cholsu immediately refuted, as if. Irene wiped her mouth in exasperation before continuing. Goblins are normally classified as low-level mobs. Even if there are hundreds or tens of thousands of them, they shouldn't be able to cause any real pain to players in this village. Even if your HP drops to 0 and you collapse, you respawn without any penalties. But regardless of all that, the fact that they attacked innocent people is still your fault. So hand all of this over to them as compensation. With no other choice, Kim Cholsu gave in. Oh geez, fine already, I was gonna do that anyway. A little while later, another player logged into the game and called out. There were some loud explosions over this way. They walked over out of curiosity. What on earth is all this? Down in a crater sat a wooden sign reading, "Relief funds for the victims, take what you need," accompanied by countless piles of gold, jewels, and items dropped by the goblins. At the same time, inside a private room, several individuals gathered to discuss. Looks like we got some pretty positive results this time. I heard it went well. Oh, finally, hurry up and send the results report to G67, make it quick. G67's damage output hit 9,999, confirming it reached the absolute maximum cap. Even the most ruthless criminals never hit numbers like that. Deep inside human nature, there's always a shred of kindness. Ultimately, that exact thing is what makes summoned beasts grow weaker or occasionally slip out of control. G67, on the other hand, completely lacks a human heart. You mean it's a flawless vessel? Either way, this is a monumental achievement. Who knows how many people had to be sacrificed to pull this off? After dozens of resets, a savior has finally emerged. However, the fact that such a flawless goblin was summoned means G67, among all summoners up to now, is the one who resembles a goblin the most. If someone like that goes around throwing their absurd, unchecked power around haphazardly, everything's gonna fall apart. Naturally, we can't let that happen under any circumstances. We have to do whatever it takes to keep him under our control. We absolutely must make it happen. That's the only reason we exist under the name Iscariot. Sometime later, out in the real world, a slew of news articles reported on the goblin raid at Phoenix Elbasar. Thankfully, because goblins were low-level, the actual damage was negligible. Kim Chulsu read through the articles while silently praying, "Gods above, let this incident blow over without causing any major issues. Looks like nobody knows I'm the main culprit." Thinking back, listening to that cat girl was definitely the right call. Taking all the relief funds for himself might be pocketing hush money, but it's way better than having an angry mob of players hunt down the mastermind. Shifting to an article covering the Civilian Relief Fund event at Phoenix Elbasar, level 35 Wind Mage Magician stated, "Sunreal, before I get the money, I just wanted to kill him. Now I just want to beat the crap out of him." Kim Chulsu helplessly held his head in his hands. Who the hell is this guy anyway? I just lost 10 years off my lifespan. Damn it, getting scammed by monsters is this miserable. A friendly goblin my foot. This damn goblin went wild just because I forgot to feed it. I honestly became a real goblin master now. A summoner, and I don't know a single thing about this class. I've never even raised a pet in my life. Next time I run into that cat lady's master, I gotta ask her about it. She's high-leveled and can even summon some kind of bird. She totally radiates professional energy. Wait a second, why would a girl that powerful help me out in the first place? It felt sketchy from the very beginning. He recalled what she said right before leaving, "You're kind of cute." A lingering doubt surfaced. She called me cute out of nowhere. Irene asking him earlier, "Could you tell me your name?" Kim Chulsu's guard shot right back up. She kept aggressively pressing for his identity. Mulling it over, he decided, "She's so gorgeous, maybe I should try flirting with her." Abruptly, Seung Ryal's face popped right up in front of him out of nowhere. Kim Chulsu didn't even blink before shouting, "Piss off, you jerk," the old man muttered. "It's just Seung Ryal and you're still in a bad mood." "I know, you crazy bastard, what are you even doing here? Are you stalking me?" Seung Ryal sat down with a solemn expression and said, "You've had that worried look plastered all over your face for a while now." Kim Chulsu didn't care and roared, "Answer me, are you stalking me?" Only to be met with a vague response. Turns out coming here was the right choice after all. Kim Chulsu started getting deeply annoyed by him. "You wanna get beat up? What do you even know to act like you can read my mind like an open book?" Seung Ryal answered mysteriously, "Probably because of the goblin." Kim Chulsu broke out in a cold sweat. "Yeah, true, but how'd you figure that out?" He raised his head to explain. "Of course I know. Your summoned beast isn't gonna be able to hold on to this kind of power for much longer, which is why you're stressing out." Kim Chulsu grew even more astonished. "What do you mean it won't hold its power? What kind of nonsense are you spitting? What's wrong with the goblin? Is it because I didn't feed it?" Seung Ryal put on a dangerous expression and countered. "Don't tell me you seriously didn't know. Word is they found a critical game bug tied to the summoned beasts of summoners. There's gonna be a patch fixing it soon, I just hope I'm worrying over nothing. But the fact that your goblin is abnormally strong like this, isn't that clearly because of a bug?" Those words turned Kim Chulsu's face pale as a sheet. Losing his cool entirely, he sprang to his feet and yelled, "Are you serious right now? Is that bug fix patch actually real? Where'd you hear about this?" Before the guy could even answer, a few players sitting nearby started chatting. "There's a new announcement from heaven. Any updates? Nothing major. Looks like a bug fix patch is dropping in a week." A short while later, Kim Chulsu logged back into the game, sat in a daze on the grass for a long time, and finally tossed a rock away in utter defeat, shouting, "Damn it, why right now of all times? My goblin is acting completely abnormal right now. If that so-called critical bug the devs discovered in Summoners is this goblin, then I'm finished. There's only 1 week left before the bug fix patch drops. I can't go back to living that pathetic life anymore. Within that time frame, I gotta make 20 billion won no matter what." Moments later, he appeared before the god NPC. True to form, the guy looked down on him with arrogance. "Don't go getting all cocky just because you managed to take down a measly 30 goblins. You look pathetic." Kim Chulsu couldn't help showing off his battle achievements, but the NPC completely brushed them off without a care. Losing his patience, he yelled, "Stop nagging already, cough up the next quest. I don't have time to waste, whose face am I punching this time?" But God simply wore a sneering grin and brought up a notification window. "Must reach level 40 to receive the next quest." Kim Chulsu cursed directly, "Damn it you." He was currently only level 38, having just leveled up from 37. Looking at his current level, Kim Chulsu couldn't help frowning and pouting, thinking to himself, "Damn it, who would have thought levels would be this much of a problem?" Killing 10 goblins only gets me a single level. Thinking that, Kim Chulsu headed over to the Adventurers Guild, looked at the quest board in front of him, and pondered. Instead of mindlessly beating up random mobs, taking on a quest and getting extra bounty is way more time efficient. All the good quests had already been snatched up. The quest Demon Mask offered a reward of a whopping 10,000 gold, making it by far the highest tier quest among the remaining options. Guess I'll go with. He reached out to grab the quest notice, only to find another hand grabbing it at the same time. Looking over, Kim Chulsu ran straight into Hai One Nim, a level 36 martial artist. The moment she recognized him, Hai One Nim was so startled she tumbled backward onto the ground, screaming, "What the hell? It's that crazy pervert." Seeing her panicked state, Kim Chulsu was taken aback. "Isn't this the girl I rode on last time? What's with the crazy pervert thing? Damn it, if people hear that, what on earth are they gonna think I am?" True to his thoughts, the group of people behind them immediately cast critical glares in his direction. That crazy psycho, just staring at that quest and stroking it like he's picking out a toy. He's totally out of his mind, his face tells you everything about his true nature. The group muttered among themselves as they aggressively closed in to surround Kim Chulsu. Honestly, I've always thought of him as a total lunatic. Absolute mental case. Right as he didn't know what to do, the quest paper on the board was yanked down. Okay, Ray, a level 32 mage, spoke in a gloomy, cutting tone as she interrupted the group. "Stop arguing already. Why don't you team up with this old lady instead?" Her unexpected offer made Kim Chulsu furious enough to snap. "Who the hell do you think you are trying to steal my quest? I had my eyes on this first." Okay, Ray remained completely calm, pointing at the quest notice. "There's no way a young punk like you didn't see what I saw. Looks like you missed the fine print at the bottom." Only then did he notice the footnote underneath. Minimum requirement of 3 players. That note shocked him so much his eyes bulged. 3 players? Why is just me by myself not enough? What the hell do I need to drag 2 dead weights along for? But then he quickly spun around, pointing at Hai One Nim, leaving her completely stunned and unable to react. "You actually look somewhat useful. As for you, old lady, you're just an old hag." Okay, Ray gave a faint, composed smile and replied, "If you don't want this old lady tagging along, I won't force you, but are you sure you'll be fine on your own?" Hearing her warning, Kim Chulsu turned back to the crowd with a confident smirk. "Unlike you, old lady, I've got plenty of people lining up to team with me." The group stared at him with doubt and contempt. "Team up with this guy? Hang on a second, isn't that the same psycho who got mixed up with Hai One Nims?" Seeing their attitude, he grew furious. "We don't have time to argue. Fine, I'll drag this old lady along for the quest. And for the final spot." Mid-sentence, he glanced toward Hai One Nim, prompting her to panic and shield her head in terror. "No, please don't." But she had no chance to object as the quest was instantly locked in. Hai One Nim, level 36 martial artist. Kim Chulsu, level 38 goblin summoner. Okay, Ray, level 32 mage. The moment they stepped into the quest area, Hai One Nim was greeted by a fierce, giant bear. She panicked, throwing a flurry of punches in its direction while sprinting away. "Why the hell did I end up stuck with this cursed guy again?" Frustrated from behind, he barked, "Running like this is gonna take till Kingdom come to finish the quest. At this rate, we'll finish next year." Hai One Nim cried out breathlessly as she ran. "I can't run any faster. Open your eyes and look at their level. Do you think I can one-shot this whole horde?" Eyeing the furry bears ahead with disdain, he scoffed. "Oh, come on, these are just trash mobs. Screw it, whatever happens, happens. Even if I get reported for a summoning bug, I couldn't care less." Right then, the goblin stepped up from behind and shouted. Hai One Nim looked confused and muttered, "A goblin? Yeah." Just as the goblin dashed at full speed toward the furry bears. Before it could even attack, it was caught completely off guard by OK Ray's burst of fire. The old woman spoke in a dreary voice, "Leave these trash mobs to this old lady." Mage skill Fireball. Seeing her interfere with his plan, he yelled loudly, "Hey old hag, stop blocking my way." The furry bear growled, but before it could do anything, it took a direct punch from the goblin. That sent it crashing to the ground in agony. Watching the scene unfold, Hai One Nim screamed in horror. "It's that same goblin from before. Why the hell is that goblin here too?" Seeing her trembling, he answered casually, "'Cause it's my summoned beast. Got a problem?" She looked at him in disbelief. "You summoned a monster." He deadpanned, "I'm the summoner of this ultimate beast that can wipe out everything in a single hit. So stop getting in my way and stand aside to watch." With that, Kim Chulsu took the lead and marched forward. Hai One Nim and OK Ray chatted as they walked behind. "So Granny, what made you decide to play Heaven's Door anyway?" She looked somewhat surprised by the question. This PC game thing, I started because of my husband." Hearing that, Hai One Nim was amazed. "You started playing because your husband dragged you into it? How romantic." OK Ray answered flatly, "What's romantic?" The girl smiled and replied, Tell me more about it. What kind of person was your husband? What class did he play? Falling into a deep reverie at the question, she murmured, he. Right on cue, a goblin's screech rang out, cutting off their conversation. Kim Cholsu sneered as he looked ahead. What's making that noise? Oh, it's the demon mask. Haiwon Nim immediately turned defensive. I thought it was just a mask. Where the heck did that body come from? Granny, don't go near it. Okay, Ray marched straight ahead, completely ignoring Haiwon Nim's warnings. Flashes of the past flooded her vision. Having fun? You used to nag me all the time about taking up too much space or harmful electromagnetic waves, and now you're glued to this game all day. Her husband replied in a raspy, bedridden voice. I'm bored to death, can't even go outside properly, so playing this is better than nothing. She gently fed him a piece of apple. I peeled an apple for you, eat up. Good thing the government handed out these rigs for us old folks to pass the time. He scolded her, oh just shut up and go away. Remembering his bewildered look back then, warrior level 17. Well, what's Granny Mo doing here? Okay, Ray level 1 smiled and replied, I borrowed a friend's rig to log in together. Gotta admit, this place looks shockingly realistic. At the time, the warrior pointed right at her name tag and teased. Look at that vicious name, couldn't even name your character right, looks like an old hag straight away. Surprised, she asked, is it that obvious? Her husband replied, your name is literally floating right above your head, anyone with eyes can see it. Squinting at his display name with a blushing face, she shot back, what even is that name of yours? Sounds tacky and totally inappropriate. Back in reality, she stood facing the level 36 demon mask, Love Park, a level 39 warrior. The demon mask stared back at her in silence. Haiwon Nim cried out anxiously from the sidelines. It's dangerous, Granny. Without a word, the demon mask swung its blade. Okay, Ray spoke up. Sorry kids, looks like you'll have to bail out some old folks this time. With those words, she cast a mage skill combined with a shadow bomb and launched it directly at the demon mask. Kim Cholsu watched her attack with genuine admiration. That skill looks so damn cool, this old lady hits like a truck. No sooner had he finished praising her than she bolted past them at lightning speed, blowing right by the two of them and causing the demon mask to abruptly slam straight onto Kim Cholsu's face. The goblin broke out in a cold sweat, watching the direction she ran off to. Haiwon Nim stared at the scene in utter shock. What just happened? Did she really just take down that monster? Granny, who on earth is she? She tracked the path the two of them took. Okay, Ray, level 32 mage, Love Park, level 39 warrior. The name hovering over the demon mask caught her completely off guard. Love Park. Okay, Ray. Are these two acquainted? The old woman's earlier words echoed in her mind. Sorry kids, looks like you'll have to bail out some old folks this time. She wondered with a puzzled look, what did she mean by helping out? Right then the goblin tugged at Haiwon Nim's, leaving her baffled. What is it, goblin? Standing right before her was Kim Cholsu, except he was now trapped in the form of the demon mask. Level 36 demon mask, level 38 Kim Cholsu. Traumatized by the sight, she screamed, I seriously hate this thing. Down the long paths, Haiwon Nim's tiny figure was sprinting away like her life depended on it. Shrieking in sheer terror and total frustration, she wailed, ah, I genuinely hate this game. The moment Kim Cholsu's hand was about to brush against Haiwon Nim, she jerked her body forward and whipped around to deliver a flying kick straight to his face. I told you to take that stupid mask off already. The mask instantly flew off his face. Gritting her teeth as she glared at him, she thought, did the mask fall off? Dealing a little damage should have been enough. Did it really have to be a total knockout? And why does that mask always target whoever's standing closest to the guy who just face-planted? Kim Cholsu, please use your brain for once. Dizzy and dazed from the kick, he dropped to his knees on the ground. Damn it, I feel so sick. You cursed-ass mask, trying to pull a fast one on me, you jerk. I saw the whole thing, you know. Why'd you run away like a coward instead of helping me out? And you run fast as hell too, damn it. Turning his head, he immediately spotted Haiwon Nim already getting possessed by the demon mask. Kim Cholsu stepped closer to her, only to get slammed back against the wall. He pleaded, don't do this, man, we're good buddies. Without a word, she threw a brutal punch straight to his gut, making him gag up blood in agony. The goblin lunged forward instantly, summoner skill, Goblin Assembly. Haiwon Nim savagely unleashed a barrage of punches in his direction. Dodging and blocking each blow, Kim Cholsu thought to himself, damn it, this wretched mask takes full control of whoever wears it. No wonder I couldn't do Jack *T earlier. Goblin, target that mask and take it down. Hearing the command, the goblin instantly whipped out its weapon and prepped for combat. But right at that moment, the mask detached itself from Haiwon Nim, and she got sent flying by the goblin before she even knew what hit her. Staring at the floating demon mask, he cowered in fear behind the goblin. That freakish face is back again, do something about it. The demon mask tried to latch onto the goblin's face, but failed completely, so it switched targets to Kim Cholsu, sending him scrambling in a panic. You targeting me again? What the hell are these freaky monsters? Stop standing in my way, get the hell out of here. Okay, Ray caught sight of Kim Cholsu and hollered, Back off, you idiot. He gritted his teeth. Did that old hag just swear at me? Wait a minute, that nickname looks awfully familiar. The demon mask. Earlier, that guy was the one wearing the demon mask. It's definitely Love Park, isn't it? What are these two, brother and sister? Hearing his baffled remark, she snapped back. We're husband and wife, you dumbass. He darkened with fury and shot back. I don't give a damn what you two are. The point is, you two old hags tricked me, right? So that's why you tagged along for the quest. The second we get out of here, you're getting a beatdown. The demon mask crept closer and closer from behind, while OK Ray was running out of steam. At that moment, the old man on her back piped up. I'm getting so dizzy. She glanced back at him and muttered, are you finally waking up? Oh, good grief. She didn't even get to finish her sentence before the demon mask took control of her. He mumbled weakly, what are you trying to pull? Man, I'm spinning out, I'm gonna die. Running far enough away, Kim Chulsu halted and looked back over his shoulder. Wait, what the hell? The demon mask didn't latch onto me. Over on the other side, the old man caught sight of her state and stared in stunned silence. Okay, Ray. A young punk might barely survive that, but old folks like us are toast. Kim Chulsu immediately refuted. Hold on, a young punk can survive what? You're talking like you wanted me to put that mask on myself. Quit talking nonsense, old man. Who gave you permission to log into this game at your age anyway? Just a little bit of mask mind control and you're acting like the apocalypse is here. Do you have any idea how monsters can ambush you out of nowhere in this game? What if you have a heart attack? Who's gonna take the blame? A young punk can survive, my foot. If it's too dangerous for old folks, why'd you even jump into heaven's door in the first place? Right then, Hai One Nim and the goblin came running up from afar, screaming, Kim Chulsu. He looked over in surprise. Aren't those my number 1 and number 2 flunkies? Wait, how the hell are you still alive after taking a direct hit from that goblin? Panting heavily, she answered. Friendly fire doesn't drain HP in party mode unless PK is toggled on. You moron, why do you run so fast? Did you dump all your stats into agility? He retorted, didn't you know? Turns out that old hag tricked both of us. She meant to let someone else wear the mask instead of her husband. I was just trying to make a tactical retreat so I could get payback first. Turns out the demon mask got stuck on her instead. Hearing that, she startled. Kim Chulsu, have you ever secretly wanted to become a goblin? He looked at Hai One Nim with deep suspicion. What kind of nonsense is that? Why would I want to be a goblin? She continued, no, not a crappy regular goblin, I mean the goblin you summoned. It's insanely strong, don't tell me you've never wanted to be like it. Kim Chulsu fell into deep contemplation. It hasn't been listening to me lately anyway, before long. Whatever, the point is it's strong, but I can't control it all the time. So sometimes I do think it'd be easier if I just became a goblin myself. But why'd you ask out of nowhere? She then asked, hey, when I was wearing that mask earlier, what did I look like? He replied calmly, acting like a total lunatic. She got irritated and yelled, no, I meant my physical appearance. He answered deadpan, you suddenly blew up into a massive muscle head, looked pretty wild. She seemed to realize something and said, I knew it. I'm guessing the mask turns you into whatever version of yourself you secretly wish you were. I've always wanted to lift weights, but my body type refuses to build muscle no matter what, so I always catch myself wishing I had way more muscle mass, even if I didn't need to look quite as scary as before. As for that old man, he's super short. If he's insecure about his height, it totally makes sense why the mask made him tall as a flag. Hearing that, he glanced toward OK Ray, so if your theory is right, she replied, probably. Over here, the old man stared at her, trembling, yet his voice was filled with sheer determination. Hold on, I'm coming to save you right now. Taking in her current state, she muttered, looks like she secretly wished for a kid. Flashbacks of OK Ray's memories surfaced. The young couple walking in to visit the doctor. The doctor spoke up. Still no pregnancy this time, have you ever considered just giving up? After leaving the clinic, the young couple headed out to the park outside. Love Park bent down, casually picked a flower, and turned to encourage his wife. Cheer up, honey. Then he turned to see his wife sniffing back tears and asked with concern, wait, what's wrong again? Some people are just naturally born with a hard time conceiving. It's not your fault, why are you crying, it's fine. He leaned in close, placed a hand on her shoulder, and continued encouraging her. The two of us can still live happily. So what if we don't have kids? I'll be your playful little son every day. Then another day you can be my little girl. Wouldn't that be fun? Don't worry anymore. Are you crying just because you're still a kid? Let's see, are you a baby or not? Stop crying, I'll take care of you like my precious treasure for the rest of my life. Returning to the present. Looking at his wife right in front of him, Love Park gritted his teeth in anger. Kim Chulsu, witnessing this scene from behind, immediately spoke up. Hey, take this chance to slip out of here. That thing is way too fast, we can't kill it. Hearing that, Hai One Nim interrupted. Wait, we can't just leave those two here. I felt it when that mask latched onto me. I was trapped in a dungeon, unable to log out, just like sleep paralysis. I couldn't do anything at all and worried this would never end. That old man has been enduring all of this up until now. Her voice became resolute. Kim Chulsu, we have to save those two. But when she turned around, he had already left without her even noticing. She wondered, where did he go? Looking at his back, she yelled, "Hey Kim Cholsu." He scratched his ear, pretending not to hear anything, and said, "Don't tell me you put on that mask on purpose for them. Don't tell me you put on that mask on purpose for them. Yeah, I got it, then you stay out of this." She shouted loudly again, "I didn't say that, go destroy it." He asked in confusion, "Why should I do that? It's hard to catch, plus hunting other monsters levels you up faster." The girl suddenly changed her tone. "Oh really? Fine then, goodbye. I'll take all the rewards myself, including the unique monster drop." Hearing about the unique reward, Kim Cholsu froze for a few seconds. She clenched her fists and continued, "It doesn't appear rarely for no reason. Look closely, have you ever seen a monster with this kind of name color? For sure the experience and drops will be insane because it's extremely hard to kill." Thinking of the lucrative reward, Kim Cholsu turned his head back, stammering, "Rewards too." Then he looked toward his little buddy and yelled, "Goblins." He pulled out the blood leech whip, coldly walked toward the little goblin and spoke, "Let's do this." Seeing the whip in his hand, the girl questioned, "Hey, what is that whip? That goblin looks like it's shaking like a leaf." Ignoring her words, he shouted loudly, "Just wait and see, this is the only way to kill that damn mask." The blood leech whip triggers a berserk state, boosting all stats of the summoned creature. It'll lose its mind, but feeding it a sausage will fix it. I'm just slightly worried about random debuffs, but hey, they're just random. So what? Not being number one is fine. I'm Kim Cholsu, always going all in on a gamble. Watching him ride off into the distance, the goblin transmitted a glowing gaze into Haiwon Nim's eyes, stunning her for a few seconds. The system sent a notification, debuff weakness, increased incoming damage vulnerability for a short time. After finishing, he wore an amused smile, hit the jackpot this time. He pointed at OK Ray and ordered, "Hey goblin, see that old lady wearing the mask? Kill her and I'll give you a sausage. Go get him, you little monster." Faced with this command, the goblin didn't obey at all, standing in deep thought for a moment, before turning back and opening its mouth wide, intending to take a bite out of him. Seeing this, Kim Cholsu angrily roared, "What's wrong with you? It's in that direction, that direction." He immediately used the goblin throw skill, flinging it straight away and yelling, "That way, there you jerk." The goblin flew high and softly landed right in front of the elderly couple. The moment it hit the ground, it lunged forward, executing a flying kick, straight into the old lady's face, sending her flying backwards. The mask also fell off at that moment. Witnessing this, Love Park behind them panicked and screamed, "Okay, Ray." He dropped his weapon and ran to his wife's side. After breaking free from the mask's control, the old lady regained her senses and said, "Oh my, I'm so dizzy." Turns out this was Kim Cholsu's plan because all attacks deal no damage inside a party. The old lady looked at her husband and yelled, "I'm fine, don't come near me. If you come close, that bastard will." No sooner had she finished speaking than the mask flew toward the old man's face, causing his mouth to open wide in absolute terror. Just as the mask was about to latch onto his face, Haiwon Nim ran over from afar, shouting, "Help him get away." She grabbed his wife's hand and said, "Quickly retreat from here, leave this to us." Then the mask latched onto her face once again. Seeing this, the old man ran to his wife, helped her up, and encouraged her, "Stay sober, we have to get out of here." Staring at the mask in front of him, Kim Cholsu clenched his fists and yelled, "You mask, your resistance is top-notch, truly a unique monster, but this time you won't escape from me." As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin appeared in front of Haiwon Nim in a frenzied state. It rushed like a moth to a flame, preparing to unleash its ultimate move, when suddenly its entire body froze in place. Because at that moment, Haiwon Nim had reached out and grabbed its leg. Instantly, the girl executed a powerful knee strike, bending the goblin's body at a 90-degree angle. But this attack still dealt zero damage to the goblin. This left Kim Cholsu outside, dropping his jaw and screaming, "No way." She not only dodged the goblin's attack but also countered. The goblin, struggling on the ground, let out a few hisses and glared fiercely forward once more. Because right then, Haiwon Nim stepped forward, raising her leg high, preparing to stomp down with a devastating blow. Without hesitation, as soon as she reached enough height, she braced herself and slammed her foot down, aiming straight at the top of the goblin's head. This attack looked immensely powerful, yet still dealt no damage to the goblin. Seeing the goblin completely unharmed, Kim Cholsu outside breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, number 3 isn't hurt, scared the hell out of me, thought she turned into a super monster, but something seems off." The enraged goblin couldn't land a single hit. Although it dealt no damage, her movements after dodging countless goblin attacks. Haiwon Nim clenched her fist and delivered another punch to the goblin, this time aiming straight at its face, sending its entire body crashing into the wall. But still, no damage was dealt. Kim Cholsu's expression outside turned utterly terrified. It wasn't because she was weak, but because the goblin was too overpowered. The goblin scrambled out from the rubble, its face still wearing its usual demented expression. The previous blow was so powerful that the cave dwellers began feeling the aftershocks. This startled Kim Chulsu, who yelled, "What the hell, why did it turn out like this?" The elderly couple, still unable to escape, also felt these tremors. The old man turned back and said, "The cave is about to collapse." Then he wrapped his arms around his wife's shoulders, shielding her. Faced with this bizarre action, OK Ray shouted, "Good grief, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing?" The old man remembered something and said, "I remember now. I once said I'd take care of you like my precious treasure all my life, but as we grew up I forgot those words. Were you so lonely that you followed me into a place like this? I'm sorry." Following his words, countless rocks began raining down, starting to bury the elderly couple. Kim Chulsu turned toward them. His whole body was also crushed under countless rocks, twisting his face. He cursed, "Son of a bitch." Haiwon Nim nearby in a similar state asked, "Kim Chulsu, can you hear me?" He called out from beneath, "Where are you? This is all your fault." She saw a pair of small hands in the dirt and said, "I see your hands, can you still move?" Not only could he move, but he also raised his middle finger in a heavily defiant gesture. This infuriated the girl, who screamed, "What the heck is wrong with you? At least you've got the mask under you. I'm stuck and can't budge, try killing it." Finding someone in the same miserable boat, he cheered up, "Oh ho, so I'm not the only one stuck." He clenched his fist, grabbed the mask and said coldly, "You're dead for sure this time. I'm 100% landing this punch, you bastard." His hand slammed down, dealing a mere 18 damage to the mask. But that was already enough. The mask now began developing cracks along with a glowing aura. Just a few seconds later, it shattered into countless fragments. Turns out it's just a monster for playing tag. After this quest, she also leveled up from level 36 to 39. Kim Chulsu on his side also received similar rewards. He reached level 41. Not knowing yet if he had destroyed it, he asked, "Is it dead?" "It's dead, right? So where's my insanely huge reward?" His hand started groping around as he yelled, "Where is it? What the fuck?" After the monster was defeated, a mask dropped to the ground. The system notification popped up, "Exclusive item, ghost mask, unsellable summoning item." He tried to reach out his hand to grab the mask, but couldn't, twisting his face in frustration as he cursed internally, "Damn it, I gotta pick it up before she or someone else does." Suddenly, intense tremors erupted from the surrounding earth, startling him into shouting, "Wait, what's that sound? Is it approaching?" No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his little buddy appeared, staring at him with a wildly crazed face and letting out a few sounds. In just a few minutes he had cursed 3 times in a row, "Damn it, I forgot about this jerk. It hasn't worn off its berserk state yet." Chulsu used his summoner skill to feed the goblin, "Hurry up and feed it a sausage." Yet his body wouldn't budge, "Damn it, my hands." But the goblin's action was different than usual. "Why isn't it lunging forward? Could it be too dark to see me?" Then he looked closer at its bulging eyeball. "Wait a minute, this guy Siu Siru, what's wrong with its eye? Could it also be an effect of berserk?" That eyeball could even stretch out and slowly move toward him. It stopped right in front of his right eye. Looking closely, it didn't resemble a normal goblin at all, but rather a toothed tube with 2 blade-like tentacles. Chulsu screamed in absolute terror. Damn. The goblin's creepy grin made him even more terrified, to the point of pissing his pants. "Oh crap, mom, dad." Her frantic scream made Haiwon Nim worry, "Kim Chulsu, what's wrong, what happened?" Suddenly the person stuck in the crevice was blown away by something. In the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. Chulsu was knocked flying very far away, carving out a brand new path. A pitch-black howling wind tunnel was instantly created. The elderly couple blankly poked their heads out from the rubble. The warrior emotionally hugged the old lady. "We survived Akrai, heaven must be helping us." Meanwhile, Haiwon Nim, left behind at that spot, was utterly bewildered. She looked at the remaining item left there. The goblin had returned to normal with a craving look for the ghost mask. So she muttered, "Let's head outside first." And so after hearing her story, Chulsu confirmed, "You mean you couldn't leave it behind, so you brought it along?" He yelled in disbelief, "Damn it, you expect me to believe that reason? You're dead. Pull me out of here right now." Haiwon Nim flustered, "How am I supposed to pull you out?" She held the mask in her hands like a hot potato. "I don't know. I didn't know exclusive items were untradeable, unique item, demon mask unsellable summoning item. I really just wanted to bring it out to hand it back to you. Otherwise someone else would have picked it up." Chulsu, stuck in the wall, ranted furiously, "You heard what she said, you're dead meat. Once the goblin cools down from berserk, I'll summon it and feed you boiled chicken right away." Then, seeing the warrior step forward a few steps, "Old man, this is all the assets me and my missus have here." Chulsu, currently raging, froze. "What?" The old man continued, "I'm sorry, and thank you for helping us, while urging Akri, you hurry up and apologize too." Apologize? His expression immediately turned arrogant. "Oh, you mean using money to pay for pranking us? Fine. but I'll have to see how much money it is before deciding whether to spare you. Hearing that, Haiwon Nim strongly disagreed. Hey Kim Cholsu, do you really want to take all their money? This is their entire life savings. The old man stepped up to comfort her. It's fine, we've decided to quit this game. We mended our relationship in just a brief moment. Like you said, you never know when you'll die in this dangerous game, so let's just drop it. I'll sell the computer and spend more time with my missus, dear, so that money is no longer necessary for us. Haiwon Nim still looked awkward, but taking all their money like that, he smirked triumphantly. Heard that, this is also the price for the life I saved for them. Plus, they said they're quitting this game anyway, leaving it without cashing out is useless. Hearing that, the others huddled together whispering, oh, so items in this game can actually be cashed out. Hey, what the hell? Yes, of course, just go to the bank and they exchange it all. What a pity, though. Finally, she patted the old man on the shoulder to advise him, hurry up and log out of the game. The warrior hesitated slightly. But seeing that, she decisively urged, you two already apologized anyway. Hurry up while that jerk is still stuck. Cholsu lost his patience and yelled, hey, what are you standing around for? Haiwon Nim's giggling voice rang out, what are we doing? They poked out their tongues and vaguely muttered, running away of course. Amidst his peak rage, before leaving, she reminded him casually, oh, by the way, your goblins stopped being berserk a long time ago. The Golden God NPC appeared and sighed, reached level 40 already. Looks like you've also become a somewhat capable adventurer now. He approached and looked straight into the Mad Dog eyes. Just by looking at the eyes I know right away, Z Kimchelsu's LVL 41 Goblin Summoner, you've grown stronger and are no longer far behind me, or at least on par. He let out a breath, speaking in a soft tone, alright, maybe it's time to reveal a secret to you. The Wanderer turned around gracefully, take a walk with me for a bit, but the guy beside him was extremely impatient, take a walk my ass you jerk, hand over the quest right now. Gold's tone turned contemplative, I've been looking for someone like you for a long time, while Cholsu was furiously spinning the goblin around on his hand. This crazy jerk really. The guy walking ahead was still lost in his own world, someone who can share my ambitions. He really wanted to teach him a lesson. Why aren't you listening to people? Gold began leading into the main storyline. You probably know about the Millennium War between humans and demons. What the hell is that? The thunderous battle cries seemed to echo forever. As you know, that great war ended with victory belonging to humans. The narrative tone turned nostalgic. The defeated demons were all driven into dungeons. And from then on, the mortal world entered a long-lasting period of peace. The scenery suddenly shifted to a blazing red, but then peace only lasted a short while. Once there were no common enemies, humans began turning on each other. Gold led him to a room where light could only be seen filtering through the door. Cholsu indifferently evaluated, sounds pretty intense, but even so, what the hell does that have to do with the quest? Gold produced a blazing torch from somewhere. Because of that, what humans need is a target to channel their hatred into. He shone the light into a large prison cage containing a massive beast. As a result, the existence of demons became indispensable. His expression grew solemn, predicting the future picture. Soon war will break out again, and to prevent that war, I am forced to make a choice. Gold recounted throughout history, humanity can only unite when they share a common enemy, which are the demons, so to keep peace for mankind, demons must absolutely not disappear. His expression was very solemn as he predicted the future picture. Soon war will break out again, and to prevent that war, I am forced to make a choice. He bowed his head slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Even if many people die because of it, it's just to save even more people. That is an unavoidable choice. Cholsu wore a contemptuous look. Why bother putting on such a heavy philosophical act? And strangely enough, this time you can't even skip the dialogue sequence. Gold didn't seem to be joking at all. Listen carefully, Kim Cholsu. He even brushed off his nonsense about reenacting the great human-demon war of the past, with Cholsu thinking, reenact the human-demon war my ass. I just want my quest, you hear me. His resolute voice rang out. The road ahead will be full of hardships. Will you accompany me on this journey? The system panel popped up with 2 lines of text. Accompany and do not accompany choices, huh? Cholsu wore a disdainful look. Oh ho, so I have to choose accompany for the quest to continue. His finger poked down on the red text. Well, what if I pick do not accompany? Let's try not going with him, hee hee. Programmed Gold stretched out his hand and said, think about it once more, I need you. Even if he clicked it again, the NPC in front of him would only repeat the exact same line. Think about it once more, I need you. So it was hard-coded to force a click on accompany. What followed was a session of trolling from Cholsu, where the NPC kept repeating, think about it once more, while he just replied, nah, not doing it, what if I don't, bye-bye. Suddenly, Gold did something completely out of character. He drew his sword and dropped into a combat stance. Well, if you leave me no choice, I'll just have to force you to come with me, said the level 70 NPC god. Only then did Cholsu panic and beg. What the hell, man, I was just joking. Coming along is fine, right? I said I'd go already. But his blade swept past without a moment of hesitation. Aw, damn it. He winced with a grimace as he felt the wound blading. Yet he soon felt something was off. What the heck, why doesn't it hurt? I just got hit by a level 70 and I don't feel a thing. Wait. Chalsu finally thought it through. This quest required level 40 to accept, and logically speaking, a player at this level could never stand a chance against a level 70 god. It was a guaranteed defeat, just like the Phase 5 level 170 Ruins Golem fight. Turns out this was just another unwinnable scripted battle. Figuring this was how the game was designed, where losing would inevitably reset your choice to a company, he leaned down and taunted. Is that all you got? I'm still as tough as an ox. Suddenly the goblin jumped out from somewhere right beside him, prompting Chalsu to hurriedly stop it. Hey, hold on, don't kill him. Me and this guy were just acting out a fight scene. But it was too late. The goblin unleashed its rock-throwing skill. He went wild and screamed, I told you not to kill him, you idiot. But it was no use since its attack hit too hard. Oh god, are you alright? Looking back, he saw a clean hole blown right through the level 70 NPC god's body. Holy crap. What the actual F***ck? The god panted and praised, you're strong, a single strike absolutely marvelous. His body enveloped in a blue light signaling an impending teleport out. Aw crap. Plunged into despair, he muttered, now how the hell am I supposed to get the quest back? Rushing back outside, Chalsu went frantic with his commands. Goblins, smash him with everything you got. Suddenly, a flash of golden light sparked as swarms of monsters spawned all over the desert near the ruins, electric scorpions. A blonde-haired mage issued a warning. This spot is mine, pal. While Chalsu wore a shameless, deadpan expression. Damn, trash mobs have crazy fierce competition these days. I haven't even managed to score a single kill. Chalsu started getting deeply annoyed with these guys. Give up my spot. Hell no, in an open-air field dungeon zone like this, nobody owns the territory. All the surrounding electric scorpions had been wiped out, leaving him utterly depressed. My quest is totally ruined now, and the bug fix patch is dropping soon. He knew that moment was fast approaching. His time enjoying overpowered goblin stats was about to come to an end. The blonde-haired guy pointed his staff at a monster and chanted, lightning. He had barely finished his incantation when something zipped right past his head. Bolt. A single maximum damage strike blew the scorpion straight to smithereens. Furious, the guy stomped his foot and got ready to settle the score. Hey, who the hell dares? He hollered back at the top of his lungs. I said this spot is mine. Channeling the inner demonic face of Chalsu who couldn't afford to compromise, he activated PK mode. I actually got to this spot first, buddy. A moment later, Kim Chalsu, Goblin Summoner level 41, leveled up to 44. Wait, screw that, got the numbers mixed up. Staring blankly at the numbers on his screen. Grinding this zone for days straight, and I can't even scrape together a single million won. Despair piled upon despair, stripping away his will to live. Damn it, what's the point of this pocket change? Grinding random strays only gets you pennies. What I need is a multi-billion one jackpot like when I took down that Jiger. A barrage of questions flooded his brain. Is that why I risked my life rushing into a high-level dungeon? Having a goblin should have completely flipped my life around, so why am I still stuck like this? The stern words and tone of the publisher echoed in his mind. No matter how much you want to advance to a tougher dungeon, everything must be done in order. Even while owning a summoned beast capable of one-shotting everything, he was still stuck in this trash mob zone wasting time on nonsense. Until one fine day when a critical bug was discovered in a summoner's pet, and right when the weather was nice, they dropped a bug fix patch, leaving him with nothing to show for it before he could even accomplish anything. This was blatant injustice, like the entire world was ganging up to crush him. Chalsu pulled at his hair and groaned. Some bastard definitely cursed me to crash and burn, right? There's no other way I could be this unlucky, damn it. Suddenly the system flashed a notification. PK mode, PK, what the hell is this? In the next instant, someone mercilessly struck the back of his neck. A good while later, Chalsu snapped out of his daze. He let out a loud shout, only to be immediately cut off by old man Seung Ryul. What do you think you're doing? I'm not your babysitter, you know. Hearing a familiar voice, Chalsu turned to him in shock. It's you again. Seung Ryul scolded. Hey, I risked my neck and saved your life, and now you're giving me the cold shoulder. You should be grateful I happen to be nearby, but seriously, why'd you pass out in a place like that? Did you get into a fight? The old man's reminder jolted Chalsu's memory. Did I actually black out? Thinking back, he remembered someone did PK him right then. The thought sent Chalsu into an absolute rage. Damn it, that bastard attacked me. How dare that scumbag pull that on me? Let's go, Goblin, we're gonna settle this score, he declared with a deeply bitter expression. But right after, Seung Ryul's words hit him like a bucket of cold water. How do you plan to track them down? You don't even know who attacked you. Did you make any powerful enemies? If not, why would someone attack you out of nowhere? This game doesn't even let you loot money or items from other players. What do they stand to gain by beating you up unless they hold a massive grudge against you? Hearing him say that, Cholsu stroked his chin and thought, a grudge, huh? Could it be Han Gimun? The words had barely left his mouth when Seung Ryul immediately shot it down. Nonsense. Someone in his position doesn't have time to beat you up for fun. I guarantee it's not CEO Han Gimun. If you can't figure it out, just drop the revenge fantasy. Sometimes you get bumped into on the street, sometimes a bird shits on your head, that's just life. Instead of calming Cholsu down, those words only pissed him off even more. Damn it, why is everyone picking on me? The old man stood up and slowly reminded him. You should think about what you actually need to do. Don't you have something important to finish? Time's running out before the game update drops. Hearing that, cold sweat broke out all over the protagonist's face. The update date, oh right. The goblin isn't gonna last much longer. Whoever is behind this, I'll have to put this grudge on hold. Right now, I need money, and I gotta run quests to make it. Realizing something, he nervously turned to Seung Ryul and said, I accidentally took out that jerk Shin. Seung Ryul replied with absolute ease, relax. If an NPC gets permanently killed by you, you just get stuck there for a bit while they respawn back in their original spot. Cholsu's eyes bulged as he barked like a mad dog. You asshole, why didn't you tell me sooner? Seung Ryul shrugged. Well, we only just met. Pushing that matter aside, the protagonist suddenly softened his tone and asked, Hey crafty old man, I need $2 million. Do you think I can make that by grinding quests before the update hits? To this question, Seung Ryul answered straight up, Your minion is certainly strong. 100% the strongest creature in the game. But there are still elements in dungeons that can't be brute forced with sheer power alone. I could clear a dungeon in a single day, but you could dive in with that goal and still take days or even a whole week. Frankly, I can't guess how long it'll take you to reach the high-level dungeons you want to farm. Cholsu understood his words clearly, leaving him to grit his teeth in utter helplessness. So this is it, I got this chance, but it's going to waste. Damn it, I knew it. The moment those patch notes dropped, I could tell I was totally screwed. If it's a game bug, I should have just rushed to a high-level dungeon and farmed before it got patched. I managed to score a bugged pet, thought I'd make bank before the devs fixed it. But I only made it this far, I'm still miles away from the high-level dungeons. I'm nothing without the goblin, it's really over. Cholsu wailed as snot and tears streamed down his face. Before he could squeeze out another drop of crying, old man Seung Ryul activated PK mode and slapped him right across the face, instantly shutting down the waterworks. Are you insane? What the hell was that for? You wanna die? Seung Ryul roared right back in his face. Pull yourself together. If you give up like this, what happens to the Everton Guild? Even right now, Everton is struggling with everything they've got so they don't lose. To prove they can conquer the Quinquagenary dungeon without you, to prove they aren't dependent on you, they're gritting their teeth to win. You're the kind of person everyone keeps their eyes on because they all want to surpass you. That's what a rival is, not a goblin but you. You're the Everton Guild's rival. After all that, you're still gonna sit there and say you're trash without a goblin. With that, the old man treated the protagonist to another balancing slap to the face. This action finally drove Cholsu over the edge. Stop hitting me, you jerk, as his body went flying backward into a wall. Cholsu called out, Hey Seung Ryul. Seung Ryul replied, It's not Seung Ryul, it's... Right as he said that, he caught himself. Wait a minute, did you just call me Seung Ryul? The protagonist muttered sheepishly with an embarrassed flush. Thanks. Hearing Cholsu actually say those words, Seung Ryul was caught off guard at first. But then he broke into a subtle smile and reached out a hand to pull him up. Don't regret saying that. Shut up, Cholsu yelled out in a fit of awkwardness. Meanwhile, cutting over to a different scene featuring Catherine. She was cheerfully streaming for her viewers. Hello everyone, it's Catherine. Today we're doing a no-hit monster challenge in Heaven's Door. How do you pull off a no-hit run with a professional mage? Definitely not like those trashy assassins. Her attitude and unusual choice of words immediately caught her chat's attention. Huh, did she just swear? That's premium content right there. Catherine quickly pivoted back to her princess persona. Oh, what are you guys talking about? Catherine never swears. Anyway, we're gonna attempt a no-hit run past that famous speed demon. We've got 10,000 points in donations riding on this, I gotta pull it off. With that, she swung her camera view forward, revealing an empty wasteland where not even a single hair of a monster was in sight. Wow, not a single monster in sight. Why is this world so peaceful? My 10,000 donation points. The young lady gripped her streaming rig tightly. Right at that moment, a voice chimed in beside her. If you're looking to hunt monsters, you've come to the wrong place. This is the dead zone, so there are no monsters and no players here either. This used to be a really peaceful hunting ground where players frequently hung out. Everyone used to share and cooperate on monster hunts. Those times were genuinely fun. But one day that bastard showed up. He came from out of nowhere and wiped out every single monster here. Of course, monsters respawn after a while. The words had barely faded when the massive silhouette of a giant scorpion materialized high up in the air, scaring the color right out of Catherine's face. Yet immediately after, a rock flew out of nowhere, piercing straight through the giant scorpion's body and splitting it completely in half. The sight left the white-haired girl utterly stunned. The blonde guy, however, didn't look very surprised at all. See? Any monster that respawns here instantly becomes his food. If you've got a problem with it, go talk to him yourself. He doesn't hide and he doesn't run. He pointed in a specific direction with his hand. Catherine instantly looked over toward that exact bearing. In the distance, two figures gradually came into view, and Catherine immediately recognized who they were. Is that Kim Chulsu? Following her gaze, old man Seung Ryul, who was lying in ambush up on the terrain, sprang up and smashed a brick straight into the protagonist's nape, making him let out a pathetic shriek. The scene left Catherine thoroughly confused. What is going on here? Why would he attack Kim Chulsu from behind? As Seung Ryul slowly turned around, a flicker of realization dawned on Catherine. Wait, that man, I feel like I've met him before, seen him somewhere, haven't I? The bald old man's. Her eyes went wide as she finally remembered. I remember now, he's the guy who sold us the info on the hidden dungeon. But why on earth is he attacking Kim Chulsu? More importantly, why are those two even together? With no time to dwell on it, as she watched Seung Ryul haul Chulsu away over his shoulder, the girl hurried to give chase. Kim Chulsu, no way, they're getting too far. Right then, manager number 7 contacted her with a frantic expression. Young lady, what's going on? The stream got cut off. I'm calling the police and special forces right now. Catherine hurriedly reassured him. Hey, can you not panic for 1 second? Since you're already on the line, do me a favor. Find me a private detective. I don't care how much it costs, just find someone who can get the job done. Time flew by quickly. Back to old man Seung Ryul stroking his beard and lecturing Chulsu, you better hustle up and make some money. Hearing that, Chulsu roared at the top of his lungs. You think I don't want to? What the hell am I supposed to do to magically spawn $2 million right now? The game updates in 3 days, damn it. Prompted by those words, the old man slowly raised his hand. Yet mere seconds later, he got laid out on the floor by a punch from Chulsu. Hell yeah, I'm strong. Was that because I let you punch me earlier? Seung Ryul lifted his face with a deeply aggrieved expression. At least let a guy finish his sentence. Next time, don't throw a slap before I'm done talking. Chulsu refuted, leaving Seung Ryul with no counterargument, forcing him to pivot back to the main issue. Making $2 million in that tiny window of time is naturally impossible. Best you can do is scrape together maybe 2 grand. Faced with this assessment, Chulsu started screaming again. Are you messing with me? What the hell is 2 grand gonna do? Might as well use that cash to cook a hot pot meal to warm my soul. Naturally aware of this reality, Seung Ryul offered him a proposal. That little bit of cash is just your starting capital. You gotta buy a lottery ticket if you want to win the jackpot, right? You're low on time and low on cash, so right now is the exact time to throw everything into pure luck. The old man flashed a cunning, wicked grin as he spoke. Time ticked away, cutting over to a busy street in the downtown area. Right then, Chulsu hoisted up a large sign reading, Save time, dungeon clearing service, 1,000 gold, speed runner available. Witnessing this idiotic display, a few onlookers took notice. Who's this guy? Does his sign really say a speedrunner is ready to go? Who the hell is the speedrunner? Let me meet him. A purple-haired guy spoke up. Chulsu immediately owned up, that's me. The purple-haired youth shot back in disbelief. Stop talking out of your ass. Chulsu didn't get angry, instead provoking the guy right back. What's the matter? Is your entire life built on lies? If you don't believe me, come run a dungeon with me once and see for yourself. If I don't clear it, I'll refund your money. His overflowing confidence made the purple-haired youth wear a teasing smirk. Oh wow, so confident. If you're that good, can you clear the Count's great library dungeon? Taking up the challenge, Chulsu had no intention of backing down. The Count's what now? I don't know what the hell that is, but I'm definitely gonna win. Once again, his rock-solid certainty made the trio of friends burst into tears of laughter. Ha, you're gonna win? Ha ha, look at this guy, listen to what he just said, ha ha ha. Grandpa, do you even know what the Count's great library is? A level 44 noob like you can't even step through the front door. By this point, even a saint would have 3 parts of anger, let alone the protagonist. Gritting his teeth to keep his cool, he muttered, "You trying to be a comedian, bro? Get lost. Use it or lose it." Booty wiped away a tear and decided to give Chulsu a chance. Fine, there's a dungeon I've been meaning to hit up. I'll hire you as my carry deal. If you can't clear it, you gotta refund all the gold, alright. Chulsu gritted his teeth like he was still pissed off. Fine, fine, let's go already, I don't have all day. Just like that, the two of them completed the transaction. Afterward, Booty added, "This dungeon recommends level 46 players, super high, but since I wanna level up fast." Secretly blooming with joy inside, the guy thought to himself, a level 44 solo running a level 46 dungeon is gonna wipe instantly. Hanging back to watch this guy get trashed while leeching some easy EXP sounds hilarious. When he fails to clear it, I'll demand a full refund just like we agreed. This is how I get stronger without breaking a single drop of sweat. No sooner had he thought that than Booty realized Cholsu had vanished into thin air. That bastard! Where'd he go? Booty muttered in a daze. Elsewhere, Cholsu was clutching sacks of cash while laughing like a maniac. Haha, what a bunch of morons handing money to a total stranger just because he put up a sign offering dungeon carries. Haha, level 31 wanting to enter high-level dungeons. If I could pull that off, I'd have done it ages ago. What a bunch of short-sighted idiots. Mentioning this, the protagonist silently tipped his hat to Seung Ryul internally. Never figured that guy would come up with such a sweet gig. Cunning Seung Ryul indeed, I'm about to pocket 4,000 bucks in 2 days. Way past the 2,000 the old man predicted. What a total idiot. Right at that moment, a notification popped up in front of Cholsu. The Goblin Lord is thrilled by your scamming talent. You have received 1 goblin point. The pop-up caught the protagonist slightly off guard. Huh, I totally forgot this thing existed. The Goblin Lord. Is this bastard messing with me? The goblin's about to become obsolete anyway, what good is a single point? Screw off, nobody needs this. He flicked his hand to swipe the UI window away, only to be greeted once again by the idiotic face of the goblin. This seemed to make the protagonist slightly irritated, so he casually kicked it aside. Get lost. Time shifts to the evening, and in some corner within the city, a brown-haired guy also angrily walked out of a house. Damn it, today is so unlucky, he complained. At the same time, he bumped into the protagonist. This made someone who was already having a streak of bad luck immediately furious. Hey you, watch where you're going and apologize properly. Hearing this, Cholsu didn't say anything. He just happily whistled as he walked forward. At this point, it was the brown-haired guy's turn to be confused. What's wrong with him? Is this guy actually out of his mind? Could gambling have driven him to this? Turning to Cholsu's side, he placed all the bags on the table and said to the person across from him, "Sell it all for me." Seeing his unfamiliar face, Baniro felt a bit curious. I've never seen you before. Gacha Baniro 100 gold per spin, now let me show off today's items. The grand prize is a legendary item that used to be a dangerous enemy during the Great War between humans and monsters. It was celebrated for possessing extraordinary courage and strength, practically like a real monster, Vega's weapon gauntlets, the Lion King's gauntlets. The second prize is the legendary shooting star boots. These boots allow humans to instantly teleport short distances, so calling them shooting star is totally fitting. And the third prize is the Guardian Ring of the Guardian God. Wearing it guarantees your body will be as hard as steel. Hearing him introduce the functions of each item, the protagonist became so excited that he kept slamming his hands on the table. Let's spin. I have plenty of money to roll with. I'm blowing all 34,000 gold, not leaving a single coin behind. Hearing these words from him, the others in the tavern also started paying attention. What? How much? Hee, there's a good show to watch now. Dude, are you planning to burn all your money right away? 34,000 gold. Are you really going all in? The big guy hurriedly asked back. But Cholsu turned to look at him and asked, why the 360-degree attitude change? The big guy didn't explain and instead asked further, are you really going to play? On this side, Baniro didn't even seem to give Cholsu a chance to reconsider as he said, 1,000 gold. All right then. Saying that, this guy pulled out a card from out of nowhere and immediately placed it right in front of the protagonist. Instantly, the card emitted a dazzling light, keeping Cholsu's excitement high. Whoa, what is this? Right in front of Cholsu were 10 cards, Baniro's 10-pull combo. All the cards were placed face down for the protagonist to choose himself. Cholsu felt both nervous and thrilled inside. I'm spinning. Please, heavens above, let me pull something good out of these 10 cards. Thinking to himself, Cholsu reached out and grabbed one card. However, before he could even flip it over, a hand stopped him. Hold on. The other guy shouted. Seeing this, an annoyed Cholsu turned back. What is this? Don't stop me, it's my money. The big guy calmly explained. Calm down, look at all the people watching you. Don't just flip it over abruptly like you're killing the vibe. Understand? Look at Baniro. That's Baniro's signature narcissism pose. Another big guy chimed in to explain. You're a rookie, so you probably don't know. That pose is to hide his face. Look, whichever card you touch, he twitches along with it. He already flipped through all of them and knows the results by heart, so he definitely knows what you're drawing. The better the item, the harder that bastard shakes. This is only the second time I've seen Baniro shake this much. The card you're touching right now smells good, kid. Everyone here can feel it. This is definitely the peak of maximum tension. Amidst everyone's rising anticipation, Cholsu flipped the card face up. However, the item it yielded was nothing more than a plain stick. A confused Cholsu turned to ask the big guy beside him, Hey, is that twitching bastard thing you talked about supposed to be this? The big guy jumped, whistling, Holy crap, let's just roll with it, I just did that for fun. On the other side, the mob of onlookers sensed that Cholsu still had money and started egging him on. Come on, this is just the warm-up. You only spent 1,000 gold out of 34,000. Their words made Chulsu calm down a bit. Well, they've got a point. I still have plenty of gold. Let's just keep playing. Thus, egged on by the crowd, Chulsu kept flipping cards but only kept getting junk, forcing him to curse out loud. Damn it, another 10 pull, he said as he pulled out a money pouch. However, this time the results weren't any better. Just like that, 10 pulls. And another 10 pulls. Countless 10 pulls passed by, to the point where he went crazy and lunged to grab Beniro by the hair. Luckily, the surrounding crowd stepped in to stop him. After taking a few seconds to breathe and calm down, he started reanalyzing the situation. I only have 10,000 gold left now. Is this game even winnable, or are these guys scammers? Right as Chulsu's thoughts wavered, the big guy's hand placed itself on his shoulder. Remember what I said earlier? Sometimes superstitions are kinda pitiful. If you're too unlucky, let someone else draw for you, he said as he reached his hand toward the cards. However, Chulsu immediately slapped his hand away, though feeling a bit more confident inside. He's got a point, right? What if my hands are just cursed? I gotta break this total shit streak of bad luck. Saying that, he summoned his goblin, causing the crowd to start chattering endlessly. What is that trash loot from the gacha? No way, can you seriously pull an actual goblin as a prize? Ignoring the crowd, Chulsu brought the goblin right in front of the cards and asked, well, do you see anything tasty you want to pick? The goblin didn't seem to understand its master's intent. It just waved its hands around wildly, messing up all the cards. An angry Chulsu scolded, you brainless moron, I'm losing my mind, I should have never summoned you. At the same time, one of the cards fell to the ground because of the goblin's flailing hands. The bald guy immediately noticed something and exclaimed, wait, what does that card contain to make Beniro pull that expression? Right now, Beniro was breaking out in a sweat. The protagonist seemed to realize something. He turned back to look at the cards, softly murmuring, could it be? On the other side, the mob of extras kept buzzing with chatter. Beniro looks like he just got electrocuted, and he's even pretending to act cool and whistle. Witnessing that, the tall brown-haired guy also spoke up. Holy crap, it looks like Lady Luck is on your side. This is only the third time in my life I've seen Beniro pull that look. Believing this statement was the last thing Chulsu would ever do, he immediately shouted, shut up, you idiot. Saying that, he looked back at the card in front of him, calculating continuously in his mind. Seung Ryel said if I pull the Lion King's gauntlets, not only will I clear my debts, but I'll also be ridiculously rich. Forget second and third prizes, throw them all away. What I want is the grand prize, the Lion King's gauntlets. Thinking to himself, he quickly picked up the card and held it high above his head for everyone to see. Someone immediately screamed, whoa, this is the hairy lion gauntlets. That statement instantly changed Chulsu's expression. He hurriedly looked back and blurted out, damn it, what the hell is a hairy lion? The crowd of onlookers gathered around and clicked their tongues in awe. I can't believe this knockoff dropped. It's supposedly even rarer than the grand prize, right? In all my years, this is the first time I've ever seen it. Unlike the crowd's curious attitude, Chulsu was furious. Damn it, why are you guys mumbling like you're bragging about an achievement? Are you kidding me? This is just a useless decorative item. Contrary to his thoughts, the bald guy nearby explained. A decorative item you say is useless, you really know nothing. There are games where a tiny little pouch with no stats or bonuses can still sell for billions of won, you know. Simply because it's cute. This information shocked Chulsu to the point of dropping his jaw. 1 billion won. It has no effects, no buffs, what kind of idiot would buy that? The bald guy chuckled and said, people spend tons of money just to look pretty. Expensive plastic surgery is also common everyday stuff now. Enhancing oneself is human nature. People are ready to burn billions in the blink of an eye just to look cool. On this side, Chulsu seemed to start believing those words. He hurriedly re-examined the card in his hand. Wait, so this item is the jackpot, right? You mean this decoration is worth a fortune? Say something, Beniro. At this point, Beniro scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't mean to mention it. I didn't think you'd pull a specialty item with the same odds as the grand prize. Chulsu broke out in a sweat and asked again, then this really is. Before he could finish his sentence, Beniro poured cold water on him. That item is untradeable. It's an ultra-rare type of item. Even a mountain of money can't buy it. Some people burn hundreds of thousands of gold and still can't pull that item. It's only natural for you to be proud. The more he listened, the more twisted Chulsu's face became with anger. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore and roared like a mad dog. Damn you, you bastard. I'm dropping the remaining 9,000 gold. I'm going to rip your throat out. Just like that, with an endless all-in spree, Chulsu was now sitting with his head in his hands in despair. I'm losing my mind. No way. Why is my luck this rotten? Not a single hit. Couldn't I at least get the third prize? I'm so pissed about the money. How much fried chicken could I have bought with 4 million won? I'm crazy. I was trying to save a few thousand on boneless chicken and now what the hell am I doing? No, no way, 34,000 gold was just a sacrifice to the gods. Think logically for a second. I've rolled 340 times without hitting, so now it's guaranteed to drop. Just 1,000 gold, 1,000 more gold and it'll drop. Thinking of this, he tremblingly reached out toward the armor inside his inventory. A few people standing around who seemed to realize what he was about to do hurriedly said, Hey, you already pulled the grand prize. You don't need to commit financial suicide anymore. Unfortunately for him, that advice couldn't calm down someone driven to frenzy like Chulsu. The protagonist immediately listed the armor for sale. Selling rare armor, eternal blue steel armor, urgent sale. People started looking at each other and saying, that's rare gear, it must be expensive. Who knows how much, a rush sale must be cheap, go ask him. Hearing this, the dark-haired guy immediately asked, looks fancy, why is that guy selling it in such a rush? Hey, how much for that? A crazy Chulsu yelled out, making them name their own price. Go. This asshole attitude made everyone slightly annoyed. He's the one selling his gear, why make us name the price? Right at that moment, a voice echoed from behind the crowd. 1 million gold. Everyone hurriedly looked at the bidder. 1 million, who the hell is that? Let alone them, even Chulsu was surprised by this figure. 1 million gold. Oh, is this armor actually worth that much? You're lowballing it and it's still 1 million, meaning it's worth even more, right? Kim Joo-ho calmly walked up to the protagonist. Why so tense? 1 million gold deal. Actually, it's not quite worth 1 million gold. Just sell it, you want a fast sale and I want a quick buy, that's why I'm offering a high price. Hearing this, Chulsu was slightly flustered but nodded. Well alright, I'll sell it. Just like that, the two of them proceeded with the transaction. However, when the trade window popped up, the guy named Joo-ho threw in a different item instead, causing Chulsu to yell, Hey, this isn't money, are you trying to scam me? I'm a busy man. Hearing that, Joo-ho looked at Chulsu with a disdainful gaze. Talk about someone with no eye for rare items. This is a rare crafting material, a beating dragon heart, my friend. When that name was dropped, the mob of extras buzzed with chatter again. What the hell is a beating dragon heart? Is that a rare material dropped by the red dragon? But how does that guy have such a treasure? All eyes started focusing on Chulsu, making his reactions sluggish as well. He muttered to himself, Red dragon rare material, judging by these guys' reactions, it must make up for it. On the other side, Joo-ho continued urging him. Actually, trading this for the armor is a loss for me, but my time is also worth gold. Consider it selling for gold to save the trouble of converting. The protagonist got provoked and heated up, accepting right away. Screw it, let's trade, hit accept. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Trade cancelled. A dazed Chulsu looked at him. The guy named Joo-ho smiled and explained. Sorry, I misclicked, let's do it again. Just like that, the trade window popped up once more. Chulsu urged frantically in his heart. Hurry up, sell this junk for 1 million gold and start over from scratch. Without a second of hesitation, Chulsu eagerly clicked complete trade. Haha, thanks for the trade, bro. Shouting from the other side, Joo-ho teleported away somewhere while saying, Thanks for what? I'm the one who should be thanking you. His actions made the protagonist feel a bit strange. Busy enough to log out right away, whatever, worry about myself first. Why care about other people? Saying that, he looked back at the item in his hand. However, at that moment, the protagonist's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wait, what the hell is this? This is just a strawberry. The crowd witnessing this burst out teasing. He got scammed. Haha, losing money and losing your mind is standard around here. No wonder scammers treat this place like a goldmine. Look closely before clicking except during trades. That armor was never worth 1 million gold from the start. Setting an absurd price like that should have made you suspicious, right? Tusk. At the same time, the bald guy walked up beside the protagonist, patted his shoulder and offered a few words of honest truth. Counting me? Out of all the people egging you on, how many actually hit the jackpot? Not a single one. We just egg people on so they lose all their money just like us. We're just stuck here yelling to blow off steam. You looked like you were about to hit earlier. Everyone was just thinking the exact same thing. Please let it be junk. Only when it turned out to be untradeable did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It's so predictable. Nobody wanted to congratulate you from the start. Look around, is anyone else left? Consider this your tuition fee. Don't ever step foot in this place again. Finishing those words, he left as well, leaving Chulsu alone inside the room. The goblin, seemingly not understanding the mood, walked over and clung to its master's leg. Chulsu was so angry his face completely distorted. He roared, Let go, damn it. Scene transition to his room. The moment he took off his VR headset, Chulsu couldn't help but curse. You bastards, I'll kill you all. Right after those words, a teasing voice echoed. Oh my, how fierce. Hey, murder is a crime, you know. Once you're in jail, how are you gonna pay off your debts? This voice belonged to a blonde, thug-looking guy. Seeing the two of them, Chulsu broke out in a continuous cold sweat. Wait a minute. No, I'm paying it back. The blonde guy grabbed him by the hair and dragged him off the bed. Paying what, you dog? Didn't you pay 2 billion last time and the rest is waived? Do you want to end your life here? Chulsu begged continuously. No, I'll really pay, can we go outside and talk about this? Just like that, the two of them dragged each other to a quiet, narrow alleyway. While the big dark-haired guy stood guard outside, the blonde guy started teaching Chulsu some boxing. Do you really want to throw your life away? Chulsu raised his hands defensively. Hold on, stop hitting me, I'll definitely pay. His promise made the blonde guy almost burst out laughing. Man, this guy is hilarious. Defaulting on debts is a given. If you say that I could just make a phone call, why would I have to come all the way here? Along with those words, he threw a punch straight into Chulsu's stomach, making him spit blood in pain and double over like a shrimp. At this point, the thug buddy continued, you deserve to get punched for not paying the full amount. Understand. What do you mean don't hit me? Try moving again and I'll break your bones. Saying that, the guy also raised his leg, while Chulsu could only curl up and take the beating. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Oh dear lord, this is terrible. Chulsu raised his head and saw a familiar figure blocking that kick for him. The blonde guy was somewhat surprised. What the hell, are you blind or something, old man? The dark-haired youth in the back was also surprised. An old man like this is stepping in, the blonde guy holding a chair yelled. Can't you read the room, you idiot? Back to Seung Ryul, he somehow pulled out a brick from his hand and said coldly, all right then, whichever one of you hurts my friend has to pay a little price, don't you think? However, before the old man could even look cool for a few seconds, the blonde youth kicked him straight in the stomach, sending him flying backward while yelling, pay what price, you old bastard? Seeing this, Chulsu hurriedly called out, Seung Ryul, are you all right? Ignoring the two of them, the youth kept flapping his gums. This old man likes sticking his nose where it doesn't belong, huh? Daring to wave a brick at people, he said as he reached down to pick up the so-called brick, but didn't expect it to be a massive stack of cash. What, this is money? Ah, so you came to pay off the debt, he said in a daze. Meanwhile, the old man Seung Ryul complained, at least let people finish their sentence. Oh man, my back. Turning to Chulsu, he couldn't understand why Seung Ryul would pay off his debt for him. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly paying off my debt for me? He asked. However, Seung Ryul didn't answer. He just looked at the debt collectors and explained, it's all 1,001 bills, exactly 1,000,000 won. Surely you guys aren't here to collect the whole principal today, right? If you're just here for the interest, take this money and get out of here. Hearing this, the blonde guy didn't foolishly believe it right away. He passed the money back to his henchman and demanded, count it. Then he turned back to Seung Ryul and asked, and who is this old man? Is he your friend? We haven't known each other for just a day or two. I know damn well you don't have any friends. Old man Seung Ryul brushed the dust off his pants and urged them. Isn't the money settled now? I don't think I have any obligation to explain my relationship with Mr. Kim to you. To this, the blonde guy just shrugged and admitted, fair enough. We just need the money. Whether you're his best friend or his lover, we couldn't care less. In the back, the black-haired guy muttered to himself for a moment before nodding, 100. Exactly 100 bills. Hearing that, the blonde guy wanted to cough up blood and snapped angrily. 100 bills of 1,001 is way too short, you idiot. That's only 100,001. You're collecting a debt and you still mess up the counting over and over again. The big black-haired guy could only give an awkward laugh and hastily recounted. Oh, right, exactly. The blonde guy didn't want to waste any more time, so he cut in. You gonna count until the end of the day, you moron? Let's go. With that, he turned back to look at the main character and gave a careful warning. Hey Kim Chulsu, you better treat your friend well, you hear me. Time quickly passed. The scene shifts to some beverage shop. At this moment, old man Seung Ryul is asking Chulsu about his debt. That money, the 100 million you borrowed 10 years ago, has now turned into 2.3 billion won. Compound interest at 33%, that's insane. But if that's really true, what's this about the debt being left behind by your parents? By this point, the protagonist couldn't hide it anymore. He buried his face in his hands and confessed, how do you know about that? Did I ever mention it? Actually, what I told you was a lie. If I told people it was from loan sharks, everyone would look down on me. The old man asked back, so have you asked your mom and dad for help yet? Hearing the words mom and dad, Chulsu instantly got angry and slammed his hand hard down on the table. What mom and dad? I don't have any. I'm actually an orphan. Do you have any idea how badly I got bullied just because I didn't have parents? It's true they left me a debt I can never wipe out. On this side, Seung Ryul seemed to sense Chulsu's helplessness. He softened his tone and consoled him. I understand your situation, but that borrowed amount is way too huge. Under the excuse of just getting by, what on earth did you spend that 100 million on to need that much? Don't tell me you went gambling. To this question, Chulsu just fell silent without saying anything. A few seconds later, he muttered, the only thing I could possibly use as collateral is probably just my own life. Seung Ryul closed his eyes after hearing that, as if he implicitly understood everything. Let's see. Now I understand why you're risking your life in high-level dungeons. A goblin's power can disappear at any time, which makes you go even more crazy. So what are you planning to do now? You still have to pay back the money, you know. Cholsu helplessly replied, what else is there to do? I guess I'll just go work as a laborer at a construction site. I've always lived day to day anyway. I'll never escape those low-level dungeons my whole life. A goblin summoner, huh? Sounds like a total joke, because obviously that goblin is me. Finishing his sentence, he picked up his beer can again and drank endlessly as if to vent his stifled mood. As for Seung Ryle himself, he still tried to encourage him. It's still way too early to give up. You've gotten a lot stronger. Cholsu put down his beer can and looked at the other person with a grateful gaze. Thank you. Without you, I would have been beaten to a pulp. I'll pay you back every last penny no matter what it takes. Seung Ryle immediately reminded him, stop saying no matter what it takes. It sounds way too scary. Anyway, let's finish our drinks, my friend. He spoke while pushing his beer can forward. Cholsu clinked cans with him. I finished mine by another can. Time quickly passed and the update day had arrived. At this moment, Cholsu was getting ready to log back into the game. He muttered to himself inwardly, Seung Ryle is right, I've reached level 44 too, now I'm completely different from back when I only knew how to mine ore. If I give up just because the goblin lost its power, it's way too early. I'm strong enough already. Right after logging into the game, he witnessed the idiotic face of the goblin. It still looks normal. Is it that funny? You're just equivalent to a level 1 monster now and you can still laugh. All around, the group of people burst out laughing. Hey, look at that guy, haha, I can't stop laughing. What's wrong with that guy? He must have lost his mind. Right before their eyes was the image of Cholsu wearing nothing but windbreaker pants. He had lost all his gear in that gacha disaster. Cholsu naturally understood this too. He muttered to himself, it's no wonder they find it funny, damn it. Not long after, Cholsu had re-equipped his beginner gear. Good thing I hadn't sold this set, otherwise I'd be totally screwed. From now on, I can't freeload off the goblin anymore. It's going to be my own battle. I have to show them all the strength I've got. To do that, I need to open the stats panel and allocate some points here first. Back then, I had the goblin fighting for me, so I didn't need to put points into anything. Now the attack damage and incoming damage both have to be calculated by myself. Stamina is only at 2 points seriously, and now I realize my overconfidence was entirely thanks to the goblin all along. A level 44 character and still like this. Oh well, I've got to boost stamina first and then raise strength appropriately for melee combat. Just like that, very quickly Cholsu finished distributing all his points and rebalanced them. Looks pretty decent actually, kind of like a mobile assassin. Agility stats are high too, now I just need to buy a weapon that matches this stat build. Speaking of which, Cholsu finally noticed his balance, only 20 gold left. This once again made cold sweat pour endlessly down his face. Oh right, all my money got burned away on that gacha roll. I'm losing my mind, I can't even afford a blunt stick. Then suddenly he seemed to think of something. Wait a minute, gacha gear. A little later, the scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild. A hearty laugh began to ring out. Haha, I've been playing Heaven Door for so long and this is the first time I've encountered this kind of situation. Being invited to party up with a celebrity like Revenant is truly an honor. The mage guy Roy smiled and said, you're just like the rumors, pretty quiet aren't you? A guy who reached level 47 just using basic attacks. Today's hunting session is gonna be totally on fire. Today we took on a commission from someone and now we need one more player. At this exact moment, Cholsu's voice suddenly rang out right behind their backs. Are the two of you looking for a teammate? Maybe I can help out. I happen to be the owner of the Lion King's gauntlets. Roy seemed to know the value of this item, so he had to ask back. You mean the Lion King from Vega? Cholsu spread out his gauntlet in front of him and showed off. Oh, you know it too, haha, I'm not trying to brag or anything. Seeing that Cholsu had such great gear, Roy naturally wouldn't refuse anymore. Well, saves me the trouble of looking for teammates, right? It's rare to see Vega's gear in real life. Come along with us. Cholsu clenched his fists with a cracking sound and sneered inwardly, Revenant, what are you staring at, you cheap NPC? As soon as those words came out, Roy hurriedly explained, this is our party leader, Revenant. Cholsu quickly changed his tone, oh, nice to meet you. A moment later, the scene shifts to the Red Canyon. At this time, the three main characters had arrived here. The mage Revenant saw Cholsu looking so tense and smiled as he said, no need to be on such high alert. The monsters in this area are quite a bit lower level than us, so if we don't hit them first, they won't even rush at us. True to his word, these were just level 33 lizardmen monsters. On this side, Cholsu hearing that also withdrew his tense posture. However, deep inside his heart, he was still strung as tight as a bowstring. Do I look like I can rest easy? This gauntlet is totally useless, it's just a decoration, it doesn't have a single stat. I just pretended to show it off to get invited to the party. This is my first time entering a dungeon without the goblin by my side. My armor is level 3 gear, so of course I'm on high alert, he thought to himself. While Roy started making conversation, I notice friend Cholsu hasn't changed classes yet, right? Cholsu raised his hand to point at his head and curiously said, why haven't I changed classes? Don't you see the text above my head? Roy replied. No, yours only shows your level. This explanation made Cholsu realize something. Ah, so my class currently looks like an unpromoted class in the eyes of others. The literal definition of a hidden feature, huh? But what did he mean by saying friend Chulsu hasn't changed classes either? Could Revenant be the same? Thinking that, the protagonist scratched his head and explained. Ah, actually, it's not that I haven't changed classes. At the same time, suddenly something brushed lightly past in front of Chulsu. Then an arrow shot straight down right in front of him, making the startled guy look back. What the hell, didn't he just say monsters wouldn't attack first? Then what met Chulsu's eyes was his own goblin taking the initiative to attack first. This drove the protagonist crazy and he cursed it out loud. What are you doing again, you idiot? The system popped up a notification explaining, summons will attack upon detecting monsters if not given a stop order. Seeing this, Chulsu had to hurriedly recall his goblin and lecture it. Good grief, I looked away for just a second and you're already starting trouble. You're weak as hell after the patch, so stop acting so tough. Roy stepped forward and curiously said, that goblin is. Chulsu didn't hide it and explained right away. Ah, this guy, I was meaning to talk about it earlier and forgot. This is my summon. This explanation made the mage feel even more curious. You accidentally got a hidden class, but you can only summon a single goblin. Chulsu replied, its absurd power is its advantage too, but I guess that was a bug. No wonder this goblin was absurdly strong. But there's an update today, right? I heard they patched things on the summoner's side. The golden age is gone for good, huh? The mage frowned thoughtfully upon hearing that. Is that so? Sorry, but where did you hear about the patch? The protagonist replied, I heard it from a reliable friend, but why do you say that? Roy took the opportunity to explain. Then your friend must have misunderstood. There's nothing related to summoners in today's patch notes. As if to prove Roy's words true, right after taking countless attacks from the lizardmen, the damage the goblin took was literally zero. As for Chulsu himself, even though he took an arrow straight to the forehead, he didn't seem to feel it at all. He just cursed internally, I'm totally speechless. At this moment, Seung Ryul hurriedly spoke up. I'm sorry, I was genuinely wrong. Kim Chulsu waved his hand in flustered embarrassment and said, Hey, why do you have to apologize to that extent? Now that he was hanging upside down over a cliff, Chulsu continued, anyway, you're about to die anyway. Seung Ryul cried out in panic, I was wrong. Looking at the scenery below, he couldn't stop panicking. I must have misread the upcoming patch notes, so the goblin is fine after all, right? Please spare me. Kim Chulsu looked down at Seung Ryul with contempt. Look at this shameless guy. You think I'd let you die so easily? What would I even get out of that? He added, considering all the time I lost because of your mistake, throwing you down a few hundred times still wouldn't be enough to vent my anger. Right after that, a strong force pulled him back up. After managing to sit back down on top of the cliff, Seung Ryul rubbed his lower back. Oh god, my back. Then he looked forward with terrified cold sweat. A hand suddenly and friendly stretched out right in front of Seung Ryul. Chulsu slightly bowed and said, well, you probably don't have any malicious intent either, huh? Kim Chulsu smiled and added, since my good friend has already apologized, I guess I have no choice but to accept it. Damn it. Hearing that, Seung Ryul blankly raised his head, still not quite understanding what was going on. Then he silently lowered his head to think about something before slightly curling his lips into a smile. Seung Ryul said with amused annoyance, who said I'm your friend, we just happened to play the game together for a bit. Then he also reached out and grabbed Chulsu's hand, seeing guys like you pisses me off to no end. Seeing this, Kim Chulsu said, Goblin, go hang him back up there. Hearing that, Seung Ryul hurriedly said, oh, come on, I was just joking. A little later, he was neatly dressed and sipping a cup of warm tea. Staring at the steaming teacup, Seung Ryul said, Kim Chulsu. Looking through the glass window below, he said, he completely trusts me now, so it's time to start making our move right. At this time, Kim Chulsu was still walking leisurely down the street. It's time to make use of the goblin's power that I possess. Heaven's door. But right after that, a car suddenly slammed directly into him as he walked below. Seung Ryul's expression instantly changed, his eyes wide with terror and his jaw dropped. After that, Kim Chulsu was rushed to the nearest hospital. Seung Ryul anxiously asked the doctor, Doctor, what's his condition? Is he okay? The doctor replied, are you the patient's guardian? With a serious expression, Seung Ryul said, yes, I'm his guardian. The doctor then said, he's pretty lucky, getting hit by a car like that and only getting minor scratches. There was a bump to the head, but check results show nothing serious. At this moment, Kim Chulsu was fast asleep on the bed, his head tightly bandaged. Once he wakes up, he can be discharged immediately. Once the doctor left, Seung Ryul sat down on the bed with a sigh of relief. Seung Ryul let out a breath. I was too careless. He's really strong in the game, but in real life, he's just an ordinary person. At this moment, Kim Chulsu's arm twitched slightly, making a small sound. His eyes opened, looking blankly around. Where is this? Seeing this, Seung Ryul anxiously asked, oh god, you're awake. Kim Chulsu's expression remained dazed as he stared forward. his lips slightly moving to mutter something. He softly asked, "Who are you?" Hearing that, Seung Ryul's expression instantly shifted. After a brief explanation, the sunlight outside poured down brightly. Kim Chulsu flashed a friendly smile and said, "So what you're saying is you and I have a very close relationship, right?" He acted all dazed while hugging the goblin and said, "And this cute little monster is my summon. I'm sorry, I don't remember anything at all." Kim Chulsu spoke with innocent naivety. "Anyway, thank you so much for helping me." Seung Ryul thought to himself on the side, "We're in trouble now, losing his memory on top of everything. I feel totally helpless, but there's nothing else I can do." He looked at Chulsu playing with that creature, thinking, what I didn't expect is that his personality changed completely. The gentle Kim Chulsu hugged the creature in his arms and said, "Isn't it nice here, baby?" At this moment, the goblin let out a miserable scream as if it had seen something terrifying. Look at that disgusted reaction from the creature. Seung Ryul narrowed his eyes to evaluate him. Not only did his personality change, but Kim Chulsu right now. He kept watching as the goblin jumped off in a certain direction. Accidentally, Kim Chulsu bumped into a muscular man. "Ah, damn it, where are your eyes?" He raised his head and smiled harmlessly. "I'm really sorry, are you hurt anywhere?" Seeing that it was Kim Chulsu, the man immediately said, "Ah, whatever, just be careful next time." By this point, he had completely turned into a good person. Afterward, they started going out to hunt monsters. Seung Ryul said, "Order your goblin to attack that monster." Kim Chulsu looked worried and said, "What? It has to face a monster that big." The old man patted Kim Chulsu's shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, it's just because you don't remember. Your summon has taken down plenty of things like that before." He looked dazed. "Really?" So Kim Chulsu looked terrified and said, "Goblin, attack it." The goblin also immediately stepped forward. After that, it weakly hit one of the monster's legs. Seeing this scene, Seung Ryul couldn't help but fall face first onto the ground in absolute disbelief. He blankly stared at the scene, the strongest, most perfect summoner, Kim Chulsu. At this moment, the goblin showed virtually no resistance against the monster that was preparing to attack. The person who will become our savior to help us fulfill Iscariot's greatest dream. The monster's massive claw immediately slammed down. Suddenly, Kim Chulsu appeared to shield the tiny goblin before him. Seeing this, it opened its eyes wide in shock and he softly asked, "Are you okay?" Kim Chulsu wore a warm and friendly smile as he asked, "My friend." Seeing this, the goblin immediately couldn't help but vomit a puddle of green and red bile from sheer disgust. He still worriedly asked, "Turns out you really were hurt. I'm sorry for forcing you to fight." Seung Ryul had no choice but to pick up his own weapon and activate his warrior skill. He quickly used a powerful counterattack against the monster. Right then, the monster collapsed onto the ground. Chulsu looked amazed. "You took down that giant monster with just one blow," Seung Ryul reminded him. "No need to be so panicked." Then he added, "Lightning types possess high power and fast speed, but extremely low defense. So they become prime targets for experienced players. This place is famous as an ideal leveling spot for that exact reason. There are so many people coming here that they have to fight crammed into tiny little tiles." Chulsu continued to hug the goblin in his arms with a dazed look. "So many battles indeed. It'd be great if we could go hunting together." Right at that moment, a cold snort rang out. "I never thought you'd be able to say something like that." Another man appeared and sneered. "It's you, the guy who used to monopolize all the monsters in this area." Kim Chulsu turned around in a daze to look at the opponent. "Do you dare look me in the face and say that again?" He looked harmlessly at the newcomer and asked, "Who might this friend be?" He happened to be the peak level 41 mage. Kim Chulsu said, "I feel like I've met you somewhere before, somewhere." So he immediately panicked and clutched his head. "Somewhere, I've seen you somewhere before." Then a person popped into his head, the peak revived dwarf. "Exactly." The guy grew furious. "Who the hell is that guy? Can't you see it says peak mage above my head?" Seung Ryul on this side couldn't help thinking, "Wait, if it's the peak dwarf, he's definitely one of those idiots from back then." He silently calculated. Even with some confusion, he still remembers. Maybe he'll recover his memories more easily if. Over here, Kim Chulsu continued pointing at the opponent. "That's right, peak mage. No, wait, is that not it? I remember it clearly though." Seung Ryul thought to himself, reenacting the incident when Kim Chulsu was thrown into the hidden dungeon and almost lost his life. He smiled faintly. "Whether you want to remember or not, you have to. You absolutely cannot forget. Don't blame me, I did everything for your own good." So Seung Ryul coughed to make a sound and stopped them. He reminded him from behind. "I have some urgent business, see you back in the village tonight." Hearing that, Chulsu asked, "Urgent business, peak? Ah no, I mean, do you have urgent business?" Seung Ryul didn't answer and turned to walk away. "See you later." As his steps slowly moved forward, a voice suddenly rang out, "Come with me." Kim Chulsu grabbed his arm and said, "Let me come with you." Seung Ryul turned back to remind him, "What are you talking about? I already said I have urgent business and it has nothing to do with you." Kim Chulsu flashed a friendly smile and asked, Nothing to do with it, but your expression doesn't look too good. Is something troubling you? He grabbed his arm tighter and continued. You saved my life, so this time it's my turn to help you. The old man couldn't help hesitating, stuttering something or other. Seung Ryul suddenly snapped. Stop messing around, what the hell are you doing? Don't you know what I'm about to do? So he kept struggling, yelling, let go, you jerk, why are you clinging to me like this? Kim Chulsu smiled and replied, I'm definitely not letting go. I'm sure that before I lost my memory I used to do this too. I did this back then as well. Seungryul repeatedly tried to kick Kim Chulsu away, snapping, let go of me, you lunatic. But Kim stubbornly refused to let go, crying out, don't just leave me behind, please let me tag along. While the bewildered top-tier mage nearby stared and said, hey. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he thought to himself, damn it. I still need to contact Iscariot to get the information about the hidden dungeon. Looking at this guy, Seungryul felt completely annoyed. This was supposed to be in time to recover the kid's memories before it was too late, but this blood-sucking bastard didn't get it at all. Over there, the bewildered young mage started to say, hey, this person is. When suddenly someone else chimed in, all right. Then a voice called out, Seungryul, making him startle and turn around as he thought that voice. The newcomer was none other than Dark Yoonhyuk, a level 56 shadow assassin who snapped, hey you, why aren't you answering my calls? You got a death wish. Seungryul quickly pushed Kim Chul-soo away and said, Dark Yoonhyuk, you came here all by yourself. That's a rare sight. As he walked closer, the other guy continued to demand, what on earth have you been doing to get a level that high lately? Is the situation so bad that you couldn't even report or check in? To which Seungryul replied, you forget, I'm a guy who uses his brain more than his brawn. Seungryul added, Night Hunter, did you already finish your second job advancement? As expected, the experience in that dungeon back then must have been pretty painful. Looking annoyed, he retorted, bringing up someone else's scars isn't cool, and besides, I don't have time to reminisce with you right now. With a furious expression, Yoonhyuk said, Patton the Destroyer and Jihyun the Reaper are in mortal danger. Hearing those words, he seemed to recall something, thinking Patton the Destroyer and Jihyun from Nudjian Chilgi. Then Kim Chul-soo looked over at Yoonhyuk and thought, these names sound kinda familiar, and that guy looks super strong, but he probably won't be a match for me, right? I wonder if he's even noticed me this whole time. Meanwhile, Seungryul wore a grave expression, thinking, aren't they some of the strongest people in his team? If they hadn't recklessly charged into the hidden dungeon, the risk to their lives wouldn't be this high. The other guy kept talking, I don't know the details, they just left 3 messages and cut the connection. Yoonhyuk started recounting, first, gather the entire Everton guild, well, maybe not the guild master, but at least the other guild members. Second, there's a level 100 monster, so be careful when you go inside. Hearing this, he panicked and thought, a level 100. Clenching his fists tightly, he thought, you bunch of fools, why on earth would you step foot into such an absurd place? Seungryul's voice dropped low as he asked, what's the last thing? Don't tell me it's their last will and testament. Pointing toward Kim Chul-soo, who was lying on the ground, the guy said, take that idiot with us. If possible, prioritize that even more than the first thing, it's Jihyun's personal message. With a look of contempt, Yoonhyuk muttered, what's the use of a weakling like that? But Seungryul whispered to himself, no, she made a rational decision. Jihyun saw firsthand what kind of power he actually has. He calculated inwardly, even though Yoonhyuk is talking like that, he definitely still has expectations for Kim Chul-soo. The reason they came all the way out here is none other than Kim Chul-soo, but right now Kim Chul-soo is. Raising his head in confusion, Kim Chul-soo asked, me? Because at this moment he was completely useless. The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. Patton and Jihyun were hiding behind a wall, not even daring to breathe loudly. Cuss the Living Armor dragged his shaky, ironclad feet through the hazy fog. And as the sound of its footsteps slowly faded away, Jihyun let out a soft sigh of relief. Muttering in awe, he walked past us. Holding his sword tightly and remaining vigilant, Patton was thoroughly sick of this situation, and upon hearing her, he let go of all hope and retorted, we've been trapped here for 2 days already. Do you seriously still believe we can survive? As he looked at the piles of dead bodies scattered all around them, adding, just look at those corpses over there and you still have faith. Before whining and complaining, we shouldn't have sent that distress signal the way I wanted. Because you blurted out that there was a level 100 monster, nobody's coming to save us. Though Jihyun disagreed with his attitude and argued back, what else were we supposed to do? If they showed up without a plan, they'd all just die anyway, and you know Yoonhyuk isn't that kind of guy. Losing his patience entirely and refusing to listen, Patton yelled at the top of his lungs, no, that's not it. Prompting Jihyun to hiss a warning for fear that his shout would attract Cuss the Living Armor, whispering, keep your voice down or we'll get found. While Patton realized he had lost his cool, clutched his head to calm himself down and said with a pale, despairing face, this time everything is completely different. I've never felt my life threatened like this before, and even Yoonhyuk won't be able to save us. Even though his whole body was shaking with fear, he stubbornly puffed out his chest and declared, It's better to charge in once than just sit here and wait to die. Let's try fighting it out, who knows, maybe one of us can manage to escape. Hearing him say that, Jihyun's expression turned grim as she said with deep loyalty. But one person will definitely have to die, and I refuse to accept the idea that one of us has to make that sacrifice. Then stubbornly reassuring herself as much as Patton, she vowed, "It's not time to give up yet, just wait, he'll definitely come, and as soon as he gets here, everything will be resolved." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kim Chul-soo was lying under the scorching desert sun, raising his head to look at the person in front of him and asking in bewilderment, "Me?" Instead of answering directly, Yoon Hyuk focused on something else, asking with suspicion, "Did that guy just use honorifics?" While Seungryul next to him figured out what he was doubting and cursed under his breath, damn it. He hurried over to Kim Chul-soo's side, whispered in his ear, "You're that guy's friend, wouldn't it totally surprise him if you suddenly use honorifics out of nowhere?" Making Kim Chul-soo look at him in disbelief and ask, "A friend? Me and a scary-looking guy like that are friends." Not wanting to explain much, Seungryul simply advised, "Anyway, it's been a while since you two met, so just walk up and greet him naturally like normal friends." Leaving a blank-faced Kim Chul-soo to scratch his head and mutter, "Normal friends." Even so, he followed the advice, stood up, and greeted Yoon Hyuk as naturally as possible. "Long time no see, you son of a bitch," causing Seungryul's jaw to drop as he mentally groaned, "You're laying it on way too thick, man." To his surprise, Yoon Hyuk looked satisfied and said, "Now that sounds like you," leaving Seungryul to think in sheer disbelief he actually bought it. Suddenly, Goblin came shuffling out, instantly catching Yoon Hyuk's attention. Yoon Hyuk froze up completely, his face turning pale as he stammered in shock, "A goblin." Seungryul panicked yet again, hurriedly racking his brain as he thought, "The goblin is still here. This is bad, we can't let Yoon Hyuk find out about the relationship between Chul-soo and the goblin." Regaining his composure, Yoon Hyuk drew his sharp sword and asked coldly, "Seungryul, is this goblin the exact same one we saw the other day?" Putting on a forced smile, Seungryul tried to make an excuse. "What are you talking about? Compared to the one from last time, this one is super weak. Look at its face, it looks like it's on the verge of death." But since Yoon Hyuk was smart, he asked half-jokingly, "Are you telling me we lost to something this week?" And knowing he couldn't hide it, Seungryul just laughed it off awkwardly, saying, "You must be joking." Although Yoon Hyuk spoke boldly, he still wasn't entirely sure of his own judgment, so he narrowed his eyes, looked the goblin up and down and muttered to himself, "Or am I just hallucinating?" Scene change. Once everyone necessary had been gathered in one place, Yoon Hyuk said with utmost seriousness and appreciation, "Thank you all for gathering here." Crossing his arms, Min Seong spoke in a low, questioning voice, "Didn't the guild master join this time? They should be showing up during an emergency like this." Yoon Hyuk replied indifferently, "I sent word, but don't get your hopes up. This time we have to handle it ourselves." With that, he cut straight to the point and gave a brief rundown of the situation. Jihyun the Reaper and Patton, the Destroyer, had fallen into a trap and dropped to a lower floor after hunting monsters while leaving the dungeon, which led someone in the crowd to quickly pipe up, "That's probably because Patton wasn't careful enough." Another person chimed in, "With their skills, they should have easily escaped that trap." And while everyone was buzzing with chatter, Kim Chul-soo stood still, holding the goblin tightly and listening intently. Cutting through the noise, Yoon Hyuk continued, "But there's a level 100 monster guarding that place," making everyone instantly fall silent to listen, before Yoon Hyuk once again expressed his sincere gratitude to them, saying, "With a mission this dangerous where one of us could die, thank you for deciding to come here even after hearing about it, and let me remind you once more. Up until now this has just been a game, but this time is completely different." He paused for a moment before issuing a serious warning, "Anyone who wants to back out can do so right now." At that moment, someone completely bundled up from head to toe spoke with absolute conviction. "Jihyun and Pat are our friends who need us to save them," Suji said as she took off her cloak's hood. Minsu and Hyunsu also took off their hoods, with Minsu smiling and saying, "I still owe Patton one." While Hyunsu teased Yoon Hyuk with a cheeky grin, "If you needed help, you should have just said so straight up, Yoon Hyuk, you're just a half-baked commander without us." Finally speaking up to reason with them, Seungryul said, "That's right, no matter how strong you are, the opponent is a level 100 monster. From the start, this can't even be called a fight. And since our goal is rescue, the more people we have to scatter the monster's vision, the better." He muttered thoughtfully as he stroked his beard. Seungryul cast a sidelong glance at Kim Chul-soo beside him and thought secretly, good thing is, if he gets chased by a level 100 monster, his memories will probably come back. Suddenly, Kim Chul-soo asked loudly, "Why do I have to go?" Hearing that, Seungryul froze, staring right at him with a look of stunned disbelief as he thought, "Why do you have to go? This guy has been docile and obedient this whole time, so why is he acting so reasonable now? Don't tell me he's starting to remember something." Locking eyes with Yoon Hyuk, Kim Chul-soo demanded in a booming voice, I don't know any reason why I should risk my life for your guild's business. Is there someone in there waiting for me to help them? If you think that's a reason for me to jump into a death trap. He paused slightly, while Seungriel nervously twirled his long beard, hanging onto his every word and thinking excitedly, that's it, he's coming back. The resurrection of the Demon King Kim Chul-soo. Stepping right up to Yoonhyuk with a cunning smile, Kim Chul-soo declared, then that's spot on, I'm ready, let's head in right now. His words instantly deflated both Seungriel and the goblin, who had been eagerly expecting an epic plot twist. With a faint smirk, Yoonhyuk lightly scolded, you idiot, before expressing his sincere gratitude. Thanks for not giving up and for fighting side by side with us. With that, he slowly declared, all right then, Everton Guild. March out, as Yoonhyuk took the lead, followed by a determined army marching closely behind him. Elsewhere, Jiho held his phone and muttered, is that really true? Then he instructed the person on the other end, I understand, keep monitoring. Looking down at his darkened phone screen, Jiho muttered softly to himself, Kim Chul-soo is acting abnormal. Isn't that guy always normal? So I guess we don't need to report this time, huh? The young lady is overreacting way too much, he mumbled as he habitually picked his nose. Meanwhile, in another location, Yoonhyuk moved at lightning speed, thrusting his dual swords wildly at the person in front of him. He effortlessly wiped out 4 strangers by himself without breaking a sweat, though he still grumbled. These trash mobs just keep popping up endlessly. Watching the scene unfold with wide-eyed awe, Kim Chul-soo muttered mentally, that guy named Yoonhyuk is truly amazing. Even though he fights completely undefended, he doesn't leave a single opening. Is it because they trust each other that much? Pausing as he looked at the people following in the group, who were also busy fighting off various monsters. Looking back and forth, Kim Chul-soo wondered to himself, is that why they can drop their defenses and focus entirely on attacking? Will I ever find someone I can trust enough to watch my back? Right as he got lost in thought, a monster suddenly jumped out from behind him to attack. By the time he sensed it and panicked, turning his head, Seungriel had already charged in with his weapon drawn. He brutally beat the monster to a pulp to protect him. Afterward, the old man clicked his tongue and grumbled. At this rate, you'd probably drop dead from a single hit before even this old man does. You guys have a lot of numbers, but your defense is pathetic. Being protected so unexpectedly by Seungriel made Kim Chul-soo tear up with emotion as he choked out, Gramps. Clutching both the goblin and Seungriel in a tight bear hug, he made them both shriek in agony like stuck pigs, yelling, let go of me, what is this disgusting nonsense? Instead of letting go, Kim Chul-soo squeezed even tighter and blubbered on and on. With 2 people caring about me like this, I'm sure I must have lived a really good life before losing my memories, right? I must have tried my absolute best, didn't I? Right. Struggling to break free from his grip, Seungriel replied perfunctorily, yeah, sure. While internally fuming, in your dreams, you idiot. I need to throw this bastard out as bait for a strong monster ASAP. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, hey Yoonhyuk, causing him to glance sideways at the person and ask, what? Having just escaped Kim Chul-soo's monstrous hug, Seungriel gasped for breath and awkwardly proposed, from here on, let's split up, what do you think? Catching his breath, the old man wiped his sweat and analyzed the suggestion. The monsters here are so weak they're basically just foot soldiers. There's no need to maintain this formation as we advance. It'd be better to split up and search for the traps they fell into. After thinking it over for a moment, Yoonhyuk responded seriously. Yeah, in our rush, I was only fixating on where the strong monsters might be. I was being way too cautious. With that, he raised his voice to command everyone. From now on, we'll split into 3 groups to search. If you find anything suspicious or a trap, report it immediately and don't go in until everyone has gathered. ZL stood still, refusing to move as he watched Yoonhyuk's group disperse and couldn't help grumbling. Those guys are pretty decent, I didn't even get a chance to make a move. As if his wish had just been granted, a monster suddenly lunged out at him, pointing his power staff casually at the creature while narcissistically praising himself. ZL thought, well, obviously, if I use my full strength, they'd definitely feel an overwhelming power and probably feel a bit insecure about themselves. With just his magic staff, ZL easily and cleanly dispatched the monster. Suddenly, a blast of his power collided with a gemstone embedded in the wall. The gemstone lit up rapidly. A wave of blue light washed over the entire room. The light reached Yoonhyuk's group, making him murmur in confusion, what is this? A magic circle appeared, trapping them within a fixed perimeter. Everyone fell silent, watching the strange light shift into various shapes and forms. The ground beneath them began to crack open. Glancing down at the cracks, Seungriel pondered, is this the trap those 2 fell into? Could it be? Amidst the tense situation, Kim Chul-soo didn't know what to do except stand completely still while holding the goblin. Suddenly, the ground beneath them collapsed, causing Kim Chul-soo and the goblin to scream in panic. The whole group fell right into the trap, leaving only ZL standing safely above, staring blankly down at the deep pit. Scared out of his wits, he stammered, we're screwed. Right then someone walked over and cheerfully asked, "Am I a bit late?" As she rambled on, "Our dear Yoonhyuk must be having a really hard time." ZL turned around at the sound of her voice to see who it was. The girl sat casually on the ground and mused. "Ah wait, no, did someone say there's a level 100 monster? The monster's down there." At that point, Lami suddenly burst into loud wailing, tears and snot streaming down her face as she wailed. "What do we do now? Does this mean everyone's going to die?" A colossal castle glowed red beneath the evening twilight, while overhead, a flock of black crows circled around the fortress with echoing cries that added to its eerie, terrifying atmosphere. The ultimate difficulty dungeon, the Duke's Great Library. If you weren't the strongest, you didn't even have the qualifications to gaze upon it, making it truly the final dungeon of Heaven's Door. The three of them appeared with confident expressions. Jian Doryeon the Night King, Lami the Empress, and Crazydog the Berserker. The trio hailed as the first people to conquer the Great Library. They had fought side by side with their comrades, wielding their swords, but sudden tragic news struck. Somehow, nobody knew why all the rest of the members who went with them that day had died. Upon hearing the news, Lami broke down in sobs, her emotions overflowing uncontrollably as she cried. "What are we gonna do, Lami? Level 83 Hermit, everyone's dead, aren't they?" Yoonhyuk was enveloped in toxic smoke, his body exhausted as he collapsed to the ground, opening his mouth with a hoarse voice to gasp. Why did the trap activate out of nowhere? Why did the trap activate out of nowhere? Sensing danger acutely, Yoonhyuk's gaze instantly turned sharp and alert. Yoonhyuk was suddenly ambushed by a monster. The cursed armor, level 100, which swung its sword down at him decisively, but with lightning-fast reflexes, Yoonhyuk dropped low and ducked away, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. The sheer, overwhelming power of the sword grazing past his head terrified him to his core, and he muttered, "Level 100. Is that the monster they were talking about?" Darting his eyes around anxiously, a wave of unease surged within him as he thought, "Killing it is impossible, I have to get everyone out of here right now." But suddenly, his gaze locked onto a corpse cut in half in the distance. Stunned, Yoonhyuk recognized it as Min Seong, his voice trembling as he whispered Min. His pupils constricted, his voice cracking entirely. "Min Seong." Taking advantage of Yoonhyuk's momentary distraction, the monster immediately gathered its strength, raised its sword high, and prepared to deal another fatal blow. Right at that moment, a pink-haired young man suddenly appeared, rushing toward Yoonhyuk and shouting in fierce anger. In the nick of time, he rushed forward, exerting all his strength to hold the monster back. Straining with all his might, the pink-haired youth yelled at Yoonhyuk, Go save them, Yoonhyuk, I'm leaving the rest of the guys in your hands." At that moment, the monster casually flicked the sword in its hand and tilted its head to look at the two of them, while he strained and shouted, "I can't hold out much longer, hurry up." Despite the pink-haired youth's desperate plea, Yoonhyuk refused to budge, drawing his weapon as he said in a calm, resolute voice, "I'm not going anywhere, just hold on tight like that, I'll help you right now." Suddenly, Yoonhyuk froze as Seungryul silently glided, passed like a gust of wind and grabbed hold of him tightly. Yoonhyuk's voice choked off in pure shock, "Seungryul." In that very instant, he was forcefully dragged away, prompting a panicked Yoonhyuk to shout back, "What are you doing? Let me go. If we do this, Suji's going to be in mortal danger." But Seungryul didn't soften in the slightest, roaring back, "She's already dead." Hearing that, Yoonhyuk stood frozen in a daze before asking in a small voice, "What?" While at the same time, the pink-haired youth could no longer hold off the monster, which swung its blade and sliced him cleanly in two. Dragging Yoonhyuk along as he ran, Seungryul lowered his voice to reason with him, "Don't tell me you actually thought you could do something against that monster. This isn't a fight, it's a one-sided massacre." His eyes sweeping over the corpses scattered all across the room, Seungryul recounted grimly, "Minsu and Hyunsu were slaughtered before they could even react. Running away is our only chance of survival." Suddenly, a heavy foot stomped hard against the ground, the echoing sound tearing through the quiet space. The monster immediately crouched low, channeling power into its sword, ready to unleash a strike in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Seungryul was still busy dragging Yoonhyuk away as his heart sank, thinking, everything went completely off script. If we had known beforehand, we could have managed it. Seungryul calculated internally, there are ways to evade its gaze without fighting, and I already had a plan ready to get Jihyun and Patton out safely. Right as the monster swung its sword with full might, sending the slash flying straight toward the two of them. Even so, Seungryul remained trapped in his own thoughts. Even if the plan fell apart, as long as Kim Chul-soo's memories return, it'll be fine. As the monster's attack drew closer and closer, he pulled Yoonhyuk faster while thinking in utter turmoil. But why on earth did we have to fall right on top of its head instead of anywhere else? Feeling the terrifying killing intent pressing in from behind, Seungryul looked back and saw the monster's strike right in front of his eyes. His heart plummeting as he thought, even knowing we couldn't win, I never expected that less than 20 seconds after falling down here, everyone would get wiped out. In the nick of time, the system voice chimed in like a lifeline for the two of them. Summon Goblin skill activated. A small goblin immediately rushed out to stand in front of them, hugging a bomb in an attempt to use the explosion to block the monster's attack. Right in front of the monster, the system voice rang out again. Bomb Goblin. The moment the words faded, a deafening explosion blasted out, swallowing the entire room in a sea of flames. The force of the blast blew everything around them away, and Yoonhyuk immediately raised his arm to shield his face from the oncoming dust and debris. Staring at the explosion, Seungryul muttered hesitantly, "Was that the goblin just now?" Suddenly, Chul-soo popped up and urged him urgently, "It's right now, Gramps, we gotta run before it finds us." Seeing him alive, Seungryul froze in utter shock, a wave of confusion washing over him as he thought, Kim Chul-soo is still alive. Before stammering out loud, "Right." Snapping back to reality instantly, Seungryul screamed at Yoonhyuk, "Yoonhyuk, run, we're out of time." Faced with his frantic urging, Yoonhyuk clicked his tongue in annoyance. Yoonhyuk petulantly turned and walked away, leaving a thick cloud of smoke behind him. At the same time, the monster swung its sword down, and the black smoke blocking its vision instantly split in two. The smoke gradually dissipated, yet right before its eyes was nothing but empty space. The monster let out a furious roar, its cries echoing throughout the silent room. Elsewhere, having escaped danger, Chul-soo immediately opened up the system to check. He muttered to himself, "A few skills popped up, so I just clicked one at random and the system screen displayed the information. Goblin bomb, stuff a bomb into the goblin's hands and detonate it. The goblin will vanish and cannot be resummoned for 10 minutes. After reading it, Chul-soo let out a soft sigh, thinking that a second later and he'd have been totally screwed. He turned off the system, his mind in turmoil, stuffing a bomb in and blowing it to smithereens. Even though I hate hurting the goblin with skills like that. Then he gently turned his head, quietly looking at the scene before him. Having escaped danger, Yoonhyuk was sitting helplessly on the floor, while Seungryul stood blankly in another corner. Chul-soo let out a soft sigh, but it's better than having more people sacrifice themselves. During that time, Seungryul remained silently without a word, simply gazing far into the distance. Suddenly, Yoonhyuk spoke up, breaking the silence. "It's over." In a hoarse voice, he said, "Jae-hyun and Patton must have been dead for a long time, yet I didn't know a thing. I'm the one who dragged everyone to their deaths." Then Yoonhyuk clutched his head, his voice choked with emotion. "I'm a killer, the one who should have died is me." Seeing him like that, Seungryul slightly frowned, realizing the situation had become very grim. Recalling the image of Yoonhyuk's party, a bitter ache welled up in his heart. To Yoonhyuk, the assassin party was like family. The Everton Guild was a place they had built together. With his friends brutally murdered right before his eyes like that, could he possibly lead him out of here safely? Suddenly, Seungryul paused, his thoughts shifting. "No, can all of us even survive and make it out of this place?" Steady footsteps softly echoed through the space. Seungryul slowly approached Yoonhyuk, gently offering words of advice. "I'm very sorry, but you don't have time to despair, Yoonhyuk. We don't know when that monster will come back, so we have to keep moving." Still immersed in despair over the loss of his friends, he said with a shaking voice, "Seung-ryul, do you know why the Master Guild turned out the way it did?" Suddenly, Yoonhyuk's eyes widened, his voice turning uncommonly cold. "Because on a certain day, everyone who went into the dungeon with him died completely. Counting him, only 3 people survived." Yoonhyuk let out a helpless sigh as memories of Lamy flooded his mind, sadly recounting, "I didn't believe that rumor. I thought getting wiped out in the game was just some nonsense rumor. Dying from playing a game sounded way too absurd." Continuing to recall the moments he fought alongside Seungryul, he went on, "That's why you've never seen me scared when entering a dungeon, right? Because I always thought a game is just a game, and the pain in here is just like a strange experience, nothing more." Yoonhyuk continued sadly, "I just thought modern technology has advanced so much, pretty cool." My feelings stopped right there. Then his voice suddenly dropped as the scene before entering the battle reappeared in his eyes. "But during that boss raid just now, for the first time I felt afraid." The memories of the battle rushed back, making him involuntarily tremble as he recounted. "That pain far exceeded the level of a fun experience like I always thought." Remembering the moment he was defeated, the rigid system voice rang out, "Dark Yoonhyuk has died." Yet Yoonhyuk continued in an even tone, "If one day I encountered a monster with too huge a level gap, I thought I could actually really die." Calmly recounting everything, he forced himself to upgrade. "That's why I tried to narrow the level gap with monsters. No matter where or when I encountered monsters, I just hoped to avoid the amount of damage that could get me wiped out." But his voice momentarily halted when remembering the high-level monsters he used to encounter. "Yet the higher I climbed, the more I felt like I was rushing into greater threats." Yoonhyuk reminisced once more about the pair of friends who had fought alongside him, his voice suppressing emotion. "To be honest, I just needed to save Jae-hyun and Patton, and I was planning to quit this game for good. I wanted to stop getting hurt because of this stupid game, not trying to get stronger anymore, but actually quitting completely." Finally, he clutched his head and burst into tears, pouring out all his feelings. On the outside I act strong, but actually I'm terrified of coming to this place alone. Yoonhyuk shouted in regret. That's why I dragged them along, knowing full well everyone could die, yet I stayed quiet and didn't stop them. Hearing that, Seungryul was stunned, hurriedly trying to reassure him. That's not it, you didn't know things would turn out like this. We had a plan and the success rate was high enough. Faced with Yoonhyuk's state, Seungryul panicked for a moment, stuttering, "It's not your fault, so." Before he could finish, Yoonhyuk roared to cut him off. "It was me. I killed them myself. It's all my fault." Realizing that he had sunk too deeply into despair, Seungryul immediately raised his hand, gritting his teeth to reply. "What? What?" Seungryul shouted helplessly. "You idiot!" Just as he was about to slap Yoonhyuk, Chol-soo climbed up and kicked him straight in the stomach, shouting furiously while hitting him, "You stupid bastard." That scene left Seungryul frozen, staring blankly at him. Stunned awake by the pain, Yoonhyuk stammered, "Kim Chol-soo." Right at that moment, Chol-soo muttered a petulant curse. "Moron." He shouted furiously. "This whole time you've been whining about this person dying and that person dying, spitting out nothing but bad luck. Who died, huh? Did you see it with your own eyes? Are you a doctor? What gives you the right to declare whether people live or die?" Seungryul looked at Chol-soo in shock, questioning. Kim Chol-soo has his memory finally. At the same time, he still didn't stop, continuing to use words to wake Yoonhyuk up. "Just thinking about having a pathetic guy like you as a friend makes me regret it to death, you know." Hearing that, Yoonhyuk was momentarily stunned. A friend. Standing nearby, Seungryul was equally surprised, a wave of suspicion rising in his heart. Did he just say friend? Since when did Chol-soo consider Yoonhyuk a friend? Memories suddenly flooded his mind. Back then, Yoonhyuk had calmly asked Chol-soo, "Where do you plan to go once we get out of here?" But he gave a blank response. Why ask something so obvious? Chol-soo looked up at him, then flashed a sneering smile. "To a place where I don't have to see your face, of course." Thinking of this, Seungryul sighed softly. With their relationship, just not becoming enemies is already lucky enough. Yet right at this moment, Chol-soo was grabbing Yoonhyuk by the collar, shouting as if wanting to scream. "This is a game, so nobody actually dies. Have you ever seen anyone wiped out with your own eyes? It might just be rumors. Don't believe anything except what you see with your own eyes." He continuously shouted to comfort him. "If you want to grieve, wait until we get outside and verify it first. It's not too late then. There are people waiting for you out there right now, aren't there?" Chol-soo's anger grew greater and greater until he finally yelled. "So just think about that one thing, and as for the rest, we'll deal with it after getting out of here." As soon as those words left his mouth, Chol-soo immediately let go of Yoonhyuk. Losing his support, he blankly slumped down onto the cold floor. Seungryul stood to the side without intervening, blankly watching the two of them. Suddenly a calm voice rang out, "Hey, Seungryul." Yoonhyuk frowned, then continued, "What do you think? Do you also think being wiped out is just fabricated?" But Seungryul didn't answer him, secretly calculating in his heart. "No, unfortunately, being wiped out is real. The people killed just now definitely won't be safe. Right now in this world, people are surely dying too, but for his own good." After a while, Seungryul slowly replied, "I've only heard the rumors just like you. I've never seen or heard it with my own eyes." Lowering his voice, he calmly reminded, "That's why we always have to be careful not to get wiped out, but whether that thing exists or not, nobody knows. Like Kim Chol-soo said, it's still way too early to assert that they're dead." Hearing that, Yoonhyuk let out a soft sigh. "Is that so?" Looking up at Chol-soo, his voice turned resolute. "Kim Chol-soo, to end up having a guy like you say those things to me, it's truly shameful." Suddenly, Yoonhyuk stood right up, instantly regaining the aura that always belonged to him. He softly whispered to Chol-soo, "I owe you one more time." Clearing his throat, Yoonhyuk said, "I'll pay back this debt when we survive and get out of here." At the same time, Seungryul hoisted his sledgehammer onto his shoulder, looking at the two of them with suspicion. Did Kim Chol-soo manage to pick Yoonhyuk back up? Have his memories returned or not yet? Quickly recovering his composure, Yoonhyuk pulled out his weapon and coldly issued an order. "Everton, resume the rescue mission." Elsewhere, Super Wizard was clutching his head in panic, saying, "Are you really not going to help them?" Puzzled, he asked, "You're the guild master." But contrary to his mood, Lamy just casually lay down and nonchalantly said, "I came here just to watch Yoonhyuk get beaten to a pulp, not to help or save anyone." Super Wizard still couldn't help asking in shock, "So you're just going to stand by and watch your own guild members get wiped out and killed? Are you out of your mind?" Lamy didn't care, sighing as she replied, "Out of my mind? Is anyone in this game even sane?" Suddenly she smiled sinisterly and asked him back, "And what's this about being wiped out? You guys don't know, right, this dungeon?" Hearing her last sentence, Super Wizard's face turned pale. "Wait a minute, if what you say is true then this trap, no, this thing is a type-up." Elsewhere, Jai Hyun said with a stern expression, "Experiment." The red-haired teammate standing beside her tapped the system panel in frustration and said, "Damn it, I can't even contact the outside world anymore." Jai Hyun propped her chin up in thought for a moment before asking him, "Do you remember when we first fell into this trap? The crystals on the wall reflected my magic, forming a magic circle, and then we fell into it. Hearing that, he clenched his fists tightly and slammed them hard against the wall, answering with an angry expression. Yeah, I really am an idiot. Other people always think things like this are my fault, but not this time. Pointing at her to place the blame, he said, "This time it's entirely your fault, Jai Hyun," she calmly replied, "just like you said." She continued, "Traps only work on careless guys like you, but I'm different." Jai Hyun's gaze darkened. "I've been careful the entire time entering this dungeon." Hearing her teasing words, he clicked his tongue and annoyedly asked, "Are you planning to stand there bragging forever?" She explained, "Traps are usually much simpler. Simple enough that reckless guys like you could fall right into them." And then Jai Hyun looked at the crystal beneath his feet and said, "But this trap was designed to trigger when a skill directly hits the crystals on the wall." After explaining, she didn't forget to provoke him. "Who on earth created this thing? Even an idiot like you couldn't avoid getting caught." He gritted his teeth while cracking his knuckles and asked, "Are you done talking?" Ignoring his attitude behind her, she crossed her arms and calmly continued analyzing the situation. The dungeon we entered was meant for level 50s. The appearance of a level 100 monster here is already highly abnormal. Most players get wiped out from just a single hit. Understanding less and less the more he listened, he shouted discontentedly, "What on earth are you trying to say? Does it change anything? We're trapped and about to die." Unable to stand his endless nagging anymore, Jai Hyun snapped in anger. "I am getting to the point. This isn't a normal trap, you idiot." But when she turned back to look and saw him standing frozen in place with his hands still in the same posture, she wondered, What are you looking at?" Panicked, she quickly turned her head back to see what had just happened. Right in front of her, another crystal appeared and she said in utter astonishment, "That's a crystal." Seeing that without hesitation, a bow instantly materialized in her hands. She dropped to one knee and quickly took aim, her bow and arrow pointing straight at the crystal. Seeing the arrow aimed right at his direction, he panicked. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" she replied. "Don't move, stay right there." The bowstring was released, and the arrow instantly flew straight toward the target. He let out a miserable, panicked scream. The arrow followed its trajectory and struck the crystal without missing a beat. He looked down at the glowing crystal beneath his feet, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a blinding flash of light, causing him to scream. Rays of light stretched out from the surrounding pillars, gradually connecting with one another. The beams of light intertwined and connected, slowly forming a giant star that enveloped the two of them. Jai Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, great, with this we can get back to the starting point." But right at that moment, a system panel suddenly popped up in front of her. The red-haired guy wondered aloud, "Altar of Lights." He shouted in annoyance, "Hey, what is it this time? I thought we made it out." Reading it, Jai Hyun realized, 3 people, it looks like we need one more person to stand inside the circle. With a disgruntled expression, he said, "Damn it, there are nothing but corpses behind us. Only the 2 of us survived, and who knows when the guild members will get here." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling them both. She immediately moved into an attacking stance, raising her bow with the arrow pointed straight at the source of the sound. Out of the darkness, a head slowly poked out, revealing itself bit by bit under the dim light. Seeing a familiar face, Jai Hyun joyfully called out, "Hyunsu, is that you, Hyunsu?" The red-haired guy beamed. "I knew it, I knew you'd come. I thought I was going to die here while waiting for you." A pair of armored legs slowly emerged from the darkness. Out from the darkness, an armored knight stepped forward slowly, the sword in his hand stained bright red with fresh blood. She stood there dumbfounded, Hyunsu. At his feet, a human head lay rolling around, blood staining the surroundings red. The red-haired guy was terrified to his core. "Hey, Jai Hyun." In a split second, the armored figure lunged forward, swinging its sword with murderous intent. He screamed frantically, "Run, hurry up." Suddenly, a figure darted forward, managing to block the descending sword blow just in time. After blocking it, that person landed on the ground. The armored guy slowly raised his head, staring right at him. It turned out to be Yoonhyuk. Resting his weapon on his shoulder, he said, using this summoned monster to block its attack. "I didn't expect your idea to be pretty decent, Kim Chul-soo." The red-haired guy was still in shock. "Yoonhyuk, it's Yoonhyuk, he came to save us." But Jai Hyun wasn't thinking about that, asking herself with suspicion, did he just block an attack from a level 100 monster? How on earth did he do that? From behind, the figures of Seungryul and Kim Chul-soo hurried over, shouting loudly, "Is everyone okay?" Hearing that, he recognized this voice. "Is that Seungryul?" Rushing forward, he said, "Looks like we still made it in time." Extremely surprised, she asked, "Seungryul, Kim Chul-soo, you came together with him?" He bowed his head and said, "Hey there." Puzzled, she asked, "What hey there?" He gave an awkward smile. "We're friends, aren't we? Looks like you're still doing okay." Jai Hyun turned to Seungryul, pointing at him and asking, "What's wrong with that guy?" Helplessly, he answered, "Don't ask, I'm just as annoyed." But suddenly he stepped inside the star-shaped formation. and the moment he entered, it immediately lit up. A system panel appeared before him. Altar of light, what is this? Blue beams of light poured down from above, covering the entire space around the three of them. Floating in the air in astonishment, Jai Hyun said, "No, the exit only opened because there are enough three people." She screamed, "Seungryul, is there anyone else here?" Guardedly he replied, "Only us, for now." Unwillingly she said, "No. The other two won't be able to get out." Looking at him standing there calmly, she called out loudly, "Kim Chul-soo." With tears streaming down her face, Jai Hyun reached out. Yoon Hyuk saved them. Amidst her panic, he flashed a calm smile, giving a thumbs up as if everything was under control. Panic-stricken, before she could react, she was pulled away. The blue light gradually vanished. Yoon Hyuk only said quietly, "They've made it outside safely." His gaze turned sharp. "So there's no other way except to defeat that thing." Kim Chul-soo scratched his head and replied, "Seems like it." The level 100 cursed armor still stood there, exuding a dense, murderous aura. Stretching his arms, he nonchalantly said, "I'm going to die soon." "While you won't," furiously frowning, Yoon Hyuk answered, "Stop talking, shut up." The two of them watched the armor grow abnormally large. "Now then." Grasping his weapon and getting into a combat stance, he shouted, "Let's go, Kim Chul-soo." Kim Chul-soo then used his goblin summoning skill and commanded, "Leave it to you, goblin." Gathering his strength and taking momentum, Yoon Hyuk dashed straight toward the armor at extreme speed. Grasping his weapon tightly and charging straight ahead, his eyes filled with killing intent as he shouted, "I will." Facing the giant armor, his small figure rushed forward without a single hesitation. Survive and make it back. Flashback to earlier, when the three of them were still running toward Jai Hyun. Kim Chul-soo showed a skeptical expression. "There's something a bit weird, so I want to ask. Normally, before encountering a monster with too massive a level gap, wouldn't the system pop up a warning?" Seungryul asked back in surprise, "How do you know about that? Have you ever encountered that kind of monster before?" Running as he spoke, he answered, "I don't remember clearly where, but I vaguely recall a red warning window popping up." A glowing red system panel suddenly flashed in his memory, but it immediately flickered with interference as if about to vanish. With content like this, dungeon exceeds the limit. Hearing that, he asked further, "Is that so? Did you run away back then? What kind of monster was it? What was its level? Do you remember anything else?" He answered, "Aside from that, I don't remember anything else. There really should have been some kind of warning." He added, "Considering the gap between us and a level 100 monster, the warning should have been way more intense to make sense. What if that monster's level isn't even 100? Hearing that, Yoon Hyuk felt a bit worried. The monsters in this dungeon at most only reach around level 50. In a place like this, for a level 100 monster to appear instead of level 60 or 70 is completely absurd. Kim Chul-soo began analyzing the situation. What if its level is fake to deceive players? Then there won't be any wiping out, our teammates and us will be safe, so do we really need to be afraid of it? Hearing that, Yoon Hyuk said, "You mean instead of running away, try fighting it once?" What you're saying makes sense, but that's a gamble with extremely low probability. He asked Kim Chul-soo, "If it were you, would you bet on it?" Kim Chul-soo smiled and replied, "Hard to say. At this point, I don't even understand myself clearly anymore. What do you think I'd do?" The corners of Yoon Hyuk's mouth curved up, revealing a sinister smile. If it's the Kim Chul-soo I used to know, he'd definitely bet without hesitation. Returning to reality, he charged straight toward the armored figure. The armored figure swung its sword, slashing straight down at him. He instantly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. Yoon Hyuk thought to himself, "I talk big, but standing in front of a level 100 monster makes my whole body shake uncontrollably." He activated his dark blade skill, the razor-sharp edge whistling through the air as it slashed horizontally across the opponent's neck. Worrying to himself, he thought, "It's not working, not even a flinch." The slash didn't leave a single scratch on the armor, which immediately raised its sword and prepared to strike him once more. It was coming. The sword slash began hurtling rapidly toward him. Suddenly, a goblin darted forward, taking the blow while simultaneously dealing a direct strike to his back. Screaming in agony, he yelled, "You bastard, Kim Chul-soo." Kim Chul-soo used the summoner skill to throw the goblin, realizing something during his use of the goblin bomb skill. Thinking to himself, regular goblins don't even get time to wait for a respawn when they die. Sorry for getting you hurt, but... With tears streaming down his face, he asked, "You can just resurrect once you die, right?" He began using the summon goblin skill to revive it again. Grabbing the goblin by the head, Kim Chul-soo shouted, "I'll take all its attacks, so trust me and go all out with your offense." Hearing that, Yoon Hyuk thought, easier said than done. Sweating profusely with anxiety, he thought, "I'm the one standing right in front of it. And even if you block its attacks, my strikes won't do anything to it." Feeling the armor marching toward him, he thought, "Kim Chul-soo, I hope your guess is right, but there's no doubt about it. It really is a level 100 monster, and running away right now is still an option." In that brief moment, a memory unexpectedly rushed back. The image of Yoonhyuk talking to himself in his room thinking, running away. Is this still about that wipeout incident? Looking serious, he said, people actually die over just a game. How am I supposed to wrap my head around such nonsense? Even if you're right 100 times over, and even if teammates actually meet their end inside the game. Clenching his fists tightly, he asked, is there really any need to fall apart this badly? Losing his patience, Yoonhyuk said, as long as you're still alive, there's always something you can do. What good does hiding out in a place like this ever change? But the door in front of him remained completely silent as he urged, stop running away and face this properly, because if you keep fleeing forever. Snapped back to reality while running for his life ahead, he thought, nothing has changed at all, so why am I even running in the first place? Seeing him sprint past him, a panicked Kim Chul-soo called out, wait, no, hold on, hey. His face turning pale, he turned his head back to look. The iron armor crouched down, fixing its gaze straight at him. Then it began swinging its sword, charging directly toward the two of them, while Kim Chul-soo hurriedly fled alongside Yoonhyuk. Terrified, he yelled, why are you running? I told you I'd block it. Panicking just as much, Yoonhyuk hurried to reply, that's not the point. This was a mismatched fight from the start, and my attacks aren't having any effect on it. Just as the iron armor was about to catch up to the two of them, it brandished its sword, preparing to kill two birds with one stone. Kim Chul-soo smartly used the summoner skill Gather, and a goblin materialized, helping him block that slash. After absorbing the blow, the goblin let out a single cry of agony before collapsing onto the ground. At the same time, the shockwave caught both of them, violently blasting the pair crashing into the wall. Looking back in sheer terror, he thought, no way. Is this the end of the line? The iron armor slowly marched toward him, radiating dense, murderous intent. It was coming. Glancing at the battered goblin lying in ruins on the ground, a thought crossed his mind. I have to use the goblin to block it again. Kim Chul-soo suddenly realized something. Wait, it's not dead yet. The armor pointed the tip of its sword at him, preparing for its next strike. It thrust forward with all its might, hitting him with such force that the wall behind him shattered into pieces. But things didn't go the way it expected as a sly, grinning face of the goblin appeared, prompting him to think, ah, now I get it. Holding the goblin up as a shield for himself, Kim Chul-soo taunted the opponent. It's not for nothing that a goblin suddenly got tough enough to withstand a level 100 monster's attack, right? So that only leaves one possibility. Have you gotten so weak that you can't even kill a mere goblin anymore? With a haughty tone, he continued, so what do we do now? Suddenly, I don't find you terrifying at all anymore. Lying nearby, Yoonhyuk thought with confusion, that guy is really that weak. No, impossible. I saw with my own eyes that my attacks didn't do a thing. Suddenly realizing the truth, he cursed himself mentally, liar. Remembering his own actions from earlier, he realized, just because I wanted to run away and wanted an excuse that my attacks weren't working, I purposely missed on purpose. Filled with anger, he slammed his fist hard against the ground. Blaming himself, Yoonhyuk thought, I was actually scared of something so pathetic, unable to even land a proper hit, and just letting myself get completely overwhelmed. Looking serious, he said, Kim Chul-soo, stay out of this, this is my fight. Causing Kim Chul-soo to look at him with deep skepticism, thinking the moment he finds out it's weak, he immediately steps up to face it like a man. Before Kim Chul-soo could even reply, he hurriedly rushed toward the iron armor and yelled, I'll finish this in one hit. Devoid of the fear he felt moments ago, he dashed toward it like a gale of wind. Watching the sword close in on him with utter contempt, Yoonhyuk sneered, a sword that can't even kill a goblin. Using his weapon to parry the blow, he declared, just needs to be swiped aside, when a sudden thought flashed in his mind, wait, this guy. But things didn't go the way he expected as the iron armor easily countered his move, making him question, didn't it just not even be able to kill a goblin? Then it casually swung down with a massive blow, sending him flying far away. Seeing this, Kim Chul-soo panicked and shouted loudly, are you all right? Fighting alone isn't going to work, looks like I have to join in after all. Refusing to let that attack break his resolve, Yoonhyuk told Kim Chul-soo, don't come over here. It's not because it's strong, but because my own cowardly heart made me look even weaker than that goblin. Unleashing a burst of dark fury, he roared in anger. Level 100 or level 1000, bring it on. Responding to his fighting spirit, the armor shifted into a combat stance. He lunged toward it like a storm, thinking to himself, this tightly closed door, I'm the one who has to open it, that's my atonement. Immediately afterward, the two clashed fiercely, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Fighting while lost in thought, he muttered, I didn't believe in you, and while the dark side of this world is so cruel, I treated you like a fool. Remembering the door of that room back then, he thought, in the end, the most cowardly person was me. Yet I dared to label someone who couldn't step out into the world as a coward. Putting every ounce of his strength into blocking the armor's strike, Yoonhyuk vowed, That's why I have to open this door, get out of here, and apologize to you no matter what. Watching the scene unfold, Kim Chul-soo was left in astonishment. He watched the monster's level drop from level 100 down to level 81. Surprised, he cried out, its level is dropping. Seemingly paying no attention to that, Yoon-hyuk frantically kept up his relentless assault on the armor in front of him. After taking a barrage of his slashes, the armor's level gradually fell to 67. Once it hit level 53, it let out a horrifying screech. Dropping its sword in sheer terror, it turned tail and fled as far away as possible. Having succeeded, Yoon-hyuk got fired up and yelled, "You were full of yourself when you were chasing me relentlessly, so how do you like running away now?" Cheering him on from the sidelines, Kim Chul-soo shouted, "Beat it to a pulp, Dark Yoon-hyuk." Hearing that, he lunged toward the retreating armor and executed an assassin skill. In an instant, the armor was sliced into 100 pieces by his blade. Yoon-hyuk's arms were covered in scars and wounds from the intense battle. He panted heavily out of sheer exhaustion. Surrounded by dissolving corpses, the system notification popped up. Dark Yoon-hyuk Shadow Assassin leveled up from level 56 to level 59. The system chimed in, Z Kim Chul-soo Goblin Summoner leveled up from level 44 to level 50. As Chul-soo cheered excitedly, "Hey hey." He ran over, threw his arm around Yoon-hyuk's shoulders and said joyfully, "We won, we actually won." Yoon-hyuk's face flushed red with embarrassment as he snapped, "Get off, get away from me, that's gross." Loot dropped from the battle littered the ground, with the system displaying their descriptions. Legendary item, Cursed Heavy Armor. Legendary item, Cursed Heavy Helmet. Looking at the items, Chul-soo couldn't hide his amazement, saying, "Those are some insane drops," to which Yoon-hyuk agreed. "Even for me, this is my first time seeing legendary gear." Closing his eyes tightly, he told Chul-soo, "But I completely lost this time, so you take all of this loot, you've earned it." Continuing without noticing that Chul-soo had already walked over to the items, he added, "Though I hate to admit it, I couldn't have beaten it without you." Reaffirming his stance, Yoon-hyuk said, "So it's only right that you take them." Suddenly realizing something was amiss, he snapped his eyes open and barked, "Are you kidding me?" Wearing an annoyed expression, Chul-soo picked up the armor and handed it to him, saying, "I couldn't have fought monsters like that without you either, so you have to take one piece too, take it, hurry up." Yoon-hyuk looked slightly surprised. Kim Chul-soo, taking the armor while still tossing out a jab, he muttered, "Did you change or something? I wonder what wind blew in your favor." Pulling the armor in with a faint smile, he said, "Anyway, now I understand why Jihyun was so insistent on dragging you along. I take back calling you a useless, weak-ass brat. I'm even taking back calling you the biggest piece of shit on earth," Yoon-hyuk added after a moment of thought before continuing, "As for being an ugly piece of trash, I'm not taking that part back." A beam of light appeared, prompting the two of them to stare closely at it. Chul-soo shouted to alert Yoon-hyuk, "The door is open again." Staring intently at the gateway, he asked, "Hey Kim Chul-soo, in the end, it wasn't actually level 100, was it?" Unsurprised by the question, Chul-soo replied calmly, "I saw it while you were fighting. Its level dropped the moment you stopped running and faced it head-on, and its speed kept decreasing throughout the fight." Recalling the recent battle, he thought about how massive its body was at first, figuring, "It probably grows stronger by devouring our fear, so if we aren't scared it gets weaker." Turning to look at Yoon-hyuk, Chul-soo continued, "It knew you were worried about your friends being attacked, so it used that to scare us." Concluding with certainty, "It's definitely not a high-level monster like that," which made Yoon-hyuk beam with joy as he said, "Then that means they." Smiling brightly, he said, "Let's head back quickly, everyone's waiting." As the two stepped through the door to return, Chul-soo exclaimed excitedly, "I feel like I'm floating," prompting Yoon-hyuk to look at him like he was an idiot and reply, "You literally are floating, you idiot." Yoon-hyuk cast his gaze downward as if searching for something. A look of sheer horror washed over his face, as if he had just witnessed something terrifying. The door gradually vanished into thin air. A girl was standing in a dark corner, observing everything. Gritting her teeth in anger, she muttered, "So annoying, why won't it collapse already?" A voice rang out, Yoon-hyuk, leaving both Yoon-hyuk and Chul-soo staring in bewilderment before Chul-soo spoke first. "Did I make it back?" A figure dashed swiftly toward the two of them. Jihyun rushed over and pulled them into a hug, crying, "Thank goodness, you guys are safe." Flustered with a face flushed bright red, Chul-soo stammered, Hey, what are you doing? Hey, what's wrong with you? We're friends, we're just friends." Unable to hold back her tears, Jihyun thanked him. "Thank you for protecting Yoon-hyuk, Kim Chul-soo," leaving a stammering Chul-soo to reply, "Friends don't need to make a big deal out of it." Yoon-hyuk stood frozen in shock, muttering, "You guys." The rest of the team looked at him with puzzled expressions, asking, "What's with that look? You're looking at us like you just saw a ghost, Yoon-hyuk." While Yoon-hyuk voiced his confusion, How are you guys?" Wiping away her tears, Jihyun started, "Actually." Jihyun collapsed to the ground, staring toward the spot where the blue light had originated. With tears continuously falling, one of the members spoke up, "Is it this thing? Did you guys die too?" Seungryul looked at them in disbelief. and the person standing beside him looked equally shocked, asking, "Wait, Hyunsu, you're still safe?" Denying it, the other guy replied, "Safe my ass. The moment that thing killed me, I got spat right back out here." Chul-soo fell into deep thought, thinking, if getting taken down sends you straight out here, then all those corpses we saw were definitely fakes. If I'd known we could escape no matter what, we should have just let it beat us to death so we could leave. Breaking into a cold sweat, the other guy added, "Hearing Jihyun talk about it, I apparently even got my throat slit. That was terrifying." Scratching his head, another team member said, "Damn it, I wanted to tell you guys sooner, but you can't send messages out from inside there." Breaking the tense atmosphere, Yoonhyuk spoke up, "Well, as long as everyone's safe, that's what matters. Let's ignore the trivial details." Suddenly his pupils constricted as he thought, wait, could the guild master have actually come? Seungryul stood stunned while the others looked confused, asking what, which guild master? One of the members grew angry at the mention of the name, snapping, "Why bring that guy up?" In the end, he didn't even bother showing his face. Whether guild members live or die, he never shows up, and you call someone like that a guild master. Looking at him with innocent eyes, Chul-soo tilted his head and said, "I don't know if he's your guild master or not, but before coming out, I think I saw someone named Lami." Hearing that, the rest of the group widened their eyes in utter shock. Yoonhyuk couldn't believe his ears, thinking, I really wasn't seeing things. That person actually stepped out of that sealed room just to save us. The evening twilight painted the sky in a stunning shade of orange. Chul-soo and Seungryul were sitting together discussing it, with Chul-soo starting, "You're telling me that guild master, the one who always holes up in their room and never steps outside, actually showed up in person and even logged into a game they're terrified of just to save people?" No wonder everyone's shocked. Holding a canned drink with a hardened expression, the old man replied, "Still, for someone who always hides away to suddenly vanish like that, whether it was really out of concern for someone remains highly suspicious." Softening his tone, he added, "Well, everyone has their own hidden motives after all." Suddenly shifting topics, Seungryul asked, "By the way, have your memories still not returned?" To which Chul-soo scratched his head with a bitter smile and replied, "Nope, unfortunately I still can't remember anything, probably because I've been running for my life the whole time." Chuckling wryly, he continued, "Though I can pretty much guess one thing, I don't have a family." Pausing at those words, the old man listened as Chul-soo went on, "Ever since I woke up in the hospital after the traffic accident until now, not a single person has ever come looking for me. So that must be it. I don't have a family or anyone close enough to even visit." Seeing a dragonfly trapped in a spiderweb nearby, he realized what he said and corrected himself. "Wait, well, you came to visit me, didn't you? So scratch that family part." Looking straight into the old man's eyes, Chul-soo asked, "Is it really necessary to get my memories back anyway? Honestly, staying amnesiac feels better. I don't have to hate anyone and I don't have to hold grudges against anyone." Giving a muted silence, Seungryul replied, "Is that so?" Regaining his spirits, he smiled and held out a canned drink. "Still, you're human after all, don't you have even a single precious memory? I'll pour all my effort and money into helping you recover your memories." Chul-soo smiled brightly. He clinked cans with him, "Thank you, sir." Night had fallen and Chul-soo bowed to Seungryul, who gently advised, "All right, get some rest and see you tomorrow." He walked away as his figure gradually faded into the distance. Suddenly Seungryul stopped as if remembering something. He turned his head back to look at him. "Now that you mention it, your house." Chul-soo smiled at him. Seungryul gestured, "Follow me." Chul-soo walked into a building. "What kind of building is this?" Seungryul called out a reminder, "Close the door or bugs are gonna fly in." The two of them walked up the stairs and he sniffed the air. Why does the smell here feel so familiar? Two strangers were standing at the top of the stairs, blocking their path. The blond man smiled sinisterly as he looked at them. Seungryul gave him a cold glare. Those two strangers brushed past them. Chul-soo followed him upstairs. Seungryul stopped in front of a room and twisted the doorknob. They stepped inside and Chul-soo looked around in surprise. "What on earth is all this?" He explained, "I was supposed to rent it out, but no one moved in, so it's been empty. I use it as my personal space so nobody comes in or out." He opened his wallet and pulled out a stack of cash. Seungryul placed the money on the table. "Just stay here until your memories return. There's a bathhouse nearby, go over there and wash up." Hearing that he had to bathe, Chul-soo panicked and waved his hands. "No, no need at all. I don't have to bathe. You don't need to prepare anything for me," he bluntly criticized. "Well, I certainly don't think it's okay, you filthy bum." Frowning as he stared straight at him, he said, "I'm not giving this away for free. I'll definitely charge interest and compound interest for this favor." Finishing his sentence, Seungryul walked out of the room. "Anyway, sleep well," he hurriedly said. "Thank you, sir." Light streamed into the room through the window. Chul-soo lay sprawled out on the mattress, thinking to himself, "Why did I say things like that?" He stared up at the ceiling. "Why did I say I didn't need to recover my memories? I shouldn't have said something so childish." He self-critically thought. I don't even know where my own home is and I'm causing this old man trouble like this. Where did I get the nerve to say I could just live like the present? Is there any chance I still have a home to go back to? Chol-soo closed his eyes tightly and resolved. To be able to repay everyone, no, just so I don't become a burden to anyone, I need to hurry up and find my memories. He jolted awake at a strange noise coming from outside the door. He looked toward the door and probed, "Sir." That weird sound continued to echo. The sound grew louder and kept ringing non-stop. Chol-soo was somewhat terrified. Who is it? Suddenly the sound vanished. He sat up and stared in panic toward the door. What the hell was that? Holy crap, that scared the living daylights out of me. Chol-soo lay back down on the mattress and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh man, I thought the debt collectors had arrived, so I was totally terrified, damn it. As he was drifting off to sleep, two strangers sneaked into the room. You think sleeping like this is okay? You gotta pay up, you bastard. Chol-soo suddenly snapped awake. He panicked momentarily and screamed out loud. Realizing it was all just a dream, Chol-soo composed himself and wondered, is it morning already? Right after that, he sat up dazed under the blazing sunlight. Chol-soo couldn't help wondering, why did they suddenly barge in and demand money, and why do they feel so familiar? Are they people I know? Thinking about it, he didn't bother worrying anymore and let out a tired yawn. I had the craziest dreams, but I slept really well. At the same time elsewhere, Yoon-hyuk anxiously announced, I always thought it was just a rumor, but now it's certain, getting wiped out is real. He hesitated slightly before continuing. If we knew when to stop and just played for fun, it'd be fine, but honestly I don't have enough confidence. Yoon-hyuk gloomily explained. Dungeons get stronger, enemies get stronger, and the money gets bigger too. If we keep playing this game, there'll definitely come a day when we lose our very lives, like betting our whole existence on the table. That's why I want to stop right here. His gaze suddenly dropped as Yoon-hyuk lowered his voice. Whether you guys don't follow me or keep moving forward is up to your own will, I won't force you. But I'm begging you guys, if one day, at any moment, something happens to even just one of you, I'll regret it to my core for deciding not to force everyone to stop right now. As he spoke, he emotionally clenched his fists. Seeing that, a mysterious person standing in the corner interrupted. Nobody can deny that out of all of us, you're the most serious about this game. Ever since we met the Iron Giant, your level has shot up so fast we couldn't keep up. He asked Yoon-hyuk with some annoyance. This was to protect us, that was to protect us, everything was just to protect us, right? I'm sick of dumping all the burden on you. Right at that moment, another man suddenly spoke up. Yoon-hyuk, you can rest now, and I'm going to stop playing this game too. Seeing that, the person beside him also brazenly chimed in. Well, fine, if anyone else said that it'd be one thing, but since it's you, all right. He nostalgically recounted. While fighting the Iron Giant, I started thinking about when a monster like that might show up again, and if so, playing games wouldn't be fun anymore. Just as the man was lost in regret, another person unexpectedly landed on the ground. He calmly clicked his tongue. If we quit, we quit. I'm not scared of this so-called wipeout thing at all, but if everyone quits, what's the point of me playing this game anymore? It wouldn't be fun. As soon as the man finished speaking, someone else suddenly snapped. Who gave you permission to use the word everyone? Furious to the point of dizziness, he clutched his face and complained. I'm going to keep playing. Aside from heaven's door, for a loser like me, I have no other way to survive. Finishing his words, the man immediately stormed off in anger. At this moment, Yoon-hyuk abruptly asked Jae-hyun, what are you going to do, Jae-hyun? She hesitated and replied, I'm going to stop too, but before that. Jae-hyun smiled for a split second, turning sincerely to ask Yoon-hyuk, I want to see someone, can I take a trip? Hearing this, he seemed to understand and offered, if you run into him, please say hello for me. Tell him I'm very grateful. Saying this, the corners of Yoon-hyuk's mouth slumped down. Jae-hyun smiled bitterly in helplessness, struggling to hold back her emotions as she answered, yeah. The moment Jae-hyun left, Yoon-hyuk lowered his head, sighing in disappointment. Well then, it's over. Seeing Yoon-hyuk so broken down, someone else spoke up. See you around. To celebrate the disbanding of Everton, we should go out for a massive feast, shouldn't we? He immediately refused. I'll pass today because I still need to go talk to the guild master. Hearing that, the other guy wrinkled his nose, showing clear annoyance as he asked back, do you really believe that person came to save us? I'm still a bit. Without letting the other finish, Yoon-hyuk confidently interrupted. When you're the only one who knows the truth and nobody else believes it, there's nothing lonelier than that. He resolutely affirmed, trust me, from now on I won't doubt that person anymore. Right at this moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. Hello, everyone. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, are you guys friends of Kim Chol-soo? Yoon-hyuk's expression instantly changed as he challenged, what reason do I have to tell you? Who are you? Seeing Yoon-hyuk's hostile reaction, the guy teased, sorry, if you guys aren't his friends, then you probably know a thing or two about him, right? With that, the mysterious figure quickly pointed and called out each person's name. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them couldn't hold back and warned, "Hey Yoonhyuk, watch out." Seeing this, Yoonhyuk quickly pulled out his weapon. The guy curiously pressed on. If about 5 acquaintances of yours died all at once, Kim Chul-soo would probably suffer quite a bit of mental shock, wouldn't he? Without a moment of hesitation, Yoonhyuk glared and lunged forward, shouting, "What the hell are you rambling about, you asshole?" Hearing that, the mysterious figure grinned mockingly. "Everyone, every single one of you is going to die." At the same time, elsewhere, Chul-soo couldn't hide his excitement as his eyes lit up. Amidst the crowd, Chul-soo suddenly jumped up and shouted, "The ocean." Seungryul asked in confusion, "What's with you being so happy? You look like someone seeing the ocean for the first time." He laughed in response, "Whether it's the first time or not, what does it matter? It's the ocean." The old man instantly wore a weary, sighing expression. "I don't know whether to call you pure or just plain naive." Speaking of which, Seungryul suddenly remembered something and wondered, "Now that I think about it, is it mandatory to wear swimsuits to get in? Your tastes are seriously messed up." Chul-soo innocently insisted, "You gotta wear swimsuits when going to the beach, obviously." Seungryul awkwardly continued, "If it were just a normal resort I'd understand, but..." Seungryul helplessly went on, "This place has the sacred ground that allows your second job advancement." At those words, Chul-soo suddenly frowned and said with a serious expression, "Second job advancement, abbreviated as second job, but was cut off by him. Stop making up stupid abbreviations." Seungryul sternly reminded, "You've reached level 50 already, haven't you? Kim Chul-soo LV, 50. Upon reaching level 50, players can undergo another job advancement into an advanced class of their current profession." He carefully explained, "Taking my profession as an example, the advanced classes you can choose from are blacksmith, someone who can craft and use equipment with their own hands, always standing out with a muscular build, or guardian, possessing overwhelming defense to protect the party, clad in a thick iron suit, or a magic user, a soul swordsman, capable of commanding souls through magic in a mystical way." Seungryul added, "And finally, knight, that's the class of Chairman Hangi Moon that you saw before." He sternly said, "Whether you like it or not, from level 50 onward, if you don't do your second job advancement, you won't be able to level up anymore. I brought you here not just to wear swimsuits and vacation, do you get what I mean?" Hearing that, Chul-soo let out a disappointed sigh, "So we're not here to hang out." Seungryul talked to him while continuously darting his eyes in all directions. "Among all those islands, there is one island that houses the job advancement sacred ground, but its location changes every single day." He reasoned, "Normally you'd have to risk your life crossing the sea and check each island one by one, but since this place is also a resort, if any player has already found the sacred ground today, we can save ourselves the trouble. Let's split up and gather information." Chul-soo was so surprised he stuttered, "Gather information? From women too?" Which drove Seungryul crazy. "You're gathering info and you're still discriminating by gender." Without hesitation, he gave Chul-soo a hard shove forward. "You go try talking to them," leaving him flustered. "I'm not good at that kind of stuff." Seungryul irritably asked, "What kind of young man is so timid? Just go," and shoved Chul-soo so hard that he lost his mind and screamed, "Holy crap." Right after that, Chul-soo darted forward like a bicycle with broken brakes. He ran into a woman and acted like a lunatic, bowing repeatedly. "Hello, you look really kind." The counterpart looked disgusted and turned away. "Get lost, I don't buy it." Chul-soo forced a smile to deny, "No, I'm definitely not a suspicious person, I just want to sit down and drink some tea for a moment." He stubbornly called out, "Hey," making her panic. "What are you doing? I have a boyfriend, you know." Chul-soo innocently replied, "Well, that's great." Right after that, he called out again, "Hey," causing the annoyed woman to snap, "I said I don't like it." While Chul-soo remained completely calm, "I haven't even said anything yet." She retorted, "I just don't like your face." In a mere moment, Chul-soo had been rejected by 2 women, driving him seemingly mad. What the? Standing to the side eating popcorn, Seungryul secretly watched the show thinking, Kim Chul-soo, is he getting angry? Fair enough, if he gets rejected to that extent, even if he changed his personality he'd still get mad. While he was gloating, Chul-soo suddenly yelled, "I'm not doing this anymore. I'll ask just one more time and then I won't say anything else." Faced with that reaction, Seungryul felt somewhat let down as he wondered, "So he is mad, huh? What kind of lunatic loses his temper like that?" Over here, Chul-soo was pumping himself up. "There's nothing hard about this, Kim Chul-soo." He muttered to himself while walking, "I'm not a suspicious person and I'm not clinging to her because I like her. I just want to ask where the job advancement sacred ground is. I just need to speak normally and confidently." Before long, Chul-soo caught up to the woman. He loudly explained, "Hey miss, I'm really not a weird person." Before he could finish speaking, Chul-soo suddenly tripped. "I'm not doing this because I like you." Before either of them could recover, he crashed headfirst into the woman's body. Chul-soo stared face to face at her with wide, round eyes. It turned out to be Jae-hyun. She felt a bit heartbroken and thought to herself, "I knew he'd come here upon reaching level 50. I just wanted to say goodbye." Seeing Jae-hyun fall silent, Chul-soo worriedly muttered, "Hey." He momentarily and flusteredly realized, She was lost in thought just now, wearing a rather ugly swimsuit so her mood must be terrible. Chul-Soo awkwardly asked. We're friends, right? Jae-hyun thought to herself. I hate crowded places anymore, and in a place I hate like this, being bluntly told I like you, and in the dumbest way I've ever known, even if he confessed like that. So I might just accept it today. At this moment he suddenly burst out laughing. Oh man, it looks like I'm bathing together with you, huh? But honestly I don't feel a damn thing, damn it. A notification banner instantly popped up. Activate PK mode. Chul-Soo was immediately kicked with a heavenly blow dealing up to 12,845 damage. He writhed in agony on the ground, repeatedly asking himself, why? While Jae-hyun was furious to the point of insanity, shouting reproachfully, why don't you just drop dead, you idiot? Just as things were about to descend into chaos, Seungryul unexpectedly appeared and pressed. Jae-hyun, why are you here? Jae-hyun quickly gathered her wits and calmly answered him. Seungryul, I have a favor to ask. She turned to ask Seungryul. Kim Chul-Soo is going to do his second job advancement now, right? Let me go with him, just the two of us, is that okay? He hesitated and admitted. He does have to advance his job, but why just the two of you? Jae-hyun didn't hesitate to state, anyway, with Seungryul's current level you won't be able to keep up. Tricky Seungryul, level 37 gladiator. It drove him mad. Damn it, my level might be low, but it's precious, you know. Chul-Soo collapsed to the side, wheezing, precious. I used to have something like that too. Seungryul immediately denied, I wasn't talking about that. Jae-hyun quickly turned away, walking off with a radiant smile. I'll help Kim Chul-Soo, and in the meantime you just slowly grind your levels, old man. Facing this, Seungryul seriously thought, what she said isn't wrong either. If I can't keep up with Kim Chul-Soo's level, keeping an eye on him will become a hassle for me. Well then, letting Kim Chul-Soo go with her for a bit should be fine. Thinking that, he continued walking with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the two of them. At the same time at the drink bar, a man with a bizarre hairstyle suddenly appeared. He was none other than the Supreme Mage, level 44 Mage. Catherine Lee sternly said to the man in black, I have a favor to ask. Please hire someone to investigate for me, making him tense up. Investigate. She resolutely affirmed, I don't care how much money it takes, just hire someone who works quickly and efficiently. Right at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Then I'm the most suitable person. Super Wizard immediately appeared with a confident demeanor, continuing, I just recognized you. You're Catherine Lee, Chairman Han Kim Moon's daughter, right? Super Wizard enthusiastically introduced himself. I'm Super Wizard, I even donated during your stream, do you remember? Catherine Lee forced a smile. Really? That's awesome, thank you so much. He proudly continued. So let's get straight to business, I can do what you're asking for. Catherine Lee immediately waved her hands. But this is a private investigation, so you won't be able to do it normally. Super Wizard insisted. I'm unemployed, so I have plenty of time, she continued. This job requires someone quick on their feet. He confidently claimed, I can run 100 meters in 9 seconds. Catherine Lee awkwardly reminded, it looks like you forgot the number 1 in front of that. Super Wizard still stubbornly begged, I'm genuinely useful, please trust me just this once. Just like that, he stealthily tailed Chul-Soo and carefully reported every day. Kim Chul-Soo is acting a bit unusual compared to usual, but nothing too concerning. On a few occasions, Super Wizard unluckily fell into awkward situations. During those times, he could only helplessly curse. Damn it, Super Wizard panicked internally. I have to report again, what should I do? He momentarily felt dizzy and sat down on a rock thinking, but this matter. I probably shouldn't report it, right? Seeing that, the person behind him snapped. You idiot. Lami actively suggested, hurry up and use magic just like when you knocked them in. Super Wizard was stunned. What? I thought you didn't want to save them, she snapped irritably. Who said I wanted to save them? Lami unpleasantly sneered. It's best if you disappear soon. This mechanism cannot be triggered unless attacked by magic. She smiled craftily, and none of them know how to use magic. You're the one who pushed them down to hell. Lami continuously assaulted Super Wizard's mind. I already told you, right? If you step into that area, even if your mind dies, your body stays intact. If they find out you did it, do you think they'll still treat you the same way as before? Those words scared him out of his mind, and Super Wizard fled for his life without a second of hesitation. Returning to reality, he drank coconut water and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the Everton Guild Master isn't here. Super Wizard suddenly burst out laughing upon spotting Seungryul in the distance. In a flash, he discovered Jae-hyun beating the living daylights out of Chul-Soo. Get up and watch, Super Wizard gleefully uttered. Finally that bunch split up, huh? His expression instantly shifted as Super Wizard triumphantly affirmed. Now then, I only need to keep track of one person. Elsewhere, a muscular man eagerly licked his lips. What? Today is a very dangerous day, I know. The couple Handsome Forever in My Heart and Knifisma shouted in unison. There's a girl in danger because she can't find the job advancement sacred ground. Well then, I have to go help her. Witnessing the scene before her, Jae-hyun desperately thought. What is it now? I'm honestly terrified of their offer to help even though they look like good people. Sitting next to her, Cholsu couldn't hide his excitement as he widened his eyes in praise. That is insanely cool. Are they our benefactors? Leaving Jai Hyun speechless. Ignore them. Handsome forever in my heart, curiously asked Nifisma. Hey bro, that guy hanging out with the girl, don't you find him familiar? Suddenly I want to find any excuse to beat him up. Hearing that, he laughed. Little bro, do you think I'd remember a guy's face, especially an ugly guy like that? Handsome forever in my heart, replied loudly without a second of hesitation. Of course not. A little later, the couple handsome forever in my heart and Nifisma desperately screamed. This island doesn't have the job advancement sacred ground either. Seeing that, Jai-hyun awkwardly spoke up. This is only the second island. If you're going to scream your lungs out over just this, before she could finish her sentence, Chul-soo standing beside her gleefully interrupted. Come on, thanks to this we got to visit such a pretty island. The goblin is having so much fun right now. At this very moment, Nifisma abruptly stopped in his tracks as if discovering something. He quickly composed himself to check his chat window. I've got an incoming call, is it mom? Yeah, mom told me to stop playing games to eat dinner. Yeah, mom. As soon as those words left their mouths, the couple forever by my side and Nijisma instantly zipped away like a gust of wind, leaving Jihyun in a state of utter bewilderment as she thought, why'd they just leave the two of us behind? Angrily demanding aloud, what the hell is wrong with them? Chulsu stood behind her, scratching his head blankly and saying, well, what can you do? Their moms called them home for dinner, which only made Jihyun even more furious as she snapped, and you actually believe that? Posing smugly with his hands on his hips, he retorted, why wouldn't I? Guess we'll just have to swim together until we find the island with the class advancement sanctuary. Without a second thought, Chul-soo grabbed the goblin and dragged it along with him as he took off. Seeing this, Jihyun yelled at the top of her lungs, stop right there, you lunatic. She sternly warned him, you can still feel hot and cold in this game, it's getting dark, and going into the water will cause our body temperatures to plummet. Suddenly blushing, Jihyun awkwardly proposed, so I guess our only option is to spend the night together. We can't swim until sunrise, and obviously I hate being alone with a guy like you. But man, it's freezing. First things first, we need to find a way to start a fire, she added, sneaking a furtive glance at Chul-soo, who agreed without the slightest hesitation, all right. But the very next moment, Jihyun shrieked in absolute panic when she accidentally spotted Chul-soo's sensitive spot. She repeatedly kicked him away, leaving him utterly confused as he asked, why are you hitting me? I'll pay for it. Prompting an enraged Jihyun to snap, pay for what? Are you saying you're gonna pay me back with a bunch of kicks later? Which only left Chul-soo even more baffled. No way. A little while later, after getting beaten black and blue, Chul-soo walked beside her while a disgruntled Jihyun crossed her arms and grumbled, I'm in a bad mood, so don't look at me. Sighing dejectedly, she muttered, I can't find a single useful piece of wood anywhere, except for you. Stopping beside a large tree, Jihyun stroked the trunk and speculated, using coconut husks instead should work. People make charcoal out of coconuts anyway, so it ought to do the trick. In the blink of an eye, Jihyun loosed a barrage of arrows straight up into the coconut tree's crown. A massive cluster of coconuts rapidly came crashing down, prompting her to nod in satisfied approval. That should be more than enough. Turning to him, Jihyun ordered, Kim Chul-soo, go pick up the coconuts. But before she could even finish her sentence, a giant spider suddenly appeared, scaring her completely pale. Jihyun immediately dropped to the ground, screaming in sheer terror, there's a bug, a bug. Meanwhile, Chul-soo was still shielding his eyes, completely clueless as he asked, huh, you talking to me? I did what you said though. Making Jihyun even more frantic as she cried, no, I'm not calling you a bug, there's an actual bug here, do something. Looking at the level 42 coconut spider right in front of him, Chul-soo asked in confusion, this thing? It's just a normal mob. Suddenly bursting into an excited laugh, Chul-soo teased, are you seriously scared of this thing? Making Jihyun shriek in horror, no. Seeing her look so desperate, he decided to push his luck and shoved the spider even closer to her face. Driven to the point of tears and feeling totally helpless, Jihyun gritted her teeth in despair. In a panic, Jihyun covered her face and burst out crying, oh mom. Seeing that, Chul-soo froze completely, thinking she's crying. Is she actually scared of it that much? Feeling a pang of guilt, he muttered to himself, I guess I took the joke too far, Goblin, can you kill these spiders? What a pain, I didn't think she'd actually start crying. Realizing Jihyun was in a bad way, Chul-soo desperately tried to coax her out of it. I thought you were just joking, so I was just playing along, hey, stop crying please. By this point, Jihyun was sobbing uncontrollably as she choked out, I hate you, Kim Chul-soo, what is actually wrong with you? Aggrieved and indignant, she interrogated him, do you even know why I'm here today? It's joke this, joke that to you, everything's a joke, can you only ever mess around, I hate you. Chiding herself bitterly, Jihyun thought, it's my fault. I actually thought you'd changed, but you're still exactly the same as before. Letting it all out as her emotions finally broke, she wailed, what am I even doing? Why did I bother trying to talk to someone like you? I never should have come here, I'm such an idiot. Faced with those words, Chul-soo was completely crushed, standing there frozen in a daze for a long time. After a good while, his lips finally parted as he stammered, I've never talked to a girl before. Flustered, he explained, and I didn't know how to talk to you, so I just ended up talking to you the same way I talk to everyone else. I didn't think it would hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. Words that left Jihyun utterly stunned as she froze in place for a moment. Right after that, Chul-soo squatted down right in front of her to make peace, offering, we can talk all night. Maybe I'm not good at talking, but I'll try my absolute best. Wiping away her tears, Jihyun retorted, I didn't take you for the type to know how to apologize, prompting him to immediately insist. Who doesn't know how to apologize? With earnest seriousness, Chul-soo declared, refusing to apologize is what running away looks like, and I used to run away, maybe I did before, but from now on I won't. As if flashing back to certain memories, Jihyun hurriedly averted her gaze from him and muttered, I seriously hate you so much. Under a night sky brilliant with twinkling stars, tiny ripples of waves gently lapped against the shore. Looking over the pile of fresh coconuts, Jihyun speculated, this should be enough. Do you have any skills that can make fire? Any fire element skill will do. Making Chul-soo pause for a second as he muttered, fire. Immediately afterward, he cast his skill, leaving her to wonder, what was that? I didn't know you had a skill like that, Kim Chul-soo. Suddenly remembering, Chul-soo offered, oh, is this your first time seeing it? I just learned it recently. He proudly introduced it. It's called Goblin Bomb, a goblin summoning skill, Goblin Bomb, causing Jihyun to burst into a delighted laugh, Goblin Bomb. At that, both of them couldn't help cracking up with her praising, you really know how to joke around. But before Jihyun could even finish her sentence, a massive explosion suddenly went off. The two of them were instantly blasted flying dozens of meters away. Both Jihyun and Chul-soo were left completely charred black, covered head to toe in layers of soot. Furiously yelling at him, she snapped, who the hell starts a fire with a bomb? Scratching his head in embarrassment, he replied, but that's the only fire element skill I can use. Mid-sentence, Chul-soo suddenly froze, wait, what's that? Hearing that, Jihyun quickly cast her gaze in the same direction. Moments later, the two of them realized in absolute astonishment, the class advancement sanctuary. Perplexed, Chul-soo asked, didn't those two say the temple wasn't on this island? To which she responded with a bright smile, it wasn't before, but it is now. Jihyun explained, don't you get it? The class advancement sanctuary shifts to a random location every single day. Deducting the rest, she added, since it's past midnight now, its location rotated to this island, leaving Chul-soo utterly astounded and unable to believe his ears. In total disbelief, he breathed out of all the countless islands out there, it actually picked this exact spot. Guess our trip wasn't wasted after all, right? Thanks for coming out here with me, Jihyun, he said, turning to look at her with a beaming, joyful expression. Time seemed to stand still for a moment as she stared blankly at him in a daze. Jihyun instinctively reached her hand out toward him, but just as quickly, she pulled her hand back. Bursting into a helpless laugh, Jihyun asked, do you have any idea what you look like right now? I can't believe you're out here saying romantic lines looking like that. Taking offense, Chul-soo fired back, what's wrong with my face? It's not like I wanted to look ugly, prompting her to reassure him. It's not your face, you've just got charcoal dust smeared all over it. Annoyed, he retorted, charcoal dust? You're covered in soot too. Before lunging after her playfully, making Jihyun startle and cry out, hey, don't come any closer. As Chul-soo teased, I'm gonna rub a bit more on your face. Catherine Lee shrieked at the top of her lungs, everything you just said, is it actually true? Catherine Lee shrieked at the top of her lungs, everything you just said, is it actually true? Boiling with inner frustration, Catherine Lee thought that crafty old fox. Has he finally split up with Kim Chul-soo? Following up with another demand, she asked, have you pinpointed his location yet? To which Gino calmly replied, Kim Chul-soo's current location is. Before he could finish his sentence, she lashed out and hit him again, who the hell cares where that idiot is? I'm asking about the old man, where is that old man? Yelping in pain, the guy wailed out an apology, I'm a useless piece of garbage who can't even understand a simple question. Catherine Lee felt a wave of manic euphoria thinking, could this be concept training for today's livestream? My subscription revenue is definitely gonna skyrocket this month. While Gino reported, the old man's location has been confirmed. The young miss can proceed with the plan whenever you wish. Delighted, she praised, that's more like it. Good kids deserve a reward, don't they? Immediately issuing her next command, she ordered, right now go capture that old man. With a chilling smirk, Catherine Lee emphasized, bring him back. Suddenly pushing back with a demand of his own, the guy argued, my dear miss, in times like these you really need to offer clear incentives, otherwise who's gonna follow your orders? Prompting her to ask skeptically, was that not good just now? To which Gino calmly replied, it was a total unmitigated disaster, miss. The guy even offered some educational advice. And kidnapping people is a felony, maybe the young miss should think up a different script. Refusing to concede, Catherine Lee protested, Obviously, I can't commit a crime. And to make it legal, the planning of the kidnapping, the execution of the kidnapping, it's all done by you, someone lower than garbage, so how could I possibly become a criminal? Trembling like a leaf, Gino whimpered miss, accompanied by a heart-wrenching shriek of despair from him. Elsewhere, the old man stammered in shock, "Kill them," to which the person on the other end replied, "How could you even suggest something like that?" Crushed with despair, the old man challenged, "G67, don't tell me you're willing to slaughter all of them just to force Kim Chul-soo back into becoming a villain." Completely unable to accept it, he raged, "This is genuinely too horrific. Who gave you people permission to pull something like this?" Completely baffled, the old man pressed on, "Do you really think doing this will make him regain his strength? I am fully capable of putting everything back the way it was." Repeating his frantic questions over and over, he demanded, "Why would you do this? Why kill them?" Indifferent to his outrage, the person on the other end replied, "First of all, dial down your tone, no 3. Iscariot." No one offered a reminder. "If you're going to throw a tantrum like this, wouldn't that make the people who already died because of you feel entirely cheated?" He placated him with an explanation. "We're well aware that G67's memory loss caused his power to drop accordingly. Since you didn't share that information, we assumed you were confident enough to help him recover quickly, so we just watched in silence. But seeing as things aren't going smoothly, we're merely stepping in to help out a little." Throwing out a casual thought, Iscariot added, "Or maybe we should just assassinate G67 and create a brand new goblin summoner instead." Pointing out a crucial fact, the old man argued, "G67, you know as well as I do that among all the goblin summoners out there, he's the only one with aptitude this high. You can't just dispose of him on a whim." At the same time, he made a firm commitment. "Everything I'm doing is for the greater good. If you give me a little more time, I will definitely make him rise and be reborn with overwhelming power." Issuing a stern warning, the other person replied, "We don't have much time left. Don't forget that while you're sitting around waiting for his memories to return, countless innocent people are sacrificing their lives at this very second. Because of that, I'm giving you a deadline of 1 week. If there's no progress by then, we'll proceed with his elimination." Right at that moment, his secretary stepped into the office, announcing, "Senator, you have a visitor." Iscariot wrapped up the conversation with a final thought. "Personally, I think even a single day is a complete waste. I doubt his memories are ever coming back no matter what methods you use." Adding a parting remark, he concluded, "As for his friends, how could a few dying acquaintances possibly trigger his memories back? I only gave it a try without expecting much anyway, so I'm hanging up now." The moment the call ended, the old man felt as though his entire world had collapsed around him. The old man knew better than anyone that Yoon Hyuk was a man who never hesitated. Not only that, but he was also someone willing to charge headfirst into a death trap for his teammates, possessing a naive and fiery passion coupled with a reckless self-confidence. A young guy utterly blind to reality. However, his fatal flaw was that he was the kind of person who would suffer absolute agony over the sacrifices of others, ready to die in their place, without a single shred of hesitation, and it wasn't just Yoonhyuk. More importantly, every single member of the Everton Guild was just like him. A bunch of fools with pure hearts, willing to walk straight into a sea of flames for one another, refusing to let themselves be snuffed out like mere bugs. Clenching his fists tightly, a fierce determination hardened in the old man's eyes. Vowing to himself, he muttered, "Kim Chul-soo is in danger, I have to hurry." Time was running out, he needed to log into Heaven's Door right away. But right at that moment, the old man was ambushed and hit with a dose of anesthetic. Even as he blacked out, the old man clung to a single thought, "I have to get back there immediately." Meanwhile, over in an arena, Chikaru was kicking up a fierce storm. Shouting out a warning, Kim Chul-soo hollered, "Here it comes, you'd better dodge, green buddy." But right as the punch landed, the creature just stood there completely dazed. Predictably, the green buddy took a fist straight to the jaw and got its teeth rattled. Panicking, he cried out, "Green buddy, you okay?" Right then, a system notification chimed in, "Goblin Summoner Skill, Goblin Stamina Share activated." Its wounds began rapidly regenerating. The system provided a detailed explanation. Goblin Stamina Share consumes the user's own HP to heal the goblin by an equivalent percentage of lost vitality, leaving Kim Chul-soo to think internally, using my own HP to heal the goblin. How did I only just now learn such an important skill? Facing a triumphant level 39 Chikaru, he worriedly called out, "Green Kim, are you good now?" Abruptly, it collapsed flat onto the ground, making him gasp in horror, "Green buddy." Pressing his advantage, Chikaru unleashed its super speed full force punch skill. In the nick of time, Kim Chul-soo activated Goblin Summoner Skill, Fight in Goblin's Stead. At that moment, he realized that the moment he unlocked the Goblin Stamina Share skill, an advanced skill had automatically opened up. Skill type, Fight in Goblin's Stead. To spare the goblin from feeling pain, the summoner fights in its place. During this state, the summoner inherits all of the goblin's stats, prompting Kim Chul-soo to breathe a sigh of relief and think, good thing I learned this skill. Compared to letting Green Buddy fight, taking matters into my own hands is way more reassuring. Following that, he decided, equip the legendary cursed heavy helmet, and add the new weapon I bought using the cash from selling those legendary drops last time. Kim Chul-soo chose to wield the rare platinum short sting to deliver the decisive blow. Boasting proudly, he muttered, that's not all, I'm even gonna use the passive buff I unlocked after my second job advancement, Goblin Warrior. Excitedly calculating, Kim Chul-soo thought, Goblin Warrior increases my strength stats based on the number of nearby goblins, giving a 1% boost per goblin. So my stats compared to before my job advancement are. But reality hit him like a brutal slap to the face. Just 1%? Aren't you supposed to get massively stronger after a second job advancement? Seeing Chikaru wind up its fist, Kim Chul-soo broke out in a cold sweat pleading, Let's talk this out like civilized people, let's just talk. But it was too late as the system announced. Chikaru has used super speed full force punch. Terrified, he desperately yelled out, Goblin Summoner skill. Still failing to dodge Chikaru's ferocious blow as he cried, gather. Terrified out of his wits, Kim Chul-soo screamed, oh mother. Hastily calling out to his ally, he cried, Green Buddy. Mid-shout, Kim Chul-soo suddenly froze, struck by a wave of guilt. Why'd I do that? Why'd I use Green Buddy as a human shield again? How could I do something so ruthless? Hearing his call, the Green Buddy struggled back to its feet. Panting heavily, its expression looked noticeably more ferocious. But he quickly stopped it, saying, Green Buddy, back away. Kim Chul-soo invoked the skill once more. Goblin Summoner skill, fight in Goblin's stead, from now on I'll protect you. Burning with fierce determination, he brandished his sword and charged straight at Chikaru. As time slowly ticked by, the sky shifted into a golden hue. Sitting on a flat boulder, Kim Chul-soo groaned in exhaustion, complaining, who knew fighting just one mob could be this brutal? At the same time, feeling thoroughly deflated, he thought, I'm still way too weak compared to those guys. Experiencing first-hand combat makes me realize just how terrifying the Everton Guild members really are. An unexpected thought crossed his mind. I wonder what Jihyun's up to right now. Remembering their last farewell, she had asked him, Kim Chul-soo, I have to go now. Is it alright if I check in and contact you every once in a while? At the time, a clueless Kim Chul-soo had replied, of course we're friends, right? Nodding Jihyun's mournful gaze, he asked doubtfully, what's wrong with you? We'll see each other again in the game anyway. She hesitated and replied, I'll contact you later. Before disappearing, she gave a warning, take care of yourself, Kim Chul-soo. Kim Chul-soo stood stunned as he watched Jihyun leave. He also said goodbye, farewell. Thinking back now, Kim Chul-soo guessed she was probably resting comfortably by then, since she must have been exhausted from that trap incident. Hearing its groans, he asked with concern, Greenie, you must be exhausted too, right? Why don't we take a little break? Suddenly, Greenie vomited blood, causing Kim Chul-soo to panic. Greenie. Its eyes were also bloodshot, pupils dilated. In an instant, Greenie collapsed. Panic-stricken, Chul-soo picked up the goblin in his arms, gasping for breath as he ran. He desperately screamed over and over, is anyone there? Anyone, please help. Chul-soo earnestly pleaded, my goblin is sick, someone please save me. Replying to him, a scarred guy nearby expressed overt annoyance. What, a goblin? Who gives a crap about a monster, man? Another guy standing near him boastfully chimed in, goblins are everywhere anyway, why don't you just go find a new one? A stuck-up woman spoke up, a sick goblin? Is he out of his mind? Doesn't he know anything about the recent goblin attacks? Hearing that, the man standing beside her annoyedly added, can't believe an idiot like him is playing this game. Faced with the crowd's indifferent attitude, Chul-soo panicked and shouted again, wait, someone please help me. He desperately wondered to himself, why isn't anyone helping? Why does everyone hate goblins so much? What did Greenie ever do wrong? Just then, from behind him, a mysterious guy wearing a black cloak suddenly spoke up. That's a huge mistake. Not long ago, a goblin attacked this city. That guy turned out to be Father Haksu LV, 68, he asserted. In this city, nobody is going to be willing to help that goblin of yours. Hearing that, Chul-soo couldn't help being surprised. A goblin attacked the city? Why? Father Haksu calmly replied. How the hell would I know? Saying that, he paused for a brief moment. After thinking for a bit, Father Haksu probed. I've also been wondering why you're dragging a goblin around, but seeing that your class name is private, you must have a hidden class, right? Chul-soo honestly admitted. That's right, this goblin is my follower, but I noticed lately it seemed sick. I didn't realize how badly sick it was, and I even forced it to fight. He remorsefully blamed himself. If I hadn't made Greenie recover, I need to apologize to it after it gets better. Chul-soo frantically yelled out in despair. If I could trade my own life to save it, I would do it. It's that important to me. Faced with those words, Father Haksu annoyedly reprimanded. Stop exaggerating like that. Why on earth are you risking your life for a summoned pet in a game? He cleared his throat and added, However, I do know a summon party expert, but I heard she's currently exploring a high-difficulty dungeon. It'll be hard to meet her right now, it'll take at least a few days. With that, Father Haxu quickly turned away, leaving Chulsu to stammer, a few days. He instantly grew anxious. No, I don't have time to waste, tell me where she went, I'll go there and beg for help. Faced with this, Father Haxu helplessly closed his eyes. You're really stubborn, huh? Her level is extremely high. In the area she's in, a falling leaf is enough to take your life. He sternly suggested, try going to the Goblin village, leaving Chulsu confused. Goblin village. Father Haxu calmly explained, you know it, you must have been there before for a quest. I'm sure goblins know how to treat a goblin's illness better than humans. Hearing that, Chulsu dashed off without a moment's hesitation, shouting back, thank you, leaving the guy frozen in place. Hey. Father Haxu asked himself in disbelief. Crying over a follower, I never thought that idiot who works at the construction site would have such an emotional side. What on earth did he do? That he's being stalked like this, he's not even handsome enough to have a fan club. At that thought, his expression suddenly darkened into a sinister look. After pondering for a moment, Father Haxu curiously muttered, I've known him for a while now, why don't I try doing something unprofitable for once? With those words, Father Haxu instantly vanished into thin air. The scene shifts to a certain forest, where a carriage driver was angrily cursing. My horse ran away again, damn it. Sitting on the carriage, Chulsu kept encouraging. Hang in there, Greenie, I'll get you cured right away. Hugging Greenie tight in his arms, he desperately pleaded, please, you can't die. At the same time in the distance, a mysterious dark shadow suddenly appeared from behind a giant tree trunk. It turned out to be a goblin which nervously muttered, that bastard is. Not long after, Chulsu carried Greenie down from the carriage. Looking around the scenery, he sighed helplessly, I guess we have to walk from here. The carriage driver reminded him, I only stopped, I didn't say get off. Once you get off, you're off for good. With those words, he immediately sped away, leaving Chulsu alone in the middle of the wilderness. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, a stray thought flashing through his mind. I feel like I remember this scenery from somewhere. Without overthinking it, Chulsu walked straight into a deep cave entrance. This cave looks kind of familiar too. A jumbled fragment of memory suddenly surfaced right after. Chulsu stared blankly at the ruins right before his eyes. These marks on the wall were made by me when I came here last time. He realized in sudden astonishment. That's right, I definitely came here before, but what on earth did I come to the Goblin village for? Chulsu quickly entered the Goblin village and took the initiative to speak up. Hello. Looking around continuously, he shouted to probe. Is anyone there? My goblin is sick, someone please help. Chulsu suddenly spotted a goblin and called out loudly, hey, wait a second. But in response to his sincerity, it decisively pulled the curtain shut. All the window curtains around were shut closed at the same time. Chulsu despairingly uttered, even goblins won't help us. Why? While he wasn't paying attention, a goblin suddenly appeared behind him. Accompanied by a massive army of goblins, it resentfully challenged. Do you have any idea how many of our goblin brothers died because of you? How dare you show your face here again? Hearing that, Chulsu confusedly asked, what are you guys talking about? Did I make some mistake the last time I came here? Before he could finish his sentence, they all rushed forward to attack in unison. Damn bastard, kill him. In the blink of an eye, Chulsu was tightly surrounded by a large number of goblins. Chulsu squeezed his eyes shut in panic, gritting his teeth tightly. A system notification suddenly popped up. Goblin Warlord, your stats increase with each goblin nearby 1% per goblin. Current stat boost 13,078%. Chulsu froze, Seeing that, the goblins were terrified and hurriedly backed away. This guy, he's way too strong. Before they could recover their wits, a loud voice suddenly echoed. What on earth is going on here? The goblins realized in shock. Elder, hearing that, the goblin elder NPC snapped. Are you implying I'm old? Chulsu opened his eyes wide to look at the old man, feeling somewhat awkward. Elder, goblin. The goblin elder slowly stepped forward, waving his hands as he walked. Get out of the way. But an hour later, the goblin elder had only walked a tiny distance. His movement speed was slower than a turtle's. Chulsu began to lose patience, thinking to himself, he's way too slow, is he even moving at all? As if reading his thoughts, the goblin elder abruptly stopped. The goblin elder furiously yelled, then why don't you try walking here yourself, you jerk? Startling Chulsu into hurriedly replying, why yes. As soon as he approached, the old man cast a scrutinizing gaze at Granny. After examining it for a while, the goblin elder concluded, the condition is quite severe. Being burned alive would be less painful than this. Hearing that, Chulsu worriedly asked, Can it be cured? The old man hesitated. Let's see, bring it to my room. A goblin confusedly asked, but elder, there are enemies, are we really going to treat our enemy? The goblin elder immediately turned stern. Is there anyone here who can defeat him? If he decides to attack us right now, we won't be able to put up any defense. He continued, What I'm doing is finding a way for us to survive, even if it means bowing down to our enemy. Stop standing there like a statue, get in here. With that, the goblin elder quickly turned away, leaving Chulsu to stammer, "Thank you, sir." Faced with those words, the goblins were left speechless, every single one of them gritting their teeth in resentment. In the infirmary, the goblin elder carefully diagnosed. To put it accurately, it can be cured. Chulsu happily blurted out, "Really?" The senile old man went on, "4 eels, your face looks like 4 eels." The goblin elder emphasized, "It can be cured, but that's only a temporary measure. If the root cause of the illness isn't removed, it will keep spreading." Chulsu confusedly asked, "Then what is the root cause?" The goblin elder raised his staff high without hesitation and pointed it straight at him. The old man firmly asserted, "It's you." Like a bolt from the blue, Chulsu turned pale in shock. "So, is it because I forced it to fight?" The goblin elder immediately denied, "That's not it." He gloomily explained, "Goblins are inherently evil by nature, greedy and wicked." The goblin elder reasoned, "Good people like you radiate a disgusting aura that rots a goblin's nature. Honestly, I wanted to say this sooner, but I feel nauseous talking to a jerk like you." He mockingly put on a disgusted expression. "What, crying over a sick goblin, begging for help, and you're a human, of course." The goblin elder emphasized, "It won't die, but staying by your side is a fate worse than death." Chulsu flusteredly asked loudly, "Then what should I do? If it's because I'm too kind-hearted, does that mean I just need to become evil to cure it?" The goblin elder stared at him and calmly replied, "Just do that much. Can you do it?" Chulsu shouted without a moment of hesitation, "Of course. If that's all I need to do, I'll become as evil as humanly possible." Hearing that, the goblin elder violently threw his staff down and scolded, "All talk. Let's see." With that, he stripped off his cloak to reveal a muscular physique. The goblin elder's body suddenly twisted and grew abnormally large. Before long, he became gigantic right before Chulsu's terrified eyes. The goblin elder clenched his fists. "From now on, I'm going to beat your friend to a pulp, so just stand there and ignore its pain." He firmly asserted, "It won't be that easy." Meanwhile, inside the cave, Roy was walking while on a phone call with the other party. "All right, the processing deadline is 1 week, huh?" A second later, she suddenly shifted to a sad tone. "What a pity. In my whole life, I've never seen anyone so monstrous, so I had high expectations." Furthermore, Roy herself didn't clearly understand her own feelings as she muttered, "Have I grown to like him? Probably." A second later, she corrected herself. "If you stare at someone all day long, sometimes you mistake that feeling for love." And then after thinking for a few seconds, Roy decided to end the conversation. "Let's end the call here." Just like that, she moved her finger toward the interface window and tapped the end button. Very quickly, Roy noticed someone eavesdropping on her conversation and turned around to warn. "Eavesdropping is very impolite, you know. I don't know who you are, but step out." Father Haxu quickly stepped out and replied, "Well, anyway, there was nothing worth listening to." Roy turned back to stare straight at the opponent and asked again, "Who are you?" The person talking to her was Father Haxu LV. 68, and he answered with little goodwill, "Can't you read? It's written right there clear as day." Once she identified the opponent's identity, she smiled brightly and asked, "All right, Father Haxu, can you tell me why you've been tailing me?" Father Haxu casually explained to her, "Don't misunderstand, you're not my type." He frowned and grimaced with tension as he answered Roy's question. "Though I'm guessing you don't like being tailed either, when you're the one being targeted." She maintained her mild, smiling attitude without replying. However, a second later, Roy's expression turned annoyed as she raised her voice. "Just because we're in a game doesn't mean you have permission to be this rude." To put Father Haxu in his place, she decided to activate a skill and said, "Let me ask out of curiosity, are you an acquaintance of Kim Chulsu?" He wasn't one to back down either, activating his skill to reply, "You know what? The truly rude thing is answering someone superior's question with another question. Whether I know Kim Chul-soo or not is hardly important." Without holding back at all, Roy began threatening Father Haxu. "I just thought it might help him recover his memories if you were to die." The scene shifts to Greenie being crudely force-fed by the Goblin Elder. He was not only force-feeding it but also clowning around to entertain it, scaring Greenie into screaming, "Here's your favorite stew, Goblin, time to eat." Standing nearby and unable to bear the sight, Kim Chul-soo angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you feeding it right now? If you act too nice, Greenie will." While he was still screaming in panic, the Goblin Elder pulled out a book to read. Once upon a time, there was an extremely pretty goblin and an extremely ugly human, causing him to grow even angrier and yell, "Stop reading kids' books to it." He listened to Kim Chul-soo, but instead pulled out pictures of him to show the goblin. Luckily, it felt satisfied and smiled brightly. "There, these are pictures of Kim Chul-soo happy now." After just a moment, Kim Chul-soo's pictures were torn to shreds again as the Goblin Elder continued reading, making it scream loudly once more. And then one day, seeing that, Kim Chul-soo helplessly roared, "Stop tearing the pictures," and then going right back to reading. After being tortured by him for a while, Greenie finally surrendered, bowing its head as it vomited and groaned in agony. With a distorted face and gritted teeth, Kim Chul-soo ordered him, stop it already. Greenie is in so much pain. Knowing the kid wasn't pleased, the goblin elder quickly explained, don't you get it? This is what you've been doing to him all this time. Even though Kim Chul-soo hadn't fully calmed down yet, he tried to say, I think I've explained enough about the treatment, what are you going to do? The more he listened, the more Kim Chul-soo gritted his teeth audibly, his face turning unsightly. The goblin elder decided to keep going. Think about it carefully, I'll keep reading this fairy tale until you make up your mind. Greenie, tied to a chair, also wore a tense expression as it watched the two of them. Provoked by the opponent, Kim Chul-soo lost his cool and lunged forward to hit him. His punch was strong enough to send Greenie and the chair flying in an instant. The goblin only stopped after crashing into an obstacle with a loud thud. The action happened so fast that the goblin elder was left confused. Even though Greenie had been sent flying far away, Kim Chul-soo still hadn't pulled back his fist. A moment later, amidst the billowing dust, it slowly poked its hand out. As soon as it could sit up, Greenie grinned like a blooming flower, looking utterly refreshed. Seeing the goblin like that, Kim Chul-soo cried tears of joy and rushed over to its side, screaming, Green, no. Expecting him to hug Greenie, Kim Chul-soo unexpectedly snapped at the counterpart. Damn it, I had to go through all of that just because of you. After the recent kick, the goblin elder finally stepped in to intervene. That's enough for the treatment. When did he shrink back down again? He hasn't fully recovered yet, but if you keep up that attitude, he'll never be weak like that again. Kim Chul-soo also accepted the old man's advice, answering, good to hear, while thinking inwardly, what a relief. When returning to normal, Greenie ran over to Kim Chul-soo and smiled at him. Seeing that, Kim Chul-soo felt puzzled and muttered to himself, this guy. It has no choice but to spend its whole life being abused, never knowing what it's like to be loved. Right at that moment, a subordinate rushed over to report, Elder, we have an emergency situation. Hearing that, the elder turned to threaten him, if this isn't important, you're dead meat. Just a second later, another guy also hurried in to report. Glancing at the goblin elder with an annoyed expression, he said, we shouldn't help them, he came along with someone else. Kim Chul-soo quickly explained to everyone, what? No, I only came here with Greenie, I didn't come with anyone else. Believing his subordinate, the goblin elder immediately asked, where is that human right now? Have they entered the village yet? He hurriedly reported, not yet, but they'll be here soon. With that, he turned to order him, follow me, we'll see if you're lying to us or not. Kim Chul-soo had no choice but to obey the counterpart and hesitatingly agreed. Scene change. When they arrived, they found Roy LV, 55 mage, lying motionless on the ground with blood pouring from her mouth. Then he asked him, do you know them? Kim Chul-soo uncertainly replied, no, Roy, perhaps I've seen them before. The goblin elder quickly made his decision. We're going to deal with this fake adventurer, so beat it. Our villagers feel uncomfortable having you around. They say you smell like the blood of 18,000 goblins or something. At that, he thanked the counterpart for their help. I don't know why they think that, but thank you for saving Greenie. The goblin elder turned to look at Kim Chul-soo and smiled as he said, if it's this hard, why don't you try pretending to be the bad guy? With that, he turned around and walked away, ordering his subordinates to drag Roy along with them. Standing in place and watching the counterpart's retreating figure, he awkwardly replied, pretend to be a bad guy. Greenie, standing nearby, suddenly looked at Kim Chul-soo and smiled playfully. The laughter caught his attention, and a second later Kim Chul-soo ordered Greenie, let's go green, no goblin. Scene change. Crafty Seungryul was tied up on a chair by someone and he softly said, I didn't expect you to go this far. The one who tied Seungryul up was Catherine Lee, and she replied, like it, I have a lot of things to ask, but it looks like you won't answer my questions. He remained calm even though the counterpart had caught him in the act. Yet another familiar face, so you're the one who was tailing me. Super Wizard stepped up to answer for her. Don't jump to conclusions, I have my own reasons. Lowering his head and putting on an aggrieved act, Seungryul muttered, everyone's got their troubles, so just make it quick. I'm an old man, and wasting even a single second is way too much for me. Catherine Lee wasn't someone easily swayed by soft-heartedness, so she decided to play along and spoke up. You're acting pretty bold for someone who just got kidnapped, and you're as crafty as ever trying to play the pitiful card with people. You kidnapped an old man like me, surely not just to beat me up or torture me after all. Seungryul felt a wave of sheer disbelief when he got interrupted mid-sentence and struck by her anyway. Thinking, if you have any questions, just ask, and showing her ruthless side, Catherine Lee lashed out and shouted right in his face, nope, that's how I was raised, so I'm gonna beat the crap out of you until I feel better before I ask anything at all. Showing her ruthless side, Catherine Lee lashed out and shouted right in his face, nope, that's how I was raised, so I'm gonna beat the crap out of you until I feel better before I ask anything at all. Catherine Jiho had no intention of helping and instead advised him to just accept his fate, saying, please, just take the hits until she's satisfied. She's never learned martial arts or anything like that, so you probably won't die. Trembling all over with a pale face, a terrified Sungriel stammered out, let's talk this over. What did I even do wrong? You can't just go around beating up old people. Ignoring whatever he had to say, she warmed up her body before delivering a blow and retorted, you can figure out what you did wrong all by yourself while you're getting your ass kicked. No sooner had she finished speaking than Catherine Lai delivered a devastating blow right to his face, making his nose bleed profusely. Not stopping there, she slammed her foot into Sungriel's waist, causing him to spit up blood, while he thought to himself in pain, Catherine, the daughter of Han Kimun from the Semyong group, she recently went public about suffering childhood abuse from her father, causing a worldwide sensation. Next, Catherine stepped directly onto Sungriel's back, making blood spurt from both his nose and mouth at the same time, though he remained lucid enough to think. After that, she broke away and went independent, finding massive success as a streamer and turning into a super corporation in the streaming world. As Sungriel tried to back away while she kept pressing the attack, he thought, but what does any of that have to do with me? Didn't things already get settled with her? A punch straight to the face greeted him right after, yet Sungriel still found himself mentally comparing her to him, thinking, if Kim Chul-soo was beating me up, I'd at least understand, but I don't think I ever did anything to her. Wait. Following Catherine Lee's latest punch, he was completely spent and collapsed flat onto the floor. After watching her performance, Catherine Jiho asked in utter astonishment, did you take martial arts lessons or something? To which Catherine Lee innocently replied, I was just copying what my dad used to do to me, leaving him to snap back in disbelief. What? A moment later, Sungriel regained consciousness, let out a few coughs and finally stammered out, I gave you the information about the hidden dungeon. Turning his face toward the wall, he slowly guided them on how to get inside, saying, in the mining area. If you dig deep enough, you'll find a door. To his complete surprise, she already knew all about it, retorting, after stumbling across a hidden dungeon, you walked away because you weren't sure you could clear it, and then you sold that information to us. Terrified of getting beaten up again, Sungriel immediately dropped to his knees and bowed his head in a frantic apology to Catherine Ling. Leaning back against the wall, he confessed honestly, I never knew there was a level 80 monster inside. I never even stepped foot in there myself in the first place. Seeing that Sungriel seemed sincere, she wiped her hands and asked, how would you even know there was a level 80 monster? I never told you that. Paralyzed with fear, he awkwardly fumbled for an excuse. That was Kim Chul-soo, I heard it from him. The moment he mentioned that name, Catherine Lee's expression twisted into an even uglier scowl as she demanded, how do you know Kim Chul-soo? Supposing what she thought was a clever deduction, she said, from that hidden dungeon all the way up until now, everywhere Kim Chul-soo went, you were right there with him. Seizing the opportunity, Catherine fired off some straight questions about past events. I've been really curious. Was I about to die a wrongful death because I accidentally crossed paths with your plan involving Kim Chul-soo, or was that part of the plan all along? Before he could figure out how to answer, she voiced her true feelings. Either way, I actually died once. And that feeling was so utterly repulsive that I swore I'd kill you if I ever ran into you again. After a moment, Catherine Lee abruptly changed her mind, adding, though I don't think I should be the one to finish you off, that should be his job. Then she raised her voice with an accusation that left Sungriel with no room to deny it. It was you. You're the one who forced Kim Chul-soo into drowning in debt. Brian gently pressed his stamp onto the documents laid out on the desk. Finished with the task, he gave the person across from him a wry smile and asked, thanks, if we're done here, can I go now? To which William replied without giving him a hard time, sure, go ahead. He even offered a kind parting remark, if you need anything else, just give us a call. Sungriel, who was also present in the room, bowed his head the moment he saw him leaving and said, goodbye. Sungriel watched Brian's somewhat timid, retreating figure. At first, he tried to put on a cheerful front, as if nothing was wrong. But a second later, Sungriel's demeanor shifted into deep melancholy as he muttered to himself, I used to lend money to desperate folks and charge them exorbitant interest rates. Reminiscing about his glory days with a hint of nostalgia, he thought, I'd lend money to anyone, as long as they needed it. Back then, Sungriel hadn't even spared children, admitting to himself, even kids weren't off limits. Plenty of people used to come looking for him, and Sungriel always had a way of getting his money back. Whether adults or old folks, he made no distinctions, fully confident he could always claw back what he lent out. Lost deep in his own memories, Sungriel suddenly jolted with a start. It was all because William had beaten up one of his debtors, Kim Chul-soo, leading him to reflect, I never expected Kim Chul-soo to be one of the people who borrowed money from me. Or rather, I completely forgot he ever took out a loan. Sungriel stayed caught up in those thoughts all the way until he returned to his own holding cell. Sitting inside the cell, still shaken with disbelief, he muttered, That was 10 years ago when he came to borrow money from me. Scene change, 10 years ago, a gaunt, skin and bones Kim Chul-soo had come looking for Seungryul. Looking like he had been starved for days, he begged, "Can I borrow 100 million won?" Prompting Seungryul to observe his emaciated frame and think, he came to me looking like an absolute wreck asking for a loan. Staring hard at the person in front of him, he muttered internally, having worked in this line of work for years, I can tell. Seungryul had also guessed why he ended up in such a state, figuring he didn't blow that money on gambling, his hands weren't shaking. And though he looked sickly from eating scraps, those red eyes of his were still burning with life. In the end, he agreed to lend him the money, asking, "I can lend you the cash, but what about your parents?" To which a sorrowful Kim Chul-soo replied honestly, "I don't have parents." Those words took Seungryul completely by surprise as he thought, no parents, leading him to conclude he's an orphan with nobody to guarantee this loan. Not that I'm surprised, you could tell just by looking at him that he had no family. Even so, driven by a sliver of compassion, he decided to lend the money anyway, thinking still, there's no reason for me to turn down a loan. Why a young guy like this needs so much money, or what he plans to spend it on, isn't my business. Besides, Seungryul had already harbored malicious intentions toward him from the start, whispering to himself, he's young, has all his limbs, and isn't sick. As far as I'm concerned, that's more than enough. Later on, when he failed to pay it back properly, William beat him up on his behalf, though Seungryul always kept a specific thought in mind. After a whole decade, Kim Chul-soo turned into a vital client who had to pay back a sum that had ballooned way past the original loan. Scene change. When Catherine Lee captured him, she had grilled him, saying, "Kidnapping, digging up the past. Is there literally nothing in this world that scares you just because you made a bit of money?" Without a shred of deceit, Seungryul answered her, "That's right, I lent Kim Chul-soo money, but so what? What's the actual issue here?" Smart enough to find an excuse to justify himself, Seungryul argued, Kim Chul-soo didn't have a job back then, nor did he have parents. Where do you think he could have gotten that kind of money at the time? Feeling deeply wronged by this point, Seungryul raised his voice and shouted, "If it wasn't for me, he'd be an absolute nobody. He should be thanking me." Refusing to buy into his logic, Catherine Lee fired back angrily, Whatever, I don't care about any of that. You're the one who ruined Kim Chul-soo's life, are you kidding me right now?" Losing her temper with a crafty old fox like Seungryul, she threatened him, "Wipe his debt clean right this second, or else you're gonna die of old age inside this cell." But he stubbornly shot back without a hint of fear, "Don't be so unreasonable, things aren't that simple." Refusing to back down, Catherine Lee ordered, "Then make it simple," prompting him to search for a valid reason to shirk responsibility. "Before I do any of that, Kim Chul-soo is in danger." Skeptical of words coming from someone as deceitful as Seungryul, she snapped, "Bullshit, you're the root cause of all his problems." But he tried his best to persuade her. "No, you probably won't believe me, but we need to get him to a safe place right now. You should have brought him here yourself instead of me." Wearing a serious, exasperated expression, Seungryul issued a stern warning to Catherine Lee. "Listen closely. In 1 week, Kim Chul-soo is going to be killed." Those words caused Catherine Ji-ho and Super Wizard to blurt out in stunned shock simultaneously, "Kim Chul-soo." Even she broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "Ji going to be killed." Still missing his point entirely, Catherine Lee asked, "What are you talking about? Who and why would anyone want to kill him?" While Seungryul avoided the truth and made up an excuse, "I don't have time to explain all of that." Prying his mouth open in pain, Catherine Lee made him shriek before roaring in fury, "Explain right now, you crafty old bastard." Letting go of him as Seungryul panted heavily, he complained, "Getting that rough with an old man, you're slowly turning just like him." Unwilling to endure any more suffering, he spilled the beans. "Fine, I'll tell you everything about the organization called Iscariot." Scene change. The moment she laid eyes on Kim Chul-soo, Catherine Lee expressed her surprise, saying, "Are you?" Once she confirmed the person in front of her was indeed him, she said cheerfully, "It really is you, Kim Chul-soo." Leaving a bewildered Kim Chul-soo to point at himself and ask, "Me?" Catherine Lee proactively grabbed his hand and said, "That's right, Kim Chul-soo, class 37 at Honghak Elementary School," leaving him completely lost as he stammered, "Huh, elementary school, me." Trying to cozy up to him with a smile, she said, "I'm so glad to run into you again. Do you play Heaven's Door too?" Making him return the friendly gesture by saying, "Great to see you too, were we close back then?" Doing her best to sound genuine, Catherine Lee replied, "Close. Are you kidding me?" Prompting Kim Chul-soo to pull up some vague memories and say, "I remember now, damn it. Back in class, you used to sit there picking your boogers." That remark embarrassed her so much she could only laugh it off awkwardly. A second later, Catherine Lee's expression turned ice cold as she replied, "We weren't that close, buddy." Realizing he had crossed a line, Kim Chul-soo quickly apologized, "My bad." Out of nowhere, she pulled up her status window and told him, "Say hi to my viewers," leaving a flustered Kim Chul-soo to stammer in confusion, "Viewers, what is this?" As Catherine Lee finally came clean, "I'm live streaming myself playing Heaven's Door." Netizens instantly flooded the chat with comments like, Isn't that the guy who used to hang out with class president Han Kimun? And no way. Forced to play along with her request, Kim Chul-soo awkwardly offered hello, prompting viewers to type. Nah, back then he didn't look this clueless. He wore armor back then too, didn't he? I think his name was Kim Soo-chul or something, while a clueless Kim Chul-soo asked her, did I do it right? Since he had never live-streamed before. Beaming brightly, Catherine Lee enthusiastically replied to Kim Chul-soo. Perfect timing, I'm gonna drag him into today's stream too. Acting as the narrator to get him to talk more, she asked, you've got time, right, Chul-soo? Making him sheepishly scratch his cheek and answer, no, actually I have plans to meet someone so I have to wait here. Catherine Lee grabbed Kim Chul-soo's hand and brushed it off casually, saying, it's fine, you won't miss them if you step away for a bit, I'm sure they'll just text you. Knowing full well who he was waiting for, she boldly claimed, besides, you're not gonna meet them even if you stand around waiting here all day. While Catherine Lee dragged him along, a puzzled Kim Chul-soo asked, what, do you know who I'm waiting for? To which she replied half-jokingly, I just have a feeling. Letting himself get dragged along, Kim Chul-soo thought to himself. She said we're friends, so maybe my memories will come back if I go with her. Scene change at the Adventurers Guild. The moment she appeared, the people present started buzzing with chatter. It's Catherine Lee, damn, she looks so cool. They showered her with exaggerated compliments. She looks even prettier in real life. Well, not that this is entirely real life, leaving Kim Chul-soo to wonder in amazement, who is she? She's super famous. While Kim Chul-soo was getting dragged around by others, Guardian walked over to talk to her asking, hey Catherine, wanna join our party to clear a high-difficulty dungeon in a bit? Prompting Catherine Lee to catch on immediately and reply, a high-difficulty dungeon. Giggling and waving him off, she answered honestly, nah, no way, our levels are still too low, I don't want to get hurt in there. We're just gonna stick to easier quests. Laughing heartily, Guardian quickly tried to reassure Catherine Lee. Don't worry, we'll handle everything. You just gotta tag along and stand at the vanguard of our party. Pointing toward 3 people standing nearby, he confidently introduced them, introducing the rising star trio of Heaven's Door. While Busan Gashni looked at Catherine Lee hesitantly and asked, is she a mage too? And Big Eye Smitten chimed in, I want her autograph. Hein Blacksmith let his arrogance get the better of him and boasted loudly, what is this? Did Catherine come here just to see me? Guess I really am too famous. Quite confident in his group's abilities, Guardian promised Catherine Lee, you just need to stand in the back and stream our party showing off. Having your viewers see us will be great for our group's exposure. He didn't forget to dangle a perk. Of course, we'll share the dungeon loot with you. Making Catherine Lee perk up with interest at the mention of rewards, really. Looking away, she calculated in her head, this isn't too far off from my original plan anyway. And making money doing actual work is always better. Once she made up her mind, Catherine Lee turned back and announced, all right, it's settled then, Kim Chul-soo were going with them. Remembering him, she looked around only to find that he had already gotten strung up from the ceiling, making Catherine Lee shriek, Kim Chul-soo. At that point, she recalled what Seungryul had told her earlier about players who suffered losses in Heaven's Door never getting back what they lost. And even when people died there, absolutely zero news reports ever covered it. His words had rattled Catherine Lee so much she broke out in a cold sweat thinking, how could something that absurd be real? But it actually is. Catherine Jiho pulled out his phone to check and confirm the matter with her, saying, plenty of players in Heaven's Door realize the risks and talk about quitting. But there's literally zero news about anyone actually retiring from the game. Aware of how players viewed it, he added bluntly, because of that, some players started thinking it's just an urban legend. Recalling what he had personally experienced, Catherine Jiho stated, but I saw it with my own eyes. Remembering Rose crying hysterically in a panic back then, Catherine Jiho thought, so I can't just pretend it doesn't exist. Seungryul sounded more honest than ever as he noted, people dying while playing a game. Just that headline alone is crazy enough. It's sensational enough for every major news outlet to fight over covering it. He laid out his logic to convince her. The press has a lot of freedom, so how many people do you really think have the power to muzzle the entire media? Seungryul then pointed out a grim reality. Not many, except for national governments. Heaven's Door lets people die while operating under state protection. Catherine Lee's mindset gradually shifted as she asked hesitantly, how could, why would? They say a country is built by its people, but ironically the people can't fight back against the country. Is that why Iscariot was formed? Explaining as much as he knew, Seungryul said, it's to prevent deaths inside the game. Knowing how the mechanics operated, he elaborated in detail. Out of all the hidden classes, they pick people capable of slaying monsters no matter what the opponent is, recruiting players, nurturing them, and forcing them to rescue other players whose lives are in danger inside the game. Around the same time, Kim Chul-soo was lying injured in a hospital bed while Seungryul rambled on. One of them was the Goblin summoner Kim Chul-soo. But before he even got started, he got hit by a car and lost his memories. He also mentioned Green's current state to her. His goblin doesn't have its power anymore either, so an order came down to execute him. Finally grasping the situation, Catherine Lee said sadly, they throw him away just because he's no longer useful. If you're gonna discard him, fine, why do you have to kill him? Seeing her looking gloomy, Super Wizard spoke up to reassure her, I won't side with them, but a hidden class can only be held by one person. You can't have two goblin summoners in the same game. Drawing on his understanding, he explained further. Until that player completely quits the game, nobody else can become a goblin summoner. A class they desperately need is being wasted on someone they consider useless, which is why they want him dead. Hearing that made Catherine Lee boil with rage as she gritted out, so they plan to kill him. And you agreed to this. Rejecting that claim, Seungriel spoke sincerely. No, you probably won't believe me, but I wanted him to live. Suddenly remembering the time Kim Chol-soo reached out to steady him, he hesitated and said, because he considered me. Remembering how Kim Chol-soo had smiled at him back then, he finished, a friend. Refusing to believe a word of it, Catherine Lee screamed, shut your trap. Hitting him with her own deductions, she lashed out, you said Iscariot recruits players to acquire hidden classes. Kim Chol-soo ended up becoming the goblin summoner inside that hidden dungeon. Looking at Seungriel with eyes mixed with resentment, Catherine Lee asked, and then what? You handpicked Kim Chol-soo and threw him into that dungeon. You must have known what kind of dungeon it was from the very beginning. That gaze momentarily struck him dumb with fear, leaving him unable to utter a word. Scene change. Remembering back, Kim Chol-soo had been left lying motionless on the floor after being released. Back then, Seungriel had stayed by his side, consumed by deep worry. Knowing that she had figured out how he actively saved him, she accused, you're definitely the one who revived Kim Chol-soo and threw him back into that dungeon. If you just let him stay down, he wouldn't have turned into the goblin summoner you guys wanted. Returning to the present, Catherine Lee accused him, so why didn't you just throw him in by himself? What did me and the other two do to deserve going through all of that? Completely cornered by her sharp accusations, Seungriel had no counter as she pressed on. Or does it not matter to you guys who becomes the goblin summoner? Did it really not have to be Kim Chol-soo? Growing increasingly disgusted, Catherine Lee yelled, this game is insane, but you people are just as out of your minds. Pointing straight at Seungriel to pin all the blame on him, she shouted, you guys ruined his life and now you expect me to believe you want to save him. Refusing to buy into any notion of him having good intentions, Catherine Lee snapped, don't dream of fooling me, you crafty old man. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, tossing out a parting promise. We'll feed you so you don't starve to death. Prompting a panicked Seungriel, knowing his fate, to yell, wait. Catherine Lee abruptly paused before dropping a casual remark. Now that I think about it, could Kim Chol-soo have thrown himself in front of that car on purpose? Knowing he was terrified, she quickly reassured him. Don't worry, unlike you, I don't ruin other people's lives, especially not when they don't even know what's going on. Wanting to make Seungriel witness Kim Chol-soo turning things around for the better, Catherine Lee declared, just sit back and watch what kind of person Kim Chol-soo turns into. She deliberately left her words hanging to make him sweat even more. A second later, Seungriel genuinely panicked and shrieked, while Catherine Lee calmly remarked, there's nothing you can do about it. After all that bickering, the door to his cell finally banged shut for good. Kim Chol-soo's party was currently heading into the dungeon according to plan. As they walked along, he muttered, a high-difficulty dungeon. Before Catherine Lee interrupted him with a loud laugh, 1,000,000 balloons if we clear this dungeon, right? We're gonna win anyway, so can you send him right now? Still clueless about it, Kim Chol-soo asked her, wait, how hard is this dungeon that they call it high difficulty anyway? Hearing that, Guardian turned around to explain cheerfully. Well, it's not just because the monster levels are high. It's designed for a whole group to team up and clear, so the mobs are absolute damage sponges with a ton of diverse attack patterns. Turning to point at Busan Gashini, he added, that's why we need a healer to patch us up. Guardian also highlighted Big Eye's position, saying, a tank to absorb the monster's attacks. Lastly, highlighting Hein Blacksmith specifically, he concluded, and a main damage dealer, a DPS, to handle the offense. Pushing the point home so Kim Chol-soo would understand, Guardian said, unlike when you hunt monsters solo, you gotta pull your weight in the group to get through this dungeon. Making a nervous Kim Chol-soo break out in a cold sweat as he thought, a DPS. I wonder what kind of role a goblin summoner fills in a setup like this. He was more than happy to explain to Kim Chol-soo, replying that a player of an extremely high level could theoretically clear this dungeon alone just by one-shotting everything. But someone that strong wouldn't come to this dungeon anyway. Furthermore, fearing that both of them would be in danger, Guardian advised them, you two can join the battle, but it's dangerous, so I suggest you guys stay in the back. Right at this moment, she suddenly spoke up to warn everyone. They're coming, everyone get ready. Everyone immediately took their battle positions and raised their vigilance. Catherine Lee, completely clueless about what was happening, blankly asked, what is coming? while even Kim Chul-soo was panicking. Wait, is that it? Suddenly, a very strange-looking sun appeared in the sky. Just a second later, a figure leaped down from that sun. That figure was none other than the gatekeeper here, the LV-65 Dragon Knight. Catherine Lee immediately fell into his crosshairs, becoming his first target. Right as she was about to become prey, Kim Chul-soo suddenly rushed forward and tackled her. He forced Catherine Lee down to the ground whether she agreed or not. Not understanding what was going on, she shouted, "What the hell, what is that thing?" A second later, a massive explosion went off right where Catherine Lee had been standing. Kim Chul-soo, completely baffled by what had happened, turned around and yelled, "What the heck, we almost died." He turned back to explain to her lying right in front of him, "I'm sorry, that red streak on the floor just now looked super dangerous, so I had to." Catherine Lee glared past Kim Chul-soo and said with growing anxiety, "Looked dangerous, huh?" Fire quickly spread toward the two of them without him even realizing it. And a second later, she screamed at Kim Chul-soo to get out of the way, making him look completely confused as he said, "Sorry." A second later, Big Eye quickly conjured a barrier to protect everyone. Right after that, he confidently reassured his teammates, "As long as I'm standing here, its attacks will be useless." Hearing this, the Dragon Knight roared in anger, thinking he was being underestimated. Taking advantage of his lowered guard, Hein Blacksmith rushed forward with his sword, taking the opponent by surprise. He looked at his rival with a gaze full of hatred and shouted, "It's way too early to be surprised." To fight the Dragon Knight, Hein Blacksmith decided to activate the warrior skill, Great Slash, making the enemy let out a painful scream. Hit by the blow, the Dragon Knight angrily clenched his fists and let out a loud shout. Next, the system notification announced that the Dragon Knight had used a heavy punch, easily making Hein Blacksmith cough up blood and groan in pain. Despite being injured, he remained completely calm and nonchalant as he muttered, "Psych." It was Busen Gashini's turn to activate her Saintess skill, Greater Heal, to help Hein Blacksmith. This inadvertently angered the enemy, and the Dragon Knight set his sights on Busen Gashini. He ignored Hein and dashed forward at lightning speed. To attack her, the Dragon Knight used a skill that made his body crackle with lightning. He struck extremely fast, making it hard for the naked eye to track. However, Busen Gashini had backup when someone else used ice magic to freeze the Dragon Knight in place. The one who helped her was Genius Kim, a LV-61 sorcerer who also called out, "Attack the healer first, everything is according to plan." My Gun 30 cm, a LV-60 gunslinger, came to assist and said, "Nope, but we've got your number." While Demon Slayer Kana, a LV-1 soul warrior, chimed in, "You're a shooter, don't get too close." With multiple people joining forces, the Dragon Knight could only take the beating. He was beaten down to his knees with nowhere left to run. With his body aching all over, the Dragon Knight roared again, prompting him to say, "A knight shouldn't bend the knee so easily, you know." Though he quickly shouted a warning, "Don't get cocky, it's coming." Just a second later, the boss suddenly attacked Busen Gashini, leaving her stunned. She felt a mix of complete shock and disbelief, while the Dragon Knight roared crazily. Truly worried for her teammate, the Soul Warrior said, "Taking that much damage and still targeting the healer." To which the gunslinger nervously replied, "This guy isn't stupid." Rank 1 Tanker Guardian couldn't stand it anymore as he shouted and activated the warrior skill, War Roar. At the same time, the Dragon Knight's fist stopped right in front of Busen Gashini's face. He angrily and loudly provoked the enemy, "Not so fast, come at me, you idiot." Guardian finally succeeded in drawing the Dragon Knight's aggro, as the system announced that the Dragon Knight was now targeting the rank 1 tanker. Seeing this, she quickly reminded him, "Tanker, take this seriously, we almost wiped just now." And Guardian quickly took the blame, "My bad." Filled with rage, the Dragon Knight turned back to attack his new target. But just a minute later, Busen Gashini was confused when the system announced that the Dragon Knight had targeted Busen Gashini once again. Luckily, Hein Blacksmith quickly intercepted the boss to bail out his teammate, and the system notified, "Blacksmith's skill, Dual Greatsword Crafting activated." Finally, the Dragon Knight crashed to the ground with a loud thud. When the opponent stopped moving, Busen Gashini quietly said, "It feels like it was still targeting me," and added as she asked him, "What's wrong, do you see something?" Busen Gashini looked at the Dragon Knight's corpse and said uncertainly, "I must just be imagining things." Moreover, since this battle was being live-streamed, the nosy netizens flooded the comments. "Did you see that? This party is insanely strong, those 3 guys are crazy, they can solo everything, they're gonna clear this in one run, right?" Catherine Lee, who had kept her status window open the whole time, remarked, "They're really good." While Kim Chul-soo couldn't contain his emotions and shouted, "They're amazing, how can they fight so well?" Hearing this, Guardian kindly explained to the two of them, "The monster we just fought was the gatekeeper, the Dragon Knight. We're heading to the next one, so stick close." He ran after him and obediently replied, "Understood, Captain," while she felt confused and muttered to herself, "Why is he getting so hyped?" A few minutes later, Catherine Lee suddenly made a new discovery and looked surprised. She reacted that way because she spotted green, prompting her to call out, "Hey Kim Chul-soo, go keep an eye on your goblin." He turned back and advised Catherine Lei, "Leave him be, just let the idiot keep up on his own." She jumped and shrieked, while the other guy laughed with amusement. A moment later, it was time for Hein Blacksmith to show off in front of the netizens. "Hello, as you guys know, I'm Hyun, the main DPS of this party." He kept posing in front of the camera and said, "This is my first time streaming, but I didn't expect so many people to tune in." Seeing this, Catherine Lee bitterly laughed and said, "We've been here for 30 minutes, what are we even doing?" While Hein, assuming he was famous now, replied, "I told you already I'm the main DPS here." He bragged about himself once more. "I can't do anything other deal damage," but she suddenly spoke up to object, "That is nothing to be proud of." As the group continued their journey, Catherine Lee kept saying, "Bottom line is, we can't move until we figure out a way to cross this dangerous-looking bridge." She also introduced the others, including Demon Slayer Kana, Kim Chul-soo, and Genius Kim, saying, "The smartest people in our group are trying to figure it out, so we just need to wait." After checking his book, he spoke up again. "Calculation complete, everyone gather around." When everyone gathered closely, Genius Kim slowly explained, "You see those statues over there, the ones we need to pass? It wouldn't be difficult if they were actually just statues." He told everyone the harsh truth with a hint of worry, but the chances of that are very low. There are pressure plates everywhere, which is obviously a trap. Based on his experience, Genius Kim asserted, "Nothing will happen as long as we step on the right tiles, but the moment we step on the wrong ones." Hearing this, Kim Chul-soo muttered to himself, "We'll get frozen." Furthermore, he casually cursed, "Damn it, what kind of joke is this? The statues are going to attack." Genius Kim cleverly offered a solution for the group. "It'd be safer to send a clone to check which tiles are safe to step on, but we don't have an illusionist or any class that can create clones in our party." Hearing this, Catherine Lee asked the chat, "What's an illusionist?" And viewers quickly replied, "It's an advanced subclass of mage, they use illusion magic." Once they had a plan of action, he firmly advised the group, "So, we'll have the two tankers go first, and once they take damage, our healer will heal them immediately." Having finished assigning roles, Genius Kim loudly rallied everyone. "Now then, get into formation." He looked ahead and loudly reminded everyone, "Right past this bridge is the final boss." A giant stone statue holding a long spear slowly loomed in front of the group. It swung its spear and thrust it fiercely against the steel shield, creating a fiery collision. Big Eyes too sneered from behind the shield, saying this attack felt like nothing more than an itch, while Hein chimed in with a sarcastic remark, asking if this old man wanted to get beaten up for real. Another explosion rang out, making the whole group jump in surprise. Everyone started arguing while standing on the trap tiles. Someone snapped and asked why they kept stepping on traps, while another angrily told them to take the lead themselves. Busen Gashina was casting healing magic while Catherine Lee had to intervene, because the group kept bickering instead of focusing on clearing the dungeon. Mygun 30cm clicked his tongue in annoyance, muttering that these famous people always act like they're all that. Kana told him to stop complaining and look ahead instead, and Mygun snapped right back, asking what was even up ahead. It was the last statue. The group reassured themselves that since they had already passed 9 statues, this 10th one couldn't possibly give them trouble. Kana claimed this trial was basically over, reminding everyone to calm down and keep their cool. But the bickering continued. Mygun 30cm yelled because Kana had stepped on traps 3 times in a row, making Catherine's livestream chat explode with laughter. Catherine sighed as she watched her helpless teammates. Their skills weren't bad, but their teamwork was an absolute disaster. Big Eyes too narrowed his eyes at the statue ahead, realizing something was wrong. The spear in this statue's hand looked noticeably longer than the ones on the previous statues. Mygun 30cm impatiently urged the group to hurry up since there were only 5 tiles left to escape. Big Eyes too broke out in a cold sweat, telling himself to swallow his pride because thousands of Catherine's viewers were watching this stream. A dry ding sound echoed when someone stepped on the wrong tile. Big Eyes too raged furiously, wondering why this maze had to be designed so maliciously. Mygun 30cm pointed his gun at Kana's face and scolded her, claiming she intentionally stepped on the trap to sabotage the group. Suddenly, a spear flew from afar, piercing straight through Kana's back to everyone's shock. Kana coughed up blood, her body beginning to fade away as her health bar dropped to 0. The system announced that Demon Slayer Kana had fallen and was forcibly sent back to the village, while she only had time to blame herself for being too careless. Genius Kim clutched his magic book, feeling a chill run down his spine as he realized the true mechanic. The statue didn't attack the person who stepped on the trap, but randomly chose a party member to execute. Kana's figure completely vanished, leaving a deadly empty space in the formation. Genius Kim yelled loudly, demanding everyone to stop immediately so he could recalculate. The stone statue ahead exuded a blazing murderous aura, ready to take anyone's life if there was one more mistake. He explained that if the healer happened to be the next target, this run would be completely ruined, so the safest formula right now was to minimize risks. A tactical map popped up, and Genius Kim suggested splitting the team, letting Team 1 escape first to ensure the safety of key characters. My Gun 30cm jumped up in protest, claiming Genius Kim was just trying to save his own skin and abandon the others. He kept whining about how viewers would hate this selfish attitude to death, while the others could only watch in silence. Busan Gashina tried to defuse the situation, explaining that if she sacrificed herself, the party would have no way to deal with the next boss. Hearing this, My Gun 30cm instantly changed his tune, admitting that argument actually made sense. Big Eyes 2 took the lead, telling everyone to be careful and step on the blue tiles, while My Gun followed behind, still grumbling that talk is cheap. A foot stepped down onto a safe blue tile, and a successful chime rang out. Big Eyes 2 breathed a sigh of relief after taking a few more steps without anything happening. Viewed from above, the group was cautiously moving step by step according to the plan, and everything seemed to be heading in the right direction. But suddenly a deadly wrong tile chime rang out, and Big Eyes 2 unhappily blurted out, "Oh crap." The stone statue moved, swinging its spear backward at a terrifying speed. The spear impaled My Gun 30cm's chest from behind, and he screamed in agony as blood splattered everywhere. The system announced that My Gun 30cm had faded away, and he furiously screamed, asking why he was so unlucky to get picked like this. Genius Kim kept a cold expression, reminding the remaining members not to panic. With only 4 tiles left to finish this trial, Big Eyes 2 ordered the group to push forward with high determination. A cold system notification popped up. Top server rank tanker had fallen and been sent back to the village, meaning yet another member of the exploring party's run was over. His body began dissolving into white pixels amidst a continuous ringing of failure chimes. Catherine and Busan Gashina watched their teammate disappear in shock, while another giant stone statue loomed closer from behind. Without a hint of mercy, the long spear pierced straight through Genius Kim's chest, splattering blood onto his outfit. Genius Kim shared the same fate, managing only to utter "I'm a genius" before his body completely vanished from the dungeon. Busan Gashina trembled, tears welling up as she watched her teammates fall one by one, leaving her with no choice but to beg the survivors to try and get through this trial. Hein appeared with a confident smile, declaring that now only the final boss was left to wrap everything up. The 3 remaining members started pouring all their effort into sprinting toward the boss room to settle this final score. Catherine started arguing, unhappy about being forced to stay in the back like a prop while the battle was at its peak. Busan Gashina wasn't about to back down either, loudly demanding half of the loot dropped by the boss to compensate for her hard work. Screaming at the top of her lungs, she dashed headfirst inside, ignoring the worry etched on her companions' faces. Catherine and the dark-haired young man hid behind a boulder, nervously watching to see if the boss had been defeated yet, but the answer was no. A powerful growl echoed, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes shining through the darkness of the room. It was Larmus, a LV-57 dragon monster with a massive build and a murderous aura, waiting for the intruders. Hein looked at the boss with contempt, thinking level 57 was way too low and that the gatekeeper monster from earlier seemed more interesting than this punk. The dragon jerked its head back aggressively, its eyes flashing with a menacing red light. An explosion erupted the moment the boss charged into attack, filling the space with blazing fire. Hein smirked, coming up with the idea of finishing it off with a single kick to make it quick. His blacksmith skill activated, and streams of magical data began wrapping around his legs. The craft skill was cast, instantly creating the legendary shooting star boots to boost his power. With the shooting star kick, Hein dealt a massive 210,780 damage directly to the boss. The ultra-powerful kick hit Larmus right in the head, sending magical lightning bolts shooting off in all directions. The extreme impact sent the monster spinning through the air without giving it a chance to fight back. Larmus was slammed hard onto the ground, creating a cloud of dust and an agonizing, heart-wrenching screech. Busan Gashina hurriedly ran over, preparing to cast a heal on her teammate after that reckless attack. But instantly, the boss got back up in an even scarier form, leaning back to prepare for a counterattack. Big Eyes 2 roared, using the War Roar skill to draw the monster's attention and stop it from attacking the healer. Larmus's eyes burned with fury as it locked its target onto the players in front of it. A system notification popped up. Larmus switched its attack target to Busan Gashina and charged forward with a powerful ram. The collision created a massive shockwave, kicking up a dust cloud that blocked the group's vision. Big Eyes 2 was confused to realize his taunt skill had zero effect on this bizarre monster. Catherine looked at the monster's silhouette behind the boulder, feeling the situation was becoming extremely dangerous, and advising the young man beside her not to act rashly. The blazing boss stood towering in front of Big Eyes 2, who stood in a cautious defensive stance, while Catherine told the two of them to keep quiet and watch, nodding that running away was the best policy if things went south. Suddenly, a strange object dropped from above, landing squarely on Larmus's head and causing a heavy impact that made it stagger. Catherine widened her eyes in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing when the boss was taken down by a mere rock, while the young man next to her chuckled gleefully because his prediction had turned out right. The monster's head was smashed flat against the ground, blood pooling around it as it seemingly met its sudden and unexpected end. Big Eyes 2 was still left in utter disbelief, wondering if the monster could really have been defeated that easily. Busen Gashina used her guard barrier skill to erect a sturdy protective shield around the entire group just in case of any contingencies, reminding everyone not to lower their guard. The boss's corpse lay motionless amidst the rubble, looking like nothing more than a harmless pile of minced meat. Hyun let out a triumphant laugh, completely confident that not a single creature could survive his all-out attack. He asserted with absolute certainty that the boss was truly dead, and there was nothing left to worry about. Hyun leisurely strolled closer to the corpse, eager to see what kind of valuable loot this high-level dungeon reward would yield. The boss's head remained motionless on the ground, but bizarre black smoke began curling up from the pool of blood, signaling an ominous turn of events. Suddenly, it erupted into a brilliant mass of red flesh, mutating and expanding at a dizzying speed until it filled the entire boss room. Gazing up at the transformation with an expression of utter disappointment and irritation, Hyun cursed under his breath, realizing that things had been going so smoothly up until now. Big Eyes 2 broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with horror as even the seasoned veteran trembled before the overwhelming pressure radiating from the creature. Busen Gashina shrieked in panic as she realized this was the true form of the monster they were up against. A heaven-shaking roar echoed through the cave from a massive maw lined with sharp teeth, signaling the start of a new battle for survival. As the dust cleared, it revealed the colossal, imposing form of the level 67 Fire Drake Larmus, a wingless dragon standing tall and making the exploring party below look smaller and more helpless than ever. The level 67 wingless dragon Sibararmus revealed its true form, boasting rippling muscles and a murderous gaze. Everyone froze in place at the stark size discrepancy between the boss and the tiny players. Kim Chul-soo broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes, while Catherine wore a look of sheer astonishment. Turning to stroke the goblin's head, Chul-soo made up a story about just meeting a miraculous healer that got it back in top shape. He ordered his goblin G67 to charge forward, completely ignoring the fact that a single rock could have sent the boss packing. The livestream chat exploded with a flurry of comments questioning whether it was a game bug, or if the goblin had somehow maxed out its level. Catherine covered her mouth in shock as she remembered the old man's words about Chul-soo losing all his power and turning into a total good-for-nothing. She began to wonder whether everything she had been told earlier was a blatant lie. Wielding a whip, Chul-soo lashed it hard against the goblin's back and praised it for doing a good job. Screaming in panic, Catherine demanded to know why he was beating his summoned pet so savagely. Scratching his head, Chul-soo explained that the whip just happened to be in his inventory, and it was merely tough love to boost its morale. Laughing brightly as he cracked the whip, he told her to look at the goblin's face and see how much it was enjoying it. The goblin grinned madly with its mouth wide open, completely consumed by a state of frenzy induced by the whip. But Chul-soo didn't even notice that his own mouth was bleeding from the recoil of the cursed weapon. Recognizing it instantly, Catherine knew it was the blood insect whip, an ultra-rare item that inflicted the symbol bleeding status on its user. A system notification popped up with a warning that it was a cursed item, which would cause the user to lose their sanity unless purified. Catherine scolded Chul-soo for being an idiot for using such a dangerous item without lifting the curse first. Looking blankly back at her, Chul-soo only cared that the item could fetch a high price if it was handled properly. He turned the tables and asked Catherine why she knew so much about the background of the whip in the first place. Startled, Catherine forced an awkward laugh, trying to dodge the fact that she was the one who had secretly sent the item to him. In the distance, the dragon boss let out a heaven-shaking roar, preparing to unleash a finishing blow on the exhausted players. Top server rank Tanker screamed in absolute despair as he faced off against the supreme overlord of this tricky dungeon. Sibararmus unleashed its breath attack, engulfing a vast area in a sea of blazing red fire. Chul-soo shouted at the top of his lungs, urging everyone to act immediately unless they wanted to lose their lives right here. He decided to scramble over the rubble to push into the battlefield, ignoring Catherine's attempts to stop him. Chul-soo sternly told her not to get in his way during such a critical moment. Catherine stood frozen as she watched his retreating back, sensing something entirely different about him. Stream view counts skyrocketed as viewers began dubbing Chul-soo the one-punch saint due to the goblin's unimaginable strength. Staring thoughtfully at the screen, Catherine realized that Chul-soo was genuinely changing. She thought about how Chul-soo shouldn't live a life controlled by others or always have to follow orders. Memories of past backstabbings and betrayals rushed back like painful reminders. She wanted Chul-soo to do whatever he pleased and live a happy life entirely on his own terms. Catherine smiled and signaled for Chul-soo to flash a big grin to mask his nervous expression. Chul-soo paused for a moment upon receiving words of encouragement from his female companion. He curled the corners of his lips into a confident, somewhat ruthless smile characteristic of a powerhouse. Striding boldly out in front of the colossal boss, Chul-soo got ready for his grand performance. Standing atop a high outcrop, he looked down upon the blazing battlefield with the posture of a king. Chul-soo commanded the goblin, warning it that the whole world was watching, so if it messed up, he would step in himself. Goblin G67 chuckled hoarsely, clenching its weapon tightly as it prepared to turn Sibaramus into scrap metal. Wearing the craziest smile he could muster, Chul-soo ordered the goblin to kick off the most blazing debut in gaming history. Standing behind him, Catherine buried her face in her hands and sighed, torn between laughing and crying at her friend's disastrous smile. A massive explosion rang out, marking the birth of a new legend named Z Kim Cheol-soo-zi. The dragon Sibaramus roared as a gigantic fireball began gathering inside its maw lined with sharp teeth. Its breath attack erupted, sweeping a terrifying wave of heat straight toward the group of players. Big Eyes 2 and Busan Gashina turned pale, the veteran warrior worried that his shield wouldn't hold up against this onslaught. In the depths of despair, Big Eyes 2 caught sight of a dark figure rushing forward at breakneck speed. The goblin's tiny feet pounded against the cracked earth, kicking off an explosive burst of acceleration amid the sea of fire. Goblin G67 planted itself right in front of the giant dragon, looking tiny yet radiating absolute dominance. G67 flashed a toothy grin, its eyes sparkling with madness as it faced off against the high-level boss. A blinding explosion detonated right at the point of impact between the two monsters. The goblin swung its weapon down hard against the dragon's head with unimaginable striking force. It smashed the opponent's skull while howling with excitement amidst the dying embers. The collision was so devastating that Sibaramus's head snapped forward and slammed into the ground. Everyone froze in place, unable to believe that a level 67 dragon had just been taken down by such a brutal single-handed smash. The dragon's corpse burned furiously, while the players remained too stunned to process the monster eating dust. Big Eyes 2 looked up toward the top of the hill and screamed when he spotted an unfamiliar figure standing there. It was none other than Z Kim Cheol-soo-zi, flashing an evil, triumphant grin straight out of Catherine's script. Recalling his goblin, Chul-soo left the terrified crowd behind after clearing out the dungeon. The system announced that Chul-soo had cleared the Blaze Mountain dungeon and leveled up to 54. News spread like wildfire, turning the video of a one-hit dragon kill into the hottest topic of discussion across all local bars. A level 67 high ranker grew irritated by all the noise surrounding a rookie's viral clip. Yemeni scurried over in a panic, shoving his screen in his master's face to show him the gravity of the situation. Frowning, the young man walked away in annoyance upon seeing Yemeni freaking out too. He scolded Yemeni for getting so worked up just because some wingless dragon got wiped out. He confidently claimed that if it weren't for matching fire elements, he could have taken care of that boss himself. But Yemeni pointed right at the screen, emphasizing that this wasn't a player's attack. It was a summoned pet, and even more shockingly, it was just a regular goblin. Clenching his fists tightly, a sense of threat began welling up inside him. The name Z Kim Cheol-soo-zi and his goblin officially landed on the radar of the game's top rankers. Elsewhere, Horace Phil was also briefed by a subordinate about the viral video causing a storm. Narrowing his eyes as he watched, Horace Phil acknowledged that the player's control over summoned monsters was quite impressive. The level 70 gunner smiled cryptically, thinking to himself that this Kim Chul-soo seemed just about as lucky as he was. Irene, a level 77 summoner, was also closely tracking every move Chul-soo made through the info boards. She felt a tinge of surprise that this guy had managed to skyrocket to fame so quickly. Standing amidst a snowy wasteland after taking down a giant monster, Irene prepared for her next moves. Newspapers and gaming forums were flooded with images of the mysterious goblin summoner who had one-shot a boss. The sheer hype culminated in a massive fan-signing event organized for Chul-soo. Chul-soo's hands trembled as he faced the overwhelming fanatical adoration from the public for the first time. The surging crowd pushed and shoved, forcing security to work overtime to maintain order at the venue. Chul-soo's bodyguard grumbled about having to protect someone he considered a lucky nobody. A female fan burst into tears of pure joy at getting to meet her anti-hero idol in the flesh. Chul-soo felt completely awkward, unable to grasp why a normal person would adore a weirdo like him. Standing right beside him, Catherine scolded him for wearing such a blank expression instead of smiling for the fans. In the end, Catherine had to pry Chul-soo's mouth open with her hands, forcing a creepy smile onto his face that made female fans shriek with thoughts of how cool he was. Excited screams echoed across the hall as the rising idol made his presence known. Catherine reminded Kim Chul-soo to soak in the feeling of everyone chasing after him, since he had truly turned into a star now. While Goblin G67 stayed busy signing autographs for fans, Chul-soo still wondered why he was getting so much love just for beating a tough dungeon, prompting Catherine to call him an idiot for not realizing he was the only master who could control such an extraordinary monster. Catherine emphasized that prior to Chul-soo, no summoner had ever been able to command a goblin to wipe out a dungeon boss in a single hit. She stated with absolute certainty that Kim Chul-soo was a genuinely unique existence in this gaming world. Chul-soo stood dazed before Catherine's powerful assertion, starting to believe it himself. He fell into a silent contemplation, his gaze shifting as he faced his new reality. Gazing at the endless line of fans waiting just to see him, Chul-soo began to feel a sense of pride. He and the goblin struck a confident pose amidst the wildly adoring crowd. Kim Chul-soo broke into an eerie grin, mentally affirming that he really was special. Lurking in the shadows, a mysterious figure watched Chul-soo's rising fame on a phone, worrying that the guy would become harder to control with such a massive ego. During a closed-door meeting, members discussed how number 3 had gone MIA after causing a string of troubles. One guy clicked his tongue in regret that they hadn't gotten rid of G67 sooner before it drew this much attention. The man seated at the center told everyone to stay calm, claiming the current situation wasn't necessarily all bad. When a member accidentally addressed him as Senator, he was instantly reminded to stick to using numbers to refer to one another during meetings. The man known as number 1 broke into a sinister smile, figuring that the higher you climb, the harder you fall. The identity of this powerful figure slowly came to light. It was National Assemblyman Kim Deok-hee, who believed that people with the most to lose were the easiest to threaten and control. A blazing red supercar tore roaring down the streets of Gangnam. Its brakes shrieked piercingly, halting right in front of some startled pedestrians. The scissor doors swung upward with an ultra-stylish flair. Catherine stepped out rocking silver hair and cool sunglasses. She started nagging, suspecting that Kim Chul-soo had intentionally failed his driver's test, just to make her his personal chauffeur. Chul-soo sat leisurely inside the car while she complained about expensive test fees. But look at Chul-soo now, from head to toe, he radiated the aura of a famous influencer. Fans immediately recognized him, and Chul-soo played along smoothly, flashing a friendly wave. While Catherine was annoyed by the crowd, fans advised him to ditch the snappy girl to save himself the headache. Stopping by a real estate office, Chul-soo swaggered in and called out to see if anyone was home. Real estate broker Bu Dongsum sat picking his nose indifferently, looking like he couldn't care less about customers. The moment he opened his mouth, Chul-soo demanded a top-tier house right in the heart of Gangnam. Broker Dongsum gave him a scornful look, figuring this kid could probably only afford a tiny studio apartment. A henchman walked into the office carrying 2 heavy paper bags. 2 bags packed full of bundles of 50,000 won notes were plunked down heavily onto the floor. The broker's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, his jaw dropping in shock at the mountain of cash. Chul-soo nonchalantly told him to show him some properties around the 10 billion won mark, since this was just a 10% down payment. The scene shifted to virtual reality, where players were getting raided by a giant octopus. The level 72 octopus monster was thrashing up the whole ocean with its gruesome tentacles. Amidst the chaos, Chul-soo in golden armor ordered his squad of goblins into battle. Catherine reminded him from the background to really sell the act for the live stream viewers. The goblins zipped through the air, hurtling straight toward the boss monster. Chul-soo snapped his fingers with maximum flair to activate a special skill. A massive explosion swept the monster away in the blink of an eye, filling the corner of the sky with thick smoke and fire. Amidst the rubble, Chul-soo scooped up a girl in a princess carry and checked on her like a true hero. The girl froze, her face flushing bright red at the golden-armored knight's gallant rescue. Live comments scrolled past continuously, with everyone praising him for being so kind and handsome. In reality, it was all a staged play orchestrated by Catherine to build up Chul-soo's public image. She chuckled triumphantly because her marketing campaign was turning into a massive success. The atmosphere grew gloomy as the blood-splattered face of a man flashed on screen with a threatening look. The villain No 3 stepped into a dark room where an old man was cowering in fear. He brought in a food tray with an utterly disdainful and cruel attitude. The old man's eyes clearly reflected despair and total resignation to his fate. The old man rasped out his words, looking utterly exhausted from repeated sessions of torture. No 3 ordered the old man to tame the goblin numbered G67 once again. He kicked the food tray away with a sneer, remarking that only a fool would turn down this chance of survival. The old man agonizingly recalled the promise of a path to salvation for sinners like himself. He wondered to himself if using such cruel methods could genuinely buy a ticket to heaven. No three remained completely unfazed, believing that the sacrifice of the few for a greater goal was inevitable. Memories of old comrades and crazy projects flooded back into the old man's mind. The old man wept bitterly, denouncing the organization's actions of driving so many people to their deaths. The only response was a ruthless stomp on the leftover food scattered across the cold floor. A loud noise echoed through the dark, chilly space. No three coldly admitted to all his sins, no longer bothering to hide his malicious nature. He leaned close to the old man's face, mocking that both of them were equally filthy creatures. No three wondered why the old man's attitude had suddenly changed, asking if he had developed feelings for the test subject. He relentlessly mocked concepts like friendship and remorse, ignoring the old man's sobbing. Memories of a glorious era suddenly rushed back, showing images of companions smiling warmly under the sun. The face of a pink-haired girl appeared in his mind, affectionately calling out Sungryol's name. He remembered the chaotic battle scenes of the team in the past, having stood side by side through countless trials. He recalled the boisterous laughter in the old tavern, where a blonde girl was busy carrying overflowing mugs of beer. A companion's happy smile flashed from those wonderful years gone by. A blue-haired young man smiled and thanked Sungryol, believing having him around was the greatest luck for the party. A hand reached out toward the sunset, as if trying to hold on to the final fragments of memory. The image of a close friend helping him up after a painful fall surfaced. How can you refuse an apology from a friend? That sincere statement echoed endlessly. Returning to bitter reality, the old man sobbed as he realized he had just lost the most precious thing he had ever found. He knelt down at No Three's feet, the villain's shadow casting over his thin, frail frame. The old man pleaded desperately, admitting he was wrong and begging for a single way to live. He promised to do whatever it took to tame the Goblin G67. Only hopping the one in power would show some mercy. No Three's gaze remained cold, looking down at the kneeling figure with utter apathy. He barked at the old man to stand up, showing blatant disgust at such cowardice. The old man tremblingly grabbed No Three's hand like a final lifeline amidst a flood. He picked up a piece of filthy food that had spilled onto the floor. No Three forced the old man to eat that dirty scrap of food to prove the bastard's loyalty. The villain laughed gleefully at the humiliating submission of his former partner. His maniacal laughter dragged on, interweaving with the bright scenes of the game world. A small goblin was dancing wildly, letting out strange, excited squeals from its mouth. Suddenly, it was sent flying far away by a kick without any idea of what was happening. Catherine scolded Chalsu, fearing that his rough behavior would ruin the heroic image they had worked so hard to build. Chalsu ignored the warning, wanting to discipline this goblin strictly when nobody else was watching. He lazily laced his fingers behind his head, completely unaware of the trouble approaching from behind. A blazing figure lunged forward with terrifying murderous intent, aiming straight at Chalsu's back. Sensing danger, Chalsu quickly drew his sword to parry the sudden attack. The sound of clashing metal rang out sharply, with sparks and fire flying between the two opponents. The attacker roared and asked for his name but got Chalsu's surname wrong, annoying him enough to correct it. He declared that his actual target was the goblin, not Chalsu, which irritated him even more. Chalsu snapped that if that was the case, he shouldn't have rushed in to slash people before opening his mouth to talk. Catherine immediately intervened, telling Chalsu to step aside so she could deliver the finishing blow. A massive block of ice erupted, enveloping the attacker and locking him in place right on the spot. Catherine breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that her ice magic had taken effect just in time. She wondered where someone this strong came from and why he was targeting them right now. Catherine narrowed her eyes at the block of ice, sensing the threat hadn't truly ended yet. Right at that moment, a kid with black hair and a mischievous smile appeared in front of Chalsu with a defiant look. Catherine smiled at Chalsu, remarking that he had truly matured a lot. Suddenly, a hand waved from afar accompanied by an urgent call. It was Yi Mini, the Vice Guild Master of the Hellfire Guild, rushing over while endlessly apologizing for the recent incident. Chalsu looked at the out-of-breath kid and teasingly asked if he had run all the way here just to ask for an autograph. Yi Mini explained that his guild master was utterly terrified of ice magic, and it was fortunate that a mage like Catherine was here. Catherine was extremely surprised to learn the person who just attacked her was a guild master, pressing him for the reason behind such a crazy act. Yamini hastily gestured to explain everything clearly to clear up the misunderstanding. Chalsu started getting impatient, urging the kid to speak quickly since he didn't have much time. The Vice Guild Master pointed at the goblin, suspecting it was the culprit that had once attacked the Phoenix El Basser Guild. Chalsu immediately brushed it off, asserting that his goblin was very gentle and would never do such wicked things. Yamini further explained about a level measurement glitch, leading him to believe this goblin was actually another player's summoned pet. Ever since that incident, his guild master had gone crazy and swore to eliminate anyone named Chalsu for revenge. To put an end to this blind hatred, Yemeni begged to let his guild master face the strongest goblin in a direct match just once. The kid earnestly asked for his master to be allowed to fight the strongest goblin once. Chalsu asked back in surprise, wanting to fight his goblin. Just as the guy was about to speak, Catherine flatly shut the idea down. The kid panicked because Chalsu had clearly looked like he was about to agree. But an irritated Catherine told the kid he didn't know anything. Raising her voice, she stated that Chalsu was a celebrity now, and his time was money, not to be wasted fighting nobodies. Catherine exuded an aura of murder that scared the kid pale, bringing up the fact that his guild master had attacked them first, yet still dared to make demands. Without further ado, Catherine grabbed Chalsu by the collar and dragged him straight away. Chalsu was dragged along the ground, blankly asking if they were just leaving like that. He still managed to shout back, telling them that whenever his master woke up, he could come find them at the arena and he would wait. Catherine nagged at him for making promises again, but Chalsu smirked smugly, viewing this as the perfect content opportunity. The kid watched their retreating backs, muttering about the name arena. Behind him, his master was still frozen stiff, prompting the kid to click his tongue and figure things were more or less settled. The scene shifted to the Paradise Arena, where the MC was screaming to hype up the wildly enthusiastic atmosphere. The special event, Catch the Golden Goblin, officially began amidst the wild cheering of tens of thousands of players. The arena gates opened, and all eyes turned to the dark passageway waiting for the main character. A figure bolted out from inside at blazing speed. Footsteps landed forcefully on the arena floor, leaving a powerful streak behind. Chalsu performed a slick mid-air acrobatics stunt to score points with the audience. He landed right in the center of the spotlight with an ultra-cool pose. It was an undeniably grand entrance for the star Kim Chalsu before everyone's eyes. Spectators in the stands cheered endlessly upon seeing their idol appear. Chalsu confidently took the mic to test his voice, while Catherine watched his performance from the background. He began his speech, bringing up recent rumors about his true strength, or rather that of the goblin. Down in the stands, many remained skeptical, claiming the previous wins were staged or due to system glitches. To dispel public opinion and thank his fans, Chalsu announced he had prepared a massive reward for this event. He invited everyone to join and witness that power firsthand. The MC took over to explain the rules. Since defeating the goblin was impossible, whoever lasted the longest against it would win. The reward was a weapon protection item worth a full 1 billion won, preventing weapons from breaking even if enhancement failed up to 50 times. The stands practically exploded at the insane value of this reward. Suddenly, a call of Chalsu's name echoed from the stands, making him pause. A girl excitedly brought up the past, saying he used to just be a kid yet had grown up so much. Chalsu turned back with a bewildered look since he genuinely couldn't remember any such acquaintance. Figuring she was a fan, he kept his corporate smile and thanked her for always supporting him. The girl petrified from being ignored, while her friends laughed and mocked that he probably had no idea who she was. Her pride wounded, the girl gritted her teeth and crushed the balcony railing in her grip, assuming Chalsu was acting snobby now that he was famous. She decided to jump straight into the arena to teach him a lesson and force him to recognize her on stage. The character who appeared was Humoroider, a LV-70 martial artist with an extremely bulky look in pink armor. Yet after a mere 3 seconds, Humoroider was beaten to a pulp by the goblin to the audience's astonishment. Next came a guy with a noble appearance, claiming to be the one who helped Chalsu find the temple only to be abandoned by him. He tried to charge in, but the MC screamed to stop him upon noticing something against the rules. It turned out to be a blatant cheat where 2 players stacked on top of each other to pretend to be a centaur, even though their names and classes were still floating clearly above their heads. A heavy kick knocked the 2 cheaters out of their fake centaur posture. Their secret exposed, it turned out they weren't centaurs at all but merely 2 scammers stacked together. The system immediately announced they had lost due to blatant rule breaking. Other players rushed up in succession, but were all ruthlessly taken down in mere seconds. Blood splattered across the arena, with their survival time against the goblin not even exceeding 10 seconds. Chalsu stood arrogantly in the middle of the stage, yawning and complaining that the high-level players here were too weak, making him sleepy. Catherine watched from afar, smiling with satisfaction that Chalsu's sleazy fan-baiting stunt was going strictly according to script. The audience began to grow furious, but that was precisely what the duo wanted to drive up engagement and hype for the event. The goblin sat down on the arena floor, its expression now looking even more terrifying and bizarre than at the start. Right then, a new challenger appeared with killer eyes, none other than Hyun, a LV-70 blacksmith. Hyun bore a grudge, claiming Chalsu had stolen the spotlight and the protagonist position that should have belonged to him. He screamed angrily, vowing to drag Chulsu down from his star pedestal, and calling him an evil demon king. Chulsu put on an innocent, naive expression, asking why he was called such a terrible demon king when he just wanted to help. A purple aura of murder surrounded Hyun as he prepared to unleash his decisive attack. Unexpectedly, he bypassed the goblin and lunged straight toward its master at blazing speed. Chulsu smirked, thinking attacking the summoner instead of the summon was a very smart choice. Yet the guy remained extremely confident, believing he had enough tricks to deal with people like Hyun. He intended to activate the rally skill to call the goblin back to protect him immediately. However, Hyun unexpectedly wore a knowing smile, saying his true target wasn't him. Chulsu's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had fallen completely into a trap. With a powerful strike, Hyun batted the goblin far away instead of launching a direct attack on Chulsu. The goblin flew through the air to the astonishment of all the spectators in the stadium. The blow was so strong it triggered a small explosion right in the spectator stands. Ironically, the monster landed right in the lap of a pretty elf girl who was watching the match. Chulsu started breaking out in a cold sweat, realizing the situation was turning bad without his guard nearby. He hastily tried to reactivate the rally skill, but the system popped up a message stating the skill was on cooldown. A heavy punch from Hyun flew straight at him, completely deforming Chulsu's face from the severe impact. Blood and spit splattered as Chulsu took the direct attack without any defense prepared. Hyun didn't stop, following up with a barrage of ruthless punches on the fallen opponent. Chulsu screamed in agony, completely helpless without the goblin around to shield him. The audience in the stands fell silent in horror at the brutal violence unfolding right before their eyes. Other players couldn't help shuddering seeing their hero beaten to a pulp. Chulsu clutched his face in pain, blood streaming from his nose and mouth after the heavy blows. Hyun stood before him with utter contempt, challenging what he could do now without weapons or a summoned pet. Despite his injuries, Chulsu suddenly broke into a crazy, eerie smile across his battered face. He shouted into the mic, fooling everyone into thinking this was just a staged act to ramp up the drama for the show. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, half believing Chulsu's somewhat absurd explanation. However, hardcore female fans immediately cheered and rooted for him, believing he was sacrificing himself for the sake of art. Chulsu wore a sick smile with a bloody grin, asking Hyun if they wanted to keep playing this unarmed game. Hyun gathered momentum and lunged forward with a powerful stomp onto the arena floor. He channeled strength into his legs to prepare a finishing blow. A massive uppercut landed square in the center of Chulsu's face, sending blood splattering everywhere once more. Kim Chulsu took the punch full on, his head snapping violently to the side from the sheer force. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression retaining an eerie calmness despite being attacked. A streak of bright red blood sprayed across the air, marking a dramatic turning point in this battle. Suddenly, Hyun shrieked in pain as blood splashed straight into his eyes, cursing Chulsu as a coward for such a dirty trick. Amidst the hazy black smoke, Chulsu leaped high into the air triumphantly, mocking his opponent's complaints. The rally skill activated, and Chulsu fully embraced and transformed into the Demon King to punish the one standing in his way. A system window flickered into view on the screen. A notification confirmed that Chulsu had gained one additional goblin point, closing out the match with a calculated victory. The entire Heaven's Door arena was plunged into an unprecedented frenzy. At the center of all attention was the superstar Hyun, flashing a radiant smile. But right after that, he collapsed onto the floor from pure exhaustion, setting a brand new record, 1 minute and 28 seconds. The audience buzzed with chatter, a mix of awe for Hyun and pity for the poor sap unlucky enough to step up next. And our protagonist, Kim Chulsu, stepped out with an expression that couldn't possibly be any more smug. Suddenly, a figure leaped over the barriers from the stands and charged straight onto the combat stage. Chulsu froze, completely dumbfounded for a few seconds by this unscripted mishap. It was a female fan, cracking her knuckles and glaring at him with eyes full of pure malice. Down in the stands, the guys began whispering about the girl's insane stunt. Someone even guessed that maybe she secretly had a crush on our guy, which was why she did it. But looking at that expression wanting to tear him apart alive, it felt a lot more like hatred than love. Those guys sneered, dismissing the romantic theory as way too far-fetched. Right away, the girl summoned an ultra-rare item called the Demon Mask. Chulsu panicked, while the Goblin G67 behind him still nonchalantly let out a long yawn. She screamed, accusing Chulsu of making her do all sorts of chores back in the day, and now pretending not to know her. The mask hovered in midair, ready to latch onto the nearest target. It clamped tightly onto her face, unleashing a blazing green energy stream that enveloped her entire body. Catherine, watching from afar, turned pale at the sight of that terrifying piece of equipment. She couldn't fathom how an ordinary player could possibly possess it. A mysterious figure seemed quite amused to see this unique item out in the open. It was the kind of mask that was brutally hard to hunt down, with a drop rate from rare monsters so low it was practically invisible. A giant column of green light shot up from the center of the stage, overshadowing the stage lights. The crowd started panicking as they felt the true power awakening. A heavy footstep slammed down, causing the ground to crack open. Out of the smoke, a physique bulging with muscles emerged, radiating intense pressure. High Warning, a level 78 martial artist, now sported a completely different look. Chulsu started breaking out in cold sweat, sensing a bad omen approaching. Seen from behind, she looked no different from a real monster with her massive muscles. She explained that the mask turns deep desires into physical form, and the result was a muscle gorilla. A powerful stomp shook the entire arena violently. The pressure from the attack blew Chulsu far away, panic written all over his face. High Warning gathered momentum, leaping high into the air like an arrow. The skill thunder kick came crashing down with terrifying speed and power. Catherine screamed from the sidelines, realizing the opponent was deliberately trying to destroy Chulsu's balance. Kim Chulsu, acting out of ultimate cowardice, immediately dragged Goblin G67 out as a meat shield to protect himself. Not giving her opponent a moment to breathe, the girl spun around, preparing her next attack. A spinning kick blazing with explosive energy erupted right in the middle of the stage. Chulsu yelled in despair as he realized he was completely outmatched. A shattering explosion made the whole arena feel like it was about to collapse under the crushing pressure. Both master and servant were blown away, blood spewing from their mouths and noses due to the heavy blow. Amidst the blazing green electricity, High Warning completely dominated the stage with overwhelming power. A skill card popped up, signaling the martial artist's next move. It was the skill ground meat. High Warning unleashed a barrage of rapid kicks, shredding the stage and backing Chulsu into a corner. Chulsu screamed in agony as thunderous kicks slammed mercilessly into his body. Up in the stands, the elf Irene Tahitidi watched closely, nodding that the mask didn't just boost strength but also enhanced all of the host's physical abilities. Irene mused thoughtfully, well aware of the fatal weakness of summoners. No matter how strong the monster is, if the master goes down first, it's over. Catherine screamed in desperation from the sidelines, unable to believe her eyes at this scene. In the nick of time, Chulsu abruptly grabbed his goblin's leg. An unbelievable move. He yanked G67 up as a living shield to block High Warning's lethal kicks. The goblin took the hit instead, its face horribly distorted in pain even though its mouth was still yawning. The audience started murmuring, finding this act way too cowardly and cruel. Catherine screamed in anguish. Chulsu used to be her lifeline and hope, but the heroic image she painstakingly built was crumbling into dust. Boos echoed throughout the arena, with people starting to look down on Chulsu as someone willing to abandon his teammates just to save his own skin. Chulsu, covered in blood and barely standing, had Catherine losing her mind as she yelled at him to stop acting and finish the match already. Chulsu hoisted Goblin G67 up, as if getting ready to throw a toy. Without a moment's hesitation, he wound up and hurled the goblin straight at his opponent. G67 shot through the air like a cannonball aimed right at High Warning. The female martial artist, mid-attack, never expected Chulsu to pull such a bizarre, throwing a teammate's stunt. Shock was clear in High Warning's eyes, as she realized she couldn't dodge the sudden attack from the goblin in time. The goblin crashed straight into her face, knocking the demon mask right off. Reverting to her human form, High Warning glared at Chulsu with a defiant look, declaring they were even now. But due to the sheer force of the impact, she was knocked flying out of the ring boundaries. The referee screamed, announcing that High Warning had lost due to a foul, and victory belonged to the scum Kim Chulsu. Chulsu looked around blankly, failing to understand why he won, while the whole crowd collectively booed and whistled in protest. Catherine stood outside, holding her head in exasperation, while Chulsu innocently asked why they were booing him. His manager shouted right in his face that using a goblin as a living shield naturally made him hated. Chulsu froze for a beat at Catherine's harsh scolding, but instantly he regained his casual demeanor, turning it around to ask what was wrong with doing that. His deadpan response left Catherine speechless and utterly disappointed. Amidst the vast arena, the atmosphere suddenly plunged into an eerie silence. Goblin G67 just grinned foolishly, seemingly unbothered by being used as a shield by its master. Suddenly, something in the distance was hurtling toward Chulsu at high speed. It was none other than the demon mask, flying suspended in the air and aiming straight for his face. This power automatically sought out and possessed whoever stood closest to it. The mask clung tightly to Chulsu's face, instantly wrapping him in a blazing green electric current. Catherine was arguing with the referee, who was just grinning gleefully at the arena's chaotic scene. But then she noticed something weird happening inside that energy stream. A giant column of green light shot up from Chulsu's spot, grabbing the entire crowd's attention. In the back, superstar Hyun had just woken up to this horrifying sight and wondered if that guy was a monster. High Warning lay flat on the ground, starting to come to after the heavy blow from the goblin. A teammate standing nearby explained that Cholsu and the mask had caused a massive mess while she was out. Hearing this, she smiled triumphantly, figuring it was fitting punishment for what he had done to her. Meanwhile, Hyun stared fixedly at the center of the arena with an expression of sheer astonishment. Hyun told High Warning to look for herself, nodding that she had inadvertently helped Cholsu reach a new state of power by letting the demon mask possess him. High Warning was struck dumb, unable to believe her eyes, knowing full well how dangerous the demon mask was, and thinking Cholsu would soon be devoured by it. Her eyes glued to the beam of light, she still clung to the belief that wearing that mask would turn Cholsu into an ugly, frantic goblin. But reality delivered a massive shock to everyone. Cholsu appeared looking like an angel with giant white wings, radiating a dazzling halo amid a shower of feathers. The Heaven's Door arena shook with astonished cheers at the breathtaking descent of an angel right in the center of the stage. The crowd below worshipped the aura radiating from the demon mask, everyone convinced it was a reflection of Kim Cholsu's pure soul. Some even knelt in repentance, blaming themselves for previously hurling insults at a holy being like him. The dazzling halo made even the most cynical onlookers stare up in sheer admiration. The female opponent stood frozen, wondering if deep down everyone craved the perfection and nobility they lacked. She reminisced about ordinary moments, realizing she used to be too selfish, only caring about herself and ignoring those around her. Looking at Kim Cholsu in his brilliant angelic form, she wondered if someone like him could truly put others before himself. Angel Cholsu shed a single tear, looking sorrowful and holy to an unbelievable degree. The two guys Cholsu had previously beaten up dropped to their knees, crying and telling themselves they must have done something wrong back then to deserve punishment. Seeing the crowd go crazy to the point of losing all self-respect, the short-haired girl yelled at them to snap out of it. She was furious. Her original plan was to humiliate Cholsu in front of everyone, only for it to turn out like this. She stared hard at the absurd reality before her, unable to connect this angelic appearance with the monster of a mask from earlier. How could a demon morph into such a noble angel? She shouted in anger, insisting this definitely wasn't his true nature. She screamed for people not to be fooled, claiming this was just a clever trick by that old fox. No matter how much she tried to deny it, looking at that aura, even her own faith was starting to waver intensely. Kim Cholsu remained silent, standing proudly in the brilliant golden halo. A flash of confusion crossed the girl's face, as if she was starting to doubt everything she knew about him. She completely failed to understand what kind of person this Kim Cholsu really was. A fleeting thought made her pause. Was he sending an apology or forgiveness just now? She sighed in resignation, telling herself it probably didn't matter anymore, and he might even be secretly thanking her. The words spoken from that form seemed to carry a purifying power that made it impossible to think ill of him. The duration ended, and the mask automatically canceled its summoning state. Kim Cholsu returned to his normal look, gently apologizing to the audience for startling them. The arena erupted into cheers, the name Kim Cholsu echoing loudly on all sides. The crowd whispered among themselves, all convinced Cholsu's soul was just as beautiful and perfect as his angelic form. Catherine watched from afar, impatience clear on her face. The manager panicked, pointing at the ring and shouting the goblin's name. The goblin was now just a pitch-black shadow, burnt crisp like a piece of honeycomb briquette. Cholsu hurried over to check on the pet, while Catherine anxiously urged him to get it out of there while everyone was still busy cheering. The female opponent stood among the audience, smiling knowingly. Cholsu and Catherine quickly left, leaving behind the murmurs of the crowd. A hooded figure stood among the crowd, quietly observing Cholsu's group's every move. It was Horace Phil, watching the game with calculating eyes beneath his mask. The goblin was left on the floor, its entire body pitch black with no life left in it. Entering the lounge, Cholsu grumbled as he looked at the pet, which looked no different from overcooked bacon. Catherine crossed her arms and explained that since goblins are inherently evil, they couldn't withstand the pure aura of his angelic form. The goblin groaned weakly, as if it had just survived a horrific torture session from its own master. Catherine encouraged him, saying that the little stunt had at least skyrocketed his reputation, and fame and fortune were just a matter of time. She casually asked Cholsu if he had a way to revive this piece of burnt meat. Cholsu pulled out a glowing red whip, smirking that he was the ultimate doctor for this case. Without holding back, he cracked the whip and yelled at the goblin to get up so they could continue the match. A brutal lash came down, with Cholsu cursing and forcing the poor creature to recover immediately. The entire abuse session of the pet was caught on camera by the short-haired girl hiding behind the door crack. She smiled triumphantly, whispering to herself that Kim Cholsu looked quite photogenic, especially when doing evil things. With these pictures in hand, she believed she had enough ironclad evidence to expose his fake persona. Just as she planned to retreat smoothly, she stopped dead, as she bumped into a tall, fully hooded figure standing right behind her. Before she could even utter a sound, she took a direct, devastating punch to the face from the stranger. A loud noise outside startled Chulsu, making him look around anxiously because he felt something was wrong. He and Catherine rushed to throw open the lounge door, shouting to ask who was snooping around. But the hallway was dead quiet with no one in sight, prompting Catherine to shrug and figure it was just a strong wind slamming the door. Seeing nothing unusual, Chulsu decided to wrap up the remaining tasks so he could log out and rest early. The goblin, having eaten a beating from the whip, finally recovered completely and let out a shrill, excited shriek. But stepping outside, Chulsu suddenly felt bone-tired, his mouth yawning continuously. A system notification popped up announcing he had been inflicted with the paralysis effect, a nasty side effect from the cursed whip. Mid-match, and Chulsu was just standing there slack-jawed and yawning, making Catherine at the ringside cover her face in sheer embarrassment. His opponent, a bulky giant, was furious, thinking Chulsu was intentionally looking down on him by yawning mid-match. Despite the fired-up giant, Chulsu couldn't control his stiffened body at all. As a result, he took a full heavy punch from his opponent, without any chance to react or defend himself. The match ended abruptly with a resounding victory announcement for the challenger. The guy with the weird name Asfastidsad had his hand raised in victory by the referee, while Kim Chulsu lay flat on the floor with a bruised face. The audience started booing, insulting Chulsu for being disrespectful enough to AFK right during a special match. The organizer handed the winner a high-grade weapon protection card, but the giant huffed, thinking it was just some trash item. He froze for a few seconds upon realizing the item he was about to throw away actually held immense value. It was an ultra-rare insurance item preventing weapons from breaking during enhancement, worth up to $1 million on the market. The victorious guy still couldn't believe his eyes, hands shaking as he took the precious item. He stammered, asking what its real value was, never imagining a piece of trash in his eyes was actually a $1 million treasure. Hai, the runner-up, turned out to be ecstatic upon receiving an autographed photo card of her idol, Kim Chulsu. On the other hand, Hyan the blacksmith came in third, yet received a precious bottle of potion, leaving everyone wondering why third place had a better reward than second. The host shouted at the top of their lungs to announce that Kim Chulsu's special event had officially come to an end amidst the roaring excitement of the crowd. Chulsu and his goblin bowed to the audience, trying to maintain a professional veneer after their humiliating defeat just moments ago. He smiled brightly and waved goodbye to his fans, hoping his previous angelic aura would overshadow this pathetic loss. Back in the suburban ruins, the short-haired girl from earlier lay collapsed among the debris, her entire body covered in injuries. Her camera, her most treasured possession, was now nothing more than a scatter of fragments lying across the dry, barren ground. She groaned in agony as blood began to stream profusely from the wounds on her face. She tried to force herself up, but a violent fit of coughing racked her body, and fresh blood spilled from the corners of her mouth. She gritted her teeth and cursed the scoundrel who had attacked her so ruthlessly and tracked her all the way from the arena to this place. Her eyes flashed with fierce hatred as she realized that masked goon had definitely been sent by Kim Chulsu. She stared at the shattered pieces of her camera and let out a dry laugh, realizing they had destroyed it out of sheer terror that the evidence would leak. But instead of being scared, her laughter only grew louder, a crazed giggle echoing among the scrap metal. She silently mocked those fools for underestimating her, thinking smashing a camera would solve everything. She shouted with a malicious sense of triumph into the empty air, confirming that her judgment about that bastard Chulsu had never been wrong. She revealed that the physical camera was actually just a decoy to throw off anyone trying to silence her for good. A mysterious interface popped up before her eyes, announcing a connection with a faction called Isariat No. 1, and she declared that she had used the system's screenshot feature to back up all of Chulsu's criminal evidence, threatening that his happy days were coming to an end. Kim Chulsu stood inside his luxurious penthouse, gazing out at the sweeping panorama of the city below. He mused that living on a floor this high must feel amazing, especially when you need to run out to the convenience store. Thinking of his bright future, the young man couldn't help breaking into a smug smile. His apartment was located in a prime spot, sparkling amidst the bustling district of Gangnam. Looking at the surrounding skyscrapers, Chulsu told himself his home was 100 times fancier, giving him zero reason to feel jealous. He sprawled out across the massive, sprawling bed, soaking in the sweet taste of wealth. Chulsu gorged himself recklessly on expensive Dubai chocolate, something he wouldn't have even dared to dream of before. He splashed cash on designer goods without ever glancing at the price tags, his hands weighed down by luxury shopping bags from all the major brands. His parties featured fireworks lighting up the sky, and $1,000 wines were continuously popped open to celebrate his achievements. The house was so massive it had over 30 rooms, sometimes causing him to get lost inside his very own personal dungeon. Chulsu pushed open a door, finally locating the room housing the capsule equipment to log into the game. He slipped on his VR headset with a satisfied smile. Having money and fame meant his life was finally complete. But as he lay comfortably inside the machine, a strange and eerie sense of emptiness suddenly washed over him. He wondered to himself if this was truly all he ever wanted out of this life. 3 state-of-the-art capsules sat side by side within the luxurious space of the penthouse. Chulsu bolted upright in surprise when he saw his manager, Catherine, lying right next to him. Once inside the world of Heaven's Door, Catherine congratulated him on the massive success of their recent event, while Chulsu remained pissed off about getting ambushed while paralyzed. As they walked along, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks upon seeing someone waiting for them up ahead. It was a beautiful silver-haired elf girl, standing with her back against the wall with an air of mystery. She smiled a greeting, looking as though she had been waiting for this encounter for a very long time. Chulsu was utterly bewildered. Was there yet another acquaintance of his that he had zero memory of? Seeing the other person questioning him intently about whether he remembered her or not, he broke out in a cold sweat and decided to just bluff his way through it. He clapped his hands together, called out the name Irene, and complimented her on looking just as gorgeous and charming as ever. Irene blushed shyly, surprised that he actually remembered both her class and her level so clearly. An information window popped up to confirm. Irene Tahitidi, level 77 summoner, and she seemed quite pleased with his little act. Catherine, standing nearby with a suspicious look, was quickly brushed off by Chulsu when he casually made up a story about them having gone to an all-boys high school together. Manager Catherine was left speechless, silently thinking she never expected Chulsu to have such a famous friend. She revealed that Irene had actually used to be an idol singer, though her career had come to a crashing halt. Chulsu froze upon hearing he was talking to an actual star, while Catherine sarcastically remarked how someone like Irene could possibly be friends with him. Catherine suddenly stepped in close to Irene, asking about the little puppy the girl used to adore. Irene started in shock, not understanding how this manager knew about her personal secrets. Catherine whipped out her phone, flashing photos of Irene from her active entertainment days. Turns out back when they were students, Catherine had been a hardcore anti-fan, constantly snooping and leaving malicious comments under Irene's posts. She stared down at an old photo, admitting she used to despise Irene because she was so drop-dead gorgeous and gave off major wannabe vibes. On the phone screen was a picture of Irene's adorable white puppy, Michelle. Catherine sneered that back then, Irene had nothing else to post except these boring pet pictures. She pointed out that those photos had since been wiped clean, advising Irene to use a burner account if she still wanted to show off. Irene's gaze suddenly dropped, carrying an indescribable chill and melancholy as her past was brought up. She quickly regained her composure and fired back with a question about the ambiguous relationship between Catherine and Chulsu. Irene smiled knowingly, remarking that the two of them looked awfully close, but definitely weren't dating. She mocked Catherine as a gold digger, trying to latch onto Chulsu now that he was starting to make it big. Catherine wasn't about to back down, laughing out loud and dropping a bombshell. "Well, we live under the same roof after all," which left everyone completely stunned. Irene was deeply shocked, stuttering incoherently at this shocking revelation of them living together. Catherine grinned smugly, hurriedly clarifying that it was purely for the convenience of managing his work, telling the other girl not to let her imagination run wild. Irene still couldn't believe it, interrogating them harshly about why a manager needed to live with him when they had no relationship, while Catherine treated it like the most natural thing in the world. Chulsu panicked and stepped in to stop them, terrified the two girls were about to throw hands right then and there, explaining that it was strictly for management convenience. Suddenly, Irene dropped the final blow by announcing she would also be moving in since Chulsu's place had plenty of empty rooms, leaving even Catherine's jaw dropping in shock. Leaving the virtual world, Chulsu returned to the exhausting reality, standing quietly beside his mother's hospital bed where she was being kept alive by a ventilator. He sat down by the bedside, quietly letting his mother know that he had just finished paying off all of her surgical expenses. Looking at her lying motionless, he recalled the times she had expressed regret for staying alive, and affirmed that her choice to keep living was completely right. Chulsu sighed, telling himself he didn't have the right to preach when he was living a lie just to make money. His gaze grew resolute, silently calling out his own name as a reminder of the family burden resting on his shoulders. He tightly grasped his mother's thin hand, promising to do whatever it took to repay this debt of gratitude. Returning to the penthouse, Catherine stared with intense annoyance upon seeing that an uninvited guest had arrived. Catherine couldn't believe Irene had actually brought a suitcase and knocked on their door, while Chulsu could only offer an awkward, nervous smile as he greeted her. Irene appeared looking casual yet incredibly attractive, dragging 2 massive suitcases behind her and asking if she could settle down here. The war of words flared up fiercely once more as Catherine called Irene shameless, while Irene shot back by saying Catherine looked older than her actual age. Sparks flew from both girls' eyes as they trapped Chulsu right in the middle, leaving the poor guy sweating bullets as he tried to defuse the situation. Chulsu led Irene to check out her new room, and even though it was a guest bedroom, it was so massive it left her amazed, while Chulsu thought it was just standard. Just as they were about to check out the bathroom, they ran into Catherine lounging leisurely in the tub, and a piercing shriek echoed throughout the entire house. That evening, Irene sat down to meticulously take care of her skincare routine, using the mountain of cosmetics she had brought along. Catherine stood with her arms crossed, mocking the girl for being way too high maintenance and questioning why she bothered exhausting herself like that. Catherine laughed out loud, claiming Irene was completely delusional about her own looks. Irene snapped back, accusing Catherine of being jealous, and terrified that her manager would secretly steal her high-end skincare products. Irene insisted she never used cheap cosmetics, which was why she had to lug this heavy baggage all the way here. Catherine crossed her arms and watched, smoothly changing the topic to the things Irene had brought with her. She suddenly brought up Irene's old pet puppy, Michelle, asking why she didn't bring it along this time. Irene stared into the mirror, murmuring pensively how anyone could possibly bring a pet when staying at someone else's place, and Catherine chuckled, nodding that at least the girl had some common sense. Catherine generously told her to just bring it over since she had already talked to Chulsu about it, leaving Chulsu to jump in shock, wondering when the hell they had discussed that. The guy froze, trying hard to remember when he had ever nodded in agreement to that without no. Catherine scolded him for being an idiot, clarifying she meant bringing it over right now. Irene lowered her head, softly whispering that she couldn't do that anymore. Chulsu was still hung up on the name Michelle, thinking it sounded very familiar, though not like a dog's name. He suddenly panicked as it hit him. Michelle wasn't a dog, but a magnificent white tiger, Irene's ultra-powerful summoned spirit beast. Irene's eyes suddenly went vacant and dark, stating that the true owner of that name was an entirely different creature. The image of the majestic white tiger Michelle flashed through her mind, as she said she just borrowed the name for convenience. Irene turned back with a terrifyingly cold expression, revealing a bone-chilling truth. She had killed the real Michelle with her own hands. Irene began recounting her past, when she had first arrived in the city wet behind the ears to pursue her singing dreams. Gazing at the crowded masses and towering buildings, the young girl couldn't help feeling completely out of place. But that feeling quickly faded as she began adapting to the hustle and bustle of city life. There was only one thing she could never get used to, no matter how much time passed. That was loneliness. And after casually walking past a pet shop one day, she lingered in front of the display window for a very long time. She decided to adopt a small puppy for companionship, hoping it would make her home feel less empty. The early days were truly wonderful, and she treated the puppy like her only family. Watching it eat so happily made all her exhaustion from work melt away. She frequently took pictures of the puppy and posted them online to show off to the world. The likes and glowing comments made her feel like getting a dog was the smartest decision she had ever made. But things gradually changed when she passed her audition to become a trainee at a major entertainment agency. She was gone day and night, leaving the little puppy to wait all alone in the empty apartment. And then she realized that pet ownership wasn't all sunshine and rainbows like she had fantasized. When the pictures stopped being novel, they no longer drew the heavy likes they used to. Every time she came home to chewed up belongings and messes left behind by the dog, she grew utterly exhausted. In her eyes, the once cute white puppy now looked like an annoying and irritating nuisance. The little animal would still innocently bark in greeting every time its owner returned, completely unaware that it was driving her insane. Because the apartment complex had a strict no pets policy, she had to live in constant fear of getting caught. She started yelling at it, forcing it to shut up with the coldest and harshest words possible. Her patience completely dried up, and the young woman felt nothing but annoyance and disgust whenever she looked at this friend. There were even times she thought her life would be so much more comfortable without it. She immersed herself in hanging out with friends and her singing career, leaving the puppy to languish in waiting. One evening, she walked out the door with finality, deliberately ignoring the pitiful gaze of the little creature. The cold door clicked shut, cutting off their worlds from each other forever from that moment on. The puppy still tried to poke its tiny paw through the crack in the door, as if begging her not to leave it behind. But all it got in return was a terrifying silence blanketing the dark room. Looking back now, Irene realized how cruel and reckless her actions back then had been. Late remorse flickered clearly in the elf girl's haunted eyes. Hearing this, Catherine shuddered with disgust, unable to believe Irene could be that kind of person. She turned to glare at Chulsu, demanding that he kick this trashy human out of the house immediately or she would leave herself. Chulsu maintained an indifferent attitude, teasing Catherine for blowing things way out of proportion. Catherine was dumbfounded by his reaction, appalled that the guy could utter such heartless words. Chulsu started losing his temper, arguing that Catherine was just picking a fight because she already hated Irene beforehand. The atmosphere inside the penthouse grew so tense it felt like it was about to explode. Irene quietly stood up, saying she would leave so she wouldn't affect their relationship. She bowed her head in apology, admitting she really was a terrible person who didn't deserve to stay here. But Chulsu instantly snapped and stopped her, asserting that this was his house and nobody else had the right to give orders. He turned to glare at Catherine, ordering her to stop meddling in his personal business. Catherine stood frozen for a few seconds, pointing at her own face in utter disbelief and outrage. Deeply disappointed and angry, she let out a sigh and decisively turned around, heading into the inner room. Chulsu shouted loudly, asking where she was planning to go in the middle of the night, but was met only with silence. Irene looked at Catherine with sympathy, softly telling Chulsu that he didn't need to do that since she was the one in the wrong. Chulsu scratched his head and tore at his hair, looking annoyed at being nagged at like his own mother. Catherine stayed silent, her sharp gaze fixed on Chulsu. Chulsu pulled a goofy face and stuck out his tongue to tease her. Catherine maintained her cold expression, ignoring the lunatic's antics. She slammed her hand down on the table with a loud bang, shouting to ask how much longer Chulsu intended to stay mad. Catherine crossed her arms, declaring she would no longer interfere with his business and telling him to get lost. Chulsu sneered, starting to pull off some tricks to deal with this cranky manager. He yelled out for the whole tavern to hear that he was dadding Catherine, leaving her completely frozen in shock. Returning to the main issue, they received a support request from a dungeon near the Everfrost region. Hearing this, Irene shared that she had been there before, describing it as a harsh place where a round trip took a whole month. Chulsu didn't care in the least, busy posing for pictures with his fans. Hearing about the 20 million won reward, Chulsu started calculating whether it was worth stepping into such a dangerous place. He rubbed his chin in thought, feeling the 20 million figure was still a bit low for a superstar's expectations. But then Chulsu told himself his good guy image was doing great, so he shouldn't refuse to help others right now. Catherine got irritated and jumped up, scolding Chulsu as a jerk and telling him not to do it if he didn't want to. She explained that 20 million wasn't a small amount of money, and as a celebrity, he wasn't allowed to be lazy. Seeing Chulsu holding Irene's hand, Catherine couldn't help feeling ungrounded jealousy and annoyance. Irene remained calm, asking if the two of them had finished the quest assigned by God. Mid-conversation, Catherine dragged Chulsu away, leaving Irene speechless. The group shouted out loud as they began their new journey. It turned out they were riding on the back of a giant blue eagle soaring high up into the sky. Catherine turned to remind Irene that she didn't necessarily have to follow Chulsu all the way into the game like this. Irene casually treated it like a vacation, wanting to observe Chulsu from the closest distance possible. Irene's gaze was full of contemplation as she looked toward her eccentric teammate. Catherine still found this whole thing bizarre, wondering why someone like Irene would want to spend time on Chulsu. Irene explained that she didn't like him in that way, but rather had something she wanted to learn from him. She recalled the time Chulsu screamed that the goblin was his life, and he'd rather die than be without it. Irene realized that up until now, she had only done things to keep herself comfortable, never truly feeling that kind of passion. What she lacked most and wanted to learn from Chulsu was genuine affection and love. She hoped that one day when she met Michelle again, she could truly receive forgiveness instead of just empty words. Caught up in her thoughts, Irene suddenly clutched her face from motion sickness, twisting her expression comically. Catherine could only sigh at the sight, thinking to herself that Irene had completely misunderstood Chulsu's true nature. Chulsu just let out a hearty laugh, completely unaware that he had just become someone's ideal role model. Suddenly Shin, the self-proclaimed god, appeared with his familiar, meaningful smile. He greeted them with a condescending tone, making Chulsu and Catherine look back in high alert. Irene hurriedly warned Chulsu not to be foolish enough to provoke him, as the guy looked very gloomy and dangerous. Chulsu kept his careless attitude, making it clear he didn't like any of the quests handed out by God. He stepped close to Shin, demanding to know straight up what they were supposed to do this time. Shin smirked, bringing up how Chulsu had once been rejected when trying to enter the palace. He cast his gaze toward the magnificent castle of King Ignis, a king highly praised by the people. Shin began weaving a tale about how even a great king couldn't escape the threat of assassination. He promised to help the group easily infiltrate the palace, because he had an insider on the inside. Shin broke into a radiant yet cruel smile, declaring that the king was standing in the way of his plans, and his final order for Chulsu's group was, "Go kill the king." The divine guy Shin grinned broadly like it was harvest season, telling them to send the king off on his final journey to clear the clutter. The quest notification popped up crystal clear, but Kim Chulsu acted nonchalantly and demanded to go home, making Catherine so furious she felt like her eyes were sparking before dragging him away by the neck. Shin began mind-tripping them, asking if this wasn't a good king, leaving Catherine to silently curse that this guy was truly insane. Chulsu was innocent to a fault, not even understanding what a good king meant, and counter-asked if good kings weren't allowed to be killed. Catherine tried explaining to her lackey what a virtuous king was, only for him to counter with the philosophical quote, "Is there any good president in this world?" leaving her completely speechless. Finally, Chulsu dropped a classic gamer line. "It's all just a quest to get to a new map anyway, just tell me whether we're doing it or not." On top of that, he turned to poke fun at Catherine for being so cranky lately, making her mad enough to turn purple while being completely unable to do anything. Irene actually sided with Chulsu, telling her to just treat it like playing a game to ease her mind, giving Catherine a full-blown shock. Seeing her two subordinates join forces against her, Catherine smiled while feeling a deep pang in her heart, silently cursing them as ungrateful traitors. Chulsu seized the chance to sweet-talk Irene, suggesting that since they matched so well they should just change managers, proving what an out-and-out traitor he was. Irene started getting spooked at being caught in the crossfire, while Chulsu grinned and brushed it off as a joke, saying Catherine was still his best friend. Hearing the words best friend, Catherine's face darkened completely, urging the group to go kill the king already to get it out of her sight. On the way, Catherine thought to herself that she had been way too lenient, which was why this guy dared to climb over her head like this. Arriving at the palace gates, the group was shouted at by a guard who flatly refused to let them in. Chulsu put on a heroic front, claiming he was super famous, but this guard was the type who didn't care about showbiz and didn't care who anyone was. Catherine sighed in exasperation, telling Chulsu that the guard was just an NPC who knew nothing about fame, so dreaming of the doors opening was a lost cause. Right in the middle of their argument, a strange noise startled both women. The giant palace gates slowly began to open, radiating a blinding aura across the area. Chulsu laughed smugly, turning to say, "I told you my name carries weight." The guard froze for 5 seconds, completely failing to understand what was happening or who had dared to open the gates on their own. A general named Alfonso appeared out of nowhere, claiming he gave the order, while Chulsu rattled off the guy's personal info like a stalker, from his birth date straight down to his MBTI. Seeing the top brass show up, the guard dropped to his knees to apologize, while Catherine wondered where Chulsu managed to dig up such detailed dirt. Catherine found the name Alfonso sounding familiar, accidentally confusing it with the Alps mountain range, prompting Irene to correct her immediately. Irene explained this was Shin's connection rather than any fame belonging to Chulsu, telling her not to daydream. Catherine grew suspicious, realizing this general was in the same league as the scheming Shin. Alfonso politely invited the group inside, while Chulsu kept up his arrogant attitude, turning back to mock the poor guard for having no eye for talent. The group strode proudly into the palace over a luxurious red carpet. Alfonso knelt down to report to the king that a group of foreign guests had brought tribute offerings. Sitting on his throne, the king was thrilled to hear about gifts and ordered for the group to be brought in for an audience. Entering a castle for the first time, Chulsu's jaw dropped as he rambled on, forcing Catherine to remind him to watch his mouth. Catherine reminisced about how she used to live in big mansions back in the day, but a real castle was definitely a first for her. Lost in sightseeing, Catherine suddenly sensed something was wrong ahead. A giant general named Ragnar blocked their path, demanding to search their luggage, nearly giving Catherine a heart attack. Irene introduced him as the greatest shield of the kingdom, practically one of the strongest fighters around. According to Catherine, this general was the final boss of the quest, whom her team had to fight a staggering 18 times to beat. Hearing this, Catherine wanted to turn back immediately since she couldn't believe they could get past this monster. But Irene still placed her faith in their trump card, Chulsu. Irene emphasized that if they couldn't beat this guy, they could forget about reaching Everfrost, where even ordinary monsters were as strong as this general. While the women were busy gossiping, Chulsu was being searched by the guard for looking way too suspicious. Mid-pat-down, the guard's expression shifted as he glared daggers at Chulsu. He pulled out a deep purple pouch, causing Chulsu's soul to nearly leave his body because that was the speed poison pouch meant for assassinating the king. A flashback showed Shin enthusiastically lecturing about the poison's effect, capable of ending a life in just 10 seconds. But he had also warned that the king was surrounded by top-tier healers, so the poison would be instantly neutralized if used incorrectly. Old Man Shin continued his presentation on the toxin, saying mixing it with eternal spring water would make it potent enough to defeat the palace healer squad. He claimed the king would die in agony, but that it was a necessary sacrifice for the greater good, sounding just like an action movie villain. He had specifically warned that carrying the poison pouch out in the open would get them caught immediately, but our guy Chulsu had just skipped through all the dialogue boxes to save time. Back in the present, the guy was shouting for the prison manager like a picky customer demanding rights, proving he was truly beyond saving. Realizing things were going south, he immediately shifted all the blame onto Catherine, claiming he was just a puppet manipulated by her into poisoning the king, hopping for a lighter sentence. Catherine grew furious, yelling at her lackey to shut his mouth because he was giving her a headache. Too tired to argue with him, Catherine turned to urge Irene to do something since she supposedly cleared this quest before. Irene turned pale as a sheet, saying she only survived last time because she had an illusion mage, and escaping now with dead weight like Kim Cholsu was pure fantasy. While the women were freaking out, Cholsu was still shaking the iron bars, shouting his own name as if afraid the world didn't know who he was. Catherine felt total despair, wishing the guards would just execute them quickly so she wouldn't have to listen to her lackey ramble for another second. Suddenly, Cholsu spotted their ally Goblin G67 lurking in the hallway, calling out to it like he'd just seen a savior. The goblin stared blankly through the iron bars, squeaking keek, without understanding what was going on. The two of them started bickering about why the goblin was outside, and arguing over human versus monster discrimination. Finally regaining her senses, Catherine told Cholsu to have the goblin steal the keys from the guards outside. Realizing it made sense, Cholsu signaled the goblin to come closer to hand over the crucial rescue mission. He commanded his disciple pompously, "All right, goblin, go get the keys for your boss right now." The goblin obeyed and scurried off, leaving a glimmer of hope for the trapped group. A moment later it returned, but instead of keys, it dragged a massive sword, forcing Cholsu to spell out KEYS for it all over again. The goblin scurried away once more, proving what a useless disciple it was, leaving the boss waiting forever. This time it brought back a wooden leg, making Cholsu lose his mind and roar, "This is a leg, not a key, you idiot." The goblin waddled off to keep searching, suffering the hardships of serving a hot-headed master. Right in the middle of giving directions, a guard suddenly appeared and grabbed the goblin by the neck, prompting Cholsu to flip his attitude in a split second and greet him politely as if nothing happened. The guard growled, demanding to know what the group was plotting with the monster, looking fierce and ready to strike. Suddenly, a sword pierced straight through the guard's chest from behind, his agonizing scream echoing through the dungeon. Catherine and Irene watched in horror as the guard collapsed in a pool of blood, wondering who could be so ruthless. The culprit was none other than Alfonso, stepping out with a cold expression and remarking that bidding farewell to a subordinate like this wasn't pleasant at all. He turned to mock Cholsu as an idiot for getting caught over the amateur mistake of not knowing how to hide poison on his body. With that, he tossed a key into the cell so the group could free themselves. Cholsu picked up the key, still stunned after the knight's swift and brutal move. Alfonso pulled out a fancy bottle of foreign liquor, claiming it was a replacement for the discarded poison pouch, and warned them this was their last chance. Still skeptical, Catherine asked how they were supposed to approach the king with the liquor after such a loud assassination attempt. He assured them he would handle that part, and their job was just to deliver the bottle since the king no longer trusted him. Irene found it reasonable given the situation, telling them to just follow the old man's instructions to get out of this dark place first. Reluctantly accepting, Catherine cursed under her breath about always having to take orders from damned villains. Cholsu eagerly unlocked the cell door, turning to advise his manager to calm down since everything would work out. Then the guy started preaching, "In other eyes, we might just be villains anyway. Rich folks are always prime targets." He claimed he hadn't done anything wrong, and people only hated him out of jealousy, showcasing his classic narcissistic mindset. He summed it up by saying everyone in this world hates each other and wants to insult one another anyway, so they might as well do whatever they like. Cholsu sneered, "This is just a game after all, why freak out so much over it?" Winking at her, he told his manager to shut off her brain and focus on making money, acting like a true professional boosting service gamer. Rushing out of the cell, Cholsu ran around cheering freedom, leaving the two women standing there dumbfounded. Catherine was left speechless watching his retreating back, while Irene could only lament that the guy was always so impulsive. Catherine dropped a shocking truth. Kim Cholsu actually had amnesia, and only after forgetting his entire past did he start acting a bit more like a human. Stunned, Irene questioned her with a doubtful look. "Amnesia? Kim Cholsu, how could that be?" Catherine said it was a long and complicated story, but she believed Irene could tell that the current Cholsu and the past Cholsu were two completely different people. Contrary to Catherine's thoughts, Irene looked solemn, silently denying it in her heart. "Actually, that's not true, Kim Cholsu." With a cold, troubled gaze, Irene told herself that the present Kim Cholsu still looked exactly like the one from the past, without a single bit of change. Thinking of everything she had done for him, Irene shivered, refusing to believe the bitter truth, as the image of an overwhelming, powerful giant loomed over Cholsu's small, cheerful figure running away.